You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth, the realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on weed. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah?
We've seen the matches yesterday. They've set the stage for the rest of the playoffs, but right now, it's a slobber knocker. It's a gauntlet for the teams in the lower bracket, such as Zeals and Team Secret. For the teams in the upper bracket, it's their last chance to stay above the competition, and we'll witness that later on as we enter the playoffs, day 2 of Challengers Philippines.
I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gift, but I flex my time, let me check my wrist. I'ma get my shot, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, I'm feeling like this, bro. You never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like this, bro. The team, you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need $1 million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
It's the second day of playoffs. It's going to be a long day, but we're going to be here delivering the entire action. I'm Nomad, your host for today. Alongside with me, once again, is the Black and Blue and Dax. How are you fine gentlemen doing?
Doing really good, my man, and it's an early morning here for a long day to come. I just hope we're going to get every single game as jam-packed as how we ended yesterday.
I can't wait to be with you here all day, Nomad, especially. But I gotta say, today, day 2 again, it's the history of 2s. We'll be getting our first 2 representatives to APAC today and our first 2 eliminations. So, guys, sit back, relax. We know we're in here for a long haul.
Yeah, grab your popcorn, grab something to drink, because the teams are going to be pulling off one hell of a show. But before we would begin everything, first off, we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant champion story in the Philippines. And we would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS Republic of Gamers. This event is officially sanctioned too by the Games and Amusement Board. And with that being said, let's hop on over to the updraft presented by the Republic of Gamers so that we can finally discuss about the things that we have to discuss about. But one of them is for you guys to stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertaining experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. You can also, guys, the guys that are watching it right now, you guys can win awesome ASUS ROG swag from our sponsor, ASUS ROG. All you have to do is follow the mechanics on screen, in which you just have to like and follow the ASUS ROG FB and Twitter pages, like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages, share the live stream on your timeline set in public so that we can see it with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and hashtag Unleash the Legend Inside. And also share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. Winners will be announced on the 28th of February 2022, and we'll get 3 winners each of that ROG shirt and that ROG cap that you are seeing right now on your screen. And of course, you are watching the English broadcast. The panel is live as well on the Tagalog stream. And you can find the full Tagalog broadcast on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, on Facebook.com/PPGLGG, and we're simulcasting everything, the English and the Filipino broadcast, on YouTube.com/C/PPGLGG. We're also live on VeraEsports.com. All the house things are out of the way. Let's start talking about the thing at hand here. Yesterday was a gauntlet. All best of threes. The last game was such a treat, and Black and Blue and Dax, you guys were the ones that casted the last series. It was down to the wire.
Definitely so. And I mean, everybody on the panel right beforehand kind of predicted that we're not going to go anything less than 3 maps, and that's certainly what delivered. Hell, me and Dax were even like, we're probably going to go into overtime for map 3, right? And that's exactly what we got. We wanted more. Even with a long day, we wanted even more, and now we're going to see more of those teams.
Everyone on the panel, but wait, we were the panel and we knew it was coming. It was a series that was promised for pretty much half a year already, and in the end, you know, that was just the overtime there to end the ball, and I really would love to see that series again down the line. But that's Southfield, they moved on, and we also saw, I believe, Action PH move on, but I really feel like day number 1 is just a sign of what's more to come coming into day number 2.
Yeah, and for the viewers that are just tuning in right now that missed the entire action yesterday, we can have the highlights right in front of you guys so that we can freshen up. First in the series was Zeal Esports versus Action PH. It was a best of 3 match. Fracture was the first map here, and it was so solid for Zeal Esports, Black and Blue.
It totally was, and you know, coming onto it for that opening map was picked by them, and then Action PH just storming back on once we moved on forward to the other maps. You know, map number 1, okay, we can say it's a bit more competitive, but when we come into map number 2, that's when really things, you know, got that intense and really got close, and everybody was able to tie things up 1-1. When you move on over to map 3, though, that's when things went a bit wayward for Zeal.
Yeah, you know, there's the thing. There's a 13-0 epidemic happening right now all across VCT, and seems like Zeal got basically afflicted by that faction. It really goes to show, though, that the first series we had there, Zeal vs Action PH, it really proved how willing we are to go for the firefights as much as possible. Here for the Philippine scene, just try to outdo the competition, make the executes happen along the way, and proactivity can go a long way there to give you those victories. But on the other side, that second series, the series that was promised, it did not disappoint. Team Secret versus Southfield Esports, built to really duel against each other, having those matchups. Jeremy proving to be quite the extra step, really, to be the addition there for Team Secret. And then you also have on the likes of Southfield just to really set up the likes of Ja and Assist. This really was the series that exemplified the talents of both sides, what they did best, and really how they wanted to counter out against each other. But just goes to show here that for Southfield, they got pretty gritty at the end. Team Secret got close so many times, went for those comebacks, but in the end, it was SB who got that OT victory.
Yeah, just to paint a picture for the viewers here that are just tuned in, 13-7 was the score on Bind, 10-13 for Southfield Esports on Haven, and on Split it was 14-12 out of regulation, and we went down to the wire indeed, and it really just Southfield Esports finally making their name that they can finally get that victory against Team Secret on the official VCT circuit as well. And I'm pretty sure that the boys that have been purposely built in the South for esports is looking pretty fine and dandy. But for just as a refresher, we'll let you guys have a look at the remaining teams that we have here in the tournament from the group stages.
Crazy guy finds a double. He's on the sheriff on round 1. On a rain out fast. Brute force is pretty much their double kill.
Let's fight.
Still, the way to go.
Let's get the...
Get the...
There you go. Those are the 6 teams that we have remaining from the 8 teams that qualified to the group stages and the 30 plus teams that played during the qualifiers. And unfortunately today we're going to be seeing 2 teams say bye-bye, Black and Blue.
It's going to be, as you know, Dax talked about a while ago, the first kind of elimination that we're going to have here in the playoffs. We did have, you know, 2 teams go home from the group stages, but now with two teams down the lower bracket. Unfortunately, at least one of them in those matchups are going to be going down. And for especially a team like Team Secret, the team that represented C and the Philippines as a whole during Champions, nobody could have expected this coming into stage 1 before the stage even started, that they'd be down here this early.
Yeah, though the latter half of the day's schedule, it's pretty interesting because it's the two teams that were invited into this ecosystem that kind of are on the ropes in this instance. But I have to also say, in the first half of our schedule, we'll be getting our first 2 PH runs to APAC, and I really feel like that's gonna be a big deal for one of the 4 teams right now clashing in this upper brackets day. It's just, that's what the first seed is all about from the group stage, right? Oasis Gaming, NAOS, they've been waiting for their opposition. Action PH, South Built were able to get through the gauntlet yesterday. Can they get through it today?
Well, we'll figure out the process here for the teams. But speaking of the processes, let's go ahead and have a look at what they went through in the past, in the present, and what we can expect in the future here in the playoffs. And that was their journey, and now we're on the present here as we have a look at the brackets that we have. Zeal, Esports, and Team Secret dropped down the lower bracket after their performance yesterday, but right now we're seeing Oasis and Action PH, NAOS Esports, and South Built Esports in the upper bracket. The losers of this series will go down to the lower bracket to face off against Zeal, Esports, and Team Secret to keep their tournament life on the line. And Dax, you were hyping up the Oasis Action PH matchup today, and what else can we expect here before we dive into the further details?
The thing is, these are rematches from the group stage, and we have Oasis APH, one of those most competitive matches that we saw over the past 2 weeks, actually, and I'd love to see it again and again. Don't forget, this is going to be for the representation of the PH scene.
Well,
and not only that, it feels like it's going to be quite tiring, guys. If you actually lose on out, I have to say, when you lose on out in terms of the matchups here in the upper bracket, you still have to play today. So it's going to be quite enduring, really, just to keep your tournament lives on the line.
For sure. And I think Dax was also talking about how these two teams have kind of gone back and forth on that opening matchup that we did see. Oasis, the last time they did meet, they won that matchup, and the first time they did meet in the group stage as well, Action. So they're 1-1 right now. They're going to look to sell the score today, but the score that has already seemed to be settled is that second matchup that we are going to see on that upper bracket between Southbuilt and NAOS, because that's a series that has gone 2-0 heavily in the favor of NAOS, where they swept both series 2-0 once again. So basically right now, in terms of the maps, they're 4-0 versus Southbuilt, so they're the ones looking for redemption, as opposed to the other match of the upper bracket where they're kind of neck and neck, and they're looking to, as I said, settle that score here right now, right today.
Well, scores will be settled. A lot of unpaid dues will be paid. I don't know if that makes sense, but what is going to happen here is that we're going to be hopping on a break, because Oasis and Action PH, the first series here in the upper bracket, will commence. The top dogs of their group will finally face off and get the score settled. With that being said, don't run away, because when we come back, it's time for the first series.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something.
Well, it's the first series of the day. It's Action PH going up against Oasis Gaming in a best-of-3 format. We're back here on the panel. We're going to finally talk about the teams here. I'm Nomad, together still with Black and Blue and Dax. It's a fight that has been going on since the start of the Challengers 1. They've been trading blows left and right ever since the start of the qualifiers. And Dax, it's nothing close, but it's nothing else but just scores being settled here for the most part.
No, that's the thing. Last 2 times these guys fought off against each other, 2-1s across the board. One for Oasis, one for Action PH. And many saw it to be the matchup that really was just so hyped up, because for Action PH, they bring that domination, they bring their runs. Oasis Gaming, they would find the strategies, they would find also the force behind them. And overall, it was just absolute slobber knockers between the first 2 series. And here in the third, it's a best of 3, but it feels like they had their own best of 3 in terms of series all throughout this VCT.
Oh, well, apologies. As I was saying, yes, when you look at the map scores of those series as well that Dax was talking about, there weren't really that big of a disparity between, the final score lines of every single map that was played. And for those 2 teams, at least when it came into Group A, if they did come from Group A during the group stages, they were the 2 teams that looked the most in form from day 1, from week 1, that we did see them. Oasis a bit faltering on their opening matchup, but then again, they come back, they answer back against Action PH next weekend. They defeat Team Secret, they defeat Bren, and they're just pretty much on a roll. Honestly, the most consistent team we probably have in this playoffs, or at least during the group stages, moving into this playoffs. And can they continue that, and can they actually reign their dominance over Action PH? I mean, Oasis, they have that international experience to represent the Philippines last year. They're looking to replicate that once again and do that once more here, especially now that we got 3 slots, but they're gonna have to go through Action PH first.
Yeah, but it's Oasis since day 1 here, and hopefully they last longer than day 2. Here's Oasis Gaming for you guys. And we kind of want to talk about Oasis Gaming here because they kind of stole the show away from Action PH. A top spot was stolen away from them, and here are the players that are going to be joining in on the fray. It's Coco, Envy, Courtesy, Marquis, and Rip Peru. Dax, you have a lot to say here about this Oasis Gaming roster, don't you?
Just okay, Oasis Gaming, this is okay team. But no, in reality, this is a team that got really hot in the group stage, that were able to basically break the deadlock that was Group A in week number 2. And it really feels like people say, you know, high highs, low lows, and maybe this is just them still on the highest of highs. But at the same time, it just feels different right now. This year for Oasis Gaming, coming into the playoffs, it might be them even improving more on the landmarks that they built already. Can they even push past their own limitations and past many of these expectations? I really feel like the momentum here is saying yes so far.
Definitely, and you look at the Oasis squad, you went pretty much unbeaten throughout that open qualifier. They beat so many teams coming up to them, and they faced their first loss against Action PH in the group stage. They come back against it, but they're looking to, as I said, really sell things here today.
And yeah, and speaking of which, they're gonna have to settle their score against Action PH. And speaking of which, here is their roster. The team that could have been at the top of the group, but then they got the spot stolen away from them by Oasis Gaming. It's Action PH, and the players playing here is RUM and Georgie Modsky and Zero Death Yo Nico. What do you have to say about Action PH?
You got bars up till Mars there, Nomad, but these guys, they're the ones who elevated the bar coming out of the qualifiers. We all were put on notice once they beat Nigma Galaxy in the open qualifiers to eliminate them, but then they won every single series for week 1. But then we come into week 2 and they kind of get flipped around, as we were talking about. They were at the top of the leaderboard at the end of week 1 of the scoreboard, but then week 2, Oasis takes their spot, and now they're looking for revenge in more ways than one.
What is it, time to rhyme this morning? But it really feels like for Action PH, they did kind of slip on up. When they start losing, it kind of gets bad for them, and momentum really is such a big game changer for Action PH. We saw it also in the series yesterday versus Zeal Esports. Lost out in the first one, but the bounce back was real, and now coming into the upper bracket around number 2 with that victory, especially that commanding 13-0, they should be back on track.
And we'll have to have a look to see what the maps are going to be playing on, to see how the scores are going to be settled here as we have a look at the map vetoes, because I feel like we may just have a repeat of what happened last time. We might have Haven, Fracture, and Ascent, but no, we're seeing Icebox as the first map, Haven as the decider. What's the second map? We're going to Ascent. At least we got Ascent and Haven. Icebox going first, picked by Action PH. Black and Blue, what's your take?
Looking at this veto, I mean, if we ever get to that Haven map, it was one that, Action were able to win 13-5 up against Oasis, but Oasis, they kind of returned the favor. Actually, no, never mind, scratch that. Action have so far been successful on this map specifically, but when we go over to Ascent, that's when Oasis can really make their mark, because they have won that map versus Action in the past, and they actually done it twice as well. So Haven pretty much 2-0 in favor of Action, and Ascent pretty much 2-0 in favor of Oasis. And as we've talked about, they've tied in the series, they tied in maps against each other, and which maps that's going to be on, well, the only time they've ever played Icebox against each other, Action PH took that quite decisively, and that's, I guess, one of the biggest reasons why they pick Icebox to start things off. But I'm also sure that Oasis, that's one of the biggest reasons why they're happy to leave this here, because they have that to reference back to.
Just to tackle quickly, you can see that first ban, Fracture, banned out by Action PH. Absolute respect after what Oasis Gaming showed them on that map last time they faced off. But we get Ascent, we get Haven yet again. These guys already know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. And in all honesty, this is a map pool that can go either way. History aside, Action PH, they can still keep on their tank basically with that Haven map. Oasis Gaming is the one who might have to rebuild themselves on Icebox, but historically they have had confidence on Icebox as well. So overall, this series can bring out the best of these two teams. And instead, I kind of want to talk about how the momentum is going to be very important here for Action PH and Oasis Gaming. For APH, they got that victory, but if they stumble to lower bracket, it might fall on apart, because that's a team that wins hard but also loses hard on the flip side. But in the meantime, we haven't seen Oasis Gaming as of yet this week, and sometimes it's that first match that tells everything, the tale that is Oasis.
Man, and this first match, I feel like it's going to be a 3-game series, but only one can come out. And I'm gonna have to ask your predictions here on the panel, Black and Blue. I have to ask you to go first.
Well, we're looking at a 3-game series here nonetheless, and I do think we're going to go on over to Icebox, but the maps and who's going to win them, I don't think you're going to expect it to be who you think. Actually, they were able to take Haven the last 2 times around, but I think it's Oasis to take Haven this time. And flipping things around on Ascent, it was Oasis who won that 2-0. I think Action's going to take Ascent this time. And we're going to go to that map number 3. In the end, I think Oasis, they're going to seal the deal here and continue in the upper bracket as they should.
Isn't that the story of VCTPH? Just steal the map picks away. And I completely agree. This has to be these guys saying, you know, we're going to show you how it's done on this map instead. But I'm still going to go for the Oasis Gaming squad here. They made it to the first seed for good reason. And they keep on it to become that first representative.
Well, I'm speechless. Because these teams, Action PH is a momentum-based team, but I have to say that Oasis has been watching since day 1 of the playoffs, so I'm pretty sure that they know what Action PH has to offer here, and I'm gonna have to go with Oasis Gaming, and it's Oasis Gaming across the board here for the panel, and it's down to the teams to decide. And I know all 3 of us agreeing to this. It may just be the curse, but we don't know. We don't know about the teams just yet because they're getting ready. Getting ready to hop on to Icebox as well as we hop in to game 1 in this best of 3 series between Oasis Gaming and Action PH.
Welcome sa VCTPH. Nandito na kami at nandito na rin kami para iatid sa inyo ang aksyon para sa araw na to, para sa ating unang laban compared sa 4 na series namin. Pero bago magsimula ang lahat, ako nga pala si Taylor.
At ako nga pala si Zeal. At kami ang The Mods. Ladies and gentlemen, galing sa kabilang dayo ng mundo. Tama ba yung sinabi ko? Hindi ko alam, men. Basta yun.
Tama naman. Kabilang dayo ng mundo. Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi ko alam,
gabi nga sabi ko, Baraldugan, mali pala yun. Maraming bagay na hindi ko alam.
Oo, hirap na hirap nga mag-Tagalog. Pero yun nga mga kaibigan, kitang-kita talaga natin ngayon na nagbabalik na sa Pilipinas si Taylor at...
Wala pa.
Wala pa ba?
Wala pa, Ben.
Tagalog broadcast.
Sa Tagalog broadcast. Bumalik yung Tridor. Oo. Yung totoong Tridor nasa panel na, nag-host.
Oh, man. Ano yan? Ikaw, taksil sa bayan ka eh. Pero syempre, bumalik ka dito sa Tagalog stream kasi alam ko namimiss mo kami dito. At doon kasi sa English stream, seryoso ka dun eh, no?
Oo, wala kang choice dun, man.
Wala kang choice dun.
Focus sa goal ka lang dun. Dito, Baraldugan.
Kami nga ni Riri, pinag-uusapan nga namin dito mga life lesson sa buhay, mga tipong gano'n.
Pinag-uusapan si Riri pala. Si Riri nagkasakit.
Nagkasakit na nga.
Sana Riri kasi mahaba ang araw natin.
Riri,
para sa araw na to. Kaming dalawa lang matitira ni Bill.
Stay positive kahit anong mangyari.
Huwag naman.
Hindi sa outlook in life.
Yun kasi yung sabi sa akin kanina. Ayun, positive pa din ako hanggang ngayon.
Pero okay ka naman, Taylor.
Okay naman. Mas Valorant is life, Will.
Oo, diba?
Mapa.
COVID lang yan, men. Ikaw si Taylor. Diyos ko.
Mati ka. Taylor 1, COVID 0.
Oo. Ganun ang mangyayari dito.
That's the spirit.
And syempre, that is the, alam mo ang tawag dyan, passion. Tsaka syempre, masaya ka eh. Masaya ka naman sa ginagawa mo, di ba?
Oo.
Kahit pa paano. Nag-enjoy kami. Big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood sa YouTube tsaka sa Twitch. Kung naririnig nyo kami. Hello.
Sumigaw kayo. Sabihin nyo, hello.
Hello. Pero ito partner, Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. Nung huli natin napanood to, mga kaibigan, bardagulan ang nangyari. Napaka aggressive ng Action PH. Pero yun nga partner, nakita rin natin ng Action PH yesterday na 0-13 nila ang Zeal. That is actually
Another 13-0 na naman,
Oo, nakakagulat. Yun siguro ang tama. Yun ang pangalawang 13-0 dito sa tournament natin. Ang una, nung naglaban ang Team Secret at saka ang Zeal. Ay, sorry. Oasis tsaka sorry. Team Oasis tsaka Team Secret.
Yappy.
Oasis game tsaka Team Secret. Yun yung pinakaunang 13-0 dito sa VCT Stage 1 ngayong taon. Tapos pangalawa, yung ginawa nga ng Action PH tsaka ng
Akala ko,
yesterday.
During that time, yesterday, no, akala ko, matagal yung match number 3. Kasi mainit maglaban yung dalawa eh. Tapos pagkanood kong ganun, nabisi lang ako saglit. Pagkabalik ko, 13-0 na yung score, no? So matindi ang dating or rather ang dala-dala at baon ng APH papunta dito sa VCT. At of course, nakita nyo naman yung schedule natin kanina pagdating sa matches. Dalawang teams talaga ang malalaglag kumbaga para sa araw na to, no? Of course, ang pinakadelikado dyan is yung mga nasa lower bracket na natin. And one of those teams is actually Team Secret. So, delikado sila. Na naman.
Sobrang delikado na rin talaga dito ang nangyari sa atin. Pero, partner sa totoo lang, ang pinakamainit na match so far is yung nangyari kagabi. Yung SBE at saka yung Team Secret. Sobrang init umabot tayo ng Valorant till the break of dawn.
Oo, tibay eh. Dalawang series naman.
Dalawang series.
Paano pa kaya ngayong 4? See you at 3 a.m.
Men. Think positive Okay lang. Pero alam nyo ba guys, kami ni Taylor, marami na kaming experience sa 3 a.m. sa totoo lang. Kung yung iba nagbe-break ng 2:00, kami ni Taylor, hindi pa kami tapos ng trabaho ng 3 a.m. Kasi nasa Skydome kami. Back then, 2017, hindi ko makakalimutan.
Baka kasi hindi alam nung viewers. Actually, dati nagkakas na kami, ganyan. Pero more on hosting kami ng events ni Vil. Diba? Nagkakas kami, tapos nag-host kami ng events. Lagi kaming nasa Skydome ni Vil. Ano natin yan eh. Bahay natin yan ng esports event, yung Skydome. Anak ng toko, lahat na ng bagyo, dinanas natin. Stress natatapos yung event.
Best nag-COVID, syempre kailangan natin ng pera, wala tayong ma-hostan, kaya nag-cast na ng nangangailangan tayo eh. Pero okay sana kung ilipat ng director sa dun sa mga
teams na
dun sa mga players,
no?
di ba?
Oo, nakalimutan.
Hayaan nyo sila maglaban, panoorin lang natin itong Sunday.
Si Eman.
Ayun. Nakaramdam.
Back to the game. It is what it is. Ito na yung pistol round. Si Marky nakadalawang kill na. Nako po. Ito yung yung bootcamp buff. Balita ko magkakasama na sila sa bootcamp nila. But now with the Ripper getting that 2K, si Zero that rather nakakuha din ng kasagutan. 1v1. Si Marky.
Nasa Manila na, katabi niya matulog si Wild Oreo, pero yun nga si Zero Death. Yun, nandito na sa Gedli. Oh, whiffing that shot though, and we'll get that job done for the side of Tesseract. Or Zero Death, 1-0 in favor of APH right now. I mean, partner, sa totoo lang, sobrang kamot ulo siguro si Zero Death if ever, kunyari napatay pa siya ni Marky dun sa round yun. Kung napapansin mo ang ginawa lang talaga ng mga players dito ng APH is pumasok na lang sila sa A. Bigla na lang. Nagulat na lang tayo. Nanonood lang naman tayo ng sunset eh.
Director nung OBS, nagulat eh.
Nagulat eh. Start na pala eh.
Nagpa-plant na pala ng spike.
A big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Regner. Pero going back here in this game, ito na si Georgie and friends. Going here sa B. Pero Marky trying to be... missing that shot though. Pero sa totoo lang, yung area na yan yung hindi ko makakalimutan na ginawa ni Marky. Yung 2K collateral ng operator dyan sa may garahe. Pero
yung one hit delete?
Oo men, one hit, dalawa yung na-delete. Pero,
Di pa tapos ang ano nila dito, pagde-delete nila, kumbaga, no? 2v3, make that a 2v2. Vil, RU was able to shut down NV already at umiikot na si Modski, no? Aware sila na baka may umikot and that is Coco trying to pinch him out, pero si Modski, man, kahit abang na si Wild Oreo, kaya niya pa rin ubusin yung mga players, of course, with the capability na hawak ng Spectre.
Oo, tama. Alam mo, ganito lang yun na tawag dito, Taylor, no? Alam mo yung, meron talaga tayo mga iconic moments talaga na hindi talaga natin makakalimutan, like what Market did last year. Kasi naging talking point natin yun eh. Tsaka yun yung dahilan din ng pagkapanalo nila, yung collateral ni Marky. And knowing na si Marky nandito na sa Manila, sama-sama sila matulog, magkakatabi habang nagkakadin.
Malaki yung buff niyan.
Oo, men. Kasi mas syempre, yung synergy nila, mas magiging intense. Sama-sama na sila. Hindi sila magre-rely sa boses ng isa't isa. Kasi pwede nilang salatin ng isa't isa.
May ano yun eh. May millisecond delay yun. Kung sakali eh. Yung mga ganon, yung pag malayo ka. Pero anyway, going back to it, mabilis ang take na naman for the side of APH. Pasok na naman sila on A side na plant na rin yung spike. Atras lang sila dito for the post-plant situation. Remember, buy round na to para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Kaya naman, kailangan nilang i-punish itong players ng APH. At una na nga dyan ay si Modski as Eman was able to take another one. Itong team na to, 4v4 or make that rather a 4v3 right now. Si Marky, mismo kanya itong spike natin para lang subukan i-defuse yung isa nagkakaskas ng yellow. Busy masyado. Si Georgie naman ang kukuha ng patay na yan. But the Ripper is here. He is gonna continue to defuse this. And syempre, yung wall na yan, ililigtas sila. Si Aryu naman, sinusubukan pero hindi na enough yung power. My
Napakagandang play ng ginawa ni Coco dito. Actually, yung plant na yan, super daming gumagawa yan. Mas magiging effective yan if walang Sage yung kalaban mo. Kasi that is the only thing. In order for you to counter that kind of plant, lagyan mo ng wall dun sa may taas ng maze. Ganun lang yun, men. And knowing na alam naman ng Oasis Gaming na puro Spectre lang din naman yung gamit nito ng APH, sure sila na it will take time. No? Oh, it will take time na mabasag yung wall na yan para syempre to stop the possible win ng APH ulit, pero at least nakapawi na ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan. Nakikita natin ngayon yung mga players natin ngayon, mukhang hindi pa talaga nila alam kung saan sila pumunta, probably here at A, B, or mid. Probably pwede sila mag-mid, pero yung si Envy is just right there. And yes, natag naman niya si Envy pero yun ang problema lang din talaga is si Envy, Spectre lang yung gamit niya and he can actually shut down the players of APH, pero mahirap pa rin eh. Baka maunahan pa rin si Envy dito kasi one tap to the head lang, ubos ka talaga dyan, bre.
Alam naman natin kung gano'n nila kaya gawin yon, no? Si Envy, kahit bigyan mo ng sheriff to, kayang umubos ng 5. Going back to it though, APH, yung kaninang mabilisang take na nakikita natin, kahit ngayon papaano, nagdi-default muna sila. They're trying to see if meron silang mape-pick off o wala. And also, sinet up nila yung wall ng Viper actually on B side. So, they're probably expecting on the side of Oasis, kung hindi sila mafe-fake dito, nag-e-expect din sila na merong isang tao doon sa B o kaya naman 2, pero andito silang lahat sa A site. Pinasok na nila, all of them swarming in already. Mapaplanta naman yung spike. Another retake para sa Oasis. 3 lang ang matitira para sa kanila, and that is Coco, Wild Oreo, and Ripper.
Yeah. But in this game right now, medyo kailangan talagang pigilan ng Oasis Gaming ulit yung pagkapanalo dito ng APH, pero yung problema is just the Spectres na talaga yung gamit ng ibang players ng Oasis Gaming like si Coco and Envy. It's really not enough for to take down the Vandals of APH kasi alam naman nila na Vandal ang gamit nila. Lalabanan nila ang Oasis Gaming ng malayuan kasi pag lumapit sila, mananalo pa dito talaga ang Oasis for sure. So that is the thing that they did dito sa A kasi alam naman nila na lamang sila if ever talagang mas nag-push sila sa A, kasi if ever nag-B ang APH, alam nila baka lugi sila eh. Kasi mas lamang yung mga Spectres na yan pag nasa B ka. Tried and tested yan, men. Alam na mga players yan. Sana si Zeal na lang naglaro, di ba?
Parang ang daming alam ng caster. Sana siya na lang yung naglaro.
Oh, man.
Hindi, pero ito, eco na naman. Force into eco na naman ang Oasis Gaming. At gusto ko magpakitang gilas na naman si Envy sa paghawak ng sheriff na to. Gaya ng sabi ko, give this guy a sheriff, he can kill not only one. Sheriff. Not only one, not only two, but even maybe 3 or more. So, Georgie.
Magulat ka, pito eh.
Magulat ka, pito kasama pati kakampi.
Yun nga, pero si Modski. We're gonna shut down Wild Oreo agad. They're trying to go with the second one here. Envy super low on HP. Pero yung nga, tulong na pagkasabi ng ni Eliza Taylor na sheriff lang din talaga ang gamit dito. Eco round ang mga players dito ng mga OAS. Pero Marky! A huge kill onto Georgie with that Blaze Storm though. Nice trade-off na ginawa ni Eman dito mga kaibigan. It's all up to Envy. 1v3 in Modski.
Ang linis mag-take.
Yeah.
Ang linis mag-take ng APH. Isipin nyo, yung body system, every angle nakukuha, nakukover nila.
Yeah. At kung napapansin mo partner, alam mo yung pag-entry ng APH dun sa B, alam mo yung parang chill lang. Kill. 7 FPS, sobrang chill lang. Kill, tapos plant. Alam mo yun, parang super chill lang talaga. It's like a walk in the park ang ginawa nila dito. Pero ito na, magkakaalaman na dahil sa mga vandalism.
Ito na yung vandalism, ito na yun.
Tsaka sa Phantom ng ni Ripper dito. Pero, ayan actually, yung si Ripper, the reason why he picked that Phantom, kasi syempre, may magsusumok siya sa A or B kung saan man. Kasi, pag ginamit mo ang Phantom, sa loob ng smoke, wala kang makikitang bullet trails. Or kahit Viper Spit man lang. Wala kang makikitang bullet trails kung hindi mo malalaman kung nasa si Ripper. So, kailangan
hindi mo malalaman kung saan nanggagaling yung mga gunshots no? Pero on the other hand, hindi rin nalaman agad ni Coco kung saan ba nanggagaling yung gunshot na yan. He was shot down by Georgie and such a good angle na uhuli dito ang Oasis Gaming. Si Marky nakakuha ng isang kill and that is Zero that patay na siya. Ibig sabihin nito, may Viper Spit na rin sila. Nag-aantay lang talaga si Georgie. Waiting game lang para sa kanya. Ang ganda ng mga angles dito ni Georgie, partner.
Diyos ko, ang kulit. Alam mo, hindi mo alam kung saan mo siya makikita. Bigla na mo. Kulit yung isa sa harapan mo siya. Pero Oriel Modski, we're gonna shut down too. And Modski, mga kaibigan, we're gonna end this game. Pero kung napapansin nyo pinanood natin sa Marky, ang dami niyang anggulong napuntahan. At every angle na pinuntahan niya, meron siya mapapatay. Catches 1, hindi niya alam na nandun si Georgie daw. Catches 2. Alam mo yun? Parang alam na talaga. Alam na talaga niya kung saan siya natututok. And pwede nating sabihin na malay mo, medyo sinuwerte lang din talaga siya sa angles Kasi hindi naman niya alam kung nasa ng ang APH.
That comes with experience.
Oo.
Kitang-kita yung experience ni Georgie doon. Alam niya kung saan siya pupunta. Alam niya rin kung ano yung battles na kukunin niya. Just like that. Finish na naman si Marky. Naghahanap na naman ng pangalawang player dito si Georgie. Medyo malikot si kuya mo Georgie. And merong boombot dyan. Pero relax lang. Nandito ako sa forte. Naaakit na naman ako. Hindi siya tumatapak sa lupa. Lahat nasa langit.
Lahat nasa langit. Lahat nakatingin sa taas. Partner, kung napapansin mo. Pero may Modski ka. Shut down 1, Georgie.
Hindi siya tumapak sa lupa at all.
Hindi siya tumapak sa lupa. Si Georgie lagi nasa ito yung isipin mo. Lahat ng players ng Oasis Gaming nakatingin sa taas. Kasi si Modski nasa baba. So lahat sila pinapunish lang din ng Modski dito. Kasi wala hindi alam ng Oasis Gaming kung ano ba ang mga susunod na mangyayari. Kasi nga nasa taas lang lagi si Georgie.
Ang gandang bait ni Georgie doon.
Yeah. At ang Oasis Gaming gusto lang talagang patayin si Georgie kasi nakakainis maglaro. Alam mo yun? Men, may rason talaga. May rason. Kasi diba, like what I said yesterday, na-interview ko si Hot Sauce at saka si Javi, 8K. Ito ang duelist nila, si Georgie. Gagawa sila ng Mythical 5, super team, best team forever in my life. Men, Georgie ang pipiliin nila as duelist. Pangalawa ako. Alam mo yun, talagang meron talagang rason kung bakit si Georgie ang isa sa pinaka-kinakatakutan jet ng mundo. Tapos, ako sa universe.
Ikaw sa buong universe, no?
Si Georgie Mundo lang. Georgie mundo lang yun eh.
Ang mahirap dito, versus they need to... Kasi hindi lang naman ultimate decoy si Georgie eh. Nakakapatay din siya. So, kailangan talaga nilang ma-shutdown dito si Georgie. On the other hand, masyado silang busy kay Georgie trying to pin him down. Hindi na nila napapansin yung iba pang 4 na player ng APH dito. So, malaking problema to for the side of Oasis pero nakapag-timeout sila. Maybe this time around, ma-realize nila kung ano ba ang nangyayari at magawa nila ng solusyon. Yung problema with Georgie, no? Dahil nagiinit na naman si Georgie, nandito na naman siya sa taas ng tube. And this shock dart, naglalabanan lang sila baka sakaling tumama but it is not gonna be able to connect. Georgie, on the other hand, lilipat na naman siya ng pwesto. Pupunta na naman sila ng A-site. Ready dito, actually, si Modski. Kanina pa siya nag-aantay sa may A-site. And the thing is, yung pumipigil lang sa kanila dito is yung Viper Spit. Pero isang player lang yun nandyan sa loob. But actually, rotations coming in from Oasis as well. Nandyan na rin yung Sova.
Yes, indeed. Ngayon, si Georgie, don't touch the lava. Natatawag talaga siya dito, pero si Georgie, we're gonna be shutting down Wild Order para Envy with a 3K. Pero, Georgie, from the dead, you will rise again, kapatid. Hindi ko hahayaang pumunta sa heaven. Pero si Morgan na nasa likod man lang. Wala silang idea na meron pa rin nagko-flank sa kanila. Just waiting for that rotation dito sa side ng APH. Put it 1v4. RU catches one. Pero, makakakita mo ba yung mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan? This is gonna be the RU show na pwede nang gawin dito. Envy.
Nice double.
Lalabas. Pero, Coco with a huge trade right now. 6-2. Still in the favor of APH. At maraming pera ang APH, men. 9 kyaw ang pera nila.
No problem.
Okay
What is
lang.
money?
Paper only.
Matic. Ang maganda dito for the side of Oasis Gaming na shutdown kasi nila si Modski. So wala nang nag-aabang talaga ng flank kasi si Modski kanina pa nasa A-site eh. So wala na siya doon. And kinapitalize yun ng Oasis Gaming. Mabilis na rotation from Marky. Inabangan niya agad yung flank. Kaya naman si Eman, kahit binuhay niya si Georgie, hindi nila ine-expect na nandun na agad si Marky. Ang ine-expect nila yung rotations pa lang, papasok pa lang all the way from B side, going to CT, going to A. This is a different story nowadays because Georgie, yet again, nakakuha na naman ng isa and that is Wild Oreo out.
This is a Georgie show, ladies and gentlemen. Just ko hindi mapigilan si George of the Jungle, mga kaibigan. Ripperoo. We're gonna rip the heads of players of APH. Check it down 3. 4v2, Zeal, Death and Orsil online dito sa match natin. But the Ripper, siya na ngayon ang nakuha dito sa kamay ni Tesseract. 2v3. Less than a minute left in the clock right now. Fake back ang ginawa ni Zero Death Yo dito para lang syempre ma-force rotate ang mga players sa Oasis Gaming. Pero ang tanong, magpapabait ba si kaibigang Envy? Pwede sila makita dito sa may backside though. Zero Death Yo needs to be really careful kasi hindi gumagalaw si Envy dito. Once na nakita na Zero Death Yo yung ulo ni Envy, unang mag-peek is gonna be dead for sure. Pero the timing is there already. Pero hindi, ayun, nagkarinigan na mga kaibigan. And Zero Death Yo! We're gonna take down Envy. Timing na timing indeed. Pero dahil sa may rappers mga kaibigan, catches one. Coco now down. Zero Death Yo with a kill on to one now. 1v1 with a great one. Marky. Where's Zero Death Yo? But the timing is just right there. Marky with a kill on to Tesseract, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll get that diffuse. 6-3. Men, battle ng timingan.
The thing is, si Georgie, explosive maglaro. Pero si Marky, silent killer. Hindi mo nararamdaman si Marky pero unti-unti gumagapang sa gilid mo tapos ready lang patayin yung mga kalaban na natitira. Although, meron akong napansing mistake for the side of APH, especially when RU and the Sova, si Zero Death Yo, natag sila nung recon. Natag na sila nung recon and nag-wide swing lang si RU kasabay nung recon na yun na na-detect siya. So, automatic, inaabangan talaga siya doon. So, insta-kill agad yun paglabas niya. Alam na alam nila kung saan siya lalabas. And also, on the other hand, kita na yung information kung nasan yung dalawang members, yung isang natitira. So, going back to...
Feeling ko tatapatan ni Marky ng off angles dito eh. Yun lang din ang kailangan gawin ng mga players. Oh man, hindi mo lang talaga ina-expect na meron na palang tao sa may likod niya. Pero yun nga lang, ito sa Hunter Sphere coming in from Envy though. Wala siyang natamaan kahit isa, pero it's just Georgie and RU! Ubos, pati pantubos yung mga players ng OG1. Parang rapper eh, no?
Oh, G1.
Oh, 3v5 right now. Georgie, low on HP. Less than a minute left in the clock.
You should
Pero si Georgie, hindi pa siya gumagalaw dito. That is the silent killer tulad na sinasabi ni na Eliza rin talaga. Pero merong peak na isa dito. Ripper shutting down.
My
that
God.
lockdown will take that 4! Oh my God, Ripper! Ripping out 4 already. Was that lockdown? Can he get the ace?
Ripper is online, not only for this round, pati yung last 3 rounds na nakita natin. Siya talaga humahawak ng A-site at talagang napapunish niya yung players ng APH dito. Yung kaninang pasok lang sila ng pasok, this time around, pinipigilan niya ni Ripper. Although, the other hand, here comes the ace, Ripper. And that is Ripper on the side of Oasis Gaming. What a hold!
Sobrang hold na ginawa ni Ripper, mga kaibigan. Sabi ng Oasis sabi ni Ripper sa mga kakapin niya, Bes, itabi nyo. Ako na. Sige na. Mag-alt tab na kayo, Bes. Ako na lang maglalaro dito. Got you, bro. Yun mo naman, no?
na lang kayo.
Isang pumik yung mga players ng APH
Nakita
dito.
na rin yung baril eh.
Oo.
Kay Georgie, nakita actually yung nguso nung baril.
Oo.
So alam na rin ni Ripper no na i-expect niya yung wide swing ni Georgie. Napatime out. Napatime out sila.
eh.
16-7 na si Ripper. Tignan mo naman.
Oo, diba? Tira mo 16-7. Naunahan pa na si Georgie, man.
Ganun kalala. Kasi, ang ano kasi sa side ng APH, kapag nag-decide sila na pumapasok talaga sila. Hindi yung parang pag may napitas sa kanilang isa, umaatras sila tapos nag-rotate sila. Hindi sila ganun eh.
Oo. Yan ang tunay na Pinoy, mga kaibigan.
Sugod lang na sugod!
Sugod lang na sugod. Wala kayong pakialam sa nararamdaman ng kalaban nyo. Basta may baril kayo, go lang, men! Wala naman kayo mapupuntahan doon talaga sa site eh, di ba? Ito doon. Kaya nga action star eh. Maghanap ka ng action star na nag-retreat. Wala! Sabi nga nila Maui Taylor, sige pa eh.
Kakaiba yung mga action star mo ah.
Action star yun, men.
Saka yung buong Viva Hot Babes.
Yung sabi nga nung Viva Hot Babes, sige pa eh. Hindi ka ba doon? Go lang, push lang, men. Sa site.
Sa B site, sa A site. Pag may Haven, syempre may letter C din. Pero eto, balik muna tayo dito sa laro dahil si Eman kukunin niya na yung orb. Mukhang mabilisan na naman ata ang gustong action dito ng Action PH. Pasok na naman, and Eman, I think he will set up the wall. Papasok pa sila, and he will just plant. Magre-ready sila sa post plant na yan. Coco was able to take on the kill, and that is Georgie out. Nowhere to run ang sabi dito ni Sova at si Zero Detio. Tingnan natin kung magko-connect ba, and that is 2-man down para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. 3v3 situation right now, very low on HP dito is si Marky, at talagang nilabas na ang Viper Spit para lang talaga makancel out yung pagpasok dito ng players ng APH. Na-plant na yung spike, kailangan nilang i-defuse to, at si Zero Detio, kailangan niyang abangan. This is the 4K. Kasagot pa siya ng sarili niyang ace. Zero Detio, bumagapang na. And on the right is MNFPS securing the kill on Ripper. Not getting the ace though, pero okay lang yan, men. Nakita namin ginawa mo.
Mag-aaway si Eman tsaka si Zero Detio. Ia-unfriend daw ni Zero Detio si Eman. Men, meron na akong pang-cover photo eh. Ba't kinuha mo pa?
Yung ace? Ninakaw mo pa?
Men, di ba si Zero Detio? Ito ang pinaka-importante sa lahat, men. Diyos ko po, sinampal niya ng Hunter's View yung drama players dito Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan. Plus that 2K on that Vandal. Tapos, Diyos ko po, Eman, kinuha mo.
Nako, Vil, kung nakita mo lang yung Hunter's Fury ni Jesse Vash kagabi, mababaliw ka. Tatlong players nagsama-sama sa isang linya ng Hunter's Fury.
Men, hindi ko na kailangan kasi baliw na talaga ako. Jokes on you.
Jokes on you. Baliw na talaga ako. Pasok na naman sila sa A site, walang pumigil. And, wala kasi si Ripper dito eh. Nag-aabang siya sa mid eh.
At saka ito, kung napapansin mo, hinahayaan talaga din na pumasok yung mga players dito ng APH kasi ang play ng Oasis Gaming is hindi pigilan ng APH. Ang play nila is retake. Retake lang, men. Pero si Georgie, maganda yung angle niya dito. Hindi kita si Georgie dito kasi may Viper Spit na meron, pero yun nga, let's see if ever Eman FPS will gonna take down 2 already. Mark and Ripper Kaibigan, MLFS with a 3K. Diyos ko po, inubos mga player ngayon ng OG1. But, Wild Ori, the only man remaining here. Nakita ni Wild Ori kung nasa ba yung isang player, pero Zero Death yung ginagan. Sino mo, ha? Nakabawi yung Zero Death, ha? Akala mo makaka-escape? Not in my watch.
Inagawan din ng ace ni Zero Death yo, si Eman. Alam mo, 8-4. Ang bilis actually nung match natin, no? Kasi ang bilis gumalaw ng APH dito. Mag-iiba yung storyline natin. Kung babagal tayo, that is up to Oasis Gaming. Kasi Oasis Gaming kahit papaano, yung structure ng laro nila, medyo it's either explosive na explosive, kagaya ng ginagawa ni Georgie si Marky, o kaya naman talagang silent killer na caught off guard, kumbaga. Kasi Icebox is such a big map na pwede kang maligaw at hindi mo alam, nasa likod na yung kalaban mo, o kaya nagpa-flank na rin towards you, o kaya naman meron din nasa mid. So malaking mapa to. Let's see how they will play it out.
Yeah. Mas malaki pa sa mid. But Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan, sila na ngayon ang magiging attackers. How can they stop the possible win of APH going apat ang lamang nila? Wild Oreo starting off with that pinch so no damage at all sa side ng APH ngayon. Maganda ang retake capability ng APH because of that killjoy. Pero kung napapansin mo, mga kaibigan, tatlo ang pupupush ngayon sa APH. Wild Oreo is in a desperate move to take down these players. Pero Georgie will go on to one though. Napaka-importante na patay na si Envy pa ang nakuha niya. Wala na silang recon bot. Wala na silang initiator dito.
Tsaka alagang Eman talaga itong mag-BFF na to. Instant heal talaga kapag nakapatay agad si Georgie. Ito na. Package din yan eh.
Eman parang kumbaga parang yan yung kaduo mo, di ba? Na talagang hinihil ka agad-agad kahit ano mangyari, pero alam Marky dash out. May nabi ko doon sa may loob, mga kamigas. Zero Death will kill, pero all the way from the backside, but Zero Death will push! 1v2 situation right now. Focus on man remaining here. Pero yung Zero Death yo, siya ang nakaubos ng tatlo. At APH pa talaga ang nanalo. Hindi ko alam kung paano nangyari. I really thought that Oasis was gonna get that. Pero yun nga lang, napakadaming false na nangyari, napakadaming pick-offs na nangyari dito. At okay, sana yung pag-flank ni Ripper, pero yung alang Zero Death, hindi mo alam kung nasan siya. Akala natin si Georgie ang top frag, pero kinuha ni Tesseract yun. Uulitin ko, may rason kung bakit Infinity Stone ng Tesseract at ngayon nasa taas na siya. Sayang.
Dami mo sinabi, man.
Oo nga hindi ko alam.
Kasi yung pistol ron pa lang.
Pistolan pa lang no?
Pistolan pa lang! Matindi na yung mga analysis paralysis ni Vil. Pero ito mahirap to. With Georgie, he has this Marshall. Pwede silang mapunish agad-agad, pero buti na lang hindi tumama yung shots on the side of Oasis Gaming. Pero mag-aabang pa rin, at mag-aabang pa rin dito si Georgie. Yung patience na yan, susubukan nilang palagan. At Georgie was able to secure a kill on Marky that has a Marshall as well. Isa-isa na nga na-punish dito ang players ng Oasis Gaming at a flawless round even para sa kanila. Tapos na, huminga ka lang.
May nag-alt-tab lang ako.
Nag-check ka lang ng Facebook chat, di ba?
Oo!
Tapos na yung round.
Nagpasa lang ako ng Facebook chat, ng Twitch chat, saka ng YouTube chat. Pagkatapos tapos na. Mabilis ang araw mo. Pero,
wag mong i-jinx.
Hindi. Ang araw, sila Georgie yan. Mabibilis yan eh. Alam niyo mga kaibigan, walang makakatalo sa jet ng Pinoy kasi mabilis ang daliri ng mga
Mabilis
Pinoy.
pumindot yan eh.
Oo. Di ba, partner?
Totoo yan. Totoo.
Kasi Pinoy ka rin, di ba?
Oo.
Ikaw ba?
Mahilig mag-computer.
Oo, ikaw ba, partner? Mabilis ba ang daliri mo?
Ikaw, mabilis.
Oo. Naka-turbo. Promise.
Naka times 2. Kumbaga sa YouTube, naka times 2, men.
Diyos ko po. Wala, men. Walang tatalo sa daliri ni Bill, mga kaibigan.
Ito si Marky, bumaba na muna dito sa mid, back to the game. Dito bumagal, kasi nakabili na sila Buy round na to para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Kaya naman, iingatan nila yung kanilang mga vandals dito, yung mga vandalism nila. Talagang importante dito, no casualty para sa side ng Oasis. At para mawasak ang ekonomiya para sa side naman ng APH because they are on a double-digit score. Mahirap nang habulin yan. Wala nang pwedeng magkamali dito. No mistakes can happen and no rounds to give na ang Oasis Gaming if they wanna take this out. Pero meron ng flank actually. And that is Zero Detio punishing one player. Walang nag-aabang sa flank ng Oasis Gaming. Pasok na ang Oasis sa A side. Si Modski nag-aabang lang din sa Gedli. At merong nagdadash sa harapan niya. Si Georgie naman on the other hand, yung flank, hindi nila nababantayan. Oh my God!
Napakabilis sa pangyayari dito. Hindi sila tumingin sa likod nila. Mga kaibigan, ganito lang yun. Always check your six. Lagi kayong tumingin sa likod. Kahit nasa loob na kayo lahat, mga kaibigan, kailangan talaga merong siguro alarm bot, alam mo yun? Like,
wala
silang ganun eh.
Alam na nila na merong flank actually, pero ito yung pinakamalaking mistake o kaya ito yung pinakamalaking kill na nakuha ng APH because it definitely opened up things for their side para makuha, para ma-retake. Mapa-time out na lang yung Oasis dito, na-realize nila na walang tumitingin ng flank. Nung pumasok tayo, nandun na tayo sa site lahat naman nang nakatingin sa flank, hindi na nakatingin sa site. So, paano na tayo? So, kailangan pag-usapan ng Oasis to.
Yeah. Kailangan silang mag-usap-usap.
By round nila yun eh.
Yeah, for sure. And knowing, look at this. There's a huge chance that Oasis will gonna win this. And for sure, magiging 12-4. So, lalaban ng Oasis Gaming, hahabulin nila ng 8 ang APH if ever dun sa buy round nila. Ang tanong, actually ganito ito yung nangyari sa Zeal eh. Dumating sa point na parang hindi na sila nag-uusap. Kasi hindi na sila pare-pareho ng baril. Yung iba nagbabay, yung iba nakasave. Kailangan pa rin talaga ng communication dito mga kaibigan. Pero look at that. Look at Marky. Nag-specter na siya. Tapos yung iba nakasave. Akala ko nga magsisave siya para sa para sa operator. Oo, pero yung ginawa ni Marky ngayon, let's assume na meron siyang Vandal next round. Let's assume na meron siyang next round. Kasi kung wala, siguro mga 3-7 o 3-8 lang yung pera niya. Hindi pa enough para sa Vandal and full armor. Kailangan niya ng at least 4,500 next round mga kaibigan.
Galing mo talaga mag-math, dude.
Hindi, legit. Kasi yun yung sinasabi ko lagi sa mga kakampi ko. Ewan ko ba pero kailangan
nila makinig.
Oo, tama. Kailangan si Marky makapatay ng alis 3.
Pero ito si Envy, nagpaplanta ng spike. Siyempre, yung mga ultimate na yan, I think the Hunter's Fury for the side of APH, nilabas nila. Wild Oreo, finally, meron nang nagbabantay ng flank. Si Modski naman, pinatay na rin si Marky dito. Now with the 3 players of Oasis Gaming, nasan nga ba sila? At hinahanap naman ng 3 players din ng APH. 3v3 situation to. Itutuloy nila i-defuse. Si Eman, kinalahati niya yung spike na yan habang si Modski nag-aabang lang kung sino aakyat. Pero si Eman, itutuloy niya lang yan with the ROG clutch brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. What a spike defuse from Eman. Pros don't fake.
Ganito sabi ni Modski, sige pre, pitikin mo, ako bahala. Tignan mo, si Eman nasa harap, Modski sa likod. Ano mo yun?
Ito, replay para sa inyo, guys. Lahat sila hindi magganda o gaga para patayin si Eman, pero it's too late already. Ganda ng hold ni Modski. Kung hindi niya napatay, yung nagsisipline.
Nakakuha si Coco ng Vandal dito, pero yun nga na nakita natin ngayon. Si Marky, nagkaroon na siya ng buti na lang. Meron siyang enough money para makapag-full roll dito. Pero as you can see, Georgie with that open, it is gonna be really good for him though. Eman! With a huge kill again! We'll take down front order para sabi ni Coco, pre, ako bahala sa'yo. Papatayin natin itong mga kalaban natin, pre, mabawi tayo. Pero, Marky, pushing in already. Pero kasi mga players ngayon ni APH, mga kaibigan, wala pa na ako dito si Georgie. Georgie missing that shot. Pero si Marky, huwag na daw in the hands of Oreo. Since that you as well, Oreo. Buhay na buhay pa rin dito. Pero Eman, MS na kaisa mga dito. Para ito na trackout ang natitira all the way dito sa mid. 4-13, APH. Tapos na ang laban. 1-0.
What a game mula dito sa Aksyon PH, ladies and gentlemen, sa best of 3 series na to. Game 1 pa lang yan. Talagang aksyon ang dinala nila papunta sa match number 1 natin here on Icebox. Nakita natin kung gaano kalakas tong team na to. And on the other hand, yung kuha nila yung site, pag once na makuha nila yung site, ready sila to take on the action. During the time, mas sila yung attackers. At talagang ang bilis. Lalo na si Georgie. Hindi mo talaga mahuli. Hindi mahuli ng Oasis Gaming at all.
Yeah, that's true. Grabe yung pag-go-off angle dito ni Georgie. Talagang there's a reason kaya kung bakit nila pinili itong mapa na to. Kasi may enjoy ni Georgie yung pagiging jet dito na talon kung saan pupunta. Magugulat ka lang, sa taas pala. Kung ano nangyayari doon sa game, men. Lahat sila nakatingin sa taas. Hindi na mapatay si Georgie. Nagulat na lang sila, pinapatay sila ni Modski.
The time na kaya na nilang i-shutdown si Georgie, masyado nang late, masyado nang madaming rounds na nakuha yung APH dito. Kaya naman hindi na sila pwedeng magkamali. Yun nga lang, pagdating dun sa latter part ng rounds natin, hindi na nila mapigilan eh. APH was just ready to take on the action. They're just the better team right now. Ang kalaban dito ng Oasis, pakiramdam ko kailangan talaga nilang gumising. Dahil yung mga silent type na kills, kagaya ng ginagawa ni Marky kanina, yung hinuhuli niya off guard, gana naman ng kaunti. Pero hindi yun enough para mapunish yung ibang players eh. Actually, ang napapunish nila kapag nag-engage sila, kagaya ng ginagawa ni Ripper.
Yeah.
Pero yung mga retake, parang hindi nila nakukuha, Vil eh.
Yeah, hindi talaga nila nakukuha dito. It's just, sobrang laki yung problema nila. Ayan, talaga si Georgie. Sobrang na-highlight ni Georgie talaga yung na-maximize yung mga ability ni Jet dito sa totoo lang. Na hindi jet diff ang nangyari, na jet lag, men.
Na jet lag silang lahat?
Oo.
Ganun kalala. Hindi jet diff eh. Jet lag ang ginawa ng APH dito for the side of Oasis Gaming. Now, Ripper, ang ganda ng pinakita ni Ripper doon, especially when he holds on a site. The thing is, isa lang si Ripper eh. Ang ganda ng hold niya, oo, pero isang site lang naman yung kaya niyang i-cover.
Yeah.
Ano pag nag-B? Wala na. At saka yun nga, partner, ang malaking problema din talaga sa comp ng Oasis is wala silang detection sa likod. Yung flank nila, hindi nila nababantayan.
Ang APH meron, they have the killjoy. So if ever lang talaga na, iwan mo lang naman kung saan eh. Kunwari if ever magpupush kayo dito sa A, okay, iwan mo na lang yung
pakiramdam ko.
Alarm bot mo. At saka sorry, part ni last na.
Sige.
Like what you've said, totoo to, na nakita natin ngayon sa side ng APH. If ever napupunta sila sa isang site, hindi na sila magdadalawang isip. They're gonna go at.
Yun nga, no? Wala nang atras-atras, kumbaga, para sa APH. At nakikita natin na wala talagang doubt na pinapakita itong Action PH. And they know that they have that advantage at kaya nila at online sila. Pero, may game number 2 pa tayo. Kailangan gumising ng Oasis. Alam natin, malinis maglaro tong team na to. But this time around, on game number 2, they need this kung ayaw nilang bumaba on our lower bracket. But right now, pupunta tayo sa maikling break para sa inyo, guys. Just relax for a bit. Dahil sa pagbabalik natin, game number 2 na, Oasis pa rin at APH ang maglalaban. Kami pa lang inyong casters. My name is Terror. With me is Vil. We are gonna be right back.
Yeah, it's a no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it. I go.
order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah.
It's time! Here sa VCT Stage 1 Playoff. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen already the game number 1 of APH versus Oasis. And yeah, we've seen how Oasis Gaming fell dun sa Icebox na mapa. Pero hopefully makabawi sila dito sa next map natin ngayon. Well, to be honest, dito sa APH, kailangan talaga nilang shut down si Georgie. You need to shut down the MVP lagi. Kung napapansin mo, every time na may laro ang APH, lagi talagang si Georgie ang MVP dito. Lagi talaga siya nag-shine dito sa mga games nila. And yeah, for the side of Oasis, yun ang kailangan nilang gawin, man. Talaga, I mean, shut down Georgie. And tignan natin kung ano bang pwedeng gawin natin, and doon sila mag-a-adjust
yung mga viewers, no, nagtataka sila. Ang chill naman dalawang to. 4 yung matches, 4 yung series para sa araw na to, guys. Kaya simulan natin ang slow and chill lang muna para sa inyo. But just a quick recap kung ano nangyari. 1-0 na yung score natin, and that is on the side of Action PH. Sila ang may lamang dito. Knowing na, of course, Vil, kung titignan natin yung brackets, no, Oasis is actually just waiting kung ano yung matches, yung resulta natin kahapon. Kasi sila yung nasa top seed nung kanilang group. Ganun din naman yung NAOS Esports, which is makikita at mapapanood natin maya-maya lang din. But knowing that Oasis Gaming is on the top seed, syempre nagantay sila dito. And now, they are being shut down by APH. Bakit kaya? Dahil lang ba kay Georgie or may mas malaki pang problema ang Oasis dito against APH? Ito ba yung kryptonite nila?
Oo. Kumbaga, ano yung bigger picture dito sa Action PH? It's not all about Georgie, man. I mean, yeah, siya yung nag-perform dito ng sobrang solid, but it's not all about him. Kasi yung 4 niyang players, 4 niyang kasama sa Georgie and Friends, ladies and gentlemen. Oo, nagtatrabaho talaga, sobrang solid. So, hindi mo masasabi na this is not a Georgie show. Hindi talaga. This is the Action PH show. Mga show.
Nakita mo naman si Zero Detyo din, kaya ring umapat, kaya ring mag-ace. Si Eman din, ganun din.
Si Eman, nagkaagawan nga sila.
Nagkaagawan nga lang sila ng ace.
Hindi sila nag-uusap ngayon. May nag-agawan sila, di ba? Galit-galit.
Galit-galit lang.
Gumawa ng issue.
Si Georgie, alam mo naman yan. Comment sa Facebook live natin. Comment ka ngayon, Georgie.
Men na si Georgie, walang gustong gawin yan kundi tirisin ako. Ewan ko ba kay Georgie, no? Gigil na gigil sa akin. Hindi niya alam, gigil na gigil din ako sa kanya.
So, magtitirisan lang kayo?
Men. Inano na nga ako eh.
Excited na ako.
In-invite na nga ako ng
APH.
Coach ng APH na pumunta dito sa asin para mag-wine eh. Legit yun. Hindi lang ako pumunta. Pero sa may Pasig lang. Dito lang partner. Malapit lang sa bahay. Best on the way.
On the way. Ayan na naman sa on the way. Balik muna tayo dito dahil peaceful round na. Mabilis na naman na take ang gusto dito ni Georgie. Remember, he is on the defense. Defense ang APH ngayon. Bulag na bulag yung 3 players pero mapapaatras lang sila.
Yeah. Pero here in this game right now, it's just the players of AS Gaming trying na talagang umikot na lang din siguro. Pero partner, ito yung huling naglaro ang APH dito sa mapa na to, 13-0.
Ayaw nga.
Oo, kahapon lang yun.
Pero mapik to ng ng Oasis.
Oo. Yung APH na yun.
Aray ko po.
Tignan natin kung ano bang
Masakit.
bawi nila dito sa mapa nito mga kaibigan. Pero ito ng mga players ngayon, Oasis Gaming, sila ay actually low na. Pero yung dalawang players ngayon ng APH, which is Zeal at saka si Bones, nagtatago lang talaga dito sa may backset mga kaibigan. Nag-aantay na sila ng entry na pwede gawin ng Oasis Gaming. At hindi sila pupunta sa A, ay hindi sila pupunta sa B. Siguro, magro-rotate na lang sila. Iikutin nila yung buong mapa mga kaibigan. Hindi yun, nagkaiwanan sila dito. Pero yun nga lang, alam na ng mga players sa APH kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming mga kaibigan. This week coming in from Georgia right now. He's won already. But Envy catches him off guard. 2v2. Marky still here in mid.
Si Marky, etong 28 HP niya, kanina pa to eh. The thing is, wala namang nakatag sa kanya. Ang nakatag sa kanya dito is actually yung shock dart tsaka yung turret. But he was still able to manage to take one kill on that. Modski goes down. Mukhang kaya pa ng Oasis dito para protektahan ang spike na yan. Si Zero Death na lang natitira. Meron siyang Rico na pwedeng gamitin dito pero mahirap yan. Bait and switch lang gagawin na itong dalawang players na to. But there is no bait and switch. Zero Death, na-clutch niya pa!
Anong bait and switch? May rason kung bakit Zero Death ang pangalan ko.
Bakit niya pa sinilip? Di ko... Ito yung problema minsan, no? That is the ROG clutch, by the way, brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. But I just want to say, I was expecting a bait and switch. Nasa likod ng box, hindi ata sila sure na kaya nilang patagusan yung box na yon with their ghost. But still, 1-1.
Mas alam mo yung nangyari?
Ano?
Pati ang mga players ng Oasis
Nataranta sila eh.
Napagano sila. Pero kita mo full buy lahat. Nag-force buy ang Oasis Gaming dito mga kaibigan. Pag hindi nag-work to, Diyos ko po, baka maulit yung nangyari baka maulit yung nangyari kahapon. Economy damage tama ka. Economy damage.
Walang emotional damage dito. Economy damage ang tinatawag namin dito. But this is slow coming in. Masastuck si Wild Oreo pero wala silang utilities para pang push out talaga eh. Para mapunish to eh.
Alam na nila na
nakabarel.
Naka-spectre yung mga players kay Oasis Gaming mga kaibigan, so kailangan nila mag-adjust. Kailangan nila talabanan sila na medyo malayo. Hindi pwedeng makalapit ang Oasis Gaming kasi alam nilang medyo GG sila.
Pantay yung laban ngayon.
Kailangan makabawi si Georgie dito. Siya ang magiging sagot dito sa APH kasi siya lang yung may long range eh. Meron siyang Marshall eh. One tap to the head yan, men. Pero yung mga players ngayon, Oasis Gaming going in already with that flash, going in first. Si Marky is inside as well. MNF is when it comes out to an in Ripper just ripping the heads of the players of APH right now. Pushing into a 3v3 situation right now. Envy and Marky. Nakadalawa pa dito. Modski na lang ang natitira mga kaibigan. 1v3. Modski getting tagged. Coco as well. Coco super low in HP but Marky with a trade, with a kill. Nakabawi na ngayon ng Oasis. Worthy. That is a super worthy na
na buy.
Na force buy na ginawa nila. Pinilit nila. Kahit medyo mahirap. Ano yan? Desperate move yan mga kaibigan. Ito simula kahapon, this is the first time na natalo ang APH sa Ascent. Kasi 13-0 sila kahapon eh.
Ito yung literal na first round na nawala sa kanila. Yung mga ganong mga klaseng play from the side of Oasis Gaming, of course, minsan kailangan mo talagang gawin eh. Yung mga ganyang risk play, high risk, high reward play naman yan once na makuha mo. Yun nga lang, problema kapag hindi, talagang economy damage yung mangyayari. RU was able to shut down Ripper completely. Pasok na naman ang Oasis Gaming and of course Marky securing the site, opening up para sa kanila pero hindi pa rin nila napapasok actually. Meron pang tao dito sa stairs and that is the right click to the face para kay Marky.
Yung right click ng classic 2v4. Medyo mahirap na tingin na pwedeng gawin ng Oasis Gaming right now. Pero nga si Georgie pushing in and that non-storm grenade would gonna mess up the start na pwedeng gawin ng Oasis Gaming right now. Pero APH, nabawi nila yung round na dapat sana pwedeng bumawi ang Oasis Gaming, which is yung meron silang mga barrel. Pero but still, Georgie pushing in. At saka dalawa sila eh. Actually yung ginagawa ni si Georgie yung nandun, si Emma nasa gilid. Si Emma yung pwedeng mag-bait and switch. Bait si Georgie, tapos
si Emon yung papatay, gano'n na mangyayari. Pero wala, hindi na nangyari yun, men. Na one tap to the head na eh. Kitang-kita natin. Talagang lumipad yung ulo ng mga players sa Oasis Gaming dito, mga 500 meters per second. Sobrang bilis.
Ang galing mo naman talaga mag-mat. Kuhang-kuha mo. Pero mas magaling si Georgie with the calculation right to the head again for Coco. Si Marky on the other hand, sumagot din with the headshot to the head. And that is Georgie out of the equation. Malaking problema nila dito si Georgie pero wala na siya for this round already. Pero may 4 pang players ang APH. Masakit din sa ulo si Zero Detio at saka si Eman. Now, looking at it, slowly but surely, itong APH ay gumagapang din all throughout mid. Very aggressive positioning mula sa APH, knowing na sila yung defenders dito.
Oo, tinan mo naman si Georgie, di ba? Habang naglalaro, nag-alt-tab ng comment, Vil, pakurot. Di ba? Di ba?
Multitasker.
Oo!
Huwag kayo mag-alala kung nanonood sila ng stream kasi malaki yung delay natin. Tapos na yung rounds nila bago, tatlong rounds na yung tapos bago nila mapanood yung stream.
Actually, kahapon pa to eh, pero yun nga lang, ito lang. Ito yung mga players ngayon, Oasis Gaming pushing in already. Dito lang sa may team, mga kaibigan. But that alarm bot, talagang natagdad si Wild Oreo dito. Pero Envy, what a big trade-off. Both giving another one right now. 2v2 situation. Walang pera ang mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero nakakuha naman sila dito ng Spectre doon. So pwede natin sabihin na pantay lang ang laban. Except kay Zero Detio kasi meron siyang Vandal. Shocker, not gonna connect onto the players of Oasis Gaming. Dito lang sila dito sa may hell. Pero Zero Detio catches one off guard and that is the...
Oh my God!
Paano sa ginawa Zero Detio? 1v1 with a great one. Marky, piso ang natira. Marky still getting that kill. 4 HP left. One tap na lang. One shot na lang. One hit na lang. Kahit tirisin mo si Marky, dedo na yan. Pero siya pa rin talaga nakakuha ng kill dito. Free upgrade with a Vandal.
Una sa lahat, Zero Detio. Dapat patayin niya na to eh. Kaso naka-knives out siya. So dapat hindi naman talaga mamamatay si Eman doon. Kaso nga lang, naka-knives out, so nagulat siya pagtingin niya sa kaliwa na, oh, mayroon na parang kalaban dito, so kailangan niya ilabas yung baril niya. Kaso it's too late already, nawala na yung isa niyang kakampi. And of course, may isa pa siyang tatapatan. So I really think that was a mistake for the side of APH, especially on Zero Detio. But still, kung isipin natin, kahit papano, bonus round din yon ng APH.
Yeah. Bonus round it is, pero medyo...
Ang gulo ng ekonomiya nila ngayon.
Oo,
parang
hindi mo...
2-2 yung score, pero pareha silang may mga baril.
Oh, man, parang parang umabot dito yung pagka-crash ng market eh, no? Talagang hindi mo maintindihan pati yung ekonomiya dito sa Valorant. Pero ewan ko ba yung mga players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, medyo nag-iisip lang sila. Ang ginagawa na dito talaga ng mga players dito sa A is probably binibait lang nila para mag-rotate ang mga players sa APH right now. Pero yun nga lang, merong alarm bot na malapit dito lang sa may B. And actually up to these players kung paano ba nila talaga ipupush tong B main na to. Pero yun nga lang, kung napapansin mo yung mga nasa side ng APH ko, which is si Killjoy at si Astra, hindi pa rin talaga sila nagpapaka-overextend dito. Inaantay lang nila na talagang mag-commit ang mga players sa Oasis Gaming para talagang fully rotate yung mga APH. Pero yung napakabilis ng nangyari, mga kaibigan. Sampalan ng hotdog dito sa B. Envy with a kill on to one. Georgie sinisip-sip na nga dito. Coco! Diyos ko po! Wala siyang pakialam sa mga kalaban kasi kakampi niya ang pinatay niya. Envy, ladies and gentlemen, will take down Georgie. 2v3. Anong meron kay Coco? Grabe naman itong mga players na to. 6v5 ang nangyari. Men, si Coco saan ka ba talaga sa Oasis Gaming o sa APH? Bakit pinatay mo si Marky? Pero, Aryu, the only man remaining, hindi pa nga tapos doon. Nagka-hesitate pa nga mga, pero alam ni Aryu kung nasan si Envy, pero Envy will get that kill. Sayang lang yung kill na yun. At, oh, man, if ever namatay si Envy doon, Diyos ko, mamaya Coco, may paglalagyan ka. May kalalagyan ka mamaya, ha?
Yung dapat hindi nangyari na. Hindi na natin maibabalik yung mga panahon na yan. Just a quick replay on what happened. Nakita natin yung hold dito ni Ripper on backside para lang doon sa pagplantong spike. Of course, si Aryu, muntik niya na mapatay si Envy dito. Kaso nga lang, hindi na nag-connect yung 2 o 3 bullets na natitira pagdating dun sa kanyang Vandal. Medyo kinabahan ng kaunti. Napadami ng kape, but this is already the guiding light being pushed out. Alam nila na baka maging aggressive dito si Georgie. At exactly like that, he did become aggressive and he got a kill as well. Pero si Marky, on the other hand, merong indirect trade on B main kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Walang mali. It is
Peak,
pero
aggressive
Modski.
peak, boy.
Up. Hindi na pinutok. Hindi niya kinalabit yung yung trigger, pero nga ripper. We're gonna rip the heads of Georgie right now. Pero nasa kamay ngayon ng APH kung paano nila mababawi lahat ng nawala sa kanila. Turret dito lang sa may 3. Alam nila na baka malapit lang talaga si Modski dito. They can actually go here and be though, pero yung along, are you? Shutting him down, nag-goodbye pa si Astra sa'yo. Envy? Going here and be.
Nagsisetup na dito si Ripper, no? There is the setup smoke. Mukhang papasok na dito ang Oasis Gaming. At una na nga dyan ay si Ripper. Nag-aabang naman sa kabilang corner. Dito si Zero Detyo. Alam niya na meron ng tao sa lane. Alam niya kung ilan. He gets the shot. He gets the first kill. Pero Envy was able to answer back. 2v2 situation right now. Parehas silang may barrel dito aside from Modski. With only a Marshall on his hand. Talagang aabangan dito ni Coco kung meron man tatawid. And that is gonna be Modski going down in another 4 RU. Bawi ang pagpatay ni Coco kanina sa kakampi. Napatawad na.
Sorry, Daddy. Pero walang Daddy, joke lang. Pero ba't still?
Spike down.
Wala eh. Hawak talaga ni Coco yung site na
angle. Ang ganda ng angle, man.
Tsaka on the other hand, yung pagpasok ng Oasis on B site, wala silang natapatan na kahit anong mga traps from the side of Killjoy. Modski was punished already, agad-agad. So, yun, nahirapan talaga yung APH and to trying to corner them out. Ito, 4-2, lamang na ang Oasis. Mukhang gising na sila.
Yeah. Pero ito I mean, a big shoutout nga pala kay Miss Maxi Stark. Pinakamagaling na doktor sa mundo. Kung masakit ang ngipin nyo, yan. Magpatingin lang kayo sa kanya.
There is the wall on A main para hindi ma-push agad-agad. Babasagin, binasag ba nila? Kasi importante dito na mabasag actually yung mga wall na kagaya na yan na sineset-up ng isang Sage, no? Because that's putting pressure towards the side of APH. On the other hand, the pressure is on para kay Georgie. Itong si Marky at si Envy, double trouble to pag pumasok on A short. Kaso nga lang, mapapunish ba nila si Georgie? Yan yung katanungan na masasagot natin. And 5, 4, wala, mag-aambahan lang tong dalawa.
Gano'n lang yan. Pero ito na yung mga Pechay! Georgie with a kill on to 1 though. Envy with another one right now. Oh my God, Georgie popping off dito lang sa may 3.
May isa pa!
Oh, meron pa isa! Hindi, nagulat na lang si Georgie na meron pumatay sa kanya, pero
nakapunish siya ng dalawa doon kahit papaano. Now with the 3v2 situation, si Zero Detyo at si Modski naiiwan pa nila. Binuksan ulit. Sinarado, binuksan, namatay. Ay, hindi ko alam kung ba't niya binuksan pa eh.
Oo nga eh, hindi na alam ko nang gagawin pero yung Zero Detyo nakaisa pa nga 1v1 with a great one. Wild Oreo for Zero Detyo. The clock is again, Zero Detyo will get the kill. 3K it is. Wrong mistake.
Kung bakit binuksan pa ni Coco yung A short. Dahil binuksan niya yung A short, napatay din actually yung isa pang kakampi niya.
Yun nga eh.
Tapos nakapasok lang si Zero Detyo, na-retake lang nila ng ganun.
Sino nagbukas? Si Coco? May kalalagyan ka talaga, Coco.
Ayun Coco down. Siyempre may susunod pa, may Rico na. Si Reaper, naalay. Naalay si Reaper dahil dun sa pagbukas ng pintuan. Wala eh. Ganun talaga.
Men, gusto ko lang mag-sorry sa aso ko kasi nagigising siya eh. Ang ingay ko daw. Sabi na sa akin.
Nagsasalita yung aso mo?
Oo, nakatingin sa akin. Sama na tingin sa akin. Ingay ko daw. Sorry. Sorry, baby. Pero ito. Shoutout nga pala sa aking Sweetso, si Pico.
Si Sweetso?
Sweetso yung ano niya.
Ano pa yan, diba? Sobrang puppy pa.
Oo, wala pa siyang 2 months.
Grabe.
Ano siya, name niya is Piccolo. Kasi, Piccolo, tapos Pico for short. Kasi ang Piccolo kasi, ang Italian ng small.
Small.
Siyempre, Italian si May, diba?
Small. Pero ang iba pang Italian dito is actually the map of Ascend. Pero isa-isa na nga bumabagsak dito yung players ng APH at saka naman ng Oasis Gaming. Si Ripper ang nawala and Georgie was able to get a kill on towards Marky. 3v3 situation. The shock dart connects a little pero hindi enough para mapatay si Georgie completely.
Spike planted.
Hopefully talaga makabawi ngayon yung mga players naman ngayon ng Oasis Gaming kasi it's just ipagpapatuloy pa talaga ng APH yung groove nila yesterday and yung momentum nila dun sa last match talagang baka kung ano talaga mangyari dito sa mga
wala nang check ng logs pero
sa mga matches
okay
na
lang,
to.
lumilipad naman ako.
Oh my god.
Oh
Flashes
my
on to tatlo! Diyos ko po, tatlong matang na kumukuti-kuti mga kaibigan, nakita ngayon ni Sky 1v4 Coco sees 1 3 HP onto Coco right now, pero sabi ni Eman pre, hindi ko titigilan to. Kita ni Wild Oreo yung tatlong matang kumukuti-kuti tap.
Kumukuti-kuti-tap! Bumubusi-busilak! Yan ang sabi ng players ng tatlo na nandun sa B-main. Ang dami nun, men! Pero si Georgie kasi hindi pa rin nila nahuhuli. Buti na lang, Georgie saves the day.
Diyos ko!
Lahat sila nakakrouch lang doon.
Oo! Lahat sila nakakrouch tas ano eh, no?
Replay.
Yung mga mata nila. Replay mo naman! Nag-aalit Joke lang. Okay lang kahit wala.
Okay lang kahit wala. Ito. Alam nila na immediately may guiding light eh. Kaso si Wild Oreo, yung mga guiding light niya, hindi po mapasok actually dun sa malapit talaga. Kasi ang bilis forward ni Georgie dito. Inaantay niya lang mawala tong one-way smoke o kaya naman kung merong gustong pumush. Ito na ang panahon at nakita yung paa, nakita yung tuhod. Si Georgie ang bilis, nakabalik agad. Bilis po
napakabilis ng daliri ni Georgie, parang ako eh. Ano eh, parang
Ikaw na naman yung Oasis dito. Kanina, malaki na yung nila eh. Advantage nila, 4-2 na. Kaso, balik na naman tayo sa basic. Back to basic.
Yeah, back to basic indeed. And the players of Oasis right now, hopefully, sana at least makapag-eco man lang sila, pero ang problema lang din talaga is wala rin talaga halos utilities sa mga players of Oasis Gaming ngayon, pero at least sila pero nakakuha siya ng isa dito mga kaibigan. Marky will get fall down as well to the hands of Modski. The Modski catches one sana, pero it's just Envy shut him down. 2v4 is just gonna be this is actually a winnable round for the side of Oasis right now. Si Envy nakakuha ng barrel dito, pero yun nga lang, Coco ang nakakuha ng kill niyon. Are you again? Pero that turret nabilan ni Coco ng vandal yung turret niya.
Alam mo, nahuhuli lang naman tong Oasis Gaming when it comes to those little mistakes, no? Mabilis mag-capitalize yung APH. So they really have to be careful about it. And at the same time, kung sisilipin nyo, eco round to eh. For the side of Oasis, nakita mo yung baril nila kanina. Puro naka-sheriff lang naman yun eh. And like that, they can punish APH. And yung mga inconsistent plays like sometimes opening the site o kaya naman napapatay mo yung kakampi mo. Yung mga ganon dapat maiwasan ng Oasis Gaming. And I really think, of course, I still stand by Oasis Gaming and how they play. They play cleanly on this stage, ha? Yung year na to, compared sa last year's Oasis, it's just a different level.
Yeah. Ibang level din talaga nakikita natin ngayon, pero medyo nagiging aggressive yung mga players ngayon ng APH. Kung napapansin mo, partner, si Modski with the Phantom, siya rin talaga ang pwedeng mag-anchor dito para sa APH. And may mga chances na binibigay nila yan kay Georgie or sa talagang mas worthy talaga na player. Pero dito naman talaga sa APH, everyone is worthy, to be honest. Modski, if siya naman yung if Sentinel siya, I mean, okay lang, at least mas mapipigilan pa niya possible po siya Oasis ngayon. Pero yun nga, ito na yung mga pecha na nilabas ngayon ni Sky. Wild Oreo pushing it together with Marky. Sees one Marky with a goal onto M and FPS, pero that is a swing coming in from Marky again. Will catch Oreo off guard. Georgie trying to kill Marky, pero si Marky lahat na nakita na pinapatay na, pero kasi that sinampal ng sheriff sa mukha. 2v4 situation. Zero Death Yo will get the Phantom of Oasis Gaming right now. Pero nga lang Modski. Oh, meron tayo sa may Kedli! Sabay na ganoon, pero that is Zero Death Yo. Ladies and gentlemen, with that Hunter's Fury, pero Modski! 10 seconds remaining! Can he get that win? Can he get that clutch? Pwedeng gawin ni Zero Death Yo dito. He is known to clutch. Ilang clutch na yung ginawa dito sa mapa na ito, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang natag siya ng recon bolt and plus a wallbang of Envy. nung pumula yung katawan ni Zero Death Yo, hindi na nagkisip pa si Envy na barilin yung wall na yun. Tulad nga na sabi ni paring Asoray mga kaibigan, every walls are bangable.
Exactly. Every wall is bangable. Si Marky gising na with the triple kill on that round. Muntik pa siya maka 4K actually, but of course that is still an eco on the side of APH. This is a different story right now because APH 4-6, ito na naman yung 2-round advantage ng Oasis tapos laging nakahabol ng Action PH. Tignan natin kung anong gagawin nila for this round as OG Envy. Sinubukan niya mag-recon dito. Pag lumabas siya, patay siya or delikado kanyang posisyon dahil this is actually an operator already on the hands of Georgie. Hindi na nilabas. Talagang iningatan niya.
Ingat talaga ng operation na yan, men. Pero nga si Georgie, kung napapansin na bawas siya dito. Pero andyan naman si Eman para i-heal yan. Healing for everyone.
Grabing labanan yung nangyari dun sa mid. Sa dalawang players na yun.
Nagulat na lang din ako na nagkabawasan na yung mga players na dito sa mid. Pero Zero Death yung mga kaibigan, let's see if ever makukuha ba na si Ripper dito. Pero medyo malabo lang din naman kasi kailangan talagang malaman ni Zero Death yung na meron talagang tao dyan. Probably gonna get that recon bolt or probably that owl drone man lang para lang syempre magkaroon siya ng information kung saan talaga pupunta yung mga players ngayon ng Oasis game, probably here in A, probably here in B. Pero kung napapansin mo si Marky andito lang sa may A, fake lang men, binibait lang talaga ni Marky na mag-rotate yung mga players ngayon ng APH. Siya ang master ng mga baits dito sa
30 seconds left.
Mapa na to, pero yun nga lang, tatlong players lang talaga natitira dito sa Oasis Gaming mga kaibigan. Plus that, lockdown talagang nilalagay ngayon na dalawang teams natin. Pero eto na yung Hunter's Fury ni Envy. We're gonna shock down the lockdown ni Modski. Georgie lumilipad na naman! We're gonna get that kill! 6-5! At save ang operation mga kaibigan.
Save ang operation. Operation successful. Ang sabi dito ni Georgie. Actually, hindi siya nagpatinag with even with the lockdown. Inantay niya talaga yung entry kasi alam naman niya makakapag-dash out siya. Alam niya naman na nasa gilid lang naman din siya nung lockdown na yon. So makakaalis siya. And just the perfect timing, just the perfect moment para sa side ng APH or para kay Georgie na kunin yung shot na yon. And of course with the ultimate pa, talagang shutdown kung shutdown para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. 6-5 na score natin. Ito yung sinasabi ko. Once na nakaangat yung Oasis ng dalawang rounds, nababawi lang din agad-agad ng APH. Delikado to. They have the operator already. They can get the pick off. And knowing Georgie, kaya niyang mag-reposition agad-agad. At pinakadelikado din as well is Marky is already on the move. Naka-Blade Storm na rin siya dito. At mukhang gusto nilang i-take mid-control. Sabi dito ng Oasis.
Mid-control it is. Pero in terms of ultimate si RU, pwede nang hatiin ang mundo. Si Marky, meron siyang Blade Storm dito. Pwede naman gamitin niya ngayon kasi last round rin naman talaga. Wala pa nangyayari pero ang dami ko lang sinasabi partner. Pero dito sa mid mga kaibigan, Modski knows it already. Nachup-chup po yung dalawa mga kaibigan kaliwat kanan. Pero lumilipad na nga yung isa pero Envy gonna get that kill onto Modski right now. First Sentinel down for the side of APH. Pero kaya mo na talaga pigilin yung mga pag-push ng Oasis Gaming ngayon. Natag yung tatlo! Sobrang dami na detect dito! Buong pamilya! Isama mo yung kapitbahay mga kaibigan! Diyos ko po! Zero Death you with a 4K! Georgie! Whiffing that shot! 1v3!
30 seconds left.
Diyos ko! Buong pamilya! Kapitbahay! Pati nasa kabilang barangay na detect din niya!
Pati yung barangay Tanod, Ben, na-detect eh!
Oo! Diyos ko! Pati yung mga hinahanap ng pideya nakita!
Nahanap yung top 10 wanted list pero this is now up to FPS. Very low on HP. Naku po ng classic shot lang sila ni Marky dito. 4K the ROG. Kulas up for the ASUS Republic of Gamers. My God, Oasis Gaming bringing it hot.
4K! On to Marky, ladies and gentlemen! 4K on to Marky, ladies and gentlemen! God, really? Ang daming na-detect eh, no? Pati yung 0.1%
Kita nyo naman.
99% ng germs, mga kaibigan, na-detect din niya. Ito, Marky, with our classic. Bang! 4K!
Di dapat nangyari yun.
Oo. Men,
grabe, kita nyo naman yung PPGL, kita nyo naman VCTPH, pang pamilya. Bulag kanina, buong pamilya. Ngayon, na-detect buong pamilya. Itong show na to, pang pamilya.
Men. Kaya kung matanda ka na, bumuo ka na ng pamilya.
Easy.
Easy. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin mag-save. Pero yung nga ng Georgie. Catch one, pero Marky with a big trade-off. Mga kaibigan, nagkaka-one-shota na nga sa ulo dito. Pero MNFS will get a kill onto Marky. This is actually huge. MNFS, super low on HP, pero meron naman siyang heal. He's gonna close the door, pero hindi rin niya bubuksan. Pero MVP, pinakilig si Eman dito!
Kala niya, sa pag-CR na lang niya, mararamdaman yung kilig na yun. Pero hindi, hanggang dito sa Valorant, mararamdaman niya din. Envy, ready to take on the action. Nag-aabang lang din dito yung APH for the post-plan situation right now. Oasis Gaming as well is just going in for the retake. Nag-aabang. Naku, dalawa makikita niya dito. Once na mawala yung smoke niya. You're not even gonna wait for that smoke to dissipate because OG will definitely need to come in and wala nang tingin-tingin sa kaliwa. Dire-diretso sila sa babae.
Oo, kailangan talaga nilang tumingin sa lahat ng anggulo dito sa mapa na to. Pero nasa isip nila sobrang anggulo ng mga nangyayari. Kitang-kita mo naman lahat sila nakatingin sa baba. Wala silang idea na meron pala doon sa tao doon sa may rafters. Time. Bars.
Easy. Hinga lang tayo, guys. Hinga lang muna tayo. 6-7 scoreline. Oasis Gaming taking lead pagdating dito sa match natin, pero humahabol na konti-konti ang APH. Alam natin kung gaano ka-explosive umentry to, lalo na kung si Georgie yung nandyan, malikot yan.
Oo, man.
Gagapang lang sila, babasagin yung wall, gagawa lang sila ng pressure on mid, trying to see kung meron bang magiging aggressive on the side of Oasis Gaming, and that is Wild Oreo. The aggression will not pay off completely. He will be shut down. Wala man lang trade kahit isa.
Oh, Diyos ko.
Oh, no.
Naaspa mo ng bulldog sa mukha si Coco ngayon, pero Georgie super low on HP. Si UV4, this might be, matay nila sa 7, pero kung napapansin mo, wala pa rin talaga pumapasok at all. Sabay-sabay silang papasok dito para malaman lang nila kung nasa ba si Envy, pero nga ng Envy pushing in dito lang sa may speedway, pero Georgie, we're gonna shut him down. Napatay pa nga si Modski. Sabi ni Georgie, sorry pre kung mabagal ako.
The thing is, naging aggressive actually si Wild Oreo kanina dun sa B-main. No? Wala silang choice minsan kundi maging aggressive. The thing is, well, the teams that we have, the players that we have, especially sa ganitong high-level stage, kapag nasa disadvantage ka na, you wanna take a pick-off agad-agad para mapunta sana kahit papaano yung advantage sa side nyo. Kaso nga lang, kapag hindi ka nakapatay, yun yung magiging problema. So exactly like that, hindi nakuha yung kill ni Wild Oreo, hindi siya nakabawas, he got the information, yes, pero at what cost? Diba? So going back to it, 7-7 ang score natin. Medyo dito actually bonus to ng APH right now. Si Eman magsistick lang siya sa Ghost, pati si Modski magsi-sheriff lang din siya dito.
Georgie pushing in. Wild Oreo will gonna be down.
Parang sila yung defenders, men.
Oo nga,
sumusugod dito.
Kung napapansin mo, sumusugod na ngayon ng APH, wala na silang pakialam kung anong roles, anong attacker, defender. Basta meron kami makitang kalaban, puputok kami ng baril.
Na-punish nila.
Oh my God, sinampal ng Odin si Aryu. Tikman mo Odin ko. 1v2, Coco. On top of that wall though, meron naman siyang turn dito para lang at least magkaroon siya ng konting advantage for that information na meron siya. Pero Modski will gonna catch him instead. 8-7, lamang na ang APH. Oasis Gaming. Oh no, partner, wala silang arep, bro.
Wala silang pera dito. They're gonna be forced into an eco. Si Envy, sheriff lang ang puhunan. Si Ripper, makakabili siya ng Guardian, so may matitira pa rin siyang pera dito. They have to force things a little. We are seeing also a Marshall as well. So makikita natin kung ano bang capability talaga ng Oasis Gaming, because I know na kaya nila makakuha ng thrifty rounds, but can they do it right now with the aggressiveness na pinapakita ng APH? It seems like they have complete control of the whole map.
Oo nga, tama. And Georgie, meron naman siyang pocket sage, which is si Eman. George-Man connection. Pero si Eman nakakuha siya lang dito isa. Pero nga Ripper with that Guardian, we're gonna take down. So we're gonna go with the third one to Ripper! Ripping 3 heads dito sa mid. 2v2.
sila, Vil.
Oo nga eh. I mean, sama-sama sila sa mid-mid. Ano ba dyan? Merong ano?
Nag-chat sila eh. All mid. All mid, pre.
All mid ba? I mean, hindi makagalaw yung iba kasi dikit-dikit kayo.
The setup mula kay RU, they still have the delay capabilities. Meron pa silang mga pwedeng gamitin utilities para ma-delay talaga. Attacker killjoy, kagaya niyan. Meron ng lockdown, pang delay. Ultimate delaying tactics lang ang gagawin dito ng APH. Despite being aggressive on the rounds, alam nila kung kailan sila magsa-stop ng aggression. And exactly like this is the time that they should stop it because they just have to wait.
But here in this game right now, Envy, tinangkin lang talaga niya yung damage ng Storm Grenade, pero hindi pa rin talaga kailangan talaga ng pigilan dito si Envy, pero that is a kill coming in from Modski though. At least, ano naman to, tatlo yung napatay dito sa APH dun sa save round na ginawa ng Oasis Gaming. Pero importante na rin yun. It's just economic damage talaga ang kailangan nilang gawin, pero maraming pera ang mga players ngayon ng APH. So either way, namatay yung tatlo, it's fine. Kasi they still have 4-2, 4-6, 3-9 right now. Dalawang rounds pa ang kailangan para mawalan ng pera ngayon ng APH, na totoo lang. So, ang Oasis Gaming, andun sila talaga sa punto na magbabalik na naman sila sa buy save if tuloy-tuloy pa yung pagkatalo nila, and hopefully sana makabawi na ang Oasis Gaming. They don't want na ma-2-0 sila ng APH knowing na sila yung may early lead kasi nasa upper bracket na sila agad.
And as a team, ayaw mo mangyari yan eh. Yung talagang problema ka pagdating sa economy ng team mo. And on the other hand, kumbaga slow play pagdating sa APH. Binabago nila yung style nila ngayon, knowing na baka mabasa na ng Oasis yung mga aggressiveness na pinapakita nila. This time around, they're going in slow, but still, a very surprising fast move coming in mula doon kay Georgie with the wing, of course, with the dash in. They get the kill, they get the switch. 4v4 pa rin. Lamang pa rin dito ang APH when it comes to manpower dahil 4v3 situation right now. The plant of the spike is happening and Marky, naghahanap siya dito ng pwedeng mamarkan.
Hinati ang mundo. Marky, hindi nila alam kung ano ba nangyayari dito, pero alam Marky trying to go in already. Oh my god, yung Diyos ko po! Nagripuhan ng konti si Georgie dito. Diyos ko po, nagulat siya nagripuhan siya sana sa tagiliran eh. Pero sino tayo rin to Marky right now? Bakit mo ginigripuhan yung kakampi ko, ha? Wild Oreo, the only mark remaining, uulitin ko, this is gonna be the last round na merong perang Oasis Gaming kasi next round wala silang pera dito, kapatid. Zero death, yo! We're gonna end the life of Wild Oreo right now, and men, save ngayon ng Oasis. Yun ang maganda sa totoo lang sa mga pag kunyari nag-asal divide, kasi yung mga ibang players malayo, yung iba malapit, para lang syempre
Tsaka na-figure out na nila dati, di ba? Parang swing lang talaga ng swing, actually, o kaya papasukin. Ngayon, sumasaksak na eh.
Actually, partner ganito yan eh. Kasi nagsimula yung mga ganyan-ganyan last year sa VCT. Yeah, last year sa VCT, sa Champions, every time na merong Cosmic Divide, eh kailangan talaga nilang i-knife yun doon. At meron sila talagang nakukuhang kill. Tignan mo si Georgie, nagripuhan sa gilid eh. Diba?
Napaalis siya, men eh. Alay ko, natagiliran ako. Napaatras na lang talaga si Georgie doon with 25 HP. Pero kahit na ganun yung nangyari, still, APH was able to take that round. Wala silang pera dito. Gaya ng sabi mo, Vil, yung economy nila, it's not looking great. And the Ripper, paiba-iba yung buy nila dito. Minsan, bibili. Minsan, yung iba, hindi. So, on the side of Oasis, they have to make this work. By the least they can do, actually destroy the economy of APH as well. Pero mahirap eh. Kasi, tignan mo naman yung pera ni RU, 7.5. May vandal na siya. Hindi na siya kailangan bumili.
Yeah.
May na-detect.
Ito
sila Marky, sila to lang itong buy na to, sobrang desperate buy na talaga to. Kasi hindi sila talaga pwedeng matalo dito. Marky with that Spectre, hindi nila alam na baka bumili ba yung OG1. Pero nga lang, Marky will get a kill onto Georgie. That is huge. Okay na yan. Pwede lang kunin yung barrel ni Georgie lang dito, yung vandal ni Georgie, para na syempre magkaroon sila ng konting lead. Pero Wild Oreo with a main and switch with a 2K as well. Envy with another one.
There you go.
Now 2 with an Hunter's Fury. That is a big thrifty round na ginawa nila. I mean, saktong thrifty lang, pero but still.
Kasi kung ano naman eh. Kasi
lalabas dito men, no? Saktong thrifty.
Saktong thrifty. Kasi kung iisipin mo, kaya naman talaga ng Oasis yung mga ganitong mga shots, yung ganitong mga angle na hahawakan nila. At the same time, kahit yung mga baril nila, sheriff lang, kaya naman eh. Malinis kasi sila maglaro. Kaso nga lang, yung mga mistakes na nangyayari kanina, yun kasi nag-punish completely sa economy na meron sila. Kaya hindi sila makabuelo talaga ng maayos. Going back to it this time around, meron na silang mga Vandal. They got that round away from APH. And of course, APH, if you think about it, hindi naman dapat mawawala sa kanila yun.
Yeah, that's true.
Kanila na yun eh.
Oh, nangyari na dapat nangyari. Pero at least yung mga viewers ngayon, na syempre gustong manalo ang Oasis Gaming is they're really happy na talagang finors out ng Oasis yung mga buy nila. Plus that Hunter's Fury na ginawa ni Envy, at least nagkaroon pa talaga ng liwanag ang bukas ang Oasis Gaming ngayon. But the players of APH right now probably gonna go here and B. Okay, in terms of utility, Zero Death, yes, meron siyang ultimate dito. So if ever na mag-ultimate si Coco, andyan si Zero Death para pigilan to. Pero pwede rin lang gamitin ito na pang-bait. Pero nga, Envy mga kaibigan, Recon Bolt with a... Oh my God! Shutdown mode siya agad-agad. Pero, pot shots onto that area though. Coco with a kill on. Trying to go for the second one. Envy with another one right now. Take it out! 3 with that Sheriff! Ladies and gentlemen! Oh my God! Oasis Gaming since day 1!
Ang bilis mag-swap ng fans eh, no? Porket kanina, hindi nakakahabol yung Oasis. Ngayon, biglang Oasis since day 1. Yung mga fans. Pero look at this shots coming in from Envy. Give this guy a Sheriff, he performs. Give this guy a Vandal, he performs. Ginagamit niya yung utilities niya, yung recon niya, nakuha niya yung, na-detect niya yung ibang players. Doon siya nag-punish, doon siya umatake. And ito yung exactly yung kailangan ng Oasis Gaming. Masyado na nagiging kampante yung APH sa pag-entry ng pag-entry. Hindi nila alam Oasis Gaming is actually also preparing to take on them. Alam na nila yung ginagawa ng APH, nabasa na nila kung paano sila pumasok. And sabi dito ng Oasis Gaming, kaya natin palagan, gamitan natin ng utilities, yung blind natin, yung seekers natin, o kaya naman yung recon natin. Once na magamit natin yan, may ma-detect tayo, dun tayo magpa-pounce. Hinahanap nila yung advantage na yan, yung information advantage, saka sila lalaban.
Ewan ko ba dito sa Facebook chat? Tawa ako. Kasi tinanong ni Edmond, bakit hindi pinag-jet si Wild Oreo? Malakas mag-jet dyan sa Ascent yun, di ba? Tapos sabi ni RM, bakit hindi ikaw maglaro? nagtatanong ng maayos yung tao, tapos aawayin mo, RM?
Diyos ko.
Bakit ka galit, pre?
Kasi nyo lang, guys.
Bakit ka galit? Tatanong na maayos yung tao, eh.
Pero si Wild Oreo, malakas din to mag-jet, no? But right now, they need that sky. Especially in a map like Ascent. And si Marky, huwag kayong mag-doubt kay Marky, malakas din to na player. Ripper, on the other hand, is waiting right around the corner. Si Georgie naman, nakalabas yung Blade Storm niya. Umaatras dito si Wild Oreo, pero nahuli pa rin siya ni Modesky. Pasok na ulit ang APH on A side. Complete utter domination pagdating sa A short.
Short it is, pero in terms of headcount mga kaibigan, iniisa-isa na ng mga players ng APH ngayon ang Oasis Gaming. Envy, the only man remaining. Sees 1, pero Diyos ko po, concussed! Alam nila, nahihilo ngayon si Envy, and Georgia, we're gonna get that. Pwede pa niyang kunin yung operation.
Yung operation, pwede niyang
ay, hindi nila kinuha.
Attacker sila eh. Hindi na nila ibibigay yan. Saka, yung gusto nila yung gusto nilang pasok kasi dito, kung iisipin mo, Bill, hindi sila naghahanap ng pick-ups masyado. Yung typical na nakikita natin sa mga teams na slow play, yung nagde-default muna sila, hindi natin nakikita sa APH eh. Tignan mo lahat, 5, magkakasama, papunta ng A-site.
Yeah.
Wala nang balik-balik.
Sama-sama
Sa Manila lang yun, balik-balik.
We?
Oo, yung lugar na balik-balik.
Hindi ko kasi alam yun, sorry.
Taga San Pedro.
Pero oh my God! Sorry!
Malapit.
Sorry ha? Ewan ko, di ko alam. Pero yung mga players ngayon, Diyos ko po, okay lang na pumasok kayo sa A. Walang problema.
Walang tao.
It's open for you. Kaya nga A kasi APH.
Oh, yung shock dart, walang nakonektan. At the same time, this is the Sova drone pero wala rin naman madedetect. On the other hand, ito naman si Zero Detio ready naman to take on the action pagdating sa mga nagpa-flank sa kanya. 2 na nga ang napatay dito para sa side ng OAS. At si Marky, nakahanap pa ng isa.
Pero ito mga kaibigan, kailangan maging worth it ng operation ni Marky dito mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema niya is 3 pa talaga ang kailangan niyang drugin dito mga kaibigan, or dito lang sa may hell. Pero the clock is ticking already. Are they gonna take down? Are they gonna shut down? Pero Marky doesn't wanna stop.
Tuloy!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Diyos ka po! Napatay. Kala ko hindi. Sorry.
Oo, si Georgie. Teka lang, shopping.
Kalma lang. Kung nakita niyo yung ginawa ni Georgie, naghanap lang siya na merong skin.
Actually, naghanap lang siya ng gusto niyang skin. Nag-shopping lang siya doon.
Akala ko mga pros nun fake.
Akala ko din eh.
Grabe, ang ganda nun if ever na
Wala,
hindi namatay si Marky.
Alam ni Georgie yung pwesto kung saan na itutuloy.
Pre, alam mo kung sabi ni Georgie, pre, iping nyo, ping. Yan ang sinabi nila. Para talagang malaman kung alam ni Georgie kung saan siya puputok. Kung saan niya ipuputok.
Well, perfectly placed yung kanyang crosshair kung sasabihin natin, no? Now, with the match point for the side of APH, walang pera yung Oasis to buy those Vandals that they need. Talagang magsistick lang sila sa Spectre. Wala silang choice. Kailangan nilang i-force to dahil nga match point na para sa APH. Papasok na naman sila. Ito na. This time, maglalaro sila ng default.
Ano lang tayo? Back to the basics lang, kumbaga.
Iniiba nila. Ito yung kagandahan for the side of APH. They know that they can go inside explosively, pero they also know that they can play default really well.
Yeah.
Ayun no, pang psycho-psycho lang to si Georgie.
Pinasay ko lang siya talagang ultimate beat na talagang pwedeng gawin dito. Pero Zero Detio, the timing is just right there. Hindi alam ni Zero Detio na nandun lang si Wild Oro dun sa may Gali mga kaibigan. Pero ito baka magkakita na sila. Pero dati sa spray and pray na ginawa Wild Oro. Pero Modski napakabilis mag-trade. Pero kitang-kita yung haba ng baril ni Reaper. Nakita yung nguso ng baril dito mga kaibigan, but Modski will gonna get that kill again. 2v4 right now. Is this gonna be the end for the side of Oasis? Sila ba ang mapupunta sa losers bracket? Napakaganda ng pagka-wall. Kitang-kita na Georgie yung mga paa ng Oasis game if ever nag-rafter sila. Pero they're not gonna go there in the rafters. They're gonna go here in the short instead. Marky with that dash onto that smoke mga kaibigan. Marky is the only man remaining, but M and FPS and Georgie will gonna finish everything and win this round with a clean sweep 2-0. And ladies and gentlemen, APH will advance.
Paano naman kasing hindi lalakas yan? Kakampi nila si Spider-Man, men.
Oo, di ba? Spider-Sense, men. Mahirap talaga pagkakampi mo si Spider-Man, men. Oo.
Wala eh. Ganun talaga. APH, they were just the stronger team this time around against Oasis Gaming. And kung iisipin natin, no, the entry of APH as well is just complete utter dominance pagdating sa mga site. And Oasis Gaming, sinubukan nilang to play it out in a different way, Vil. Actually, during the time na second round, nakita natin na instead of they lost, di ba, Oasis actually lost the pistol. And then on the second round, pinilit nila. Nag-force buy sila para tapatan yung APH. Kaso nga lang, they managed to get that round. They managed to destroy the economy on the side of APH. At the same time, they're economy was also destroyed in a sense, diba? So kung isipin natin, Oasis Gaming, they tried their best, kaso nga lang may mga mistakes talaga tayong napansin kanina, kagaya ng pagbubukas ng A-short na doors na hindi naman dapat buksan na sana ni Coco kanina nangyari. So may mga ganun talagang moment.
Oo, ladies and gentlemen, once again, APH is advancing sa upper bracket finals.
Wow.
Ayan, bukas sa upper bracket finals, mga kaibigan. And nagwawala yung mga players natin.
Ayun yun yung door na to. Namatay si Reaper, namatay si Coco. Mistakes happen. Of course, these players are not machines. Tao lang naman din tong mga players na to. During the latter part, lumilinis naman na yung laro ng Oasis.
Partner.
Kaso nga lang, masyado nang late eh.
Partner, ito, correct me if I'm wrong. Pero pasok na ba ang Action PH sa APAC?
Unsure yet. Kailangan nating i-confirm on our break, lalo nakakatapos lang ng match natin. But so far, they're looking really good, no? Unknown pa pagdating sa Asia Pacific. Because of course, I think this is the playoffs. This is why we're doing it. Dalawang teams dito ang magiging representative for Asia Pacific. Dalawang teams din yung matatanggal. So kailangan natin abangan kung ano ba yung magiging resulta.
Pero ito pero sa APAC kasi 3 ang mapupunta doon. 3. So there's a chance. I mean, ito. I-check natin yan later on kung pasok na ba sila sa APAC or kung hindi pa. At least nagkaroon tayo ng idea dito, mga kaibigan. Once again, APH, ever since ito yung mga team, ito yung team na talagang nakita natin ever since nung pinakaunang week ng VCT, na nagulat na lang tayo na every time na naglalaro sila, talagang nakakapagod kasi sobrang aggressive nila. At nakita nga natin, di ba, defender sila, pero sila yung nagpupush. Pinupush nila yung Oasis Gaming part na.
Yun nga nandun na sila sa A long kanina. On the other hand, pasok na sila sa A site, and of course, obviously, sila dapat yung sila yung attackers, pero sila yung naging defenders. Pero anyway, going back to it, meron pa tayong susunod na match. That was a clean 2-0 on the side of APH, and they move forward pagdating sa bracket. On the side of Oasis naman, may lower bracket pa tayo for them. Kaya huwag kayong mag-alala para sa mga Oasis since day one. Sa mga fans, meron pang isang chance ang Oasis to actually get back to it. Pero right now, we are gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, guys, kung gusto nyo panoorin yung interview, of course, ng APH, ito yung panahon na yon because later on, there will be a panel. Tapos babalik kami for the second series. Huwag kayong mag-alala. We are just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong alis because VCTPH will be right back.
Beats on beat as we breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift.
watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna rap.
Well, I think we don't go for all the same teams here in the prediction now, because the score is finally settled. Action PH has decided that they're going to be the better team against Oasis in a 2-0 fashion, a very dominant one to say the least. We're back here on the post-game analysis. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Dax, and that was as one-sided almost as ever, especially on Icebox. Black and Blue.
Totally, and this is the thing about Action PH, right? They're like a boulder coming down a steep hill, and when they get going, it's nigh impossible to stop them, as we see here. When you do stop them, though, that's kind of when they struggle. But if you don't even get that first mark, if you don't even get to that checkpoint, then you're gonna be really hard pressed to come back against them, and that's a problem that Oasis, well, found out firsthand.
Look, the thing is, the biggest problem dealing with Action PH is if you see a big lead already in the first half, you know you're absolutely in trouble. And for Oasis, they also needed to get revved up for the playoffs, couldn't make it in time. And APH, when they win even harder. They keep on winning, and they're pretty much the first PH rep out to APAC.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And really, I just want to get back to the games here, because the last time we've seen Oasis and Action PH go up against each other, it was on Icebox. It was still relatively the same story. Action PH, they have better strats on the attacking side. They solidify their lead on the first half and then just drive a little bit closer to home when they go on the defensive side. And I don't think Oasis is really comfortable on Icebox here, Dax.
Well, the thing is, they used to be so comfortable on as Icebox, but against a team like Action PH, it just gets so high octane so fast, and I really feel like it's more on Action PH and their strength and their pedigree, basically. You look at Georgie, you look like Emma, and you already know that the synergy is there. But really, Surodetio having such a monster of series, Tesseract has really changed his name and changed his aim lately here into the playoffs in this VCT stage, and Action PH, they just were able to run away with from that point on. You could really see the Soa popping off, Hunter's Fury on point. 1v2 situations, very simple for him. And it really goes for APH. If you have one guy shining, the rest shine even brighter alongside him. And it just went on to a set. It was better though for Oasis. They put up a fight, and at the very least, it was more contentious because they did prevent APH from getting that early lead in the first half.
I'm not too sure if, leaving that Icebox map open was the right idea or the right option for Oasis Gaming to go with, considering when they met each other in the group stages of Group A, they got 13-2'd on it, and that's almost pretty much what we got here once more, heavily in Action side. But we go on over to Ascent, and this is a map that I was kind of thinking, it could go either way. The last times we saw this, Oasis were able to take it by a very small margin on Ascent here versus Action PH, but still, they come back out of the gates swinging, pretty much land every single punch.
Yeah, and really, the first half on the set, that was as close as can get. It was a 7-5 half for themselves, but when we move on over to the second half, Action PH just put out all the stop, just went on with the attacking spree to secure the 13-9 scoreline. And with that, we're gonna have our Republic of Gamers MVP, and it's going to be none other than Surodetio. Popped off definitely on a set, but even more so on Icebox. 242.5 ACS, a 1.9 KDA, and 16 average kills per game. And he's had like multiple multi-kills throughout the entirety of the series too, Black and Blue.
He totally does, and you see just how much he has improved throughout the year. Some people might think he's a new guy. No, obviously Tesseract renaming himself to Surodetio, but he does have that experience for multiple other teams, and he brings that experience here to Action PH, and that's really what this whole roster is about. Kind of this whole mix and mash, this, I guess, kind of smorgasbord of a bunch of different play styles and a bunch of different experiences mashed together in that one boot camp, in that one house, and they all just perfectly fit. For some reason, you can even see that those play styles, for some reason, kind of create attacker side team, and if anything, and you saw the full effect of that when we went over to the second half of Ascent.
That's the right word there, Black and Blue. But the thing is, Surodetio, not only with the frags, not the Suri, very consistent, 1v2, 1v3, he can do it, but also he was such a big part of the intel there, especially on that second map. Remember that round where the timing was perfect? It started with the Surodetio dart over to the tree, suddenly surprising Ripper, they went on in, and the rest was history for Action PH. And rarely do you see a player who frags out and makes sure that he's still playing for the team at the same time. Surodetio looking to be the complete package here for APH.
And he deserves the MVP as well, as we have a look at how they're gonna go on in the upper bracket finals. But before we officially end the series, we're gonna have a word with one of the members here from Action PH. It's none other than RU, and Donut is on the line to have a word with him.
After the interview yesterday with Emman, we are joined yet again here by RU here, the spokesperson of APH. How are you today?
We're feeling good again, I guess, since we've managed to win against Oasis.
So, did you expect this? I mean, it was a good turnout for you guys. Another 2-0 coming from the group stages. You already had the scoreline. Was this something that, coming to the playoffs, you expected?
It was all about the map veto, since the group stages was 2 bans, but now it was 1 ban and 1 pick. So we had the chance to choose our maps where we feel comfortable, and that's how all it went through there.
In the group stages, you mentioned that it was all about the bans, and it's the first time you guys are playing Icebox. Do you feel that this is your powerhouse basically for APH?
I think we're just pretty confident when it comes to our Icebox, since the issue is, the flanks and everything, since it's a big map. And with the help of Icebox, I guess we had our confidence go building up until to the second map.
I definitely agree. Your confidence was shining all throughout the whole of the series. But I would have to say that there is one person that had his confidence, brutally showing throughout the map. It was Zero Deathyo. Can you tell us more about the behind the scenes? You were saying something offline earlier on. Can you tell us more about that story during your warm-ups?
When he was warming up, he said that he's gonna be powering up, like he's gonna be the same performance that he had against Secret in the week 2 of the group stage. And I guess he proved that it's true, that he really would pop off, as you can see in his stats right here.
Yeah, even in the comment section, when I was viewing, a commenter said that his performance was the most consistent out of all of you in the series. Would you have to agree? And can you tell us more about his performance in Icebox and also on Ascent?
His trading ability is really nice, as you can see that he trades most of his teammates right here. And I'm also allowing him to frag, as other Sovas tend to be on the back onto the support role. But with me on the back instead of the Sova, he gets the tendency to get more frags, and he fired up until the end of the second map.
That was the case. I mean, now though that you've already beaten 2 teams as early as the playoff stage, are there any teams that you're looking out for that you would like to maybe have a chance to get against during the grand finals?
I think the team that we want to face with is NAOS Esports, because the last time we fought them, we were both new teams, and now coming into VCT, I hope that we can fight them, as they showed that they're the top dogs of the Group B. And I hope that we can show that we have what it takes to beat them.
Well, you guys have what it takes. A 2-0 and Zero Deathyo on fire, and the rest of the teammates as well. So thank you so much, Aryu, yet again, for joining the interview. But before anything else, of course, we would go back to the panel. It is Nomad, Black and Blue, and Dax to the panel.
He kind of did the cheeky pose. But with all that being said, we are going to be seeing Oasis Gaming in the upper bracket finals. They're going to be waiting over for their opponent on the next series that's coming up soon. It's NAOS Esports and South Built Esports. And with Oasis with Action PH securing that 2-0 victory, I'm pretty sure that their momentum is still going to be ongoing. Now, the question remains, though, is who will be NAOS Esports? Who will be Action PH's opponent here? Is it going to be NAOS Esports, or will it be South Built Esports, who just came through a gauntlet of a match yesterday against Team Secret? We'll find out after the break, because when we come back, it's the second series in the upper brackets. Don't go away, Challenger Philippines. We'll be right back.
Back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back. I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this 'cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this 'cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that... for me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with a hit list. Generations pull up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch. Nah.
Where's the Benji? Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, I did got one, I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long for I.
If the series earlier was a score to be settled between Oasis and Action PH, this is redemption for South Built Esports versus NAOS Esports. This is the second best of 3 series that we have in the upper bracket, and we're going to be delivering the analysis here. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me, a new face here, but relatively old. It's Raph and Dax. And after that first series, after South Built Esports' team secret fight, do you think we might see the same performance here from both of these teams, Raph?
I'm younger than all of you. I'm just saying.
Hey, he called you old, man. He called you old.
Yeah, I've gone.
I dictate the tempo, guys. Come on.
Anyway, again, talking about this is it's always been interesting, but looking at NAOS trying to regain all of that momentum that they gathered for themselves moving in from the group stage into our playoffs versus a reinvigorated South Built who's been, well, South Built again. Honestly, when I was watching the series yesterday, I thought that Secret might have been the one that had the advantage because this is a new flavor for them. They have Jeremy, and sometimes the slightest thing can lead to a great butterfly effect, but it did look like South Built. You know, despite all of that, despite all of the adjustments, they've made adjustments themselves. They've been studying, they've been hitting the lab, and they've been doing so well at it. So moving forward with today, I don't know is the real answer.
Look. South Built, they got back to their form and they got the win that they've been looking for. So they have been able to settle some history that has needed to be made in the PH scene. But now they're facing off really one of the hottest contenders this side of the year. NAOS Esports, they topped the bracket, they had the best standing, and really the NAOS way is the best way for we've seen so far in VCTPH.
But we'll get into the teams a little bit deeper later on. But we have to thank our sponsors here real quick. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and live form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And just as a reminder for you guys that are watching right now, it's not just the teams that are going to be winning something, it's also you guys, because you guys can win exclusive ASUS ROG swag. All you have to do is follow the mechanics that we have on screen right now. All you have to do is like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages, like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline. It must be set to public so that we can see it ourselves with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and Unleash the Legend Inside. And lastly, you have to share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. And after all of this, on the 28th of February 2022, we'll be drawing 3 winners each for the ROG shirt and the ROG cap. And I want that cap because currently I am no cap.
Did you have to?
I was stunned. I'm sorry, guys. I was like, no way he's grabbing such a low-hanging fruit. It's really, you know what? Good job, Nomad. Good job. I hope you're happy.
Thank you. Yeah, but what is a good job is the run of the first team that we're going to be introducing throughout the entirety of the Challengers. It's NAOS Esports. Yes, NAOS Esports, here are the members that are going to be playing on their behalf that's going to be joining the field, and this team has been really dominant. I've been converted as the NAOS believer now. I believe that it's now's the time. But these guys are really, like, on paper, the team that you really have to beat here currently on Challenger 1, Ralph.
Oops, I was muted, folks. Sorry. As I've said, NAOS have garnered an insurmountable amount of momentum, but we are in the playoffs. It is a clean slate. This is where they truly prove their worth, because they are honestly facing a set of the veterans of the veterans. But I am honestly, I have a lot of faith in their fragging power and their ability to adjust. I have touted them to be the team that has the most impressive mid-round adjustments. Whoever's making their calls, it's been absolutely on point, and you can tell they've really done their lab work. They've really done their drilling, because they're just so refined at how they approach the game.
Look. NAOS came here to play, and now they're here to stay. It really has been an impressive run from them. The only loss they suffered against LFO, who's not even here in the playoffs. So NAOS has to be looking very comfortable right now in their spot. One player to watch out for, Kakarot. He can pretty much play anything. The KO, the Chamber, even Neon has been brought out by that character, and he just has a lot of fun. And that's what you feel from NAOS Esports. These guys work together really, really well. They have a great understanding of the capabilities of each of these players, and it really looks like the way they play is something that they enjoy along the way.
And they definitely enjoyed their entire run here in the group stages, but now in the playoffs, they're going to be facing off against their opponent that they have a little bit of history on during the group stages. It's South Built Esports. South Built Esports, fresh from the brawl they've had with Team Secret yesterday. Well, I'd say last night, and they're looking to keep that going. It's Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Micro, and Pro that's going to be on the stage right now. And Raf, just like what I mentioned earlier on, the history between NAOS Esports and South Built Esports, it wasn't really going really well for South Built Esports, and they're out for redemption here.
Indeed, it hasn't been kind at all. Both group stage matches, I believe, NAOS took cleanly away from South Built, but on the flip side, at least South Built has that data to build on. We know they're a team that's very diligent with that. We know how disciplined they are and the speed and pace they approach the game. Honestly, the biggest question is it's really the compatibility. I know this is version 2 of South Built. I know this is playoff South Built. We have a lot of faith in them, but we also have a lot of faith in NAOS to adjust.
Look, the thing is, I feel like for South Built, it's a big question mark now on how their momentum's gonna go. They beat Deep Secret, they got the accomplishment they've been looking for, but it really feels like sometimes South Built is that team that's built to beat Team Secret, but how about the rest of the PH scene? They do it consistently on a community basis for what we saw from the group stage, especially against NAOS Esports. In 4 different unique maps, they still lost out against them, so they really have to continue on that road to redemption, and if they can beat NAOS Esports here, then they truly are prepared for what else may come in VCT.
Yeah, Black and Blue mentioned it yesterday, where if it's playoffs mode South Built Esports, we have to see in this series against NAOS if it really is playoffs mode South Built Esports. But speaking of which, we'll have to have a look at the maps that they're going to be playing on, see if we're going to have a repeat of what happened in the past, or will South Built Esports just change the future altogether. Icebox is going to be the first map, followed by Haven, and then lastly, it's Bind.
I'm honestly curious why they didn't get that Breeze. I mean, Breeze has been really, really good on the side of South Built, but this time around, it's actually them taking it away from the map pool. Icebox, South Built has been, I'd say, pretty strong on this, but so has been NAOS. Honestly, all these maps, NAOS have been very, very good. NAOS, in one of the interviews with Kakarot, has also stated that Icebox is one of their pocket picks. So really, even at the start, it's already a toss-up.
And that's the thing, historically, from what we've seen the past 2 series, NAOS have beaten them, South Built, on both Icebox and Haven. We haven't seen them on Bind yet, but last time also though, South Built played on Bind, lost out to Team Secret, and now they just have such a semblance really on maps like Icebox, on maps like Haven. Their core composition usually just works out for them in dividends. And it's comfort abound here for NAOS Esports, really for SBE. I'm looking forward to how they're going to be reintegrating their rotations and understanding that it's a different philosophy now versus NAOS Esports. They've gotten the experience from the group stage. They got closer in the second series, especially later on in those 2 weeks. But for the side of NAOS, if they can continue on what they've really accomplished so far, it could be them taking the series again.
Another problem with this is, like we mentioned, compatibility of playstyles, right? South Built historically is a very very slow-based, my god, the word escapes me, but they're very slow. They have this calculated, the measurements are there, but the way that they have to approach NAOS is they have to set that speed, they have to take as much aggressive map control, because NAOS, again, their strength is in the mid-round. If you let them get those positions where they want to be, the flexibility and the sheer amount of versatility they have when approaching situations is just, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to be looking at the maps that we have, it is still a close map for NAOS Esports and South Built Esports, except for Bind. And with that, we have to go through the predictions here. I'm a believer that it's now's the time still for NAOS Esports. Despite how close the previous outing was for South Built and NAOS, it's still NAOS Esports capable of coming out on top here. What about you, Raf?
This is so difficult. Honestly, in my head, it's an even tug because, again, playoff South Built versus the momentum of NAOS, but I have to go with tenure here. The playoff mentality is just completely different. I'll have to go with South Built.
Well, on the other side, I have to shift on over to the NAOS side. This is a squad that has made sure that the proof is in the pudding within that group stage, and truly, the mid-round rotations can actually psych out perhaps the methodological play of SEBE. So I'm going for NAOS Esports 2-1.
Well, there you have it. It's me and Dax against Raf, 2-1 for South Built East for NAOS, and South Built Esports for Raf. And it's now just down to Southbolt Esports to prove us wrong and see if redemption is on the line here and if they can go into the upper bracket finals. Without any further ado, it's game 1 between Southbolt Esports and NAOS Esports.
Pagkatapos manalo against Team Secret, ngayon pupunta ang SBE. Kalaban naman nila ang NAOS Esports. Bago magsimula ang lahat, kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor.
At ako nga pala si Phil. At uulitin ko, kami ang The Mods.
Andito na naman kami para iatid sa inyo ang laban natin or second series natin para sa araw na to. Huwag kayo mag-alala kung namimiss nyo si Ray Ray, makikita nyo siya maya-maya lang. Ngayon nagpapahinga siya. Pero ito muna.
Namahinga na muna.
Ito muna. Para sa recap, ano ba nangyari kanina, Vil? Baka kasi mga nanonood, bago pa lang sila, kaka-tune in pa lang nila kasi kakagising pa lang.
Kanina may Valorant, guys.
Kanina may Valorant.
Oo, tapos naglaban ng Action PH and Oasis Gaming, and yeah, it's actually 2-0 in favor of Action PH and they will advance to the upper bracket finals and pasok na sila sa APAC Challengers, mga kaibigan. Kasama sila sa na maglalaban. Kasama ang 20 teams all around the APAC region, Asia Pacific. So, isa sila sa representative ng Pilipinas. Finally, nagbunga na rin yung mga gusto nilang mangyari and finally, naging representative na rin sila and hopefully, makapasok sila on towards sa VCT Masters na mangyayari next month.
Wala pa schedule. Pero alam ko may timeline naman yan ng buong
next month.
Year ng Valorant pagdating sa circuit natin, pagdating sa tournament. Pero focus muna tayo sa goal dahil this time around sa second series natin, NAOS Esports, alam natin na ito ang top seed, kumbaga top dogs pagdating sa group nila at kakalabanin nila ngayon ang SBE.
Tama. Ito partner, hindi lang sa group nila. Kasi in terms of puntos, in terms of points, NAOS ang pinakamataas.
Totoo. Wala silang talo maliban sa LFO. Hindi naman nakapasok yung LFO dito.
Yun nga diba? So talagang, tas lahat ng games nila, 2-0 lahat-lahat. So tignan natin if magagawa ba ng NAOS Esports, 2-0 itong SBE. Mga kaibigan, ito ang naglalabanan ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, is ang mga kuya at ang mga bunso. Ang kuya ng SBE, ang mga kuya ay yung mga SBE, tas ang mga bunso ngayon NAOS. Sino ba ang mananalo dito? Yung mas maraming experience na SBE na ilang beses nang nag-compete in and out of the Philippines, ilang beses na rin silang naging representative ng Pilipinas sa iba't ibang tournament sa ibang bangbang din, or NAOS, ladies and gentlemen, nakakapasok lang dito sa VCT. Sila na talaga ang makakakuha ng win dito sa mga kuya nila. Well, partner, correct me if I'm wrong, NAOS, grupo nila to, di ba? Tama, ang kagrupo ba nilang SBE?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kagrupo nilang SBE. Yeah. So, alam mo yun, parang talagang na-test na nila yung lakas ng SBE. So, kailangan bumawi ng SBE dito sa NAOS. Maraming players, maraming viewers na talagang they're really rooting for NAOS. There's a lot of players who are rooting for SBE as well, lalong-lalo na yung mga SBE girls. So, yung mga NAOS girls, so yung mga NAOS girls, labas na. Mag-5v5 na kayo kalaban yung mga SBE girls.
Kami magkakas ni Phil kung sakali balitaan nyo kami. Pag nag-away-away na kayo.
Kasi gusto yan ni Taylor pa nag-aaway.
Opportunity yan.
Oo, alam niyo naman na trip namin ni Taylor lang pala. BD ako.
Easy. Ito, pistol round na, Vil. Tignan natin actually kung SBE, will they take this into experience? Labanan ba ng experience? O labanan ng young guns ngayon as Jack was able to secure the kill on Kakarot. Na-interview ko si Kakarot.
Okay, Jojo.
Diba? Jojowain ka daw niya.
alam mo naman, Villarot na ang mangyayari mga kaibigan.
Bakit pakinggan?
Sorry. Villarot na talaga ang mangyayari. Bakit mas okay ang Villarot kaysa kakabil? Pero ito na, Kevs being tag. Oo. Sa kakabil mo yan. Pero ito na, Ja! Pushing in dito lang sa may icebox mga kaibigan. Nakakita niya dito si Gelicious though. Pero that is a recon ball coming in from Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna spot out the players of NAOS right now. Pero can they get that retake? Kahit wala si Kakarot dito. 4v5 situation right now. They have the sustain, they have the wall, they have the utility. Kayang-kaya talaga nila i-post. Pero nga si Blurred nakakita si Aziz dito. Pero can he get that kill onto the Reyna of SBE? Probably not. He's super low. Nag-aantay lang siya na pwede makuha dito kahit isa na. Pero sa Ja, 69 HP left. Mapapa, nice one ka talaga. Pero Gelicious will get a kill onto Pro right now. Gelicious, andito lang sa taas, trying to take down that player which is Aziz. Siya pa nakakuha ng tatlo. Plus that kill onto Flippy. Napaka-chill na post plant ang ginawa ng SBE dito. Really great start.
Ni Aziz sa mid as well, no? So, aside from looking at the site, para sa side ng NAOS, may problema pa silang isa, which is si Aziz na nasa mid, na hindi nila ma-shutdown. Of course, obviously, with the Reyna, may ghost ka, kaya mo mag-overheal, lamang na lamang ka talaga. Kahit mabawasan ka ng kalaban mo, mababawi mo lang din when it comes to the heal eh. But looking at it, of course, with the SBE, instant upgrade agad. Tignan mo si Ja, bumili agad ng Phantom.
Oh, di ba? Phantom talaga. Di ba? What is money? Paper only. Yan ang sabi ni Mr. Ja. Pero they're gonna go here in ANC. Pero si Aziz nakakuha naman isa dito. Gelicious is now down. Ito si Aziz talaga eh, no? Siya talaga yung player na hindi mo alam kung nasan talaga. Siya yung nagpa-flank talaga dito sa players ng SBE. Pero yung nga lang dyan, we're gonna start off with that smoke plus a recon coming in from Pro right now. Pero nasa taas yung mga players ngayon ng NAOS. Pero si Ja, unang nakapatay ng isa dito, mga kaibigan. Dito lang sa pwedeng retake na pwedeng gawin ng NAOS right now, Kakarot. Dito lang sa may kitchen partner. Mahirap ang gagawin nila.
3v5 to and kailangan nilang i-retake. Wala silang choice dahil na-plant na yung spike na yan.
Yeah. Spike is planted already, pero the players from NAOS right now, can they get that retake or probably that thrifty round dito sa side nila? Pero nga si Aziz ngayon ang nakakuha ng kill dito. Nakakuha pa siya ng Phantom dito sa nahawak kanila lang ni Ja. Though Kakarot super low on HP with 31 HP left. Kaya din ang kunin ito. Pero nga spray and pray onto Aziz, but Pro in favor of SBE. Napakalinis nang nangyari dito. Ja, kunin mo na yung Ion Phantom mo, sa'yo na yan. Pero mukhang hindi ata kinuha. Akin na to. Maganda yung skin mo.
Clean take mula sa SBE, no? Obviously, they have the upper hand. Nasa kanila yung mga baril na gusto nilang kuhanin. And of course, si Ja, nag-upgrade na rin siya sa Phantom agad-agad. And they have that all throughout the next following rounds as well. SBE, they're looking pretty great right now when it comes to taking sides. Malinis. Kaso nga lang, this is a different story because this time around, makakabili na yung NAOS Esports. Tignan natin kung ano ang kayang gawin ng team na to. Isa lang actually ang nag-hold sa B, no? Which is the Viper. Si Gelicious lang at si Kakarote talagang nakaabang lang din kung sakali na kailangan ng rotation. But this is an aggressive push mula kay Blurred. He was able to punish a little bit of HP mula kay Micro, but it's not enough to get a kill. Instead, siya yung nahuli dito. One man down for the side of NAOS already.
Halos walang pera ngayon ang side ng hindi naman walang pera, pero gagamitin lang nila yung mga brand na ginamit nila sa may second round, mga kaibigan. They're not gonna upgrade or anything. Ja will get that kill auto blast right now. Ito ang inaantay natin dito kay Ja. Inaantay talaga natin siya mag-pop off. And nung huli sila nagkita, mga kaibigan, talagang lamang na lamang ngayon ang doon ang NAOS. Pero mukhang nakabago na ata ang SBE, mga kaibigan. Mukhang alam na ata nila kung paano nila tatalunin ngayon ang NAOS, and they're actually doing it right now. 5v3 situation. Flippy is gonna be dead. Pero si Kakarote, I mean, hindi ata siya nagper-perform like he used to. Na kilala natin dito. The clock is ticking, already pushing ito. 3v3. Pinitik na nga yung spike, mga kaibigan. Si Ja na doon lang sa may Gedli. Ja just trying to catch these opponents off guard. Pero Kevs, mga kaibigan, nakakuha na isa dito. 2v1 situation, Micro. Meron pa siyang lineup. Yes, meron siyang snake bite dito. Pwede nang gamitin yan. Pero ang problema lang din si Gelicious.
Uy, hindi pa rin napatay.
Oo, hindi pa rin napatay dito. That's actually spray and pray. And oh my God, makukuha pa ata ni Micro itong win na to. Oh no!
Oh!
Kevs, wala siyang oras, wala rin siyang HP, and still SBE will gonna win that game.
Makate sa ekonomiya on both sides, but yet again, bonus round lang naman yun ng SBE. It doesn't matter kahit mawala yung mga baril sa kanila. What matters is on the side of NAOS, hindi nila nakapitalize yung nangyari doon. Also on the other hand, una pa lang kasi, nabawasan na sila ng isang player, and that is Blurred because of the aggressive push that he was doing a while ago. And obviously, kahit na half na yung spike, it's not gonna be enough time dahil nandun din yung snake bite. Nasaktuhan lang din ni Micro, nagkaroon siya ng space na ibaba yun. So no more chance of actually trying to get it. Tatlong agents dito ang suppress, si Jado, napatay niya na rin si Delicious. Kailangan umatras dito ni Kakarot. Yung mga aggressive peak, aggressive push ng NAOS, hindi nagwo-workout, hindi nagpi-pay off. Kailangan nilang baguhin.
Kailangan nilang baguhin talaga. Pero dito sa SBE, I mean, hindi mo naman kailangan baguhin ang mga bagay na talaga nag-work. Pero kailangan mo baguhin kasi once na nababasa na ng NAOS yung pinagagawa ng SBE dito, yun na talaga ang kailangan nilang bawiin. Tulad nga ng sinabi ni Envy kanina, 'di ba? Dati si Envy nasa likod, pero ngayon hindi na siya yung lumilikod. Ngayon iba na yung mga players na nasa likod para lang at least makakuha pa talaga ng more information ang APH. Ay, sorry, hindi pala si Envy. Pero, Envy. Oasis nga pala si Envy, sorry. Basta yun, yung in-interview kanina ni Donut.
Si Aryo yun, men. Si Aryo.
Si Aryo pala, sorry. Nag-ano yung medyo nag-loading
signs of aging yan. 19 years old ka na talaga.
Oo, sorry, pero ito na yung long kadug ni Kebs, mga kaibigan. Nakaisa pa nga dito, Mike is gonna be down, Pro nakaisa pa dito, taking down Blurt already, pero si Aziz on the backside, won't tag down to, andun lang sa snowpile, Kakarot versus Aziz, but Aziz will gonna get that kill and set after that dismiss.
Walang nakatingin, man.
What is happening sa NAOS? It is now that time o hindi pa?
Hindi pa daw NAOS the time ang sabi dito ng players. Pero look at this kills from Aziz. Una sa lahat, hindi dapat mangyari yon. They weren't able to check if someone was on kitchen, and at the same time, talagang na-caught off guard talaga ang players ng NAOS completely. And with that, NAOS reset muna para sa kanila. Eco naman yun eh. This time around, baka iba na ang mangyari. Bakit? Kasi si Blurred naka-operator na. Dito na yung operation. Tsaka vandalism.
Pero... March 11 pala yung APAC, bes. Mas maraming time para magbakasyon.
No? Sabi ni Bill?
Hindi, March 11 APAC. So
March
kung if ever magkakas tayo, at least marami tayong time para magbakasyon, and syempre mag-aral. Ba kayo, akala nyo ba kas lang kami ng kasi? Hindi, pinag-aaralan namin to, men.
Pinag-aaralan natin.
Tinan mo yung Aldron, ang bilis is 25 kilometers per second.
Minamat namin yan tuwing rehearsals. Kaya yung magsasabi na bias kami, tsaka pagdating sa Asia Pacific, bias talaga.
Bias talaga, men.
Siyempre, Pinoy team. Pinoy pride, let's go.
Pag Pinoy team, if ever sinasabi, if ever may nagsabi, ano ba yun, ba't ang bias ng caster? Oo, bias talaga kami.
Pinoy pride. Kaya nga nasa Filipino channel eh.
Kung ayaw nyo ng baya, kung gusto nyo ng Philippine Pro Gaming League, doon kayo manood sa Twitch. Pero kung gusto nyo paro-paro G-League.
Paro-paro G-League dito. Kaya, expect the expected. Sabi.
We are expecting the expectancy, ladies and gentlemen.
Ito expected.
Kakarot!
Yun ang unexpected para kay Kakarot. Hindi niya napansin doon na dalawang players na pala ang pumupush. Delicious, although sumasagot din with his kill as well. Flippy, na-plant na nila yung spike dito. SBE, kuha na naman nila for the post-plant situation.
Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon ng SBE. Tinatry na gawing 5, tumakma kami, pero dyan, tamang pot shots lang. Not gonna tagging space, pero si Blurred, Diyos ko po. Operation into your face. Pero si Flippy nagtatago lang behind that wall, trying to catch him off guard. Catches one, pero Kev's with that big trade. Kev's with a 2K as well.
Pagbago ng api?
Pagbago ng api. Ito na ba yun? And the Bird will get that diffuse na lang din para syempre magkaroon pa siya, and para secure niya rather yung ano rin, yung Blade Storm. Kasi si Kevs medyo matagal na rin naman yan and nakapatay naman siya ng dalawa dyan, so okay na.
Mo, Bill, pagdating sa performance from the past, especially for the side of NAOS Esports, si Kevs, isa rin to sa mga top Sova player ng Pilipinas eh. Grabe rin mag-connect ng ano to, mag-geometry to bago pa ma-imbento ang geometry. Si Kevs, nagsha-shock dart na. Geometry.
Men. Pagkalabas siya sa nanay yan, nag-algebra agad yan, hinahanap niya yung X.
Hinahanap niya kung gaano kabilis yung Sova drone, yung 64 kilometers per hour.
Ganun talaga yan.
Wala nang maniniwala sa casters na.
Hindi, tama yun, men. Ano ka ba? Walang mali sa sinasabi namin. Kinalculate natin yan, di ba? Ano ka ba? Tayo ang Valorant, bes. Tandaan nyo, ladies and gentlemen, we are Valorant.
We are Valorant. Pero I really think that Kakarot, marami siyang posibleng gawin dito eh. Nasa-shutdown lang kasi siya agad-agad din. Alam natin na yung mga flashes niya nagko-connect. Aside from that, yung ultimate niya, nakakainis yun dahil lalo na kapag si Ja meron ng ult. Kaso kasi, ang laki ng mapa ng Icebox eh. Di ba may certain area lang na nako-cover nung ultimate ng isang KO? So medyo malaki yung mapa for a KO. In my opinion,
that's true. Pero kaya si Ja, mga kaibigan, pushing in, pero just si Jilly sa taharap naman lang, eto na yung Longadog ni Pro, mga kaibigan, tignan nyo yung Longadog ni Pro, pero that is delicious. We're gonna go down to the hands of TP right now, pero si TP budo naman si Ja, dito kami at least magkaroon pa sila ng early lead, pero nagkakatalo na talaga yung mga players dito. Diyos ko po, dahil sa big mishap na nangyari nung nakita ni Kakarot yung mga kalaban, wala siya nagawa kundi tamalo naman talaga, pero si Kevs 2K, pero talaga Vipers, pero from Micro, the 1v3 situation with just that sheriff! Pero blast! We're gonna blast your head! 2-4! Ito na ata ang pagbangon na apinang inaantay natin.
Ang gulo na nangyari doon.
Napakagulo nangyari din talaga, men, promise. Sobrang daming
kasi
nangyari.
Once lumabas yung Hunter's Fury. Lumabas din si Delicious. Nakahuli niya si Aziz. Nakahuli siya ng players dito. Tapos, sa kanila bas yung Viper's Pit. Di lalong gumalaw kasi hindi na magkakitaan yung mga players eh. Just so happens that obviously, lamang right now yung pressure pagdating sa attackers. Kasi kailangan nila mag-plant ng spike eh. Pero wala. It is what it is.
Blurred. Kupush mo siya, hindi out na lang. Masyadong delikado yung ginagawa ni Blurred dito kasi si Ja.
Masyado madaming utilities din.
Si Ja, we're gonna take down Kebs. Ja Kebs, ladies and gentlemen.
Si Blast coming in here with the rest as well. Kompleto pa rin ang team ng NAOS Esports. 4-2 na pala yung score natin. Ang bilis ng rounds natin ngayon.
Sobrang bilis.
Iba talaga pag walang podcast.
Iba talaga pag hindi nagkakasi Ray. Pero si Ray, bayani yan, men. Bayani yan. Tagal-dagkas yan. Napakadami kinasa, pero yung nga lang, hindi alam ng mga players ng SB, nandito na si Jilly dito sa may Gedli, mga kaibigan, pero they need to go in. Pero si Ja, maganda position dito, catches one off guard. Kakarot, ladies and gentlemen.
That is Kakarot going down in the hands of Ja. 4v4 situation. Ito na yung wall mula kay Blast. Trying to get a better position pero bumaba lang din siya agad. Na-realize niya na merong wall ng Viper doon. Masyado nang late o kaya naman hindi siya makakabuelo talaga. The whiff coming in from Ja dahil doon si Blast was able to secure the kill. Now with a 2v2 situation, si Pro at saka si Aziz very low on HP pero may overheal pa si Aziz na pwedeng gamitin. Mapaplant din nila ang spike. It's all up to Blur. The very low on HP na si Pro dito literal na isang kalabit na lang. Natisod. Ganon. Patay to si Pro.
Talaga. Ganun talaga pwedeng gawin yan. Kahit kilitiin mo yan. Typats na yan. Pero Blurred, ladies and gentlemen, can he get that kill? 1v2 situation right now, Pro.
Alam na nila ata.
Alam nila kung nasan si Blurred dito for sure. Pero yung kalantan is a swing coming in from Pro. Pero not gonna tag him right now. Oh my God! Blurred! Wall back to the face of Pro right now. Blurred versus Aziz. Sino ang mananalo? Pero nasa likod mo! Hindi na nakita si Aziz. Hinupuan pa! Mga kaibigan, that is 100 crouches per minute pampatigas ng tuhod.
100 crouches per minute eh.
Nakaturbo yung control ni Aziz dun, men. Wala, pinaamoy ni Aziz yung kanyang tuhod.
Oh my God. SBE. Was it a thrifty round? Thrifty round ata yun eh. Kasi lumabas thrifty eh. So nag-dash in siya. Ganda nung flick din ni Aziz dun. Talagang if na-miss niya yung shot, magkaroon pa ng opportunity si Ja, pero wala na. It's too late already. Pagdating dito sa side ng NAOS, 2-5 ang score natin. Delicious, talagang nilapag niya na rin agad yung Viper's Pit niya. Ayaw niya magpapasok on A side. But the pressure is being put on by SBE still. At rotations coming in already. May flank. Si NAOS, si Blurred. Umaabante din, bumabanse.
Oo nga wala. Ang sinasabi ni Blurred dito, hindi nyo ako makikita kasi blurred ako. Pero Texi, if ever titingin ba si Pros dito sa kanan mga kaibigan, up! Nakita na pero, Bro! We're gonna go down into the hands of Blurred right now, pero nabawasan ba niya yung isa? Hindi niya nabawasan yung isang player dito, pero si Kevin sa maganda yung mga position dito. Sobrang aggressive ngayon yung mga plays na ginagawa. And that is the bait na ginawa dito ng mga players, which is si Blast mga kaibigan. Hindi ina-expect na SBE meron tao doon sa may gilid, doon sa may tube mga kaibigan. Blurred.
Hindi rin nila nakita si doon. Hindi rin nila nakita si Blurred na nag-aabang. So si Ja, na-punish lang din siya agad-agad without any... hindi man lang sila nagkakitaan, basically, para sa kanya, no? 5-3 ang ating scoreline. Ganun lang kadali para sa NAOS na bawiin ulit yung rounds na nawawala sa kanila. The bait, the angle is just perfect para kay Kevs on tube. And at the same time, masyado lang talaga na overextend eh. Kung baga sa mid, nakikipaglaban sila na bait talaga.
Talaga pag na-bait na Katumawa kasi!
Bakit?
Spike down B.
Nagugulo ako eh. Pero ito, kitang-kita ngayon si Blurred because of that recon bolt na natag siya. Pero hindi sila nagkakatamaan, pero okay lang naman yan kasi si Blast can heal Blurred naman. So okay lang yan. Flash on to Kakarot. Flash on may kilid din sa may ketchup. Pero nga, Blast! We're gonna go into the hands of Ja. Kahit Sheriff lang ang hawak niyan, kaya ka pa rin talaga patayin niya kasi one shot to the head lang naman yan.
One enemy remaining.
4v1 Ja, the only man remaining with 5 HP. Can he get that ball?
It's quite impossible para sa kanya. Maliban na lang kung literal ma-catch off guard niya tong 4 na players. Pero parang imposible na ata. Pero walang imposible hanggang hindi pa namamatay. Right now si Ja, he doesn't get the kill. He doesn't get the shot in. Delicious was able to secure it instead. 4-5. Now si Esports slowly but surely umaari ba rin sila dito?
Yeah. Umaari ba rin dito? Pero ito part. If ever nanalo ang NAOS dito, maglalaban na naman ang SBE at saka ang Team Secret.
Oo nga, no?
Walang katapusan.
Lower bracket.
Partner, every time na naglalaban sila, ever since last year, SBE lang lagi ang nananalo sa Team Secret, di ba?
VXV.
Oo, di ba? Malamang, pa naglaban ng dalawang tito.
Naglabanan yung dalawang tito.
Oo, di ba? Pero okay lang, kitang-kita mo naman si Pro, di ba? Ano na yan, nakainom na siya ng vitamins ng mga mga pang-maintenance. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon.
Grabe ka naman, parang sinasabi mo sobrang tanda nila. Going back to the game though, SBE Pro was shut down but he was able to take 1 kill bago siya mamatay. 4v4 na rin agad, madaming engagement sa base. Talagang pinupush ng NAOS, gusto nila maging aggressive.
Talagang pinupusyan talaga ng NAOS dito. Well, I mean, sobrang confident na rin talaga sila. Pwede natin sabihin na there's actually a comeback na rin talaga na ginagawa nila dito. Nag-start yung game natin ng 0-4, pero slowly and surely at least kakabawi na rin talaga sila kahit pa paano. Less than a minute left in the clock right now. Oasis going in, plus Ja trying to block off that side of the map, which is Rafters. Para lang syempre makakuha pa sila ng enough advantage dito para talaga makuha nila yung site. Ja getting some high ground, not gonna attack, not gonna be able to take down Kevs right now. Pero importante is 4v4 pa naman to. 4v4 retake pa silang gawin. Pero Aziz knows exactly kung nasa ba yung mga players na NAOS ngayon. Plus that Empress para at least makakuha siya ng early lead sa game natin ngayon. Blast all the way from the backside. Flippy knows exactly where you are. Kakarot from the top. Kakarot 1v2 situation. This is actually really hard for the side of Kakarot right now. Pero kaya ba niyang i-clutch to? Kaya ba niyang talunin si Flippy at si Micro? Ang problema lang din si Micro mga kaibigan, pwede rin ulit gamitin yung ginagawa niya kanina. Meron siyang snake fight. Pwede nang pigilan yung pag-push ngayon ng SBE, pero ang problema lang din talaga
Flippy. We're gonna take him down. Crossfire sila doon, partner. Mag-crossfire sila sa Valorant.
6-4 SBE. 2-round lead advantage para sa kanila. Despite from the previous match na nakita natin, napanood natin na Icebox din, mas mabagal yung pacing ng dalawang teams na to compared sa Action PH kanina. And it just goes to show also that they are being very careful as well. Dahil alam nila na kahit pa paano may advantage na tong dalawang teams eh. Nasa taas na sila ng bracket natin eh. So, hindi sila magpapatinag, hindi sila papayag na bababa sila into lower bracket. They want this win. They want to take this away from each other. The Sova drone, masya-shutdown agad-agad. Si NAOS Blurred, meron siyang nakita, merong tumatalon doon. Pero he wasn't able to capitalize on the shot. Hindi rin naman tatama dahil masyadong mabilis. Si Blast naman ang makakapatay daw. And of course, with that, mapo-force na umatras saglit ang SBE pagdating sa kanilang default.
Hindi ko alam party pero natatawa ako. Share ko lang.
Okay ka pa ba?
Okay lang naman. Goods lang naman. Gucci lang naman tayo dito.
Yun yung kailangan ng SBE ngayon. Yung shutdown agad-agad sa knife ni Kakarot. Kaya hindi na nagiging hindi parang nagiging worth it. O hindi nagagamit talaga yung knife. Kasi nasa-shutdown agad eh. So wala ka masusuppress. Hindi mo rin malalaman kung ilan yung players.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
And nabuhay na nga ang dapat nabuhay dito. 5v5. This is a push coming in from the players of SBE. Nakita si Gelicious though, pero magiging successful ba ang pagiging safe play ng NAOS dito? Or is it pupusin lang talaga ng SBE ang A? And that's the thing that's happening right now. As it's popping off again and again. Flippy sees 137, 6 seconds left in the clock right now. 2v1 situation. Pro. Take it down 1v1. Pro versus Blast!
Ooh. Blast!
It's just the time na kailangan nila dito, partner.
Now's the time. Ito na ang pagbabalik ang ganti ng api para sa side ng NAOS Esports. Looking at the economy of SBE, it seems to be in a slum right now. But mabilis ang replay lang para sa inyo guys as Blast was able to just secure kills after kills. A good hold para sa kanya. And they actually got the operator back as well. So, malaking factor to for the side of NAOS knowing this is a long-range battle as well pagdating sa mapa ng Icebox. And this is exactly what Kakarot wants to see. How many players, kung ilan ba ang nasa may A main. At syempre, may delay ng kaunti yan because of the suppress. This Blade Storm is still up and online. Magagamit pa rin. When it comes to the ultimates, ang meron lang dito si Blast. Actually, for the side of NAOS, ang Hunter's Fury nilabas na rin dito for SBE. Si Pro, naghahanap siya ng pwedeng matamaan pero walang tao at all.
Walang tao yun dito. Ito lang si Genius is going inside the early jump against by kill onto that Blade Storm. Talaga the second one, pero Kakarot will gonna shut you down. Aziz, getting some high ground here, pero yung alam problema doon, wala kang, hindi mo alam kung ano ba nangyayari sa likod mo. Pro, mag-isa na rin dito, 1v4, 4 na bata ang kaharap mo.
Blurred was able to take the final shot, making this a 6-6 pantay na ang laban. Southfield Esports, dapat na silang kabahan dito. Buti na lang kamo, switch ng sides dahil masakit sa ekonomiya na. Yun ang nangyayari kanina para sa side nila. Now, with the swap of the sides that we are looking at, saan nga ba? Depende na to sa sa players, partner eh. Saan ba sila mas malakas? Sa attackers o sa defenders?
Enemy remaining. Down A.
Ito na ang pagbangon ng api, ladies and gentlemen. Ikaw balita ko, inupuan mo ko kanina. Nakaturbo ka pa napudpud yung control pre. Bilis eh.
Alam mo naman mga Pinoy talaga.
Namulikat yung hinliliit eh.
Hindi na nakagalaw.
Hindi na nakagalaw. Bilis to pindot ang control eh. Dinutdut.
Tinalo pa yung mga tattoo artist sa dutdutan.
Oo grabe si Aziz man dutdut mga kaibigan. Dinutdut ang control. Pinaamoy ang
oh my God, Aziz, nakakuha na naman siya ng kill. Pero may sagot din naman si Kakarot. On the other hand, si Blurred tumatanggap din ng damage pagdating doon sa slow orb. And of course, sa snake bite. Combination yan. Kumbaga, double trouble. And si Kakarot, meron siyang nakita doon habang nagbabato siya ng knife. On the other hand, si Kevs ready to go out. But the thing is, SBE Pro even, despite having low HP, nakakuha pa rin siya ng kill na yan. Ine-expect niya pa rin na baka merong lumabas biglaan. Now, Flippy.
Pwede na makuha si Flippy. Pwede na makuha.
Spike down.
1v1 with a great one, pero ang problema si Kakarot low on HP. Nakuha niya yung spike.
Feeling ko
hindi nakikita ni Flippy.
B-site eh.
Oo, mag-jogging ka na lang, pre.
Hindi.
Hindi.
Gusto
pero
niya,
yung problema, partner.
Kasi
hindi niya alam kung nasa si Flippy.
kapag umikot pa siya, baka mahuli siya sa mid. On this way, kahit pa paano, makakakuha siya ng positioning niya, tsaka makakapili siya kung saan niya gustong pumwesto nang hindi pa rin nalalaman ni Flippy kung nasan.
Paikot-ikot, ladies and gentlemen, hindi sila pinagtagpo and hindi din sila tinadhana dito sa mapa na to. Pero yung nga, Flippy, meron siyang wall! Ano ang gagawin? At hindi lang titigilan ko nagkakaroon, pero meron siyang goal! Pero may oras pa! Marami siyang buhay, mga kaibigan! Alam naman natin yung nade niyan, 50 damage per pulse. Per putok. 3 putok yan, di ba? So 150 yun. So buti na lang talaga isang putok lang yung naramdaman talaga ni Flippy.
Di in-expect ni Kakarot. May wall siya dito, si Flippy, perfect timing. Tumama yung pulse nung bomba. But
Diyos ko. Wala kung dalawang putok lang talaga yung matamaan, lalo sa gitna. 50 kasi yung damage sa gitna eh. Syempre, pabawas every time na lumalayo ka dun sa may gitna. Pero, Glicious knows it already. Nakita na yung si Flippy. Nakita na yung bumbunan ni Flippy dito, mga kaibigan. Nakita na yung pagkapanot ni Sage. Hindi ko alam kung paano si Sage, pero feeling ko.
Bakit?
Hindi na binarel, man. Hindi na binarel.
Well, ganun talaga buhay. Minsan
Pero tingnan mo kung nasan si tingnan mo kung nasan si Glicious, ladies and gentlemen.
Umiikot na ba?
Hindi alam. Umiikot na.
Oh my God.
Dito na sa may city. Inunahan na sa spawn.
Siya lang yung nag-iisang kulay pula dito. Parang gambit nuts yung galawan ni Glicious. My God, si Ja na lason.
Men, nasabi, paano nangyari yun? Paano nakapasok si Glicious dun, men?
May butas.
Nag-teleportation, men? Ano yun?
Wala, may butas yung depensa dito pagdating sa side ng SBE, kaya napasok sila ng ganon-ganon. But on the other hand, lamang pa rin sila dito. They have the Spectres na plant na daw yung spike. Pagdating sa NAOS, si Blast naman was able to shut down Flippy. Immediately, si Kevs, nako, isa-isa lang bumabagsak dito players ng SBE. Instant upgrade.
Instant upgrade indeed. Out, Spain, bighati.
Lungkot, lumpay.
Dalamhati.
Wala na akong maisip.
Nagulat na lang si Jadon nung pinagsasampal siya ng Sherry.
Wala eh. Nasa kanila naman yung advantage na yun. Kasi isipin mo, sila yung may hawak ng mga Spectres eh. Kaso parang nabaliw ata sila nung na-realize nila si Glicious. Paano nakapasok to? Uy, ang bilis ni Bird. Parang naka-times 2 sa YouTube.
Napakadami. Pero Diyos ko po, sa daming paglilipad-lipad ni Blurred ngayon, napatay na naman siya ng Michael, na-frenzy siya, mga kaibigan. Lumalamig na kasi yung simoy ng hangin dito sa B. Kaya grabe yung lipad dito ni Blurred, but still.
Kasi, no?
Oo nga, 3 versus 4 situation ngayon. Yes, merong mga barrel ang side ng NAOS, pero winnable pa rin to sa side ng SBE partner. Kahit Sheriff and Frenzy lang ang gamit nila, winnable pa rin to. Isang one tap sa ulo lang, men. Okay na.
Mahirap din ha, dahil kung iisipin mo si Pro at si Micro, mga burst down yung kayang gawin nila dito. At talaga mag-aabang lang din sila. Kasi sila rin naman yung defenders. On the other hand, lamang when it comes to manpower, ang SBE. Despite knowing na NAOS, bumili sila dito ng mga baril nila ha. Delikado, tahimik yung mapa, walang nagkakakitaan. Ito yung mga pinaka-nakakakabang moment sa lahat ng player eh.
Men, hindi mo alam kung saan sila pupunta. Tapos nalaman mo, may kasama na pala siyang iba.
Ayun.
Si Delicious nakakita ng isa. That is assist going out. And of course, Kebs planting the spike. A 3v3 situation. Alam na nila ngayon.
Oh! Oy! Ginagawa mo dyan! Kakarot. Kinakarot si Pro. Pro karot. 3v2. Flippy and Mark are the only man remaining for the side of SBE, but can they do the clutch? Can they do that? Big retake na pwede lang gawin dito, pero in terms of utility, medyo delikado na rin talaga. Oh, Flippy with that swing, which is with the kill.
Yeah, double trouble. That is SBE going down and being shut down by NAOS completely on that round. Nakita naman natin there are certain points na sila na yung nasa advantage pero babawi pa rin talaga. Nakakakuha sila ng kills kahit isa o dalawa kahit papaano napapunish nila yung economy ng NAOS, but it's still not enough punishment dahil they still have enough money to actually buy even if they lose the round as well. So buy round na for the side of SBE. Dito na umiinit yung laban kasi malapit na parehas yung team pagdating sa double digit score. Saka hindi nagkakalayo. 8-7 yung score natin, and knowing NAOS from the previous weeks that we've seen them sa group stage, talagang inuubos o talagang sinasagad-sagad nila yung round leads na meron sila. Not this time though.
Oh, not this time. Shoutout nga pala kay Anito Sanchez, Vil Penge Kanin. Magsasaing lang ako, wait lang.
Relax lang.
Pero eto, nag-aantay lang baka meron tao dyan nagmamatay sa may Getly, pero wala naman pala. Yung mga players ngayon ng NAOS, mga kaibigan, they're gonna go here and B instead, pero kayang-kaya pa rin mapanalo ng SBE to because of the utilities that they have. They have the firepower, and doon naman sila sa punto na if ever natalo sila dito, buy save, paikot-ikot lang tulad ng pagpapaikot niya sa'yo.
Man, mahirap yan. Yung hindi mo sigurado kung yung pera nandun pa o nagoyo ka na.
Oo, di ba?
Delicious. Sinusubukan niya kung meron matatamaan ng snake bite, and of course helping the team out para makapag-entry. This is the wall being broken down already. Aziz was able to secure 1 kill as well. Si Pro sumama na rin, and he was able to take 1 kill. That is a shutdown immediately from the knives of Kakarot. Ang bilis pa shutdown. Ito yung beauty when it comes to SBE. Before, now si Esports, walang nakaka-shutdown sa knives ni Kakarot. Lagi silang nahuhuli. Pero SBE is able to do that. Kaya naman nakakaabot din sila o nakakahabol sila from time to time. This is Pros Don't Fake. This is Flippy just defusing the spike completely.
Yeah. What? I mean, that round, kailangan talaga manalo doon talaga ng SBE kasi if ever matalo sila doon, wala silang RF next round. So, that's a good thing na at least nakabawi naman sila kahit papano, and
wala pa rin
reset.
Alam nila yun. Men, kung tinignan mo si Kevs, yung white swing niya na ganun, alam nila yung information na merong nasa second floor. Si Kevs parang he was left with no choice kundi mag-wide swing and try to get some kills. They were too open, kumbaga, para sa side ng SBE, para tanggapin yung mga barrel o yung mga bala ng NAOS. And of course, rather, NAOS is also wide open right there. Kaya naman technical...
Oy! Ayan!
Gising na si Ray Ray.
Men, nag-chat nga kasi sabi niya knock-knock. Ray Ray, nanak-naking kita. Maayos ka.
Ay.
Nung nag-chat si Ray Ray, mga kaibigan, sa Facebook, biglang nag-tech post. Eto na.
Gising na si Ray Ray, guys.
Oo, gising na. Patulugin na ulit! Sino ba yung nagbukas ng alarm? Huwag niyo munang isasara. Di ba na yun?
Lie.
Sorry.
Ganun talaga. Tech post lang. Pero
tech post.
While we are talking about the teams that we are looking at, isang mabilisang recap. Kanina, guys, nung alas 10 ng umaga, kung hindi pa kayo gising, may laban na nangyari. At kami ni Vil ang nag-cast nun, actually. Action PH moves forward sa ating upper bracket at nag-aantay na lang sila sa mga next matches na makikita natin dito as well. At this is the second series already. Game number 1 pa lang to. So wala pang lamang dito sa dalawang teams. Parehas din sila ng score right now. We are on a technical pause. Wala kayong na-miss out masyado.
May nagtatanong.
Ano sabi?
Si Kai Lopez. Sino yung babaeng caster? May babae ba? Walang babae dito, men. Pinagkasabi mo.
Ewan ko dito. Wala.
Babae ka daw, partner? Pahig ka nun?
Pahig ba?
Pahig ka nun?
Ginagalit ako neto ni Kaya.
Oo nga, ano yung tsura ng galit? Batang pasawa.
Lahat sasabay.
Nagsama na naman tayo dito, basically.
Ay, balik Tagalog talaga. Uy, mabilisan lang. Nakatulog ata ulit si Ray Ray.
Let's go! Nice one, nice one. Huwag mo nagigising si Ray Ray, mga kaibigan. Hayaan niyo sa mahimlay. Pero, si Kevs, natamaan to ng long kadug ni Pro, mga kaibigan. Mainit-init na Hunter's Fury ni Pro. Pero Aziz, maganda yung position dito. Tama, pag-flash ka muna kakaroon. Pero yun nga, nagkatingin na. Pero that is the P coming in from Gilichus. Pero si Aziz pa talaga nakakuha noon.
Si Aziz meron din siyang kasama sa likod na tumutulong sa kanya actually in getting those shots in. Kaya naman hindi siya napatay agad o na-punish kasi hindi lang siya yung mag-isa na sumisilip. Ito yung mistake kanina ng NAOS Esports rin as well. If you actually check, yung aggression nila pagdating sa defenders, hindi nagpe-pay off on multiple rounds. Hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawang rounds, hindi nag-pay off yon. Pero with the aggression of SBE, the good side of this is meron silang backup, meron silang kasama. Double trouble yung nangyayari, kaya may trades na nangyayari din as well. On the side of Assist though, he was able to punish 2 players already with the Empress up and online. Mukhang may revive din ang mangyayari dito on the side of NAOS Esports. Kakarot goes up, Kevs and Kakarot, it's all up to them.
Enemy remaining.
2v3, pero yung si Jan nakakuha isa dito. Take it down, Kez. It's all up to Kakarot. He's going to cross. Catches one! But Micro! Galing sa taas. Going to shut down Kakarot right now. And ito na. Nag-tactical pause kasi hindi na daw makakak si Aziz. Nasira ata yung control mo. Napabilis yung pagpindot. Napabilis yung pagdut-dut eh.
Wala ganun talaga pag mabilisan. Mga game style, mga play style na ganito.
Ayan. Ikaw ba, partner? Ano bang gusto mong...
Ako na naman!
Ano bang... malamang, ikaw yung kausap ko eh. Ano bang gusto mong laro? Yung mabilis o mabagal?
Yung mabilis.
Ayan.
Get out of my way!
Umsim!
Umsim!
Umsim! Op! Jablord, mga kaibigan! Pero let's see if ever makakuha pa sila sa Aziz. They're catching! Trying to catch Aziz, pero at least si Gilichus talaga nakakuha dito, mga kaibigan. Pero at least Blurred is alive again. A big shoutout nga pala kay Yulia. But the players of SBE right now trying to recover. Pero we're gonna shut down the initiator and the flasher of a NAOS right now. Si mga kaibigan, hindi talaga siya mapigilan dito, men. Ang hirap talaga mapigilan talaga niya. And that is a big question actually for the side of SB. Paano nila mapipigilan si pero that's just flippy. So, shut down Blurred, pero Pro. Dito lang sa may screen, so the Recon Bolt will be thrown out. Plus that Viper Spit, pero Snake Bite is really painful. 3v4 Flippy. From nowhere, we'll take down Gilichus again and again. Next round, may pera pa naman ang NAOS ngayon, pero ang problema na din talaga SB is nakuha Kevs. We don't want something like a second kill. Sabi ko ba na Solman Kevs? Diyos ko po! Pinagkukuha yung ulo ng SB. Push ka to a 1v1 situation. Nakakuha na vandalism dito, mga kaibigan. And is he gonna get that diffuser? Pros don't fake! Oh no!
Pros don't fake. Nakuha niya yung kill. Pero too late na, partner. 4 HP. He has nothing to do. Nothing. Wala. Naiwan niya lang.
Mainit. Diyos ko po, Kebs. One. Bam. 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 One hit delete.
Grabe, no? Ang init maglaro ng mga players ng NAOS eh. Kung mapapansin mo yung mga highlight players natin for the side of NAOS Esports, it was always like Blurred, talking about Blast, talking about Kakarot, pero you cannot discount kung paano yung players din, like Kevs. You can get those kills in.
Blurred.
finding that perfect entry na pwede nang gawin dito. Pero for Micro though, sobrang advanced talaga na Viper split niya. Syempre, para talaga mapigilin yung pag-push dito ng NAOS. Pero sa totoo lang, if ever matalo ang NAOS dito, wala silang pera next round. Kailan pwede makabawi ang NAOS? Pag match point na ang SBE.
Mahirap yun. Kapag yung mga ganitong double-digit score na, wala na talaga eh. No room for errors na. But this is already them being detected. Si Blurred lumabas lang din agad-agad ng ganong kabilis. This is the Viper split already being set by the side of SBE as well to try and delay the players of NAOS Esports. Now, they want to take control of mid as well. Wala nagbabantay niyan. Isang nasa kitchen, which is si Aziz, na mag-aabang. So, I think na may ina-expected siya na rotations coming in dito for the side of NAOS. Just in case hindi niya in-expect yan, this is quite a punishment for him dahil naka-knives out lang siya. And exactly like that, he was shot down. 12 seconds remaining para ma-plant ang spike and that is completely enough time to plant it. Walang tao sa B, kaya naman nandito sila. The rotations is just perfect for now si Esports right now.
Oh my god, sobrang
ganda ng rotation nila.
Men, ang ganda ng ano. Oo, walang nakapasok kasi meron tao sa taas, meron tao sa baba. Paano yun? Paano ka iikot doon? Saan ka? Yun nga eh, talagang kinat na agad nila. Ito, Aziz, lumabas, hindi mo alam, nandiyan na pala si Kevs.
The thing
tapos
is,
si Gio sa likod pa.
Iniwan nila rin yung B-site. Ang nagbabantay sa B-site actually is si Aziz. Wala siyang nafe-feel at all, pero meron nang gumagapang papunta sa tube. May gumagapang na papunta sa mid. And hindi niya na-expect yun. Yun yung sinasabi ko eh. It could be deadly kapag hindi niya ina-expect. Yung rotations niya, sumaktong-sakto talaga kung paano maglaro yung NAOS Esports. And completely like that, na-cut nila lahat ng rotations.
Yeah.
NAOS, sila yung mayroong gun advantage dito. Nasa kanila ang mga Vandals. At on the side of SBE naman, they are forced on an eco positioning. And alam natin, when it comes to eco rounds like this, it's still quite possible to get that thrift piece. But on the other hand, ito na naman ang NAOS Esports planting the spike. The angle is just perfect para kay Delicious. He was able to shut down Flippy. Isama mo pa si Micro as well as the other members with a flawless, very, very flawless round coming in from NAOS, completely dominating a site.
Yeah. But the players of NAOS ngayon talagang inuunti-unti talaga nila to and trying to prove na kaya namin i-2-0 to SBE. However, dalawa ang kalaban nila, partner. Ang NAOS at saka ang economy.
Tsaka yung mga analyst.
Oo,
sa
yung mga analyst sa comment section.
Tatlo ang kalaban nila dito. So, matindi-tindi to. 10. Parang 10 lang ang ating scoreline dito. Ladies and gentlemen, both teams have the guns. Blurred was able to secure the kill on Aziz. That is the duelist out of the equation para sa side ng SBE. Mapapa-atras sila dito. They are preparing to actually rotate on B side. Iniwan nila. Iniwan na naman nila yung A side completely. But the good thing right now, at least si Ja umiikot din on mid. Kaya hawak niya yung rotation kung sakali man aatras itong mga players ng NAOS. But it seems like decided na sila na pupunta sila ng B side. Lalo na kung ganito opening kills na makukuha nila. 1 by 1, SBE goes down and now it's all up to Ja. That Ja is the only guy remaining right now and he has the Vandal. Can he make the clutch happen? That's the question. May umiikot na rin towards mid. Na-detect na si Ja. They know the positioning of this guy and he wouldn't survive any longer. Now Esports takes this to 11-10.
Yeah. NAOS, 1 win away. This is actually a really great comeback na ginawa ng NAOS sa totoo lang. Really never thought na talagang makakabawi doon ang NAOS. Pero we all know na every time na naglalaro ang NAOS, laging 2-0 to. And the only thing talaga na pwede makabawing SBE is pag match point na ang NAOS. Dalawa partner, kakasabi ko lang kanina, di ba? Nabaliktad na. NAOS na ang ano?
Nanguna.
nangunguna. Pero nga lang, Josh trying to be really aggressive right now. Pero the players of now trying to play safe as well. Hindi sila pwedeng magpaka-overcommit dito, magmaasim o kahit ano.
Hindi,
kasi
ang alam ko,
sobrang crucial nito.
SBE pumili ng mapa na to eh. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong chat, SBE picked this map against NAOS. Going to it though, si Kevs meron siyang nakita sa kabilang dulo pero hindi nagko-connect yung shots na yan na nag-aambahan lang yung dalawang players dito pero ang isang umaamba si Aziz. Nakakita sila dito ng opening para kunin yung mga kills na yan. That is 3-man down para sa side ng NAOS. Remember, eco round lang to para sa SBE pero lumalamang sila when it comes to the manpower. Kaso nga lang, they have to retake. What are they gonna do? Hindi din nila makuha yung mga vandals na yan.
Oh! Naririnig ni Bird nga na talagang meron tumatakbo dito. Catches one, catches three! Blurred with a 4K! Trying to go with that ace, pero sabi ni Pro, hindi! Delicious 1v1 with a great one. Pro, mga kaibigan, walang oras! Umupo! Ito na, inupuan na! 200 crouches per minute onto Delicious. Tinurbo ang control. Pinaamoy ang tuhod.
Now, Esports match point para sa kanila. They only need one more to secure this game number 1. Look at this clean shots coming in from Blurred. In-expect niya lahat nung lalabas. Alam niya kasi yung information, Vil. That's the first thing. Alam niya, una sa lahat, meron ng sumilip doon sa may tube, di ba? And also, narinig niya may nag-rest. So he was quite aware na dalawang players yung kailangan niyang abangan on the left side. And then just the perfect timing na talagang isa-isa silang lumabas. At talagang on point yung kanyang mga shots dito. Look at Blurred right now. He got a kill upon Ja again. And they are forced to move back. They are forced to move away from this situation. Si Aziz wala siyang magagawa dito. Kahit makapatay siya, hindi siya makakapag-dismiss doon. One and done position para sa mga players dito ng SBE. I think NAOS is taking this round and taking this game away from SBE right now. It's all up to Micro though. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, hindi pa napaplant ang spike at hindi pa namamatay si Micro.
Yeah, hindi pa sila namamatay. So kailangan talaga nila makabawi dito. And on to these players ngayon ng NAOS, mga kaibigan. It's actually tapos na. Oh my God. Tapos na. Grabe yung comeback na nangyari dito na ginawa nila ng NAOS. And kitang-kita natin ang aking jowa, si Kakarot.
Yan.
Sabi niya, jojowain doon.
Totoo naman eh. Sinabi niya yun. Literal kahapon sa PPGL cooldown. Pero now, Esports, they're performing really well right now. SBE, they're performing as well. Hindi nga lang enough para makuha yung 13 points na yan o para mauna sila pagdating sa match point. Pero tignan natin, sipin natin yung stats ng mga players na to as we head on to the stats of the game. Now, Esports, of course, MVP of this game is Kevs as the Sova, getting that 30 bro and that 2.2 KDA, 357 combat score. Pero ang hindi mo pwede dito ang alisin is actually the capabilities of the duelists like Blurred.
Oh, I mean, hindi mo talaga, ang hirap din talaga na babawi rin talaga. If ever nakuha mo na yung momentum eh. Itong Valorant, ladies and gentlemen, momentum based to eh. Itong laro na to. And sobrang crucial lang din if ever nagkaroon tayo ng mga mishaps, ng mga misplays, ng mga mistakes rin, personal or yung buong team. Lalong-lalo ng decision making. Kung sino ba talaga ang unang pipick, kung ano ba talagang gagawin nyo, kung nagkakaroon kayo ng second thoughts or anything, yung mga duels, there's a lot to consider whenever you are playing these games, lalong-lalo na if ever you're in a tournament setup. Kasi if ever na you're gonna compare a simple rank game, kunyari nasa Radiant ka na, ganun, tapos on a tournament, ibang-iba eh. Doble or triple yung pagod, yung pressure na mararamdaman mo pag nandito kayo sa mga ganitong klaseng tournament. Pero syempre,
yung mga clutch situation dito, Vin, hindi naman to yung mga clutch situation na nakikita mo sa mga rank game lang eh. This is high-level pro plays. They know how to retake. Alam nila kung ano yung mga positioning at alam nila kung ano yung mga battles na kailangan mong abangan. At talagang once na lumabas ka, kagaya nito, itong highlight from Blurred, one by one, they all just get punished completely. Isang mabilisang swing lang, hindi naman ganun kalaki yung kailangan is-wipe ni Blurred doon. Dahil saglitan lang naman at masikip yung kitchen a while ago. But that was game number 1. NAOS was able to take it away from SBE VCT. Pagdating sa match na to, di mo masabi kung sino talaga yung mananalo. I really feel na once we go on map 2, it's the selection of NAOS, if I'm not mistaken. It's gonna be a 2-0. It quite possibly can be, pero posible rin namang mag-third game. Pero tingnan natin, dahil right now, we are gonna go on a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, of course, game number 2 sa best of 3 series na yan, kaya huwag kayong aalis. Muling magbabalik ang VCTPH.
Darling, working for the people, gotta rake them all in, but sometimes
At kami ay nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1 Playoffs, day number 2. We are cast for the day. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Eliza Terror, and it's time for the game number 2 of NAOS versus SBE, mga kaibigan. Kabataan versus ang
mga titos.
Hindi na ganun kabataan versus hindi na ganun na bata, mga tito.
Ano pa rin natin yan, mga tropa pips pa rin natin yan. Kita mo naman, along the years, ang kalaban dito ng NAOS Esports, actually, experience. di ba?
Oh, experience lang din talaga. And yeah, I mean, we've seen it already. Pwede nating sabihin na slight comeback ang nangyari. Close fight dito sa mapa na pinili ng SBE. Yun nga, di ba? Yes, map that is picked by SBE. Well, correct me if I'm wrong ha. It's fine. Nagkakamali
Medyo
ako.
na ano sila eh. Nagulantang sila dun sa ginawa ni Blurred kanina.
Ano itsura?
Yung na, tigil-tigilan mo ako nila.
Ano yung tsura ng gulantang? Sige na, minsan lang oh.
Basta nagulat sila, men. Ganun sila oh. Napalaki yung mata nila eh. Nung na-realize nila na, oh my God, si Blurred. Na nakita tayong lahat. He was able to capitalize on it. And those kills, those shots, yung mga pagdating dun sa mga retakes nung NAOS as well. Just perfect, just chef's kiss when it comes to it. Aside from that, sabi mo nga, Vil, dikit yung laban eh, pagdating sa SBE tsaka sa NAOS. So, hindi malayo at hindi imposible na magdikit na naman yung laban when it comes to game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, pwede ulit mangyari yung nangyari dun sa first game natin. And itong SBE kasi, ladies and gents, ano to eh, no? Sila yung team na lagi talagang nag-game number 3. Yep. Kalaban naman nila, yung lagi nagto 2 games lang, which is ang NAOS. Tingnan natin if ano bang pwedeng gawin dito ng mga
depende na lang
ng mga
din
teams
yan
natin.
Sa sa strategy na gagawin ng players natin. Kung di ako nagkakamali, ang susunod nating mapa is actually gonna be Haven. So, I would probably see baka yung NAOS, they would still stick for that Kakarot using that KO, or kaya naman they would be using a Sky, a Sova Sky combination kasi magandang combination din yun sa Haven eh.
Yeah, kasi di ba nga tulad nga na sinabi ni Kakarot dun sa interview niya, di ba? Nagsorry nga sa kay Chamber eh. Hindi na daw siya pinipili. Hindi na siya pinipili. Isipin mo, siya lang yung Valorant player na nagsorry sa agent, mga kaibigan, kasi hindi niya ginagamit.
Nagsorry siya kay KO? Ay, nagsorry siya kay ano?
Kay Chamber. At saka sabi ni Kakarot, mga kaibigan, meron daw silang bonding diff ng mga ka-teammates niya. Oo, kasi tsaka believe lang. Dream, believe, survive. Starstruck. Yan ang sinabi ni Kakarot dun sa interview. Kaya utang na loob, bigyan nyo ako ng tsansa na ma-interview lang talaga si Kakarot, man. Promise.
Gusto ko lang din sabihin as well, pagdating dun sa interview namin with Kakarot last time, nung PPGL cooldown, no? Grabe, parang natupad yung pangarap ko sa pagiging host. Tapos si Kakarot yung interviewin mo. Alam niyo ba kung gaano kahirap mag-interview ng players, guys?
Ay, alam ko yan, partner!
Especially dun sa mga hindi mo pa nakikilala in person, yung hindi mo pa nakikita. Usually kasi yung mga players mahihain yan eh. So, kailangan labas mo talaga. Gawan mo ng paraan, kumbaga, yung players. Pero si Kakarot, automatic, parang pinanganak siya, tapos talagang pinanganak siya maging artista, pero pinili niya maging Valorant player.
Binuhay siya sa mga ganong eksena, sa mga interview na ganon. Alam ko yan, ganyan, partner. Yung mga i-interviewin mo, tapos hindi alam ko inisasagot. Alam ko yan. Meron ako in-interview, nag-viral na.
Praktisado na tayo dyan eh.
Oo, trabaho talaga natin yan eh. Wow. Pero yung mga players naman ngayon ng SBE, praktisado na rin yan talaga. Kasi ilang taon nila ginagawa to. Ilang taon sila nagko-compete. Dati silang magkakakampi. Tapos nagkawatak-watak. Pero pinagsama sila ulit.
Nagsama-sama na ulit.
Oo. Last year, itong SBE, mga kaibigan, is second sa pinakamalakas na team sa Pilipinas. First, ang Team Secret, of course. Last year to Pero ngayon, medyo mag-iiba na ata ang simoy ng hangin. Kasi sobrang lumalamig na sa TS eh. Pero tignan natin if magiging sila pa ba? Or probably it's gonna be a different one. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng Haven, ladies and gentlemen, tama ka nga, partner. Si Kakarot with the KO. Kaya nga, di ba? You can spell KO without ka.
Tama ka dyan. Ang galing mo talaga. Pagdating sa spelling, number 1 talaga to si Vil eh. Pero tignan natin yung agent pick selection ng mga players natin dito. Of course, they have that controller as the Astra. napakasikat na ni Astra ngayon at I think, of course, papa-autograph tayo dyan. Kaya, tsaka, wala kasi kapag nag-omen ka, ang dami kasing abilities ng isang Astra na kaya mong i-cancel yung pag-plant, kaya mong mag-fake, kaya mong ang dami mong pwedeng gawin compared sa ibang mga smoke.
Dami niyang alam no?
Dami niyang alam.
Full map control.
Nilabas.
Uy, eto na. Ito ba?
Sino nawala? Si... Nakalimutan.
Si Junjun, siguro.
Sino yung nawala? Si Black?
Sino yung nawala? Hindi, dito si... Sino yung nawala?
Si Blas?
Guys,
Nandyan si Blas eh.
Hindi, andito si Blas.
Nakalimutan na natin kasi ni
Si Jilish. Si
Jilicious? Mamaya malalaman natin kasi nawala, marirealize din natin yan. Si Blurk pumapasok lang dito. Sa loob ng Astra Smoke, nakita si Ja. And dyan din si Z also taking in shots as well. Mainit na mainit ang NAOS Esports. Although they were able to take on the site already. SBE, 2 players dito. Si Pro saka si Papi Chulo. Papi Chulo in.
Oo. Nawala si Kevs kasi.
Ayun, si Kevs. Si Sova lagi.
Pero ito na. Jumping right click mga kaibigan, pero hindi ata tumama yung mga players ngayon na SB. Pero dito lang ngayon ang Kakarot and Blast will do the job. 1-0 in favor of NS right now. Ito partner, ito last week, nung kamakailan lang, maraming nagtatanong, bakit ganyan yung gameplay ni Z? Anong nangyari dun sa Z na kilala namin na laging top frag, ganyan. Hindi siya nag-perform ng... Yung performance niya last week is hindi yung performance niya nung first week, partner.
Hindi kasi,
pero ngayon, sana mabawi
niya. Yung pinakita niya nung first week, di ba? Parang ang hirap pantayan ng laging ganun, di ba? When it comes to the consistencies of players that we have here, yeah, they are consistent, but of course, don't expect them to get the 5 kills, the 4 kills. Hindi naman to madaling play o high-level play itong nilalaro nila.
Yeah.
Kakarot.
Mas high pa sa mataas, pero we're gonna push in on journey is gonna be down there eating. Pero Diyos ko po, nasip-sip sa likod, ginawang bulalo! Si Papi Chulo! Pero, Aziz, gonna fall down to the hands of Kakarot right now. Grabe ang NAOS, man. Talagang push lang
Ang laki ng mapa, pero ang bilis ng laban.
Oo, grabe yung pag-push nila sa C. Wala silang pakialam sa nangyayari sa iba. Kasi meron tayong Astra Sige, sip-sip sa likod. Sip-sip si Papi Chulo, man. Parang mainit na bulalord.
Paano yung sip-sip? Kuha mo, partner.
Oh, man!
Kuha mo pati yung bone marrow.
Di ba? Sarap nun. Diba?
Nagutom
ako, man. Tapos may pechay pa ni Sky. Diyos ko pa.
Ay.
Oo.
Maganda tong pangitain for the side of NAOS right now. But the thing is, buy round na ng SBE. Ito na yung chance nila para bumalik sa laro. And nag-aabang lang si Aziz dito sa corner ng B side kung meron mang gustong pumasok. And this is a typical or usually na ginagawa ng defenders when they wanna be aggressive on A, try to get the pick, tapos aatras sila with the help of the other teammates. Pero this flash, inaabangan ni Pro. Ready siya. Ang ganda ng flick. He gets a 2K. 2-to-1 trade lang para sa kanya. Now, on the other hand, may mga indirect trades din na nangyari dito. With a 3v3 right now, pantay pa rin ang laban natin.
Pantay na pero nga si Papi Chulo, meron siyang phantom dito mga kaibigan, hindi inaakala ni Blas, nandun pala si Papi Chulo, pero but still 3v2 na lang nangyayari dito. Kakarot super low in HP. Delicious, meron naman siyang recon bolt, so dalawang initiator na lang ang natitira dito ngayon sa NAOS. And in terms of information, makakakuha sila ng maraming impormasyon kung nasan ba ang SBE. Pero naglalakad lang din talaga sila. Si Flippy catches one, but Delicious with a big trade. 1v2. Ang tanong, ito ba ay winnable? Meron siyang shock dart, meron siyang recon bolt.
Masyado ng late.
Kailangan nilang pumasok ng sabay. O tama. Kailangan nilang pumasok ng sabay.
Kailangan nilang pumasok ng sabay dito, but Delicious, it's all up to him right now. He still has that recon and shock dart that he can use kapag nag-connect posible. Yun lang, hindi sila sabay pumasok.
Oo. Kasi hindi naman inaakala ni Jesus na nasa likod si Ja.
Mas maganda actually. They were able to do a sandwich on A side. That's such a good decision making coming in from SBE. Kasi kapag dalawa kayong lumabas, actually ina-expect na ni ina-expect na ni sino ba yung natira? Dito si Delicious, di ba? Kung di ako nagkakamali. Ina-expect niya na dalawa yung lalabas doon, Vil. Pero dahil nga ang decision dito ng SBE, pinch natin, pupunta ako sa A short at yung isa lalabas papunta sa may city. Hindi. Mahirap i-swing yun eh.
Oo, tapos hindi talaga inaakala ng Delicious nasa likod lang si Ja no?
Tsaka mas madaling makapag mas malaki yung clutch potential yung kapag ganun ka, dikit lang yung swing mo. Pag dalawa silang lumabas doon ng sabay. Anyway, it is done and over for that round. SBE was able to take it at panibagong round na naman to para sa kanila. NAOS, on the other hand, they wanna go C-side. Ang daming utilities dito na nilalabas.
Oh my God,
yung Hunter's Fury. Si Pro, nakuha niya si Kakarot. On the other hand, on the other news, andito naman si Ja para kunin ang ibang kills. Naghahanap pa siya ng pwedeng makita. Si Delicious nandito lang din at hindi na makalabas as Pro was able to secure the kill on the Kakarot and Flippy was able to secure that one as well for the team.
Mapa ng ano to mapa ng SBE to Itong Haven Tignan mo naman pinaghahampas ni Pro ng Hunter's Fury ang mga players ng NAOS left and right. And it's just like what we've talked about a while ago. We can say na talagang pwedeng ganito rin. Yung nangyari kanina, close fight talaga pwede mangyari, pero that is SPE trying to be really aggressive right now. Nasip-sip na nga si Blur dito pero hindi na ina-expect na si Blur nasa gilid lang. Sinerip yung mukha ni Aziz dito and yung Flip is trying to be really aggressive. Ano ang ginagawa ni SPE? Trying to be really aggressive and Blur with the 3K. Hindi nila makita si Blur sa gate kasi nga Blurred.
Hindi nila mapigilan man. Hindi nila makita. Blurred nga kasi. 7 HP remaining on Blurred. It's still alive and kicking for the team of NAOS Esports. They're just gonna plant this spike. Wala nang shock dart na pwedeng gamitin to cancel out. O kaya naman, kahit yung pull, dahil kakaibang plant din to. Now with the recon, Papi Chulo knows the positioning of some of the players as well. Kailangan niya mag-adjust dito ng kanyang posisyon. Kailangan niya mag-iba. At with Ja, he's still trying. I don't think they're gonna get this round anymore or any longer. Mag-exit frags lang sila dito kaya save lang talaga. Kasi full armor pa
Oo, full armor pa There's no way na kailangan talaga nilang barilin yung mga players ito or like patayin or exit frags na lang din talaga. Try to mess up with the utilities na lang din ng mga kalaban nila. Pero Blurred super low. Muntik na makuha si Papi Chulo dito. Ja and Papi Chulo connection. Ja Papi. Or Ja Chulo. We're gonna still live. And will save the gun. Ito mo, Blurred with a one taps onto the heads of SBE, mga kaibigan. Flippy with that swing. Sees one! And getting that RGX Vandal. May pangalan pa ng skin.
May pangalan pa ng skin no? RGX Vandal. Then 3-2 is the score now.
Right here.
I don't want to talk about Blurred anymore. My God, this guy from the previous game, he was already cracked. Delicious on the other hand, nakakuha ng kill and that is Ja out of the equation. Problema na naman para sa side ng SBE. Isa-isa na naman silang bumabagsak. The thing is, yung aggressive push na naman nila, partner, hindi na naman nagpe-pay off.
Yeah. I know. Pero sana makabawi sila kahit paano. Oh! Papi Chulo through that smoke sees the ulo of Blurred.
That's so conyo, bro. But this is Delicious taking in the shots from the Nano Swarm. Pati na rin doon sa turret, si Blast, nabawasan din ng kaunti. So they know may mga tao on C. On the other hand, sa A sila nagpa-plant. Panggulo lang to. Panggulo segment lang to. Wala nang tao dyan, pro. Shock dart. Walang mangyayari. It's all up to him now. 1v3 situation. And Pro, he's basically gonna save or either get some exit frags o kaya naman maghanap siya ng kalaban along the map. But it's a done deal already for the side of SBE.
Yeah.
Revealing area. Naramdam natin si Miss Eliza Taylor na halatang lumapit sa mic.
Sorry. Halatang ano?
Lumapit sa mic.
Lumakas eh, no?
Oo, nagulat ako eh.
Sorry.
Oo, okay lang yun. Talagang, gusto mo ba yung malapit talaga sa mic? Pwede naman yan eh, partner. Pero ayan.
Grabe. Now si Esports, they're just showing off at this point. Si Aziz, ito pwedeng maging iba yung storya dito. Pag si Aziz talaga makapag-punish, hindi sila makapasok at all.
Yeah. Pero dito naman at least nakita naman nila kung nasan talaga si Blurred. Alam nila kung saan sila tututok para maputok ang kanilang mga baril. Pero ito mga players ngayon na ang NAOS probably go here in A daw. Pero hindi nila alam na meron talagang alarm bot dyan lang malapit sa kanila. And it's gonna be destroyed by Blurred na lang din talaga. Pero kailangan din nilang tignan kung meron ba nilang pupunta sa may short lang din, isa sa short, isa sa long. Tamang crossfire lang din talaga nila ang pwede nilang gawin dito, pero nakasalalay din dito sa knife ni Kakarot if ever kung ilan ba nandiyan. Pero yun nga na si Papi Chulo goes sees the players of NAOS right now, pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, tatlo na agad na napatay ngayon ng NAOS. Aziz and Flippy the only man remaining, at kung kitang-kita mo si Aziz mas mabilis pa sa alas 5. Nag-out agad kasi kailangan na i-save yung operation na yan, men.
Wala eh. Kailangan, ito yung ano nila eh, malaking investment nila eh. And this is one of the things that would actually stop NAOS from entering the site is if they can actually punish with the operator. And at the same time, malaki nga tong investment for them. Magiging eco na naman. Or yung ibang player. So, isi-save na lang to ng dalawa, si Aziz saka si Flippy. Full HP naman sila at saka may armor pa rin naman tong dalawang players na to. On the other hand, yung tatlong players expect moving forward on the next round na ifo-force ni Nadja Pro, Papi Chulo, probably yung pag-buy nila. Dahil kailangan nilang sabayan. Kaso nga lang, namatay din yung... nakapatay sila, dalawang players. Namatay din yung operator. Yun lang. Now, si Esports, lamang na sila dito ng 3 rounds. There is timeout. Kinabahan ako slight. Kala ko kung ano na nangyari. Buti na lang, timeout lang.
Oo, akala natin. Wait lang. Tulog pa si Ray. Oo nga eh.
Tulog pa si Ray. Tulog pa
si Ray. Huwag nyo na munang gisingin!
Huwag ka sumigaw, baka marinig ka eh.
Sorry. Huwag niyo munang gisingin si Ray. Quiet lang tayo.
No, mapapatay.
Quiet lang tayo. Oo.
Mapapatime-out ko talaga, baby. Kasi...
Oo, man. Okay lang naman
kung na ganun yung mangyayari sa'yo, mapapatime-out ka na matindi.
Okay lang naman kung mag-game 3 tayo. Pero wag na tayo mag-take pause. Kaya hinihinaan lang natin dito. Kasi baka magising kasi si Ray. Hindi naman natin sinasabi na meron siyang balat. Na meron siyang balat, pero parang ganun na nga. Diba?
Hindi naman sa pag-ano pansinin nyo 2-0 kanina yung match nung kami nag-cast.
Oo, ang bilis, di ba? Mamaya si Ray magkakas mamaya.
Joke lang, bayani namin si Ray.
Oo, bayani yan, men. Oo, bayani yan.
Ni Ray. Isipin mo, kahapon 9 hours. Talo niya pa yung nag-office, men.
Oo, di ba? Tapos, kung nagtatanong kayo, guys, walang TF to.
Passion to, passion.
Passion, men. Appear lang, good job. Ganun lang yun. Oo ba? What is money?
Paper only.
Hindi namin kailangan yan. Oo, diba? Pwede ka naman manghingi.
Pwede ka naman manghingi sa 6K viewers, tigpipiso.
Oo, tigpipiso. Easy, may 6K ka na, diba? Doesn't TF. Oo ba? Namin kailangan yan.
Ito, uy!
Blood!
Uy!
Ay, ginagawa mo dyan. Alam na alam ni Blood ko na si Aziz, mga kaibigan, nakakuha agad yung ulo. Pero ito, Flippy, meron pa naman siyang vandal dito, pero si Pro nagmamatay lang din. Baka meron din siya makuha, pero kalam, Papi Cholo will get the ulo of Blurred right now again and again. But now Z's the head of Flippy. 4v3 and Kakarot knows exactly kung nasan ba yung SBE.
Naka-ult na rin.
Pero si Jack.
Ito, masyadong sneaky yung galawan ni Jam mga kaibigan, pero tamang pot-shots lang din. Nakuha yung ulo ni Kakarot mga kaibigan, pero at least nakabawi naman ng isa. Pero si Blas goes in already, Papi Chulo. At saka si Pro na lang din talaga ang natitira dito.
Spike planted.
Nagulat si Kakarot doon, men.
Oo, Sim.
Nagulat siya paglabas niya. Merong sheriff na nag-aabang na. But there you go. Blast was able to take that 2K. Si Z hindi namatay despite having a very low HP as well. This is now NAOS taking complete lead. 4 rounds against SBE. Problema to for the side of SBE. Ang ganda na sana ng positioning ni Aziz eh. Na-timingan lang siya na naglalakad din si Blurred tapos napansin siya.
Oo. Nagtatanong sila kung ano ba yung petsa ni Sky. Yung ulti.
Yung ulti ni Sky.
Oh, petsa yun, men.
Anong tawag niyo?
Minsan nga. Ulti. Seekers, yun ang tawag nila. Petsa yun, men. Pero sa totoo lang, repolyo talaga. Pero gusto ko petsa yun. Pero G-Leeches with that Hunter's Fury. Meron siya nabawasan ng isa, which is si Ja. Pero inaantay na matapos yung nandun sa build para makapasok sila ngayon. And now, Blur is inside already. Plus, the ultimate coming in from Kakarot right now. Pero, makakabawi pa ba ang SBE? Mababawi pa nila. Pero ito na, mainit na Hunter's Fury ni Pro, ladies and gentlemen. Napatay na nga si Kakarot dito. Pero pwede naman siya buhayan ngayon. Pero that is now the lockdown na nilabas ni Z. Napakaraming ultimate na nilalabas ngayon ng mga players ngayon. And alam naman natin na kahit ilang lockdown pa rin yan. Okay naman yan kasi sanay ang Pinoy sa lockdown. Pero Pro, getting some tag onto the players off NAOS right now, plus that shock dart. Pero ito lang initiated, sabi ni Papi Chulo mga kaibigan. But G-Leeches is coming in from window. Saan catch these players off guard? Pero G-Leeches penalty! Nilabas sa classic! Wala siya pakilang po na papatay ko yung lockdown. Will get that round again and again. Oh my God, G-Leeches!
Hindi dapat nangyari yan for SBE. Patay na dapat si Jelicious doon. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari. Bakit hindi nila nakuha yung shots? Just a quick replay on what happened. Of course, nilabas yung lockdown na yan. The pressure is definitely on. Si Jelicious nandito nag-swing out ng mabilisan. While on the other hand, si Ja, andun na eh. Kuha niya na yung shot eh. Clear shot na sana. There is still 2 HP remaining. Hindi nila napatay dito si Jelicious. Nakuha din pati yung lockdown. 7-2. NAOS. Uy, na-chup-chup ng saglit ang SBE, dalawang players dito. Pero wala namang wala namang makukuha kasi wala rin namang sisilip. Panggulo lang.
Nasip-sip si Aziz ng konti eh.
Kakadut-dut niya eh.
Kakadut-dut mo, nasip-sip ka tuloy ng konti. Pero ito na, Blast! Dalawa ang nagpupush dito mga kaibigan, pero Flippy! Blasting the head of Blast!
May information. Alam niya.
Meron natamaan yung birdie ni, ni Flippy. Pero binigay na lang din talaga niya ang Vandal dito kay Ja kasi marami naman siyang buhay. Pero Diyos ko po, aray! My God! Pighati! Natamaan yung ulo ni Z-Piso! Ang sakit yung rinig natin yung yung kalampag ng ulo eh. Kumalembang eh.
Gumanon eh.
My God! Z super low pero Kakarot
next in line.
Flippy. Bam! We'll get that ulo again. Pero ito si Pro at si Papi Chulo talagang sheriff yung talaga alaman na. Pero si Jab meron naman siyang Vandal dito pero siya makabawi. Pwedeng siya yung mag-anchor dito pero Blurred! Playing close. Catches one. Dito naman players ngayon dito lang sa heaven mga kaibigan. Spray and pray on to Kakarot. But Pro will gonna get that kill as a Z. Super low. 12 seconds. Papi Chulo!
Si Blurred na lang.
Si Blurred na lang. Pero Papi Chulo! Diyos ko po! Kada silip may sasabog na ulo kay Papi Chulo, lalong-lalo na kay Pro.
350. 350 na naman ang SBE. They were able to get that. Kailangan nila yun. Sobrang kailangan nila yung round na yun. They have to make sure that they can at least punish the economy of NAOS right now. If not, kailan pa? Uy, kami yun Pero ito,
kami yun,
si Kakarot, tingnan natin yung mabilisang replay lang. Si Papi Chulo ba yung nakakuha nung... Si Papi Chulo tong Killjoy di ba? Wala na, tapos na yan. Sabi sa'yo, mabilisan lang yung replay. Literal, nag-swap lang. Labas ulit. Pero ito, brand new game, a brand new round. Papi Chulo was able to take on a kill. Nakikita na natin yung confidence boost na nakuha ni Papi Chulo doon. He's now making some plays right here that works out for Team SBE. He's standing up the ground, holding down the fort for the side of SBE. Si Aziz naman ay nasa A site habang nandito rin naman sa CT. Si Pro nag-aabang sa Gedli. Si Zeal, he was able to punish one player. That is Aziz. Mamba out muna para sa kanya. Repositioning himself and of course, delaying a little bit of the plan para lang hindi mag-connect yung mga shock dart na yan. This is also the turret being set. So kung may lumabas, insta-kill. O kaya naman, there is that insta-slow coming in from the turret.
4v4 it is, and now is Swarm Grenade are now being activated para hindi na makapasok dito yung mga players ngayon ng SBE, mga kaibigan. Pero Papi Chulo together with a Flippy trying to catch someone off guard, pero kailangan talaga masok dito or probably gonna get that flash first. Pero meron tao dito sa taas which is si Pro ngayon, pero nag-aantay na siya na pwede makuha ang ulo dito, mga kaibigan. Pero si gonna get a kill instead, pero si Pro naglalakad-lakad lang din, nakakuha pa nga na isa, and we're gonna get that perfect round para sa SBE. Will gonna win that retake. And dito naman ngayon sa last round ng second half, ay ng first half rather, is this gonna be a 7-5 or 8-4? Merong pera yung mga teams natin ngayon, and nakadepende lang talaga. Magandang retake lang din talaga, bes eh. Alam mo yun, just sabay-sabay kayo pumasok, check the corners agad-agad and get that kill.
Tsaka nakukuha na ng SBE yung confidence kahit papano. Kasi kanina nakikita mo talaga nagda-doubt sila doon sa mga positioning nila. Nagda-doubt sila kung sisilip ba talaga sila o papasok sila. This time around, with the help of Papi Chulo, seems like the team is now recovering from what is happening or what was happening a while ago. Alam nila na nandito si Aziz sa corner. May tumatawid. Nakuha nila yung shot. That is delicious out. The next one is gonna be Blast. Meron pa bang susunod? And that's gonna be Blurred. Shutting him down. 2-1 trade para sa kanila. Mabilis ang aksyon mula dito sa ibang players ng NAOS Esports. Yun yung maganda sa NAOS. Once they see someone popping off and once they see that this player keeps on getting those kills, tatapatan nila. Shutdown agad nila. Instead of trying to move back at talagang iiwasan.
Yeah. Shout down. Sasabihin shout out.
Pero shout down.
Pero ito 2v3, nakita doon ni Flippy. Nilabas na ng mga pechay, mga kaibigan, catching one. It's all up to Kakarot. Pero
good half.
5-7 it is. Good half. 5-7 it is just to end that first half onto this game. Pero andito naman ngayon ng SBE. Sila naman ang magpupush and NAOS. Can they stop the possible push of SBE? Kasi sila ng defenders ngayon. Ang maganda rin, partner, is si Kakarot. Kasi KO siya. So, isang knife lang niya anywhere. Alam mo yun? Talagang mare-reveal na sila. Cancel out na sila. Alam mo yun?
Maliban na lang kung ma-shutdown nila yung knives. Kasi hindi naman ganun kahirap din i-shutdown yung knives ng isang KO once na alam mo rin kung saan bumabagsak. And knowing on the other hand naman, kapag tinignan natin, hindi lang sila dapat lumapit sa mga entrance. Gaya nito. Presence detected, vulnerable, suppress. Lahat na tinanggap ni Aziz. Madedelay sila ng kaunti, but still SBE. Default lang.
Super default lang talaga ang pwede nilang gawin dito. They need to play slow. Hindi naman nila kailangan magpaka-all-in or like super push or anything. And hanggang kailan magiging ganito ang score? NAOS pa ba makakakuha or makakabawi ng SBE? SBE kailangan nilang bumawi ngayon. Kailangan nilang ma-push to a game number 3. Once again, SBE is a team na lagi nagti-3 games. NAOS is a team na lagi nagti-2 games lang. Pero ang problema, Flippy is low and now dead into the hands of Blurred.
Blurred was able to take that shot, capitalize on it. He was able to take the kill, reposition himself. Same story, same old story for the side of NAOS Esports. Oh, merong na-detect. Si Kuya mo Pro, nagtatago lang dito sa smoke ng Astra. Very, very slow play coming in from SBE. 23 seconds para makapag-take sila ng site. Si Ja nagpa-plant na and they decide to go to B site. Rotations coming in. Meron all the way si Aziz from A site. Meron din namang tao from C as well. So magulo, no? Hindi nila alam actually kung saan nag-plant ng spike. Aray! The dick is there. Kakarot accepted it. Papi Chulo was able to take on the shot, take on the kill on the Blur. That is the second kill, and that is the 4K coming in from Papi Chulo on this pistol round. SBE was able to secure it.
Grabe si Papi Chulo dito. Kinalampag yung mga ulo ng mga players ng NS ngayon. Grabe, no? Grabe yung pagiging agredent pala ng ng SBE. Halos wala nang nagawa. Tira mo, inisa-isa ni Papi Chulo. Isa ka pa, isa ka pa, isa ka pa, Ano yun? Tinadtad eh.
Bot coming back.
Sarap ng bulalome. Nagutom ako. Nagla-lunch. Nagla-lunch.
Sorry. Ang ano ko ngayon, ang lunch ko, tacos.
Ah, talaga? Ako, sama ng loob eh.
3 games ka pa. 3
sama
series
ng
ka
loob
pa,
eh.
sunod-sunod, Bill, ha?
Oo eh.
Pero ito, going back to it, hindi na nalalayo yung score ng SBE tsaka ng NAOS as 6-7. They have the advantage as well when it comes to those Spectres. Kaya naman, dahan-dahanin nila to. When it comes to Delicious, he's very low in HP. He was able to use that recon, pero na-shutdown din naman. Agad-agad. Assist. 55 HP. Baka pumasok na tong mga players ng SBE. 3 players naman ng NAOS ang nag-aabang. Si Delicious, despite having very low HP, he was able to take 1 kill.
Yeah, but on the players of NAOS right now, they're really trying to set the fort dito lang sa may A para lang syempre malayuan pa nila yung score. Pero Diyos ko po, spray and pray!
Run and gun! Press W!
Run and gun! Press W and shoot! Bahala na si Batman! Blast with that Iron Sheriff mga kaibigan. Pro, manang the spike. At kitang-kita yung ulo. Pang! Pang! Pero ang problema lang din talaga is na-plant niya yung spike. Blast, winnable to. Pero ang kalaban niya, 2 Spectre mga kaibigan, saan siya pupunta?
Talagang ambahan portion lang. May turret pa ang kasama. Papi Chulo was able to secure the kill instead. Mahirap to. Parang 1v3 yung sitwasyon niya dun eh. Kasi may turret din siyang kailangang pantayan. Pero ang good thing naman dito for Flippy, or rather dun sa last na natitira, for now, Esports for that retake, meron siyang Spectre. So there was a chance for actually retaking it and making a clutch happen. Sadyang mas mabilis lang talaga si Papi Chulo. Once he's out, he is comfortable right now. The confidence is oozing with this guy. 17 kills, 8 deaths. Para sa isang killjoy. Para sa isang mapa like Haven.
Kaya pa ba ng mga players na makabawi dito? There's a lot of things na pwede rin mangyari. Pero NAOS, at least they have the firepower already. They can actually shut down SBE dito, partner. Kasi wala eh, kompleto sa Ricardo sila dito eh. May barrel na, may utilities pa. Saan ka pa? Extra rice na lang kulang.
Para kang nigmang inasal. Not sponsored, by the way.
Not sponsored. Pero ano eh, pero yun yung may-ari ng NAOS. Yung may-ari din nun. Diba?
Well. NAOS at SBE. 7-7. Lucky 7 ang scoreline natin dito, ladies and gentlemen. Na-shutdown ni Papi Chulo yung turret na yan. So, isang one less worry for the side of SBE. Ang problema dito, si Ja, wala na. Wala silang smoke.
Spike down A.
There goes the swing. There goes the kill. Now's Blurred was shot down, but he was able to take 1 with him before he goes down. A 4v3 situation. At pasok na ang SBE sa site ngayon.
Pero yun nga lang, Aziz catching him off guard. Kakarot from up top, sumilip sila. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? It's all for Aziz right now. 3v1, Aziz.
Nahabol siya, men.
Pushing in.
Naghahabol sila. Nagbe-21.
Oo, men. Ano 21?
Ice water. Ewan ko, nakalimutan ko na eh. 21 lang to, basta hindi ko rin alam. Basta naghahabulan sila. Pasensya ka na, ha?
21, edad ko yun, bes.
19? Akala ko ba 19 ka pa lang?
5 minutes ago. Kaka-birthday ko na kanina lang.
Magbago, ilang beses ka nag-birthday in 5 minutes? Dalawa?
Dalawa. Oo. Ano, papahanda ako. May kainan dito. Taga Cavite ako eh. Nakain na ako.
Nakakain ka.
Nakakain ka na ba?
Naalala
ko. Taga-eti ba? Naalala ko, sumagot ka dun eh. Taylor,
Ay. Balik tayo dito. Mukhang nagkakaambahan na on A main pero wala naman talagang matinding engagement. Random pre-fires coming in from both teams that we have right here. Baka sakaling merong matamaan, baka sakaling merong madamage as much as you can. As much as you can damage. Hindi naman yung gusto mo mangyari. Pero si Blurred, on point si kuya mo. And he was able to take on the shot on ASUS. That is the entry fragger or that is the duelist out of the equation. Kaya naman mabilis ang rotation mula sa SBE. Desisyon tayo, punta tayo ng C. They have to check the corners, no? Dahil nag-aabang lang si Gedli, yung Astra.
Lockdown areas, pero nga ng Flippy, Diyos ko po. Na-delete agad si Blast dito, napakabilis na nangyari. Pushing ito ang 4v4 situation right now. Flippy low on HP, wala na naman mag-heal sa'yo. Pero ito na yung gagawin retake na pwedeng gawin ng NS ngayon. Pero nga ng Delicious, sinakdat! Si Flippy, pinakilig lang. Akala mo, gigilig ka sa joke. Pero Diyos ko po, Blurred, nagpanggap na turret, mga kaibigan.
Ginawang shit.
Nakikipag 1v1 sa turret kaya si Blurred, ladies and gentlemen, inaamoy lang niya. Kumabango ba to? Pero dyan, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get one as well, pro. Nakakuha na rin isa dito pero 2v3 right now. Wala silang alam na si Blur sila sa likod lang din.
Alam
pero
nila.
Wait at Hunter's Fury. Pero Papi Chulo!
Enemy remaining.
Oh, there you go.
We're gonna get that kill.
Pro was able to secure the final blow and that is Delicious out of the game, out of the round. 8 ang score natin. Ang tagal nag-antay ni Blurred doon. Actually, na-expect na baka mamaya may sumunod. Pero wala. And at the same time, nakita mo yung posisyon niya. Nakadikit lang siya sa turret, man. A very smart play actually coming in from him. Although, kailangan siya ng ibang team members kasi nga namatay din yung ibang players ng NAOS dito while trying to do a retake. Kaya naman hindi rin siya nakaposisyon. At alam din nila na may flank kasi si Papi Chulo buhay pa eh. May alarm bot din siya na nag-aabang lang din.
Right here.
Si Bird no? Talagang... Wala eh. Tinabihan lang eh. Nagpanggap na turret, pre.
Gagawin niyang shield. Isipin mo kung lumabas si Papi Chulo doon, lugi siya.
Oo, pre. Pero ito na ngayon. Wala kayo mapupuntahan kasi ito na ang mainit-init na Hunter's Fury ni Pro, mga kaibigan. Pero Aziz, just trying to take down these players. Pero blasting the head of Aziz right now. Nagkawa na second one. Pero nga lang nagkasampalan na nga ng Pechay dito sa may backside, mga kaibigan. Z, low on HP, Flippy with that angle. Pero that is a recon bot from that Sova. Though, pero not gonna catch anyone. Pero Blast will get onto one as well. Pero Flippy and Process doing the job done. Blurred with a kill onto that.
Spike down, C.
Blade Storm though, pero Pro and Ja, mga kaibigan, inubos ang mga players ngayon ng NS. Ngayon, meron na silang arip.
50-50 to, partner. Di mo malaman kung SBE o mapupunta sa NAOS. Nakita ko actually before this replay that NAOS was buying an operator. So, medyo kakabahan dito yung players ng SBE. Si Aziz medyo offline din ngayon eh. Hindi rin nakakakuha ng masyadong maraming kills. And on the other hand, hindi naman kills ang habol dito ni Aziz. It's opening up the site. Kaso nga lang, that kills would also help out for the team. Hindi nga siya nakakakuha. Nakakuha niya yung information na isa, dalawa. Pero reposition lang naman din yan ng NAOS Esports eh. Pagdating naman kay Aziz, namatay lang siya, nakulang na. Wala na yung isang player ng SBE ng ganun-ganun lang. So this is yet again a location revealed para kay Aziz. He is in a position where the players of NAOS knows where he is, kaya naman aatras siya. Magsasama-sama yung players dito ng SBE. It seems like they wanna take mid control, but this is the knives of the Kakarot and talagang saktong-sakto. Hindi mo mapapunish, hindi mo mapapatay yung knives na yan dahil medyo malayo para sa kanya. Now the entry from the side of SBE. They want to take B. There is no one around. At this is gonna be a 5-man retake. Tignan natin kung paano gagawin to ng NAOS Esports.
What is the next thing? Yes, that's true. Pero nga, si Flippy mga kaibigan, inaantay na talaga yan na meron pumasok dito and pinagbabawalan sila na ma-retake itong site ito pero kakaroon get that kill onto man. Nagkahatian na nga na mo dito. Flash. Tamang pop flash lang pero wala siyang makukuha na isa. Pero the swing of PPGL is really that fatal. Umamatay na rin siya pero Ja, alam nila kung nasan ba si Ja mga kaibigan. Andun lang sa may kabilang dulo ng wall and a blast. We can end this life. Perfect retake partner. Walang namatay kahit isa. Si Blast lang ang nabawasan.
Kailangan lang nila yung cosmic divide.
Oo.
Kasi lahat ng players nung... Ito yung problema. Kasi may mga teams, di ba, na pagdating sa post-plan situation, it's either nasa labas ka ng B-site. Kapag B-site yung take mo either nasa labas ka, dito, sa may garden, or... sa grass rather, o kaya naman, nasa loob ka ng B-site. The thing is, may cosmic divide yung players, yung team ng NAOS Esports. They capitalize on the position of SBE na nasa labas, kaya naman sinarado nila completely yung wall. And on the other hand, hawak naman nila yung mga link Kasi remember, walang tao completely on B-site a while ago. Glass was able to secure that kill yet again to one of the players, and that is ASUS out of the equation. Agad-agad. Punish na naman for ASUS, and this is Jalicious being super aggressive, just the perfect timing. Kahit may pop smoke, nasabayan pa rin yan. Nahanap na pa rin si Ja onto that, but Papi Chulo was ready to answer back with his shot as well. But still, dalawang players na at dalawang importanteng players pa. That is the smoke, and that is also the duelist out of the player roster, or rather, the team. Si Blurred nasa taas.
Si Blurred nasa taas, Papi Chulo nasa baba. Pro!
Alam na nila ang posisyon ni Pro. They have all the information.
Sabay-sabay silang pumasok dito. Plus 300 pesos para kay Pro mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema, Ghost lang din talaga meron siya. Ghost! Parang yung ginawa sa'yo ng ex mo. Op! Blurred, ladies and gentlemen, andun lang din sa likod ni Pro. Op! Nakita yung tagiliran! Binaril! Namatay!
Kakaroto to defuse the spike, and now Esports takes this round yet again. Nawala agad si ASUS. Nakuha agad siya. Tapos, sumama si Ja. Problema, si ASUS yung kailangan mag-open up ng site. Si Ja yung kailangan mag-setup. So completely, dalawang players na nawalang pinaka-importante. Si Papi Chulo, he's just trying to make things work despite not having anything at all. Kasi he has a turret, he has the alarm bot. Ano pa bang setup niyang kaya niyang gawin? Wala siyang smoke, wala siyang kahit ano. Talagang mechanical-wise lang siya lumalaban. But he still managed to get some players off. He get to take some players down with him, at least. But it's gonna be difficult if continuously ganito yung posisyon ng SBE. Laging nawawala si ASUS, laging nawawala si Ja.
Hindi mo makita no? Bigla na lang nawawala. Parang yung feeling siya sa'yo.
Oh! Diyos ko, kaya feeling. Ang sarap ng napapatrip na ako sa'yo Oh! Sad boy ka naman! Hindi ka naman sad boy!
Sorry. Kung ganito lang ako. Pero Papi, Ja, nakaisa dito. Blast mga kaibigan. 1v3. 1v3. Pero 10-10. Win.
NAOS and SBE. Nako. Dasalan na lang yung labanan dito, Paunahan na lang sila mga... yung turret yung nag-a-adjust Nasisip-sip yung turret. Bakit ka matamatawa?
Nasip-sip yung turret. Yung turret. Gumalaw Bigla na gumalaw. Umusog. Hindi kinaya.
Pumasok ng ganun
Ano pumasok?
Bakit? Hindi ba? Garage. Pumunta doon.
Siya na yung nag-entry.
Isa pa.
Ay, ako na lang.
Pero magkakasipsipin na ka dito. Buti pa yung turret na tag, hindi yung agent mga kaibigan. Pero eto na! Ang mainit-init na na long gun ni Gelicious mga kaibigan. Sipin mo? Uy, pero may turret dito pa rin tatag ko.
Teka lang, si Aziz wala na naman. Lagi na lang absent. Ito yung tropa mong pupunta lang tapos pipirma sa attendance sabay uwi.
Oo, minsan nga hindi pa pumupunta eh. Pinapapirma na lang sa katabi. Ako yun ah.
Ikaw yun ah.
Sakit na pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng SBE going dito sa may B mga kaibigan. Nagkakita na nga ng flash pero si Jan nagpapatay lang dito sa may loob ng smoke mga kaibigan. Para si Kakarot na kaya sa pablas with nothing one mark now. Pero napapansin si Jan di pa talaga naglumalabas dito. Kakarot will get one. Gelicious will end it all. 11 to 10.
Round. My God, malaking problema talaga dito ng SBE. Dapat hindi nawawala si Aziz. Tignan mo score ni Aziz, 420.
1 second, peeps. I gotta visit the Astro to play some
Ano yan meron kay Aziz, no? 420?
Hindi ko alam eh, hindi na araw ngayon.
Nung nakita ko, napangiti na lang ako.
Napangiti na lang kami. Mapapasabi ka na lang talagang now si Esports fly high.
Oo, tama. Like a butterfly. Simoy ng hangin
sa akin.
Lumalamig na. Simoy ng hangin
sa akin
ay lumalamig na.
SBE, napa-time out sila dito. Pa-decision sila.
Ano kayang nangyari kay Aziz, no? Pero sa totoo lang, alam mo partner, isa sa kinakatakutan kong mag-jet, si Ja.
Talaga?
Ang jet ni Ja. Lakas niya mag-jet.
Yun nga yung sinasabi ko nung mga nakaraang araw. Feeling ko si Ja, mas okay siya sa sa jet.
Pero sino yung mag-a-astra?
Yun nga lang. Sino yung mag-a-astra? Sino yung magsisetup?
Si Ja kasi yung flex eh.
Well.
Wala.
Ganun talaga.
Nangyari na dapat nangyari.
Nangyari na mga dapat mangyari.
Dapat nangyari.
At 11 to 10 ang ating score ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. Now si Esports, they only need one more para sa match point na yan. Si Blurred, mukhang he's gonna pick with the operator.
Basicals, kailangan mag-step up ni dito ni Aziz kasi siya lang talaga lagi na pick off. Isipin mo, 10-11 pero ang score niya 4. Kailangan talaga na mag-step up. I mean, sana makabawi siya, hopefully. Pero ito rin yung 7 Lions ni Flippy. Pero hindi naman niya ilalabas.
Wala, default play para sa SBE. Kasi broken ba eh. Tignan mo, pilit lang to. Si Papi Chulo, si Ja, merong Vandal. Pero yung ibang players, puro Sheriff lang ang puhunan. Si Blurred, mapapa-atras siya ng kaunti. Alam niya maraming players, kaya naman yung rotation.
Delikado si Blurred dito.
Ang bilis ng rotations ng NAOS. Tignan mo yung players nila sa minimap.
Oh my God! Aziz, wala na naman. Oh my God, what is happening kay Aziz mga kaibigan? Pero ito na yung pagpasok ngayon ng SBE dito sa side ng A. Ladies and gentlemen, pero kakawala get that kill na lang din. Pero meron tao dito sa may sewer, ladies and gentlemen. Pero si Kakarot ang nandito lang din. But Zeal will gonna get that kill at pwede pa nilang kunin ang operation.
Match point na tayo mga kaibigan. Now, si Esports, they are really strong right now. It's quite obvious. Ang ganda rin nung recon. Ang ganda nung recon ni ni Gelicious. Na-detect yung ibang players and of course with Blurred just waiting. Nakuha niya yung opportunity to take on the shot. Aside from that, kahit ganun yung nangyari for SBE, kung sisilipin natin, kung napansin nyo, yung rotation ng NAOS, andun agad eh. Si Kakarot, nandun din agad. Ang bilis niya mag-rotate all the way from B site and all the other players of NAOS as well. The thing is, kahit iwan nila yung isang site ng bukas na bukas, they can do retakes anyway. Basta kompleto sila.
Basta kompleto sila talaga. Pero, ito naman yun yung mga players ng NAOS, mga kaibigan. They're really trying to end the lives of SBE ngayon. Once again, ang SBE lagi silang 3 games. Ang NAOS lagi silang 2 games. Tingnan natin and hopefully talaga makabawi si Aziz kahit papano kasi ito yung moment talagang kailangan siya ng team niya. Gelicious with that owl drone just to spot out these players na lang din pero yun nga lang kitang-kita na talaga
ni Kakarot and tsaka Gelicious connection, no?
Ganun talaga eh.
G-Karot?
Kikita mo yung, anong tawag dito? Yung synergy ng team. Kahit this is a fairly new team, you would see how amazing the players and how they mesh very, very well into one team. Bago yung team, yes, bago yung pangalan. Pero sa interview ni Kakarot, matagal na silang magkakalaro, matagal na silang magkakasama. Speaking of Kakarot, he goes down in the hands of Pro. Si Gelicious sumagot din. And Flippy as well. Ito na ang SBE versus NAOS. Tignan natin kung magpapatuloy pa ba. NAOS Blurred was killed off and shot down immediately. It's all up to Gelicious with 30 HP remaining. Kailangan niya i-defuse yung spike. Kailangan niya patayin yung 4 na players. And it's not gonna be enough anymore as SBE takes this to an 11-12 scoreline. Mainit ang laban, Vil. There is a chance for that overtime. There is a chance for that third game.
Yeah. So makakita tayo dito if ever talagang magti-3 games pa to, mga kaibigan. Nakasalalay yan sa SBE. If makakabawi pa ba si Aziz dito, kailangan na kailangan siya ng team niya ngayon, partner. 11-12, marami silang pera. Last round it is. In terms of utilities, they have the Asal Divide, they have the Kaka-ulti. Pangalan natin, basta yun. Tapos meron siyang 3 orbs onto Gelicious. Malapit na magkaroon ng ultimate ang lahat ng players ng NS ngayon. Meanwhile, dito naman sa kabila, they only have the Astral Divide. Partner, if nakapatay si Z, there's nothing for them to shut down the lockdown of Z if ever. Just the shock darts of Pro. But a Flippy right now, trying to find these players. Pero Papi Chulo, what a great entry, taking down Z agad. This is start of a really good round na talagang si Z agad na nawala dito. Yes, that's true.
Mas careful na rin sila, actually.
Si Blast, look at Blast. Si Blast nandito lang sa Gedli, mga kaibigan. Plus the ultimate of Kakarot. Diyos ko, sama-sama sila. Social disappearance. Blurred! Oh my God! From behind!
Sa sobrang dahan-dahan nila, Vil, hindi na nila naisip yung likodan. And of course, dahil dun sa delay na naranasan nila on garage, my God, napunish lang sila ng ganun-ganun. Napa-atras sila sa garage. Dikit-dikit sila. Nagtutulakan sila dito. Mahirap kung meron na namang masup-sup.
30 seconds left.
They have to check the corners. Blast is waiting on the corner right here. He is blinded. No one check it. No one! Flippy was able to secure the kill though, pero meron ng isang namatay dyan, and that is Kakarot getting the kill. This is getting the kill as well. Flippy na lang ang natitira. 14 seconds remaining on the clock to plant the spike. He is still alive. 21 HP and a dream. He has the spike. Kaya niya ma-plant to. 5 seconds remaining. It's not gonna be enough anymore as Gelicious takes him down, and now Esports takes this away. 2-0. Kita pa rin natin until playoffs. 2-0 pa rin ang gusto at nais ng NAOS.
NAOS Esports, ladies and gentlemen, kitang-kita natin ang saya sa mukha nila, mga kaibigan. Ang bonding diff na meron sila. Dream, believe, survive.
Starstruck. Mga kapatid. Nakita nyo na yung game or yung series 2 natin para sa araw na to. Looking good, ha? Looking good para sa ating lahat. And of course, showing, just looking at how they played it out for NAOS Esports. Beautifully played. Ang isa sa malaking issue talaga dito for SBE is Aziz wasn't performing at all.
Yeah, that's true. Hindi talaga siya perform na like we used to see him. I mean, I don't know what happened to Aziz sa match na to, na talagang hindi man lang umabot sa double digits yung kill niya. Hindi umabot siguro sa 8, I guess. Huli kong kita 4. Siguro umabot na 6 or 5 or anything like that. Pero yeah.
That's not enough. Dun sa lahat ng rounds na nilalaro nila, hindi naman ganun kalaki yung gap. Tama, hindi ganun kalaki yung gap pagdating sa scoreline. 13-11. So, ang dami nilang rounds nilalaro. And we see those dry peaks as well coming in from Aziz. It's just not working out at all completely. And NAOS was just ready to take and capitalize on that. I really think na magiging side to o mapupunta to sa SBE if ever Aziz was performing.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
pero
just facts. That's just truth.
Pero, ganito, partner,
kung napapansin mo, kahit ganun, hindi medyo nag-perform nga si Aziz dito, sobrang dikit pa rin talaga nung laban. If ever siguro nag-perform siya, siguro this is a match para dito sa
Papi
SB.
Chulo yung nag-step up eh.
Oo, grabe yung pagka-step up ni Papi Chulo dito. Ever since, nung bata pa si Papi Chulo. Talagang nag-step up na yan, men. Oo.
Bago pa ma-invento yung Valorant, meron na siyang kopya. Isipin nyo yun, guys.
Ang kaduwa na si Enrile. Pero yeah.
Magkasama sila maglaro.
Kasama si Brownie.
Pero ito na nga, no, game highlights for you guys just to see kung ano ba yung mga nangyari on the previous rounds on the match itself. I just wanna say, also reiterate na, of course, there are off days pagdating sa mga players natin, and maybe that's just a day for Aziz. Still, hindi mo pa rin pwede matanggal sa taong to kung paano niya dinala yung SBE papunta sa playoffs as well. Kasi he's performing quite well from the previous weeks that we've seen him. So, it's just an off day. Like, don't feel bad. Of course, we are saying na kung nag-perform si Aziz ngayon, maaaring nakuha ng SBE. But it's just facts. It is what it is. It's the truth. So the thing is, kailangan lang talaga GG next para sa kanila. Hindi pa tapos ang laban because they're still on the lower bracket and makakatapat na naman nila yung Team Secret.
Actually, no.
Hindi ba? Hindi ba? Zeals ba makakatapat nila?
Wait lang. Tama. Zeal, partner Zeal. Next round is actually Zeals versus Southbuilt Esports. Ang makakalaban ng Team Secret is ang Oasis Gaming later on. And yun nga, partner. Napanood natin lahat ng pwedeng mangyari dito sa match na to. Pero ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna throw na ngayon sa panel, mga kaibigan. Once again, we are casters. My name's Val. Alongside with me is Taylor. See you later.
Here, welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Raph and Dax. That was as close as you can get for the history to be broken, Raph.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at it, it was a little bit of a heartbreaker for quite a bit of Southbuilt fans, including myself, because obviously they're my prediction. But like I mentioned, the fundamental game of NAOS has been absolutely polished. It's been shiny as all shiny can be. The way that they handled all those situations, despite their honestly, all their players popping off. We've seen Cavs in the first game, and we saw an abundance of the All-Star highlights. We even saw that last treat with, the I'll stand in my molly. This wasn't for you. This was for me. It makes me look cinematic. But on the side of SB, I feel like there were just these tiny moments, these lapses of judgment, quite a few dry peaks, quite a few wide swings when they really didn't need to. But again, the tournament pressure didn't seem like it was pressuring NAOS. Instead, it was SBE trying to maybe prove a point.
It was a good start for SBE, and then it kind of fell on apart more and more as NAOS adjusted. You see players like Blurred come online, find those targets, find those taps, and bit by bit, NAOS Esports would find those fragments of victory to really piece it all together. And it stands here, NAOS Esports with another victory over SBE, truly showing that this new wave of teams that came from the open qualifiers, they're really defining what the PH landscape is now.
Yeah, competition is fierce and everybody has stepped up to the plate. And speaking of stepping up, let's have a look at our series MVP here, presented by ROG. Our ROG game MVP is none other than Blurred. 231.1 ACS his name, a KDA of 1.5 and 18 average kills per game. And I feel like this entire game, everybody on the side of NAOS Esports really just racked up the kill count here, Raf.
Oh yeah, I mean, thinking about the kills and the deaths, right, since you pointed it out, to have a dedicated entry in the form of Blur that has more kills than deaths is huge, because again, entry frag, most of the time you are the sacrificial lamb. But Blur has kept his composure, he's taken the space necessary, but I've never seen any of them really on the NAOS side to overextend. We even had that one play that really stuck with me. It was against a SB Eco. They burnt the res. Blurred just came online. It's like, you know what? Let me make things very apparent to you. Do not peek me 1v1.
I mean, he had the operator for a while, and that Haven map still got the taps with the Sheriff anyway and disengaged in time. There's just so much respect NAOS gives to their opponent, but also they understand what they can go for and what they cannot. The limit tests here from NAOS are looking pretty limitless in all honesty, and they're the ones setting the boundaries to keep them as the standard right now, and as our second PH rep actually.
And yeah, that already is going to be the case here. Now, Esports will be moving on over toward the upper bracket finals, where they will be facing off against Action PH in a best of 3. And then with that, South Built Esports will be knocked down to the lower bracket, where they will be facing off against Zeal Esports. A rematch once again between these two guys in another best of 3 that we will be witnessing right after this break. Because when we come back, it's Zeal's and South Built Esports for the Challengers Philippines lower brackets. It's elimination time. Don't go away.
Myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know. I see your
And we're live for the third series of the day. And as mentioned earlier, it's elimination time. It's Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret in a best of 3 to determine their tournament live. From Nomad, alongside with me is Dax and Illustrato fresh from the cast. But before everything else, we'd like to thank our sponsors because VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And lastly, for you guys that are watching the stream right now, you can get a chance to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag by just following the mechanics that we have on screen. All you have to do is like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages, as well as the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline. It must be set to public with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and Unleash the Legend inside. And you have to share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. And it's kind of easy now because we already have 2. And the winners will be announced on February 28, 2022, in which we'll get 3 winners each of an ROG shirt and this ROG cap. Now, what is not a cap is that these teams that we have right now is that Team Secret and Oasis Gaming, they're now fighting for their tournament lives. It's down to the eliminations here. And this isn't the first rodeo that Team Secret and Oasis Gaming has had throughout the entirety of the Challengers, Dax.
This is the thing. They both met each other in Group A training series. But I really want to point this out. Both of these teams represented the Philippines to the APAC region last year. We know Team Secret all the way to champions. Oasis Gaming, they got that 3rd slot for the final SEA Challengers. And it really goes to show how the tides turn, how the guard shifts. And it's Action PH now is on top. And one of the teams that represented PH last time, they're not going to be able to play in the region this time.
You make a great point there, Dax. I do think this is very much a symbolic, or rather not symbolic, an actual passing of the baton from the older teams to the newer ones, because we are seeing the rise to form for a lot of these younger teams here. Action PH, you got NAOS Esports. Meanwhile, you know, these top teams a little bit tapering off, and I think we're at the cusp of a very crucial point in Valorant PH history.
Well, we'll find out. The old players that have been playing for the region, for that matter, it's Team Secret. Let's introduce them first. Man, we thought everything was black and white for the team in black and white, but things are starting to look a little bit different for these guys. It's Borkham, Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, and Jeremy that's going to be fielding the competition today. And Dax, are things really as black and white as it seems against Oasis Gaming?
The thing here for Team Secret is it's getting a bit dark. The eye is shutting because if they lose this, they're going to be eliminated. But that matchup at Sato, we saw some shines of life from them. Jeremy really integrating himself. Vash popping off time to time. Dubstep there showing off on the chamber. And if only that overtime went their favor, maybe they could have been in the upper bracket instead. I really feel like, though, a bit of redemption also more for Team Secret, not only on that lower bracket run, but they do want to deserve a win that they feel like they want that proper victory versus Oasis Gaming.
I absolutely agree here. A win would absolutely be crucial for Team Secret, but against a team like Oasis, who are pretty much, I'd say, leveled with them in terms of firepower, and right now, I feel like they might be motivated to even win. I think it's going to be a tight one.
Speaking of which, here's Team Secret's opponent right now. It's Oasis Gaming. Oasis since day one, but their day two performance, they're starting off really not that good here. Fresh off that loss against Action PH, we've got Coco, Envy, Courtesy, Marky, and Rip Peru. That's going to be fielding the competition here today, Dax. And do you think they'd be feeling okay right now after that 2-0 loss?
Look, this is the thing about Oasis Gaming. There's a bit of a problem for the roster every single week. You kind of have to toss a coin, figure out they're going to be hot on the cold side. And a while ago versus Action PH, they couldn't up with the heat that APH brought to the table. And for Oasis, they're going to need that bounce back. But really, I think Illustrado can articulate even better because he was casting that there are some key players that were added on to the Oasis roster, not really popping off the same way we expect from them.
You know, Dax, great way to put it, honestly, because I think, in my personal opinion, Team Secret and Oasis, I actually think I think Oasis is actually a bad matchup for Team Secret when all the members of Oasis are actually contributing and doing their part, just like with Dax mentioned. I think that when all of the members are firing on all cylinders, the playstyle of Oasis just is so difficult for Team Secret to deal with. Having said that, like Dax said, some of the players weren't exactly hitting their shots. We look at the stats here last time. Marky and Coco, the last time they played against each other, they were at -7, -16 in terms of the plus minus. They were very low on the ADRs with 111 and 89 overall. Just not the best of games for them. But if we look at the other side of the coin here, when they did win, everybody was truly contributing, multiple kills, multiple rounds. The lowest one had an ADR of 111, and that was the very lowest one that time. So if you ask me, as long as all of the members of Oasis can keep themselves together and not tilt and just sort of play their own game, I do think they're a good matchup with Team Secret.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a history lesson for you guys that have been just now tuning in to Challengers 1. Oasis and Team Secret, this isn't their first rodeo. This is already their third matchup, where in the first series that they played up against, Oasis came out on top 2-1. The second series that they played up against, it was Team Secret coming out on top, albeit not really the victory that Team Secret wanted to have. And right now, I feel like, as what we've seen throughout the entirety of the day, it's all about scores being settled. It's all about redeeming themselves here for the most part, Dax.
Yeah, just at least for Team Secret to get back to basically where they belong, to get into that regional stage. It just feels like, though, that they put themselves in such a perilous state. There are those adjustments. Yes, Jeremy has been a good addition, but aren't really Team Secret at the level right now that they can beat that local competition, because we still have to respect the matter of perspective everyone has about them. Global stage, Team Secret parity, or they're looked at on the underdog. Here at the PH, they are targeted. They are seen to be the model of success. And since everyone has had a year of experience already following in the footsteps of Team Secret, you can see now this is where that gap comes in. This is where they're able to leapfrog their way past Team Secret, and we wouldn't be in this scenario, this timeline, guys, if Team Secret was just dominating like usual. This really goes to show, again, PH representation getting even better.
I think more than that as well, Dax, is the fact that, you know, other teams are really slowly but surely catching, not slowly, but really quickly catching up to Team Secret. We talk about how things were last year. It was Team Secret. They would stomp everybody, and I think for the majority of their careers here, not just here in Valorant but in the other titles they came from as well, that would be the case. But I think for the first time in FPS history in the country, we're seeing that gap truly close down to what is basically an indecipherable line between the best and the second best. Right now, it's, you know, we have no idea who's gonna emerge. So right now, it's NAOS, sure, but the question, like, how long is that gonna be for? Will Team Secret, you know, eventually come back into form? There are a lot of lingering questions that I feel is ultimately very good for the Filipino scene in general.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, for the longest part, it has always been one team that's dominating in FPS for decades, even. And now that you beautifully set that up for everybody to just realize, is that even the newcomers that are joining in on Challengers 1, they have a chance to beat the best, be part of the best, like no one has ever, like no one ever was. I was trying to put that in, but I couldn't. I'm sorry.
You should just
get that a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
whoa.
I get that a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, it's oh my goodness. But yeah, it's
the same way.
Don't ever say I don't do anything for you, Nomad. Don't ever say I don't do anything.
Yeah, I know. Okay, but going back into the conversation at hand, it's still going to be. I feel like this entire matchup is still going to be a toss-up for me, though. Like, despite the fact that Oasis Gaming is, like what you mentioned, Illustrado, is a tough matchup against Team Secret if they're firing on all cylinders, I still feel like with what Team Secret has shown to us yesterday against Outbuilt Esports, despite them still losing that series, it's completely different from when they faced off against Oasis Gaming in the first place. And I feel like it's still a 50-50 for me, Ilu.
I 100% agree with you. And I think a lot of it is because of the fact that Team Secret, let's face it, man, they're, I wouldn't say advanced in their years, but they are, starting to show signs of slowing down a little bit. And one of the things that made them so dominant during their reign in the previous decade, in every other title that they played, was the fact that not only could they out-tactic everybody, but when things started to go awry for them, they would easily pick up the pieces by just out-dueling everybody. That's no longer the case right now, because tactically teams are catching up, and mechanically they're even closer, if not better. I can think of so many individual players right now that can out-aim the members of Team Secret. I could have not said that a couple years ago.
Yeah, just they're the pioneers for good reason, especially here in the Valorant PH scene. We've seen many a time they're the ones to define how to play things like split tap, how to figure out a map like Haven, and those were the tendencies that they could rely on last year many a time, even if they were staring at 11-1 scorelines, 10-2 scorelines. Everyone was looking, oh, is this going to be the defeat of Adroit? Is it going to be the defeat of Brent? Is this going to be the defeat of Team Secret? And what do we see? They just come on back anyway. They just make it happen. But right now, it's not that possibility anymore that they can string along those kinds of victories. If teams can build up a gap, yes, Team Secret will have the fortitude to still fight on back. They'll try to force out that overtime. They'll try to get close, but it's all up to these other teams right now to finish the job off. And this time, especially in this stage, it has been quite a resounding yes. And, Oasis Gaming, if I remember correctly, weren't they the first ones to say so?
They were the first ones to actually put Team Secret not in their place, but put Team Secret in the spot where, hey, these guys can really beat us now. We need to start working hard. And that's up in the air right now, because they just came off of a fresh loss against Action PH. Like, they were trying to settle the score, but Action PH still came out on top of that in a 2-0 fashion. Icebox is still a big problem for Oasis, apparently. And I think before we even have the map vetoes up here, I think we could start discussing about the possible map picks that Team Secret can get against Oasis Gaming in order for them to get that little bit of an advantage, despite the fact of the handicaps that they have, so to speak. And one of them is Icebox. Do you think that the Icebox situation is really just Action PH specific, or is it really an Oasis specific problem, Dax?
I honestly think it's just a while ago Action PH had Oasis's number. We didn't see the usual pop-off fights. In Icebox, I think it has become a bit of a PH standard to just keep on brawling, to keep on going at each other. And with APH that hot and Oasis not really having all members on hands there, that gives them a problem. But that's a map that Oasis loves to play time after time. They keep trying to make it work. There are moments that they do make it work and they can dominate, as we saw from last year. But this has to be them getting back to that parity that we talked about a while ago. I'm honestly looking forward to seeing an Icebox map and maybe even Ascent, because we've seen both Team Secret and Oasis duke it out so far in their series here.
Okay, here's what I'm expecting to see. I think Team Secret, they're going to take away Ascent. They don't want to play an Ascent. Oasis, they're probably going to be banning Bind because they don't want to play Bind up against Team Secret, who have just been, they're going to... Yeah, they're going to try to ban Bind. It's a little bit of a mouthful. We're probably going to see Haven at some point, because Haven is a map that they're both comfortable on. Split is something that's kind of 50-50, so we might see it, although I do think Team Secret might veer away from it. It's Fracture, which I do feel like we'll be seeing again. And I can't believe I'm saying this, because we've seen that both of these teams are happy to play Fracture. It's just a matter of who decides to go and pick it.
Yeah, and you could clearly see the difference in playstyles as well from both of these teams, like when Fracture comes out. Like the first time that Fracture was ever played by Oasis Gaming, they were up against Action PH, and they were a 50-50 type of composition. They weren't as aggressive. They were very defensive on their defensive side. But when you look at Team Secret, they were really aggressive, even on their composition. They really did not go for a hard Sentinel for the most part. The only time that they pulled up a Sentinel was with was with Dispenser, if I'm not mistaken, when he pulled out the chamber, and that's basically it. But even then, they were very aggressive, even on the defending side, when they pulled up on Fracture. Is that something that we can still see, or really is Fracture still, the compositions inside Fracture, is it still something that's still being developed by our country, for that matter, for VCT, Dex?
Yeah, it is, because everyone is trying to give their own flavor. We're getting the neon right from Team Secret, and I had like 2 maps in mind a while ago, but thinking about a potential third, it actually might be our default, because if you remember, they were supposed to play it against Team Secret Oasis Gaming, but you know, that default happened, and they didn't get the matchup in that map. So this is a map that both sides have at least their own kind of answer here. You're going to be expecting some initiators truly from the Oasis Gaming side. Again, I can't wait to see the duelist there from Team Secret instead. And it might actually define a little bit more of what's to come in PH Fracture meta and give inspiration to many a ladder here in SCA.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, we're seeing such varied responses for how people are liking to play Fracture. I do want to talk about it a little bit later on if we do actually get to see it.
Well, we'll actually find out if we'll see Fracture, because the map vetoes are finally up here for Team Secret and Oasis Gaming. So we'll figure out what stages are we going to be playing in. We get Fracture first, Haven second, and what's the third map?
It's Icebox.
It's Icebox.
I called it. 100% called it.
What do you mean? I called it. I said the Icebox there at the end, but you were right, Yulu. That Haven shows up for Team Secret. I'll give you points there.
And Fracture.
Yeah.
Fracture.
We're all Fracture unanimous. Fracture number one.
Okay, well, I want to go back to what I was talking about here in Fracture. We're seeing, and Nomad, you kind of led into this, a lot of variation as how to approach Fracture on these different teams here. You have some teams that really like to rely on that chamber. We talk about how Action PH like to play it. And then you have Team Secret, who has their own approach to it when they bring out that neon and then they go for that aggressive playstyle. And then there's some teams, however, like Oasis, who like to play a little bit more steady. They like to run that double initiator. And on the other side, some players just like to go double, like a controller playing Viper on it. So still a lot of room for interpretation here on this map in Fracture. This is going to be a very important map number 1.
And moving on to map number 2, that Haven map's going to be very interesting because both sides love to play those kind of setups. Can we get those breaches to brawl? It might be a possibility. Who can really show that kind of coordination? And that's one thing Oasis Gaming has a bit of an edge against some of the contemporaries they had in group number A, is they had that mix of pop-off potential and tactics as well. They're a little bit of the hybrid of Team Secret and what we see from APH. They love to be that middle line and they define their own way as well. And once we get the Icebox, it's really that proving ground for both of these teams because we've seen the woes, we've seen the struggles, but we know that they're still comfortable playing on Icebox, and it's whoever can just outmaneuver the other, especially in those duels later on.
Yeah, hopefully the reset for Oasis Gaming, the mental reset from Coach Fluffy, would be worth it for Oasis Gaming, because this, I feel, is finally going to be a proper 3-game series. It's going to be up in the air. We didn't see Oasis go up against Team Secret on Fracture. This is the first time we're going to be seeing that. We've seen a little bit of the flavor that Oasis has given in Fracture against Action PH, but how well will that go up against Team Secret? We'll find out. And Haven, it's like what you guys wonderfully said, both of these guys, they know how to play this thick and thin, inside and out. They know the sites and the setups that they need to overpower their composition is really just Icebox. That's the ultimate decider. It's a big 50-50 if Oasis is going to perform here on Icebox.
They need to get back to the form that they did, because if you're looking at recent history here for Team Secret, I do believe they've been having those woes on Icebox, but like I said, it's already the PH standard. Everyone knows how to play Icebox in the PH scene. Expecting that chamber perhaps to be brought out yet again. I wonder who's going to be playing it with this kind of setup from Team Secret. But really, Ilu, a while ago for Oasis, what was the biggest problem beyond some players not performing up to stuff on Icebox?
I have 100% no doubt it's because there's the playoff jitters that are coming in here. There's just no doubt in my mind. You look at a lot of some of these players who were popping off, and they were the more experienced ones that we saw playing in VCT last year. I do think that there needs to be a little bit of mental improvement and a little bit more stability coming in from the newer players, especially on the Oasis side. But should they be a little bit more comfortable? Should they be a little bit more in tune to how they normally play and think about it as just a normal game? Then I definitely think they'll be popping off again in this one.
Oh, it's the veterans versus some newcomers in the challengers here in the playoffs. But before we throw it on over to the game, of course, as per tradition, we have to go for our predictions here. It's tough to choose if you're asking me, but I'm going to stick with the boys in black and white. I'm going to stick to Team Secret. It's going to be a close 2-1, though. That's for me. What about you, Dex?
It's hard. These guys represented PH last time. But you know, tradition, superstition, and we've seen in the group stage and here VCTPH stage 1, bounce back is real when you have that double header. So I will go for Oasis Gaming 2-1. Is this the dawn of a new era? We'll be finding out if they can get that elimination done.
I actually think I'm going to go the other way this one. I do think Team Secret are going to take it. It's going to be a 2-0. I don't feel like Oasis have that blood-curdling rage that can actually take them all the way to the final. Maybe not just yet. We might see them, struggle a little bit more. I do think they need to tap into that. But for now, I'm still going to say Team Secret 2-0.
All right. Everybody is different here. Team Secret for me and Elu, and Oasis Gaming for Dax. Now, it's really just all down to the teams to approve themselves and keep their tournament dreams alive, because whoever loses this best of 3 series is going to be eliminated and has to say goodbye, and the gauntlet will still continue for the winners. And without further ado, it's Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. Best of 3. Game 1 starts right now.
Good afternoon sa inyong lahat. Nasa lower bracket matches na nga tayo at makikita natin kung sino nga bang tutungtong pa rin sa next stage or kung sino na nga ba ang magpapaalam. My name is Reye at kasama ko dito si Phil at kami ang inyong magiging shoutcasters para sa match ng Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. Nangyari na nga ngayon ang nangyari, pero ngayon, Bes, Vil, kumusta ka naman ngayon?
Ito, ako ang alay. Ito, alay. 3 matches ako. Saya, di ba? Buti na lang 2 games lang yung first and second. Pero dito ngayon sa 3rd match natin, 3rd series natin, pwede nga maging 2-1 to in favor of, it can be Oasis, it can be Team Secret as well. Pero ang sabi ng panel, 2-0 daw. Well, nakadepende naman sa kanila yun, pero yun nga nakita natin ngayon ang first match. First map is actually Fracture. So pwede natin makita ulit si Neon Guerrero. Which is yun ang ginagamit ng Team Secret, di ba? Nagni-neon sila dito sa sa mapa na to. Pero the question is, ang sabi nga ni coach namin, si Fade. Sabi nga ni Coach Fade, talagang marami silang strat na gagawin dito sa mga games dito sa playoffs. So talagang antayin natin yun. So let's see if ever talagang mangyayari yan, mga kaibigan. The question is, maglalaro na ba si Wits or si Jeremy pa rin? Kahit either way naman, kung sino maglaro sa kanila is talagang nagpo-perform na rin naman talaga yung mga players natin. Pero dito naman yan sa Oasis Gaming since day 1. Let's see if ever na kung kailangan talaga nila, kung kaya ba nila na i-claim ulit yung nawala sa kanila kanina, which is, that is a 2-0 clean sweep. And nakikita natin ngayon na kung talagang makakabawi ba sila. Probably siguro 2-1, 2-0. It's really up to them though. Pero yeah, this match is really interesting kasi isa sa dalawang teams na to is uuwi na. Itong dalawang teams natin, lalo sa Oasis, Stage 3 ng VCT last year, naging representative natin sila sa APAC. Team Secret of course lagi yan. So itong dalawang teams ulit natin naging representative na ng Pilipinas last year
magkatapat sila ngayon kung sino ba talaga ang karapat-dapat na mapunta. Pagkatapos nitong match na to, mga kaibigan, don't worry, hindi pa naman kailangan nilang mapunta sa lower bracket finals in order for them na para malaman natin kung sino na ba ang magiging pangatlo na representative ng Philippines sa APAC Challengers. Kasi meron NAOS tsaka APH. Sino ang pangatlo? Malalaman natin yan bukas, Ray. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin tapusin yung first rounds ng lower bracket ngayon, which is, ito nga, Oasis versus TS, and next games, Zeal versus SBE. And once again, 3 matches straight, alay si Kuya Vil ngayon.
Bill, okay lang yan. Kasi kahapon, 2 games na nga lang, 9 hours pa, di ba? So, ngayon talaga, at least the teams, di ba? Di ba? Yun talaga ang ang saya, di ba? Yung 9 hours, parang katumbos nag-cast ka ng 4 series, pero at least ngayon, mukhang going well para sa mga teams natin. Pero dito natin mapapatunayan kung sino ba ang tunay na curse. Kung ako ba talaga o si Taylor mamaya pag nakita natin. But looking at it, guys, I love yung performance syempre ng Oasis, pero kanina lang talaga against APH, it was really something na hindi natin in-expect after all. Kaya nga gaya na sabi natin yung panel, sometimes they really pop off, but there are sometimes na 2-0 sila ng mga other teams, and we all thought that it's gonna go to map 3, pero unfortunately yung strong will talaga ng APH, once you have their members cracking talaga na sobrang ganda ng tutok, sobrang hindi na natatakot, they're up there. But on the other side naman, Team Secret, they need that heart talaga na nakita naman natin kahapon against SBE. But unfortunately nga, after ng overtime that Ja was able to get at least 3 members kagad ng Team Secret, nag-crash down na kagad yung momentum na binild nila just to get that overtime. And right now, looking at the map pool na lalaroin nila, I think this fracture map is gonna be the determinator kung makakapasok ba ang Team Secret or magkakaroon pa rin ng Game 3, or Oasis na talaga yung magkakaroon ng malaking advantage. Kasi based on what we've seen, yung mga matches ng Oasis in Haven, it's really good also.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see if ever talagang itong mapa na to talagang makakapagsabi kung kanino itong series na to. Kasi dun sa dun sa last map tayo, which is Icebox, 50-50 talaga dun to be honest. Kasi that is the map of Oasis and that is the map of Team Secret as well. So malaki ang chance na mag-game 3 talaga, Ray. Sa totoo lang sobrang laki talaga ng chance. Knowing ikaw nandito. Hindi na, yun yung mga bagay na hindi na tinatanong pa. Yeah, let's see if ever na talagang kung anong kakahinatnanan ng mga teams na to, if ever. Kasi talaga, dikit tong laban na to, I swear. Kasi nakita na natin yung performance of Oasis Gaming ever since week 1, ever since papasok dito sa playoffs. Kasi pwede natin sabihin na itong 6 na teams na to, ito yung top 6 ng Valorant Philippines na teams ngayong taon. You can say that. 2020 to 2021, iiwan na natin yung mga alaala natin back then. Tapos na yun, iwan naman yung ex mo. Tapos, dito naman sa 2022, ladies and gentlemen, syempre, kailangan natin mag-reset. Kailangan natin ma-determine kung sino ba talaga ang top 1 sa buong Pilipinas. At ngayon, malalaman natin yan. Ngayong linggo, hanggang Sunday, malalaman natin kung sino na ba ang pinakamalakas sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. But, yeah, at least, di ba, talagang pinaparamdam talaga ni Ray Ray na nandito na siya ngayon. Dahil, we're gonna head on to a really short break. Once again, my name is Vil. Alongside of me is Ray Ray. See you later.
think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement.
What's up guys? Muli, magbabalik kami. Nagbabalik kaming Shoutcasters. Ako si Rayri at kasama ko si Vil at nandito ulit kayo sa lower bracket match between Oasis Gaming and Team Secret. May kita na nga natin kung sino ang mamamaalam sa dalawang teams at sino pa ulit ang isang makakatuntong on towards the next match. Pero alam ko, nagkaroon lang tayo ng medyo short break. Pero ito na talaga. Sure na to. At si Vil. Bakit Vil? Parang sasaya mo ngayon na.
Tigilan mo ako. Pangatlong game ko na to. Kung ako sa'yo. Pero ito nga, I mean, yun, nangyari na. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Pero in just a few, okay na. So hindi ako narinig ni Rayri sa mga pinagsasabi ko. Huwag kang mag-alala Rayri kasi sasabi ko maganda ka. Pero yeah, ladies and gentlemen, once again, game number 1, I really thought, sorry kanina, I really thought it's gonna be Zeal versus SB. Yung pala nagpalitas ko. It's gonna be Oasis versus Team Secret. So this is gonna be really hot because isa sa dalawang team na to, uuwi na. Sino ang mamaalam? Sino ang mag-a-advance? Sino ang magiging third representative ng Pilipinas para sa APAC Challengers next month. So, malapit na guys. So, if ever talagang gusto nating isigaw na mananalo ang Pilipinas, matik naman yan. Ganun talaga ang mangyayari. Pero actually, nakita ko na nga yung mga iba't ibang pasok na sa APAC Challengers. Actually, ito titignan ko Actually, kabisado ko Joke lang. Ito, andito na ang Action PH, Indonesia, andito ang Onyx, Oblivion Force ng Hong Kong and Taiwan, and meron din Bonkers ng ano ba na to? Oceania, which is galing silang Australia. Yeah. So may kita natin ng Bonkers. So yun, next week. And no, next month rather. Yeah, it's gonna be next month. Let me check my calendar. Yeah, it's gonna be next month. Yeah. So yeah, I really can't wait talaga na makita ulit natin yung mga team natin talaga lumalaban. Laban ng ibang bansa. So sana makita ulit natin si winner dito. Isipin mo, winner pangalan mo. Gulat ako, nag-viral yun. Nahiya ako sa mga pinagkasabi ko dun Pero yeah, pusong Pinoy tayo. Minsan nahihiya din ako sa mga sinasabi ko. Alam mo yun, kasi may mga bagay kasi na, may mga bagay na kasi yun, lumalabas na lang bigla-biglaan yun. Tapos pag kunyari, kumalat sa Facebook, mahihiya ka. Diyos ko po, hindi ko sinabi yan. Ba't ko sinabi yan? Pero ang importante na tawa yung mga tao, okay na ako dun.
Search! At ngayon, ayan, nag-start na nga ang agent selection natin here in Fracture. And looks like sa side ng Oasis, they're gonna be going with that Breach X Sky comp here in Fracture. While on the other side naman ng Team Secret, di na sila magmamaring neon. Magdo-double duelist setup sila ngayon, Vil. Interesting. Dubstep is back with that Jet. And Jeremy right now still with that Raze. So tignan natin if it's gonna be the more effective one sa Team Secret side.
Guess who's back.
Naging kantahan na tayo.
Good. Pero while you're with that double try to push in dito sa loob ng B side na talaga. Sobrang init nangyari dito sa tower mga kaibigan. Tamang double satchel in lang. At least nawala na dito yung smoker ng Team Secret, which is si Borcom. Meanwhile, Envy with that beast actually down for. Pero Jeremy, Diyos ko po, pinasabog yung ulo ni Coco dito with that pain shots though. Jesse Vash, he knows exactly kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon. Always gaming mga kaibigan. Dispenser with a kill. Jeremy as well. And Jesse Vash with that diffuse mga kaibigan. Jeremy pala, but still. I mean, itong magtatay na to si Jesse Vash at si Jeremy. Pag J talaga, pogi, matik.
Ayo,
Justin,
naniniwala. Yung Justin, ano pa ba? Ay, hindi. Baka basta letter J. Pero may ibang letter J din na hindi ko nasasabihin. Pero ito na naman, may nabiktima na naman si Jeremy sa kanyang paint shells. So,
yun nga eh.
Di ba?
Alam mo yun, ganito rin, kasi back then kasi wala naman talaga pumipili ng raise dito sa Team Secret. Actually meron, si Dubstep. Pero bigyan mo na lang talaga yan sa raise main na lang din talaga. Which is si Jeremy. So mas naging parang complex pa yung strats dito ng Team Secret sa totoo lang kasi nadagdagan sila ng isang agent sa hero pool nila mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, Diyos ko po, nagkakasabog na ng ulo dito. Jeremy with a kill to Coco right now. Wild Oreo and the squad of Oasis Gaming will gonna go here in A instead. Galing lang dun sa may dish pero Envy pinasama kong bungo ni ba Dubstep dito pero Jeremy not gonna stop that boom but dire-diretso na talaga makapasok dito pero nga Envy nakakuha na isa. A minute left and nagkakaroon right now. Ripper will gonna plant the spike. Marky just finding that perfect entry pwede nang gamitin dito pero yun nga lang ito sa Marky dun sa gilid with that big triple dispenser will actually take one down. 2v2 onto this game right now. Wild Oreo meron siya nakakuha ng Spectre dito pero yun nga lang kaya ba niyang mapanalo tong match na to pero Diyos ko po pinapagitnaan na ng snake bite si Ripper dito pero hindi man lang tamaan nung isa. Small damage lang at least nabuwas na rin si Reaper kahit papano pero kaya pa bang i-retake ito ng Team Secret pero nga Reaper we're gonna rip the heads of the players of Team Secret right now. Dispenser and Borcom is now down. Really great thrifty na ginawa ngayon ng Oasis Gaming na kahit wala silang Spectre okay lang yan. Dami kong sinabi, Bes.
Oh, okay lang. No problem.
Dami kong sinabi doon.
Nagkwento ka na, Seb. Pero dito naman kasi, nakita mo si Marky right now with that laki ng impact na ginawa niya kanina. Marky with that sky, really, flash ka lang, tapos makakuha ka na kagad ng frag, which is one of the specialties din ni Marky when we take a look at it. Pero on the other side, Team Secret, sila pa ngayon ang naunan. Pero okay, baka maka-thrifty din ulit sila. Dubstep finally will get that aggressiveness. Takes down at least one. Alam na rin kaagad siya na concuss on the other side. Pero aware kaya ang Oasis na meron pang isa. That's just gonna be the crossfire between the Jesse Bash, between Jeremy, between Dubstep. And ito na nga si Infian. May ipet. Yup! Lahat sila sabay-sabay lang at nakuha kagad yung control sana ng Team Secret here in A. At dalawa na lang kagad natitira, Borcom at Dispenser. And they're just playing along with it pero the advantage talaga ay nasa side ng Oasis Gaming.
On to Oasis Gaming indeed. Pero ito na ngayon pag-push ng OG1, Mark Medical on the board right now. It's all up to the Dispenser with just that classic 1v4 situation right now. Dispenser nakasilip yung ulo mo at nakita ni Marky. Pinugutan, nakuha with a head. 3K on to Marky. 2-1 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Ano ba ang kailangan gawin ng Team Secret para makabawi? Kaya pa ba nila maging top 1 dito sa Pilipinas or meron ng kukuha ng trono nila?
Mukhang talagang itong Oasis ayaw din talaga umuwi pa. Pero looking at it, they're countering everything. Pero interested pa rin ako. How will Team Secret play this one out? Pero ngayon, nakapag-igib na rin kagad ng operator si Dubstep and let's see if meron siyang matatakal at least one member from Oasis. Makokoncuss siya. Ako po! Oh, buti na may pang-dash. Pero on the other side, si Jeremy, he will be trading out. Ay, okay, na-trade out lang yung sarili niya. Okay lang yan. Self-love talaga ngayong taon. Pero on the other side, ganda talaga ng push ng Oasis when it comes here sa A. And they're just sometimes they go for the split and sometimes they just make some few noises. Envy talaga on the other side. One of the best bridge players that we've seen so far. But the style that they're using right now is just little pick-offs para lang talaga magkaroon sila ng advantage against Team Secret.
Dubstep, ladies and gentlemen, nakita na ngayon pet Chinese kayo mga kaibigan pero kailangan talaga ng barilin to para syempre hindi siya makakuha ng any kind of information kung nasa ba yung mga players here ng Team Secret right now. Pero nga one order always coming in from this though. But who's gonna get that kill? One order with a swing. With a kill again. Envy with another one right now. Jesse Bash just trying to live the name and sana mapanalo pa nila to pero yun nga lang Oasis Gaming is on its way to victory pero hindi nila kukunin yung operator na yan kasi attacker naman sila so kailangan talaga nilang pumasok dito. Ang ginawa ng Oasis dito hindi nila kinuha yung operator kasi kailangan talaga nilang i-push ng sabay-sabay na pumasok talaga lahat sila and with that Fatal and Vandal na talagang pag meron ka nakita tayo pa sa talaga yan. So pwede natin sabihin na maging aggressive talaga ang mga OWAS.
Aggressive. Biruin mo, nag-work talaga tong Sky Breach comp nila eh. Even here in Fracture, we don't usually see this type of comps, but when it comes to Oasis, they produce really good plays. And at the same time, Team Secret naman, on the other hand, they went up with like this, but ginamit nila kagad just to make sure na pwede sila makapag-concuss ng mga miyembro ng Oasis. Unfortunately, magkakaroon lang naman ngayon ng konting heat sa kanila, but I think it kind of worked this time around. Akala na pinang-bailout lang yon ng Team Secret, pero bumalik pa rin naman pala sila. Naghihintay pa rin sila with those picks. And right now, nakakuha na sila kagad ng kanilang mga barrel. Will Marky do something? He gets one traded out by Jesse Bash, and we only have Coco. At may pick up pa rin si Dispenser. Borkum na lang kasama ang makakuha pa siya ngayon ng barrel. Pwede pa rin, possibly.
Kaibigang Mukrob. Kaibigang Mukrob, mga kaibigan, 1v1 with a great one. Ang tanong is, oras na ba ni Borkum or hindi pa? Ang problema din talaga, friends, lang din ang gamit niya, pero at least nakakuha naman siya ng Phantom dito para magkaroon siya ng slight advantage if ever. Coco with that alarm bot, really perfect alarm bot para malaman niya kung meron ba talaga nagpa-flank sa kanya, which is meron niya, which is si kaibigang Mukrob. So, Coco, all he needs to do is pumunta lang dito sa B, probably plant the spike already, and yun nga, narinig na nga ni Coco na talaga meron kumuha ng alarm bot, so medyo mag-iisip siya, B or A, saan pa talaga yung pwede niyang puntahan. Probably here in A na lang din talaga at narinig na ni Borkum to, so kailangan niyang habulin si Coco para, uy, Diyos ko po na, sup-sup mga kaibigan. Ginawang bulalo, mainit-init pa, may kasamang kalamansi mga kaibigan. 1v1 the great one, si Coco, super low on HP. Who's gonna get that kill with that lockdown? Okay lang yan, alam naman natin na sobrang sanay ang mga Pinoy sa lockdown, ladies and gentlemen. Pero yun nga, Borkum, oras mo na! It's Borkum time, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get that kill and that defuse as well. 3-2-2. And that is actually a thrifty round na ginawa nga ng TS.
Alam mo, akala ko masasayang yung Rolling Thunder ni Jesse Vash. Pero yung pala, akala ng Oasis pinang bailout nila. So inintay pa rin pala sila ng teams. You get a good strategy here around the plates in Fracture. Something na hindi ko in-expect out of Team Secret. And even that was a 1v1, it's still a thrifty round. You've seen naman, ginamit ng mga Sheriff, ginamit ng mga Frenzy. But when it's Borkum with those 1v1s, with those clutch, nakuha niya pa rin nga. So let's definitely say that both of these teams are really good in Fracture. But at the same time, how will they capitalize on their agent advantages right now with that double controller versus double initiator, and only with that kay Reaper na naka-Astra. So quite unusual as what we've seen from Oasis Gaming, pero they have the counter flashes naman, so which is quite good pag nakita nga natin ngayon. Pero set up na din kagad si Envy with that ultimate of his, and if this is so perfect, mapipick off nila kagad yung mga nag-a-anchor sa B-side.
Pero ito lang, kalampag ng papag dito sa may B, mga kaibigan. So medical auto 1 or right now, and nakahatian na nga ng mundo. So wala silang idea kung nasa talaga yung mga players sila Oasis Gaming, pero Borkum and Jessica is doing the job done. Taking down the remaining players of Oasis right now, pero Envy, can he do that big clutch? Envy being concussed right now, wala siyang idea kung meron ba tao dito sa may kaliwa, mga kami, pero fault lines will be activated as well. Walang nakongkas dito sa side ng Team Secret though, pero yun nga lang, yes, kompleto pa ang armor niya, kompleto pa ang HP niya, everything, pero can he do that big clutch? Jessica says no. 3-3. It's not tied up. My by 3.
Sheesh, that we can see it. 3-3 pa rin. Ang ganda na pagka-capitalize doon ng, once again, when we always have that Rolling Thunder, different talaga yung nagiging facing para sa team mo. But at the same time, when it comes to ENV, when it comes to Team Secret, when it comes to Jesse Vash, sobrang laki ng deny nila on both of the duelist. And so far, si Wild Oreo, we're seeing him not getting some impact kills, but hopefully ngayong round, may kita natin dahil full buy pa rin naman sila. Jeremy talaga yung aggressiveness niya parati dito. He takes a huge control here. Dahil na-expect niya usually naman at least isa o dalawang member ng Oasis Gaming na nanggagaling sa may plate side. Kapag naging successful sila doon, they'll just burst themselves right in sa A side, which is currently the big plan that Oasis Gaming has now. And si Wild Oreo nakapag-extend na nga rin kagad sa ropes, getting or cutting off sa rotation na ng Team Secret.
Galit na naman si Marcos Patis, mga kaibigan, pero here comes the yan ang nangyari kay Wild Oreo kasi hindi niya alam na meron pala talagang tao sa harapan niya. Pero Jesse Vash, mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Envy right now. Sorry guys, mabilis mga magsalita. Sige, babagalan ko na lang. Spag is better already here in A though, but can they get that retake, mga kaibigan? Jeremy, wala na siya pinch. Pwede siya mag-double satchels if ever. Pwede rin niyang kunin yung prime vandal niya kasi mas maganda yung skin na yan. But, kailangan talaga i-wrap around na ng Team Secret ang Oasis Gaming para syempre hindi na sila makaporma if ever. Pwede siya mag-satchel inside the site if ever talagang gagawin niya. And yes, he's gonna do it right now. Pero wala siya makikita dun sa may second floor, mga kaibigan. Marky and the other players of Oasis Gaming right now trying to reclaim the side again. But Jeremy, mga kaibigan, is just trying to overthrow everyone talaga nandito sa A-side. Pero si Jeremy, meron pa siyang oras.
Wala
siyang oras.
Pinadali sila kagad ni Reaper once again. And usually, gaya nga nakita natin last time, Vil, di ba, when it comes kay Astra dito sa Fracture, really effective naman talaga. Pero kasi mas may advantage lang din sometimes si Viper, which was the weakness ng Team Secret last time when they went up against APH. Also, yung kanilang, isa lang yung kanilang controller, medyo talaga naging gipit sila. But at the same time, yung second week na, nakabawi na nga sila because they picked that double controller, which is really great coming in from them. But on the other side naman, Oasis nga, they can just delay a lot of time. And knowing na si Reaper, kahit siya lang nag-iisang controller ng Oasis and they're gonna be depending on that double initiator, iba pa rin yung impact na ginagawa niya together with Coco. Kasi ang dali magpadali eh. You have yung Nanoswarm, you have the star setup, nakalagay lang sila sa mismong site, umaalis lang si Invi and si Marky for that refrag. So napakaganda ng mga post-plant situations right now ng Oasis.
Yeah, at hindi gumagalaw ang oras, mga kaibigan. Oh. Sorry, may trauma kasi sa ganito guys. Pag hindi gumagalaw yung oras, medyo naiinis ako eh. Pero ito nga. So apparently, medyo gipit si Dubstep ngayon. Alam naman natin, pag gipit sa patalim, kumakapit. Blade Storm. Tama naman, di ba? Tama, di ba?
Tama.
Oo,
okay
tama,
naman.
oo. Paggipit sa patalim kumakapit. So, ano ba ang Blade Storm? Matalas ang Blade Storm, mga kaibigan. So, kakapit muna si Dubstep sa patalim para makakuha siya ng mga pick-off dito, ladies and gentlemen. Pero nga, one or with at rumba. Pero syempre, just gonna get all these information. Pero Diyos ko po, eto na yung mga players ng TS, mga kaibigan. Diretso from Dish. Pero, Dubstep not gonna take down Envy right now. Pero dito na ang kalampag ng papag ni Vash, ladies and gentlemen. Pero wala siya nakita dito kahit isa. And grabe ang pag-push ngayon ng Team Secret. Hindi ine-expect to ng Oasis Gaming. Miski ako, hindi ko ginagawa tong ganito. Pero yung mga players ngayon Oasis Gaming gonna push na lang din siguro sa A. Ray.
Okay. Pero ang problema natin ngayon sa side ng Oasis Gaming, wala nang Star si Reaper, nagamit na nga din niya kagad. Si Coco na lang ang may utilities dito. He has that alarm bot. But I think the manpower ng Team Secret, sila na nga ang makakuha ng round na to. Most likely, they spot already him. Wallbang na lang siya ngayon. Dubstep takes him out. And that's just it. I think na-waste talaga lahat ng utilities kagad ni Reaper when they pushed here sa A-site. Maganda yung plant, pero yung post-plant, wala na nga din kagad siyang star. So that's just gonna be a clean round sa Team Secret aside there. Tapos ginamitan na naman nila yung aggressiveness nila parati dito sa plate. Somehow nabibait nila si Oasis out of it. Minsan, hindi nga lang successful. Pero ngayon, gaya nga sinabi mo, di ba? Itong kay Dubstep talaga, hindi natin usually nakikita yung ganda na lang playstyle, but at least it's still effective.
Yeah. Napakapit lahat eh. Pero time out, napa-time out ng Oasis dun sa, diba? Napa-time out din ng Oasis dun eh. Pero ano naman, I mean, in terms of pera, ang Oasis Gaming, they're gonna save up everything. Meron namang ultimate si Marky dito. Meron siyang pechay. Si Coco and Ripper, only 2 more orbs in Envy para dun nga sa kalampagan. 1 orb remaining dito para kay Envy. So, yeah, I think pwede pa naman siyang manalo dito if ever na kahit sheriff lang naman ang gamit niya. I mean, ganito lang yan guys. Lahat naman tayo may chance ang manalo. Ginagamit lang natin yung barrel to get that higher chance of winning. Like and share. Oo. Maliban sa pagla-like and share, mga kaibigan, kailangan din natin ng kailangan din natin ng mga baril, mga idol,
Oh, yung mga lomi cakes. Ayan.
Ewan ko ba, nahawa ako kay Wolf eh. Si Wolf to eh.
Namiss natin si Wolf dito sa PH Broad. Ay, hindi.
Okay lang po dyan. Na-joke lang.
Di pa rin niya talaga masagot ko anong tunay na bangbang eh, di ba? Di pa rin masasagot ni Wolf sa atin yan. Pero si Nomad, nasagot na niya kung ano ba ang tunay na bangbang para sa kanya. At ngayon, may kita natin kung sino nga bang mas lamang. Pero so far, nakita nyo na nga, Team Secret, may mga oras na Oasis gets the upper hand. But I think yung aggressive plays nila dito sa Fracture, which is I think one of the first times na nakita natin because of that double duelist comp nila is perfectly good. Well, on the side of Oasis naman, may kita nyo usually pag naubusan na talaga ng stars si Reaper ng kanyang utilities together with Coco, it's gonna be turning around to a different pace kapag wala na nga din kagad si Marky together with Indy. So nakikita nyo guys, diba? Yung difference lang kapag may double flasher ka sa side ng Oasis, double initiator versus that double controller setup, super dikit talaga na magiging laban. But at least both of them are very effective here in Fracture. I think both teams are really good in Fracture, and kung makakatuntong sila sa next matches nila, yung mga teams kailangan panoorin sila kung paano sila mag-play dito.
Yan. Hindi gumagalaw ang oras.
Oy, grabe talaga.
Guys. Hear me. Hear ye. Hear ye. Ito kanina nung si Taylor ang kasama ko. Smooth, di ba? Smooth. Ngayon. Mukhang tawanan. Pangatlo ko na to. Joke lang.
Tama, feel ko may masusuntok dito sa amin dalawa.
Uy, grabe. Never ako.
Ako, di mo ba alam? Ikaw masusuntok.
Ba't ako? Talaga ako?
Oo, ano daw? 1v1 daw kayo ni Dubstep.
Okay lang.
Kailan? Ayan si Dubstep.
Uy! Ayan na po, mga kaibigan, lumabas na.
2-0 na to!
Sa letrang T!
Hello!
Sa letrang T! Time!
Ilang tech pass na to ngayong araw? Pangalawa, di ba? Tama ba ako? Pangalawa. O, 2-0. Ano, 1-0 pa lang kapag ako nagkakas. 1-0. Ayan. Kahapon, record-breaking 10-0.
Ayoko nang bilangin. Wala.
Binibilang ko. Kasi yung mga nandito, nag-comment na naman, anong oras na daw itong matatapos. Wag naman kayo.
Walang ganyan, guys. I mean, think positive, ladies and gentlemen. Alam mo yun, gusto rin namin matapos to agad. Kasi, anong oras pa lang,
Siyempre may matches pa bukas.
Meron pa matches bukas. Tatlo bukas, guys. Excited na rin ako sa bakasyon eh. Kaya,
you know.
Panoorin lang natin si kaibigang CCTV na paikot-ikot lang. Tulad ng pagpapaikot niya sa'yo!
Ayun, shoutout ka pala sa mga pinaikot-ikot dyan. Pero syempre, big shoutout sa mga nanonood sa amin hanggang ngayon. So, shoutout sa mga nanonood sa YouTube, sa Twitch, at syempre dito sa Facebook Live. Kaya maraming salamat. Ayan, sa mga 1,000 plus viewers namin. Solid kayo. At kaya naman pala wala kasi silang klase ngayon. Kaya masaya-saya yung mga nanonood sa atin. Sana mag-aral pa kayo lalo. May gumagalaw na ba ang baso? Ala pa rin. Grabe talaga.
Miski ako, maratakot ako if ever gumalaw yung baso, men.
Ako din matatakot din ako At, alam mo yung mga bagay-bagay dito sa spectator natin. Tingnan mo, nagtutour na tayo kagad dito sa Fracture ng napakabis yung mga angles na hindi nyo nakikita. Andyan, di ba? Wild live touring between Team Secret Oasis. Pero ngayong round na to, as we go into round 9, Oasis right now will be going for an eco once again. Pero nga lang, Team Secret, dapat sa mga ganitong opportunity kung kailan kailangan pinapanalo na nila yung rounds, may mga oras na nami-miss nila against other teams. And right now na si Marky, ready na din kagad with that ultimate and isang orb na lang before Eevee can finally unleash that ultimate of his, that Rolling Thunder. I think Oasis still have the chance right now, especially kapag nagpaka-aggressive play lang sila sa Team Secret and Team Secret won't expect it.
Dude or Barechong it is. Ladies and gents. Sa mga nanonood dyan, big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Sana nakakain na kayo. Sana all. And and sa mga viewers out there na gusto magmerienda, kain lang kayo guys. Masarap kumain ng merienda habang nanonood ng Valorant. Alam na natin yan. Miski nga ako, hindi na ako naglalaro, kumakain na lang ako eh. Pag talaga, pag mga pag taga-Cavite kayo, nakain ka na mga tipo. Ikaw?
Kumain na ba ako? Kumain na ako. Masarap nga yung lunch ko ngayon eh.
Anong lunch mo ngayon?
Kumain kami sa isang pizzahan. Ayan, sa labas.
Pizzahan.
Pizzahan. Letter S yung start.
Ano kaya?
Marami yun. May may letter H na kasunod. Gets na. Ikaw, anong kinain mo sa lunch?
Letter S, tapos letter H yung yung sunod. Shawarma.
Uy, may shawarma pizza kaya? Nakatingin ka na ng shawarma pizza. Sobrang solid eh.
Oo.
Kasi yung...
Kasi kung liquid yun, iinumin mo yun.
Grabe naman yun.
Corny ko, di ba nakakainis, pre?
Men, okay lang yan. Naiintindihan ko.
Can we not talk about anything like foods or like anything? Come on, man.
Pero
makaramdam ka, Rere. Kumukulo dugo ko sa nanggigigil eh. Pero yeah, ganito guys, ang ginagawa lang natin ngayon, actually, chine-check lang natin kung ano ba ang meron sa Fracture. Kasi hindi natin alam eh. Hindi naman natin napupuntahan tong mga itong mga area na to eh, 'di ba? Ano yan? Yun yung logo. Logo yan eh. Yan nga, saan mag-start namin? Hindi ko alam kung sabihin ko.
Wala. Alam mo, gusto saan tanongin si Ter kung ano man yung German word of the day niya. Pero syempre, wala rin akong alam gaano with other languages. Alam ko lang English, Tagalog eh. Konting Ilocano, pero wag na ako tanungin kung ano dahil baka maalam na ako pag sinabi ko sa inyo.
Sa totoo lang medyo yun nga. Speaking of mga ibang words, gusto kong matuto magsalita talaga ng Bisaya. I mean, I swear, gusto ko talaga matuto. Kasi alam ko lang mga gihigug matika. Yan.
Ano ibig sabihin?
Ano yan? Ang ibig sabihin ng mahal kita sa pag nasa South ka. Tapos gimingaw na ako nimo. Ayan. Ano yun? I miss you. Yan ang ibig sabihin.
Ako letter Y lang yung alam ko sa Bisaya. Di ko na sabihin kung ano. Pero alam mo, di ba nakikita mo yung mga Bisaya casting?
Oo. A big shoutout nga pala sa mga si Raf. Nasa Cebu siya ngayon.
Mga diba, merong dating mga broadcast, diba, Tagalog, tas English, tas merong din Bisaya casting. Kaya nakakatuwa na ganun ka-diverse dito sa...
Actually, yung tawag dito, yun nga, nalibot na namin ng Pilipinas dahil sa esports, sa totoo lang. Kasi yun nga, ako, si Ian, si Taylor, talaga lumilipad talaga kami. Talagang paikot-ikot talaga. Para, syempre, dinadala namin yung esports sa mga tao, sa kanila, di ba? So, ayun. Parang nakakatuwa kasi pag nasa South ako, grabe ang, sobrang warm ng welcome nila sa akin, man. Pag nakita nila, bigla sila sa pack na joke na. Parang basta ang warm ng pagsalubong ng mga friends natin from the South. Mga Southern friends. Yan. Ang gusto ko lang puntahan, gusto ko mag-mall tour sa Palawan. Kasi 'di ba nakapag-mall tour na ako sa Cavite, sa South, pero gusto ko namang mag-mall tour sa North. Wala pa akong tour sa North eh. Sana book niyo ako guys, mall tour.
Hindi ba magkwento mo kahapon naman?
Uulitin ko, real talk yun, hindi ako nagbibiro, men. Maputol man tong daliri ko. Hindi ako nagbibiro, men. Flex, flex ko lang. May kasi ako mag-flex. Legit yun. Si Taylor kasi kasama ko nun. Wala lang. Ay, naku, Rere. Tagal.
Ganda talaga eh. So, sa mga nanonood dyan, ay sa mga gusto magtanong, habang kakaroon tayo ng tech pause, magtanong lang kayo dyan. Dahil hanggang ngayon, inisip ko rin, ano kayang nag-PPGL cooldown na tayo ngayon.
Oo.
Yan.
Ito na yun, guys.
PPGL cooldown na to. Yan. Kaya pag nanonood kay PPGL cooldown, panoorin nyo si Vim tsaka si Terror.
Ray, if ever meron ko yung mga modules ngayon, Derek, ano ba? Pagkain yan eh. Alis mo nga dyan. Yan, tama. Pag meron ko yung mga modules, gawin nyo na ngayon. Ito na-interview ko sila Javi, sila Hot Sauce. Sabi nga ni Javi, nagsistudy pa rin siya ngayon, si Javi. Tapos, ayun nga, pero nababalance niya yung pagiging professional player at saka syempre, ang pag-aaral. It's all about responsible gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Ayan. Kailangan natin talagang i-prioritize kung ano ba talaga ang ipa-priority natin. Syempre, number 1 ang pag-aaral. Pero it's time! Sa wakas, mga kaibigan!
Gumalaw na rin ang baso!
Nakita na natin ang liwanag sa dulo ng kuweba! Eto na yun! dulo ng ano?
Ang saya sa dulo. Basta yun, nakita na natin ang liwanag sa dilim.
Nagising yung aso. Sorry baby. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, nalabas na si Doggy, ladies and gentlemen. Pero kitang-kita ng Elder Flame dispenser ito. Pero paano mapipigil ng Team Secret ito, mga kaibigan? It's gonna be really hard for sure. Pero Oasis Gaming is just trying to breach inside a site, and Wild Oreo knows what's up. He knows kung nasan ba yung mga ibang players ngayon ng Team Secret, lalong-lalo na yung ating side, which is si Marky. Pero ito lang ang kalampag sa papag, mga kaibigan. Nagkalampagin na nga dito sa may loob ng A, pero Borker Majeremy still gonna get that kill again. Pero Dubs nagtatago dito sa may likod ng Ecoms, mga kaibigan. Paglabas ito, nakangiti ito. Pero Coco we're gonna take down one shot. Nag-over the second, pero sabi ni Jeremy, hindi. 5-4 retake for TS, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's fine. Wala namang pera ang mga Oasis, ang mga players ng Oasis Gaming. Pero yeah, 5-4. Just to end that round, meron ng pera ang mga tropa natin sa Oasis Gaming ngayon.
Kita mo naman yun na talagang inagra lang ng mga taga-Oasis Gaming plant. Kahit ma-pick off tayo isa-isa, we all know naman yung advantage ng Team Secret. And knowing na 4 kagad yung nakapunta ng A-site, medyo nahirapan na nga kagad ng Oasis to just get some good position on where they can actually wait that on that retake ng Team Secret. But then Oasis, gaya nga sabi mo, ready din sila ngayon with that lockdown plus Reaper. Makuha lang ng orb na isa. It's gonna be possible with that Cosmic Divide, and napakaganda pa naman kapag pinagsama mo tong Cosmic Divide plus Coco's lockdown. It will surely bring Team Secret on a hard pace unless si Dispenser may manggagawa siya dito. Makakanta siya ng 2. Sobrang laki na kagad yung chance ng Team Secret na ipapanalo to.
Pero meanwhile, pinakita lang natin yung pagkapatid ni Jeremy sa isa kay Coco, mga kabi. Pero yung that timing is just right there. Pero di sila nagkatamaan, pero tama spray ang ginagawa ng Dispenser dito. Hindi na talaga gumagalo, pero Wild Oreo gonna get that kill instead. Wild Oreo with that crash gear, mga kaibigan. Nilabas na nga, pero wala naman siyang natamaan dito. Ripper with that Forsaken Vandal, mag-aantay lang talaga siya dito ng pwedeng mag-entry. At yung gagawin ng Team Secret is talaga sabay-sabay sila papasok dito. Meron tao sa dish, meron tao sa city, pero that is the Hunters really coming in from Jeremy, though not gonna attack anyone. Pero nagkaroon na nga ng delay dito. Dripper take it down 2v3. Can they get that kill? Pero tapos na tumitigan sa likod mo. Diyos ko po na, Jose Rizal ka, baby boy. Wild Oreo with a 3. 5-5. Parehas silang lamang.
Parehas silang lamang. At kita mo naman Wild Oreo is starting it. Sobra na timingan niya talaga si Dispenser through the smoke. And sobrang wala nga vibe. Pero the stars itself, sobrang ganda ng timing ng Oasis. On the other side naman, doon din talaga nahihirapan ng Team Secret. You get at least one out of them sa isang side. It's just gonna be Oasis winning it. Then kita mo naman na wala gano sila nga nakabantay sa A side. Kaya nakapag they just tried to go for a retake, but unfortunately knowing it was a 2v4, it was really hard for them to make a move. But ngayon, Team Secret, magta-time out na nga sila. Ano ba yung kailangan natin i-execute ngayon? Marami pa naman tayong pera. We can still last long. But then, yung Oasis Gaming, yung round na yun, could have been for them. Kundi lang talaga na pick off siguro si Dispenser and isa pang miyembro ng Team Secret, talagang makakapag-retake pa nga sila. Pero hindi nakakatakot for that eh. Ang dami mong pang-counter sa Oasis Gaming kapag nasa A main, katihintay mo na lang yung spike na mag-detonate. But here it is. After this timeout, ano kaya? Makakapagkaltas ba si Dubstep right now with that operator? Or still, it will linger naman upon that Cosmic Divide plus lockdown na hindi pa rin nagagamit ng Oasis Gaming up until now.
Ito na naman si J-Doc Quesa na laging binibigay sa akin ng ate niya. Shoutout sa'yo at sa ate mo. Sabi ni Ray Ray, penge daw ng link ng ate mo. Nag-PM sa akin, Ray Ray, vila na ba yung itsuro ng ate niya, di ba? Pwede makakita.
Titignan lang naman eh.
Patingin niya, i-PM mo sa amin kung anong Facebook ng ate mo at i-check ni Ray Ray.
Yan.
Pero alam niyo naman, hindi na pwede. May commander na tayo.
Ako ang commander.
Ha?
Yun.
Ikaw yung commander ko?
Ay, hindi. Akala ko tinutukoy mo na meron na bang akong commander eh. Sabi ko, ako yung commander sa amin.
Oo. Pero,
Uy!
okay. Maganda nang nagkakalinawan tayo. Baka magkaroon ng issue eh. Mahirap na. Pero eto na, aftershock! Men, tamang aftershock na din pero hindi naman matatamaan siguro ko. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Viper, si Dispenser, maganda rin talaga yung pagkatayo dito. Pero eto na yung double na Sacha na ginagawa ni Wild Oreo. Pero Wild Oreo na take down Borkum right now. Wala na silang control dito sa side ng B mga kaibigan. So it's all up to the three main players of TS kung kaya pa ba na ubusin to or hindi. Pero Marky, we're gonna plant the spike already. Nagkahatian na nga na mo dito. Plus that lockdown, napakadaming ultimates na nilabas ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. They really need to make this really worthy. Dapat ko napapansin nyo. Sabi ni Vash, Dubs, Jeremy, pare, out tayo, Orb. Wala tayong magagawa dyan. Ibigay na natin lahat sa kanila. At kung napapansin mo, wala pa rin talagang bawas sa Oasis Gaming. At sabi nila sa akin, ano ba yan, TS, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang.
Kahit ka. At ngayon, si Jessica, she's just waiting for that timing. Pero kasi wala lang miyembro dyan ng Oasis and they can just do right now is to just save kung meron na sila. Ganun man usually ginagawa ng Team Secret pag nahihirapan na sila for that retake at medyo malayo-layo ang mga miyembro nila. They're just gonna go for the exit frags or just save on what they have. And Oasis once again is really trying to at least get that full advantage. Na ito naman, nagamit kaagad yung kay Reaper and kay Coco. The fact na hindi nga nila nakuha yun on this previous round, na hindi sila naglalabas ng kanilang ultimate, ready sila ma-counter yung Team Secret on this buy na meron sila. But right now, Team Secret, ano yung next na magiging step? Walang ready right now. Instead, pag nakuha si Dispenser, that can be away with that Viper's ultimate, Viper's Pit. Baka mahirapan ng Oasis mag-enter sa isang side. But as Dispenser tries to get it, hopefully hindi siya mapipitas ngayon dahil yun ang gustong gawin. At ngayon naman on the other side, Dubstep, wala. Haharangan lang siya ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Oasis Gaming. And here it goes. If it's gonna work perfectly once again on that play ng meron ng Oasis Gaming on how they're really passive, or ang Team Secret ngayon nagpapaka-aggressive pa rin naman sa kanilang mga push.
Tamang push lang. Push po, baby. Dubstep. Gamit ng kanyang operation, ladies and gentlemen. Pero maganda yung ginawa nila dito. Tamang smoke muna bago sila pumasok. And tamang flash lang before sila lumabas dun sa may ecoms na yan, men. Nagkakaroon sila ng session sa loob yun. Pagkalabas nila, nakangiti yun sigurado. Pero ito, nagkaka-chup-chup. Double chup-chup ang nangyari dito. At nahabol! Nahabol pa Wild Oreo si Dubstep ngayon. Oh no! Napakagaling na gravity well dito. Magkatabi para lang talagang hindi makaalis si Dubstep.
Sinipsip hanggang tower, mga kaibigan. Bumalik ka dito. 5-7 minutes to end that first half.
Switching sides.
Ang ganda ng ginagawa ng Oasis. I'm really impressed with that Astra controller na meron silang call. Kahit ba sabi mo may mga angles na hindi mo pa rin ma-eradicate, si Envy together with Marky is really doing it, plus with the help of Wild Oreo, also in making those angles na ma-open para sa side ng Oasis. Sobrang ganda that sometimes they pick off talaga yung Team Secret na hindi ina-expect. A lot of unexpected angles and play and pushes right now. Pero mas importante sa Oasis na at least they survive ang kanilang first half with a 2-round advantage against Team Secret. And tatandaan natin, usually talaga sa pistol round ng Team Secret, hindi talaga sila nakakuha usually. But if they can make this, then most likely magkakaroon tayo ng tie score.
Yeah. Tie score indeed. Pero sino ang makakakuha nitong early leads dito sa mapa na to? I mean, yes, Oasis Gaming securing that, knowing na naka-defender pa sila. Ito kita lang nila back din ng TS na Kings of Retakes. Pero what is happening in Spin Ticket, mga kaibigan? Oh, gusto po, dubstep, nakakalampag na nga! My God! Kitang-kita natin talagang nahilo ang Kuya Dubstep. Pero nga lang, ito yung mga players ngayon ng OG. One is the season with a right click onto the classic ng Coco and Envy doing the job done. Pushing into a 3v2 situation, Vash and Jeremy needs to go out of the battle. Pero Marky trying to cut them off. At, my God, delikado si Jesse Vash. Kaya sobrang siyang napagitnaan siya ng napakadaming tao dito. Jesse Vash will kill onto one though. 2v2. Pero nasaan yung ibang players ngayon ng T is probably gonna go here in A instead. Sabay-sabay silang pupunta sa A. And if ever nanalo ang TS dito,
30 seconds left.
pwede pa talaga natin makita na tie yung score ng 7. Kasi at least makakabawi naman sila kahit papano. Pero ang problema lang din talaga, si Jeremy is meron siyang ghost. One tap to the head. Marky, kailangan na tapatan to para sa frenzy. Oh no. Oh, just
meron pa siyang meron pa siyang isang flash dito na pwede niya gamit. Pero 34 HP, medyo mahirap to. Unless, oh wait, na-spot niya nga kung nasan si Jeremy. Okay, hindi niya ata bibitawan. Hindi niya bibitawan! Hala! Makuha na! Oh no! Clutch! An ROG clutch na meron si Marky! Huwag mo lang pala bitawan kagad yung defuse. And that's just it. Oasis still wins a chance against Team Secret. What was that? I mean, grabe. Di na niya... just took the risk, yun lang yun eh. Kasi kung matalo siya, they still have that advantage. Maybe ma-counter nila on the next round. Pero I think they all thought na hindi nabibitawan niya eh. And that's just it. I think they're just 1 second late. And he got that ROG clutch.
Right there.
At ngayon, Oasis pa ang nagkaroon ng advantage. They've got this all Spectre bias. Magkaka-advantage nga bang Team Secret ngayon dahil di pa rin sila bumili. Alam pa rin nila yung disadvantage na nangyari nga sa kanila on the previous round. And Reaper, iaagri lang sila. Bumagsak na natin kagad si Jeremy. Sumunod si Dispenser. He got the 3. Ano pa ba ang gustong gawin ngayon ni Reaper? Will he get that ace? I think hindi na dahil si Marky na nakita na kagad kung nasaan ang isa pang member nila. Borkum at Dubstep na lang ang natitira. Borkum low on HP. Dubstep tries to at least sig it out here in A side, pero yung spike wala sa kanila at binabantayan na lang to ng mga miyembro ng Oasis. And Reaper gets the 4th. Isa na lang kagad ang natitira. Coco gets Dubstep in. And Oasis leading by 4 na nga sila against Team Secret.
Yes indeed, pero ang ginagawa lang din talaga ng Oasis Gaming dito is syempre capitalize the momentum na meron sila, capitalize the advantage that they have with all these SMGs. Muntik pang makapag-ace si Ripper dito. 5-9 it is. Pero pwedeng bumawi ang Team Secret ngayon. They have the Vandals, they have the Phantoms. Lalabanan nila ang Oasis Gaming ng malayuan. Pero yun nga, oh my God, Jeremy with a kill onto Infrared, pero 1 or with a kill. Pero, Diyos ko po, Jeremy, titikman niya yung pain shells dito na Wild Oreo. Pero, oh no, Jeremy, super low. Walang mag-heal sa kanila dito. Pero, si Marky, We're gonna fall into the hands of Jesse Fash right now. Coco and the Ripper. Coco na lang ang natitira dito. 1v4. Coco nag-aantay lang din. Coco with that swing, not gonna catch anyone. Pero yung alas, oh, Diyos ko po, nalusaw! Si Jeremy, ladies and gentlemen. Pero Borco, we're gonna get that kill instead. 6-9. Nice!
Nice score, nice round sa Team Secret side. At kahit na-defeat pa rin sila ng Oasis, at could have been different siguro ngayong rounds na nakikita natin. Maybe it could have been a 7-all. Team Secret naman on this full buy, they're ready about it. Inaga lang sila ng Oasis, maybe try to come up with something to an advantage. At kahit naman nalusaw pa rin si Jeremy dahil low on HP na siya, we all know that it's still gonna be Team Secret getting that round. But here it is, a full buy na already sa Oasis on their defending. And looking at it, maghihiwalay talaga yung magiging setup ngayon ni Reaper together with Coco. Dahil nga wala silang Viper at all. But on the other side, Team Secret stacking sila sa A side. Some of them are at drop. Nabawasan na nga ng sobra kagad si Dubstep. Wala silang pang sustain unlike sa Oasis Gaming.
Ito na ang yanig sa banig na ginagawa ni Beach dito, which is a Vash. Pero a minute left in the clock right now. Dubstep just trying to do some pot shots through that smoke, but not gonna tag anyway. Pero si Borcom na ako na dito. Dubstep needs to catch them off guard for sure. And the rotation is now off. Pwedeng gawin dito ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan. Starting off with that flash suspension with the kill onto Justy Fash. Nakuha sila aftershock dito pero no damage at all dito sa side ng Oasis Gaming, pero nagsarado yung pinto agad-agad. 2v3 situation right now. Mukhang nakakabawi na rin ata ang Team Secret. Slowly but surely though, Envy and Morty, kailangan nilang tapatan nito ng sabay ni Market tsaka Envy for sure, para syempre hindi sila mahirapan at all with all these trade-offs na pwede nilang gawin. Pero ang tanong, are they gonna pursue this or not? Probably gonna save all the guns na meron sila para makabawi lang next round, and for sure sila ang mag-a-anchor next round kasi walang pera si Coco, walang pera si Ripper, walang pera si Wild Oreo. So Marky and Envy, kayo na ang bahala.
Save talaga. Mas importante yon, gaya nga ng mga usual nating sinasabi, mas okay na mag-save, diba? Yun yung mga tips na merong sinabi sa inyo. Zeal, kapag di na kaya, wala na ding oras, don't risk it, just have the save. And looking at it, Oasis, they're gonna be pushing with that half armor and Sheriff, while on the other side naman, Indian Marky with their saved guts. And maybe, this can also be a big effective play against Team Secret, kasi minsan nga, diba, may mga rounds talagang weak yung Team Secret, lalo na yung mga ganito na they feel na mapapanalo pa rin nila. Well, in fact, Oasis, knowing them, every round is still an advantage para sa kanila. But here it is, low play styles once again sa Team Secret, and yan na nga, the timing it itself. Dispenser, mababawasan na nga kagad. Ano na ang next move ng Team Secret? If they approach yung Marky right now, that can be great. Pero nga lang, expected. Kagad at inaga lang ni Dubstep, at may isa pa silang kailangan bawasan ngayon. That's gonna be Coco himself. Medyo stuck na siya kagad ngayon. Nakita na rin kagad siya. Dubstep still gets him, at may control na nga sila all over here in A site.
3v4 situation right now. Dubstep super low in HP. Wild Oreo, mga kaibigan, wala na rin siyang halos HP dito, pero let's see if ever makakuha ba na Jeremy with a kill onto one with that flag onto Envy, mga kaibigan, securing that round. 4v1, Wild Oreo. Kinuha na lang niya at tinanggap na lang niya ang pwedeng mangyari. So yun na yun, 8-9, at mukhang nakakabawi na ngayon na Team Secret from 6-9 now down to 8-9. And itong mga players na to, lalo na sa Oasis Gaming, I mean, they're really trying to get one around dito sa Fracture, kasi next map is, correct me if I'm wrong, mapa nila, Ray? Sila ang pumili? Okay, yeah.
Actually, ang pumili talaga nito, Oasis di ba?
Oasis. So, okay. So, Oasis ang pumili nito. So, next map is actually sa side ng Team Secret. So, Team Secret, kailangan nila makuha to kasi if they're really gonna be that confident for them na kuha nila yung game number 2, this is gonna be a 2-0 sweep if ever. Na makayaran nilang makuha to. Pero yun nga lang, Oasis Gaming, knowing na sila yung pumili ng Fracture, di syempre, sana meron silang mga konting advantage or anything like that. Or, mapupush siguro ng game number 3. I mean, nasa side naman ng Oasis Gaming yun So, Oasis Gaming with that timeout, this is their last timeout, ladies and gentlemen. So, it's now or never. dito sa ano na to, sa round na to. And if ever namatay sila dito, bes, oh no, magbabalik na lang ulit sila sa save by. Paikot-ikot lang talaga, tulad ng ginawa sa'yo ng ex mo.
At ito yung nakakatakot na thing about Oasis Gaming. Ready si Wild Oreo, Reaper, and Coco. Sobrang vital nung pwede nilang gawin for the retake. But on the other side, Dispenser naman, si Borgcom isa na lang din, isang orb pa bago niya makuha yung Cosmic Divide also. And Jeremy, we're sure naman every time that he does that, he gets something. Pero on the other side, ngayon si Dubsep, malulusaw ba siya? Makakatakas pa rin siya kagad with that aggressiveness. Pero mukhang Jeremy wants to start the fight. He gets one, take it off by Reaper. At kaliwat ka na ang pagbubukas. Pero Reaper, what is that? Pero puti na lang si Dispenser is ready for the trades. And itong merong about Oasis and Team Secret, we're pretty much sure that they'll be able to get those. But the impact plays na naman ay ginawa ni Dispenser. Wild Oreo na lang together with Envy ang natitira. Team Secret, they try to contest here still in B site dahil nga alam na nga din nila na meron na silang tapak ngayon at dalawa pa na lang kagad sa Oasis ang natitira. Wild Oreo together with Envy, if they make some good space, if nag-showstopper si Wild Oreo dito, baka maiiba pa nga ang ihip ng hangin. At speaking of, wala nga lang siyang nakuha, nabawasan na siya kagad sa isang iglap. They still try to contest it, but Dubstep gets the 2 kills. And 9-all na nga. Guys, sinabi ni Phil, after this timeout, wala na ngang timeout sa side ng Oasis. But it looks like the call itself, they didn't expect na naman Jeremy to make those good entries. And ang ganda ng pag-distract ni Dubstep pa rin dun.
Yeah, perfect execution by Borgcom at saka kay Dubstep dito. Kitang-kita naman natin, sip-sip ni Borgcom, putok ni Dubstep, ubos, pati pantubos. Team Secret will gonna get that round. And, bakit ba? Ganun na nangyari. Pero ito, Dubstep with that Oni Phantom Gold Variant mga kaibigan. Pero si Jem will gonna get that kill instead. Wild Oreo trying to be really aggressive, pero yun nga lang, na-punish agad ng Team Secret. Pero saan ngayon pupunta ang Team Secret if ever smoking out may ginawa ni Envy, pero nga lang bababa ba siya or hindi. Pero ang problema kita tuloy Dispenser mga kaibigan, si Dubstep naisa pa nga siya, and Dispenser with another one. It's all up to Coco, pero mabilis natapos yung round na yun. TS, ito na nga ba ang pagbangon ng api na talagang napanood natin, and knowing nga dun sa kaninang first round ng second half na ninja, men, ito ang tunay na ninja. Nahiya si Naruto sa ginawa ni Marky kanina. Ito lang ang ninjang may bomba. Hindi siya gumagamit ng mga tawag doon, yung star? Shuriken. Ba't ako mag-shuriken, may bomba ako, men? I'm the bomb.
Ako lang. Kayang-kaya ko to, syempre. Pero on the other side, biglang nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin. 3 rounds consecutively winning na ang Team Secret. At ngayon na nga, isa pa, 4th round. It is round 20. And what will happen sa Oasis on their defending? Kanina, sobrang effective. But 4 out of 5 ultimates is ready. Baka ready na nga din sila para maitay pa nga to against sa Team Secret has been winning. But the stretch itself, will Dispenser actually expect? Will the members of Oasis expect na makakapag-print out sila? And ngayon na nga, si Dispenser makes a good few noises right now. But will they actually see that there's someone such as Wild Oreo together with the Reaper? Dalawa nakatingin sa'yo. Dubstep na bawasan na naman. Hinaluan pa ngayon ng pag-concuss. Nag-back out na naman ang mga Team Secret. Will they re-hit? That can be a question. But what we have right now is on a punch pa rin. Si Dispenser taking out to one. Unleashing already the Viper's ultimate. But on the other side, may advantage pa rin ang Oasis dito. At sinabi na nga na ngayon ni Envy, nilabas na nga kagad ang Rolling Thunder. Pero Wild Oreo low pa rin HP, na wala na din kagad ang konting heal sa kanya kanina ng mga katulad ni Marky, pero hindi pa rin napaplant ang spike ngayon sa Team Secret. And ngayon, Patience King, he's doing it! Gets the 2 kill! Jeremy na lang kagad ang natitira.
Oh God! It's like alam ni Envy na mayroong tao doon sa may harapan niya. Alam mo ang tawag doon? Sixens. Telekinesis mga kaibigan. Pero dude, at least slowly and surely talagang like ano na pag-usapan natin, there's no way na itong dalawang teams na to na magkakaroon ng napakalayong lead. Wala talaga, sobrang lapit lang din. Kasi ilang beses na naglaban to. Ilang beses na sila nagharap ever since last year. So, pagalingan na lang mag-computer.
Pagandahan din ba lang?
Pagandahan ng skin.
Oo, pagandahan ng skin pa. Pero usually, nakita mo kung mga River versus RGX yung meron dito sa mga miyembro ng mga players natin sa VCT. Pero let's see, si Dubstep ang favorite niya ngayon ay syempre yung River Vandal. Actually, maganda din naman talaga yung River. Maganda din ang animation. Ganda ng reload animation. Pero, mas importante yun ay 10-all score. Bumawi nga ang Oasis. Nakapag-igip na nga rin sila kanina. They've been losing. But at least that reset lang talaga ang kailangan nila. Take advantage of those ultimates, then it's gonna work well for them. But Team Secret, slow pace style na naman sila muli, trying to make a few noises. Right now, here in A-site naman ay mukhang ito na ang oras na gusto nilang ipanalo. Pero alam na nga din kagad ng 6-man ng Oasis Gaming na may mga manggagaling kagad sa long, and will Coco finally get that great timing against them now that he's hearing already yung mga
30 seconds
quite a few surprises from Team Secret side.
Yeah.
Swarm grenade out.
But here naman sa Oasis Gaming and Team Secret, medyo mahihirap pala dito because of the cosmic divide na nangyari lang dito. Polcom, we're gonna plant the spike already. Jeremy, wala siyang showstopper. Meron pa siya satchel dito para lang at least to mess up with the diffuse if ever na pwede gawin nga ng Oasis Gaming. Pero ito na, lockdown coming in from the killjoy of Oasis Gaming para lang at least malabas yung mga players ng Team Secret. Pero ang answer ng Team Secret is just all these ultimates lang din meron sila. Rolling Thunder being activated already. Ripper is inside pero Borkum is up top. Dubstep with a kill onto one as well. 11-10. Now in favor of Team Secret. Once again, this map that is picked by Oasis Gaming, and mukhang Team Secret ata ang nakakakuha nito. Oh no, Oasis Gaming, wala silang arip, bro.
Kita mo yung ang ganda ng counter nila doon, plus the lockdown has been destroyed. Paglabas kagad ng Rolling Thunder ni Vash, that was very important. And we're seeing, di ba, pagdating ng Rolling Thunder ni Envy together with the Jesse Vash, it's gonna be a different game. Biglang pumapabor sa mga teams nila. Pero ngayon, nawalang perang Oasis, ano kaya yung magiging playstyle nila ngayon? Will they actually agree? But I think no. Lahat sila nag-stuck sila sa may 8 side, pero wala namang member ng Team Secret doon. So that means dalawa lang natitira ngayon sa B, si Reaper together with Coco. But knowing this guys, sobrang nakakatakot din talaga dahil nakakapag-anchor sila ng side kagad, nakakapag-trade. But here's the call by Reaper. And who's gonna get through? There's a good trade, pero Borkum at Dubstep is doing it. And Dispenser behind them is right up against, at Marky na lang kagad ang natitira.
Marky indeed. 3v1 Marky. Meron siyang Vandal dito. Kita lang natin si Marky na pwede siya makabawi, pero oh no, nasip-sip ni Borkum mga kaibigan. Ginawang bulalo si Marky. Ginawang bulalo si Marky, ladies and gentlemen. Gutom na talaga.
Di na nga ako nag-mention.
Oo, mainit na bulalo. Sabi ni Borkum kay Marky.
Sound effects pa. Kaya naniniwala ako sa Evil pag nagkikwento ka.
Oo, pag yung kwento ng kaibigan mo may sound effects, wala kang choice kundi maniwala ka na lang, men. Wala ka na magagawa eh. Nag-effort na siya. Pero ito na, Dubstep. Kumapit na naman sa patalim mga kaibigan. With the Blade Storm on hand, pati yung Crash Gear. Languno na rin pero wala siyang makikita dito. Mga players ngayon sa tower, they need to back out. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon na Team Secret going in already. Alam ni Astra na merong tao sa taas. Nag-aantay lang si Ripper dito if ever kung kailan ba siya sisilip, which is si Dubstep. Pero Envy, nagbabantay lang din sila. Wala na siyang dash pero meron pa siyang updraft. Pero kaya ba niya talagang pasukan to? Kailangan smokean ni Borkum yung B if ever gusto nila pasok. Pero nga Ripper, it's just right there. Ripper, we're gonna take down Dubstep right now. Wild Oreo as well. Na wala na silang smoker dito. Oh no, paano ba dito? Coco, nagkakitaan na nga ng ulo. Oh no, 12-11 pa nga. Buhay pa ang Oasis Gaming. Once again, this is the map that they're pick, sabi ni Ray Ray. Marami silang pera, men. Marami silang pera. Ay, hindi. Broken by ang Oasis Gaming.
Tinik pa rin nila agad. Pero dito talagang nabasa nila agad yung mangyayari dito. And here it is, Team Secret. Nangyari to last time. 12-11 versus APH. At nakita mo naman yung ginawa ni Jesse Vash doon together with Jeremy. Hintay lang kagad ni Jesse Vash na maggawa ng mga smokes last time ang mga si RU himself. Then alam na nga na kagad naka-astral form si Astra, so he took them out. Nag-backstab nga siya dalawang miyembro and nag-crossfire na nga sila kagad ni Jeremy sa may B-set. But this time around, will it happen the same time again against Oasis Gaming, or mapupunta nga tayo in this overtime here in Fracture? But right now, as Team Secret goes for a timeout, will this be the worth it timeout? Hinga ng konti, restart tayo. Ready si Borkum ngayon, ready si Jeremy, kukuha lang ng isang orb at yun na magiging sagot natin sa attacking side. Dahil ngayon sa Oasis, meron na si Marky with that Seekers kung makakapita siya ng isa, and si Invi rin pala. So this is quite scary din sa Team Secret na kailangan natin i-note for. Makukuha ni Invi to, may possibility na mapupunta pa sa Oasis ang win.
Is this gonna be the last round? Or magkakaroon pa tayo ng overtime dito sa side na Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan? Dubstep charging their way onto A, but Wild Oreo, oh no, dito na sa may likod, mga kaibigan. Malilikod pa ata ng Oasis Gaming ang Team Secret, pero sabi ni Borkum, no, Wild Oreo with another one right now, pushing at 3v4. Jeremy, meron siyang showstopper. Ito na nga yun, pero fire in the... Coco, wallbang lang. Dubstep with a swing, will take down two. Trying to go with a third, but Marky says no. 2v1, Vash, the only man remaining. Clock is ticking, catches one. Is this gonna be the end or not? Oh, nakita yung ulo pa ng Marky. Diyos ko pa, nakasilip yung ulo ni Zedgy Vash. Masyadong malaki yung ulo ni Vashi. Vashi, yes daddy.
Nakita.
OT.
Timing! Sabi ni Marky, dito na to! Putang, inilagan lang niya kagad, and that's just how Oasis got this overtime. Unang map pa lang. Overtime agad. Kaya nagsagot. Alam mo naman, kung bakit ba pinili din to ng Oasis Gaming, at kahit mahirap ang sitwasyon, kayang-kaya nila. Alam mo din, sayang daming counter, but that's also a big advantage that Marky gave against Jesse Vash. Na caught off guard na nga siya kagad, and that's just it. Overtime. Ano kayang gagawin ngayon ng Team Secret? Konting-konti na lang. They started it so well para lang matapos na kagad to. Pero yung Oasis, the retaliation, those push-up plays coming from Wild Oreo, di talaga nila in-expect yun. At kahit nakapag-trade si Borkum doon, yung manpower ng Oasis, mas marami pa nga din sila kagad kahit nakapag-minus pa ng dalawang frags si Dubstep. But here it is, the overtime goes in. Paano nga ba i-close out to ng mga miyembro ng Team Secret together with Oasis Gaming?
That's gonna be the biggest question dito sa map na to. Pero NV, mga kaibigan, here in Sewers though, trying to cut off these players na pwedeng umikat dito sa side na to. Pero kung napapansin mo, Dubstep, mga kaibigan, delikado yung ulo ni Dubstep ngayon. Pero kung nakakita na, I told you already, delikado na si Dubstep dun sa engagement yun. NV gonna kill Dubstep right now. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, ang matalo dito is uuwi na sa best of 3 series. This is just the game number 1. Less than a minute left in the clock right now, and for the side ng Oasis Gaming, they're gonna go here in A instead. The rotation is now up for them though, pero kaya bang i-retake ng TS to or hindi? Wild Oreo trying to be really aggressive. Gonna go here at second floor, noon din para syempre makakuha pa siya ng enough room and information kung nasan ba dito yung mga, kung saan ba nagtatago yung mga players sa Team Secret ngayon. Probably here in B, pero yung rotations now up to Borkum with a kill onto one though. Borkum trying to kill with another one right now, pero meron tao dyan sa kaliwa mo, which is si Marky. Vash and Jeremy ang magtatay, ladies and gentlemen. Can they get that clutch or not? Oh, nagkakita natin pero Ripper, we're gonna go down, pero just ko po that flick coming in from Jeremy, mga kaibigan. Ito na ang yanig sa banig coming in from Envy. Jeremy, tamang boost lang with that satchel. It's all up to him. 1v2 Jeremy, hindi kayo pwede magkamali, pero tamang aftershock lang, tatlong putok yan. The clock is ticking, pero walang oras si kaibigan Jay. 12-13 now in favor of Oasis Gaming. Once again, this is the map that they picked.
Oasis! What a comeback kung mangyayari man talaga na may papanalo na nga nila to after this round. But looking aside, the team is Secret. Nakakahabol naman sila. Na-compact pa nga nila kahit pa paano. Pero right now, seems like yung momentum na wala ulit. But let's see what they can do. Magiging OT pa nga ba ulit to? Or hahabol na lang sila sa map pick nila, which was in Haven, which is actually strong din sa Oasis side. And here it goes. Wild Oreo, Makokon kasi still makes it. Dubstep bumagsak na nga din kagad. And Jessifish goes with a trade. 4v4 is what we have. But will this impact play from Jessifish be able to at least counter something? And then Envy, grabe naman, this breach plays that he's been doing, sobrang ganda. Marky on the other side, he's been contesting it with Jeremy. And this plate hold na tuto ng Oasis kanina. Kung kanina sila yung napipick off ng Team Secret, ngayon babawi na nga sila. And the numbers game is favoring Oasis unless meron pang magiging particular play na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Team Secret. And looks like Borcom spots out Coco, can still be a great win sa kanila kung sakasakali, pero meron na lang isang naghihintay sa B, and that's just going to be Reaper himself.
Ripper himself, indeed. 3v3, Marky. Nabawasan na konti dito, pero meron naman siyang heal, pero yung ma-heal si Envy if ever. Dispenser, slowly creeping out here. Pero Ripper! We're gonna fall down into the hands of Dispenser right now. 3v2, they know it already kung saan sila iikot dito, pero yun nga lang, kaya pa ba ng TS ito or hindi na? They need to get out. Antayin lang nila na meron mag-tap ng spite. Hindi nila i-contest to, men. Delikado. Aantayin lang nila yung pagtatap, men. Aantayin lang talaga nila. Pero isang lumabas na nga dito. Pero that is the EDS. The damage is not enough for you to take down these players. Nandito talaga. Pero yung Marky, we're gonna take down one. Trying to go with the second one right now. Nilabas na nga ang birdie niya. Pero let's see, mukhang sarili pa talaga ang na-flash niya. Pero napitik na nga yung spike. Envy with a kill. Oh no, 2v1 is up to Dispenser right now. Can he get that clutch or not? Oh no, Oasis Gaming wins map number 1.
Defenders win.
What? Oasis! Na 2v3! Envy! Ano? Talaga kapag kailangan mo siya. Nandun si Envy para sumagot. Those counters been doing it. Na-flash kayo sa ninja naman. Pero yung advantage, low on HP, vulnerable, lahat-lahat. Pero nga lang, on those spray itself, on those taps, Oasis got it. And even if nakahabol nga ang teams such as Team Secret, which is sinabi nga nila kanina, every time kaya nilang ma-pull off yung overtime na yon. Pero ngayon yung Oasis Gaming, knowing that this is their map pick, they countered Team Secret once again as Team Secret lost its momentum nung nahabol na nga sila as we went into that overtime. 14-12 here in Fracture, and definitely we can say talaga na when it's Oasis, dito kahit may mga teams na napapanish sila katulad nga na nangyari kanina, but you leave this open, nasa kanila pa rin ang kamay sa pinakaunang game.
Yes, that's true. Pero yun nga, this is a matter of respect by Oasis Gaming, and yeah, they won it already. So, if ever manalo ang Team Secret sa game number 2, pwede talaga tayo mag-push sa game number 3 later on. Once again, ang matalo dito sa best of 3 series na to is uuwi na. So, masyadong mainit ang laban dito sa dalawang teams na to for sure. Ito ganito. Back then, nung 2021 na VCT, 3 stages ang meron. So, you have 3 chances para makapasok sa VCT Champions. Pero ngayon, raid 2 na lang. Ganito yan. VCT Stage 1, APAC Masters. VCT Stage 2, APAC Masters. Tapos, last chance qualifiers. Then after nun, champions na. Yun lang. Nabawasan tayo ng isang master, nabawasan tayo ng isang APAC, tsaka ng isang stage. So, mas naging tight yung laban, sa totoo lang. So, mas yung sino pa talaga ang mas karapat dapat talaga. Napaaga nga ng konti kasi back then kasi ano ba, November something, December something yung ano ba? Basta Q4 ng taon ang champions, pero ngayon late Q4 rather. Pero ngayon, September ang Valorant Champions, ladies and gentlemen. Magbabalik na naman siguro tayo sa Berlin if ever. Pero yun nga, pupunta tayo sa Iceland, mga kaibigan, para sa Masters 1. So, meron bang Filipino team na makakatuntong sa Iceland? Yun ang tanong na kailangan sagutin ng mga players na pinapanood natin ngayon.
We've seen a lot of improvements, especially dito sa katulad ng Oasis Gaming. Kanina nga, natalo sila, pero looks like they're in the works, they're making it. And then it's Marky, together with Envy. Alam na alam mo that they're really confident, especially with the flashes that they have and this Asian comp na meron sila sa Fracture, sobrang effective when countering that double duelist being done by the guys of Team Secret. Sobrang pwede pang makuha to ng Team Secret on towards the next map, but I really do think the momentum itself ay nasa mga puso ng Oasis Gaming. Ayaw pa nalang umuwi. Pero syempre ayaw pang umuwi na ng Team Secret. And what can happen on towards Haven, because it's just gonna be one map left sa Oasis Gaming, or we're gonna be having that last map, which is going to be a strength din. Syempre ng pareha sa teams ito, which is in Icebox. So marami pang pwedeng mangyari, pero aabangan natin yan after this short break. Ako si Rene, kasama ko dito si Phil, and we'll see you on towards the next map.
They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you.
What's up everyone? Nagbabalik muli kayo dito nga sa losers bracket between the guys of Team Secret and Oasis at nakita na nga natin ang first map na pinili ng Oasis Gaming here in Fracture. Nagkaroon pa nga tayo ng OT at kamunti ka na din manalo ang Team Secret on the other side. But the winning prevails talaga sa side ng Oasis Gaming. I am Mary and kasama ko dito si Vil at kami magsha-shoutcast na nga dito sa second map here in Haven na pinili ng Team Secret. Ito pa rin ba ang home na foundation talaga ng team na to na nakita natin how awesome their plays are, or there's still a team such as Oasis Gaming talaga which is actually pretty good also in this map na pwede na lang makuha to into a clean 2-0 once again.
Yeah, I mean, look at Marky. Talagang ito yung time talaga na magkakasama sila dito sa Manila, and syempre iba pa rin talaga yung feeling na magkakasama nga, di ba? Kaya sa Marky yung talagang nalalayo, pero right now ang importante is yung comms nila, yung pag-uusap nila is mas solid pa if ever gonna compare it dun sa nangyari last time. So it's really up to them though if makakayanan pa ba nila na i-2-0 itong game na to, if ever. Pero yeah, we've seen already game number 1 goes to Oasis Gaming and with an overtime as well. And dito naman sa game number 2, this is method is picked by Team Secret. And I am actually trying to predict na siguro magiging pantay pa rin yung laban. Feeling ko pantay pa rin talagang laban eh. Kasi I mean, yung mga capabilities naman ng mga team natin, sobrang nag-step up sila. Pwede nating sabihin na dati, yes, Team Secret na pinakamalakas talaga, ganyan. Tapos ngayon, natatawag na sila ibang teams. Ibig sabihin lang nun is sobrang nag-i-improve yung mga iba't ibang Filipino teams. At ang ibig sabihin pa nun, mas dadaming pwede nakarapat dapat na maging representative ng Philippines sa darating na APAC Challengers. I mean, mas open pa sa iba. So talagang malakas talaga ang Pinoy. Man. Mabilis din ang daliri ng mga Pinoy, parang si Vin. Jetmain ako.
Yun, mga Jetmain. Pero I think on the other, I think I gotta agree with you din talaga. Ang dami ng teams and just a span amount of time ever since ka nag-start tayo ng champions, they've been also training real hard syempre para lang talagang magkaroon ng slot going into APAC, and maybe they can also go sa Masters 1 in Iceland. But going back nga dito, di pa naman tapos sa mga kakatunin pa nga lang, nanalo nga ang Oasis 1-0 na nga sila ngayon against Team Secret. They win this Haven, they're gonna be proceeding on towards the next match for tomorrow. Pero nga lang on the other side, ang Team Secret na nga isa sa mga teams na mamamaalam na dito sa ating VCT Stage 1. Pero when you take a look at it, it's gonna be here in Haven. And we've seen yung match against SBE to get rid of the Team Secret dito yesterday. It looks like it didn't pretty got the well sa side ng Team Secret. Naunahan talaga sila ng SBE. Some mistakes were done and hopefully ngayong araw ay na-improve na nga nila. Yeah. But on the other side, Oasis Gaming, anong take mo dito ngayon na si Marky kasama na talaga nila ngayon sa bootcamp?
Ayan, so ulit sinabi ko kanina. Nakalimutan mo ata na sinabi ko.
Sorry, best. Okay na.
Pero, so ayun nga, I mean, this is gonna be a really different thing. Pero yun nga, nangyari sa Oasis Gaming is nag-a-adjust pa lang sila na magkakasama sila. Kasi yun nga nangyari dun sa first game, di ba? Oasis Gaming na 0-2 sila ng Action PH a while ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tama ba yung sinabi ko? Oo, tama yung sinabi ko. Okay. Oo, tama. Na 0-2 sila ng Action PH. So, alam mo yun, parang andun pa lang sila sa adjustments eh. So, dito ngayon sa game nila, kalaban ng Secret, ito na talaga yung, pwede natin makita na talagang full force nila, men. So, yeah, let's see in Haven na talagang ito ang mapa ng alam natin, ito ang mapa ng Team Secret back then. Pero mapa din ng Oasis Gaming to. Back then, Oasis Gaming, hindi ko makakalimutan yun kasi ako yung nagcast nun eh. Na 0-13 nilang Alpha Esports last year dito eh. Hindi ko makakalimutan nun. Sobrang nag-pop off si Marky. Nagwala si Marky. Literal na nagwala talaga siya dito sa Haven, men.
Talagang nakakatakot si Marky right now. And I think we gotta agree with that. What happened kanina talaga sa ginawa nila ni ENV, kamuntik na nga manalo kagad yung Team Secret doon. Kamuntik na nga ulit magka-overtime sa Fracture. But then, the reset is on sa Team Secret. Medyo malaking pressure to. They lose this, then we're not gonna go to Icebox anymore. They win this, let's say hello to one of their favorites, which is gonna be an Icebox. But then, yung power ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, just to be able to finish this with a clean streak once again, ay nandito pa rin syempre sa Haven side. But as we go for the lineups ng kanilang agents, Jeremy, sabi nga natin, di nga siya super nag-pop off last time, but hopefully makakuha pa rin sila ngayon. But will Team Secret be able to counter that double initiator talaga ng Oasis game na a lot of teams have been struggling still so far, that in the composition, how he denies those entries, something na kailangan natin i-take note for. And looking at it, mirror matchup is kind of what we have, but I think sa side ng Team Secret, ang naging difference lang dito is that they'll be going with that Sova instead. Yep, that's the usual talagang agent composition ngayon, Jesse Vash, with that impact Sova. But the breach plays talaga. Is this gonna be the game changer na meron pa rin ng Team Secret, or talagang it's just Oasis Gaming all the way?
Yeah. Madali ba to sa pwedeng gawin ng Oasis Gaming, or talaga makakabawi ang Team Secret? Kasi, I mean, delikado lang Team Secret eh. They're actually one lose away para matapos yung journey ng Team Secret dito sa game na to, dito sa tournament na to. I mean, yung performance nila it's not like the same as last year. Right, dami na nagbago eh. The meta, everyone really improved a lot. And nakakaano lang talaga, man. I mean, nakadepende na lang talaga yan sa mga players if they can actually catch up. Yan. Sa mundo ng FPS, hindi ka pwede magpaiwan. Ganun lang yan. Sa lahat naman ng tournaments, sa lahat naman ng esports events, pati sa traditional sports, yeah. Hindi ka pwede magpaiwan. Kasi at meron talagang makakatalo sa'yo. Hindi ka immortal, hindi ka si Yoda, kumbaga. Pero wala na si Yoda eh.
Pero tama ka nga naman, di ba? I think talagang aside from di ka nagpapawiwan, dapat din talaga mag-improve ka along the way. Syempre may mga teams din na sobrang gustong mahamit yung mga pangarap nila dito sa Valorant, syempre. At meron nga talaga silang particular goal on what they want to achieve. And so far, those goals na meron sila, unti-unti na nga nalang nakakamit. We already have 2 teams going into APAC, and we're just waiting for that last one team to represent us here in PH. But I'm so happy to see these teams that in just a short amount of time, nag-improve na nga sila kagad. Ano nga ba yung magiging kalaban ulit nila pagdating ng APAC? There's just a few teams added na nga sa iba't ibang regions, but hopefully papakita talaga nila, tire-representa nila, at makakuha nila lahat ng slot papuntang Masters 1, syempre. But right now, guys, ang dami talaga nga nangyayari ngayon dito sa matchup ng Team Secret at Oasis. I'm so excited kung anong mga ang gusto nalang i-achieve sa Haven. Gusto pa ba nalang mag-game 3 or talagang tapusin na agad when we take a look at it? Marami pa tayong surprises. Marami pa talaga silang gagawin in front of us. And all we can do right now is syempre to cheer for them. But then, Zeal, mukhang hinihintay talaga natin mag-start eh. At natito na naman tayo sa gitang moment.
Oo nga eh. Gigigil ako kay Ray, guys. Gigigil ako sa'yo. Pero, yeah, I mean, hopefully we're gonna start really soon. Kasi talagang I'm really excited talaga na kung ano ba magiging kakalabasan nitong match na to. So it could be 2-0 or probably like 1-1. We're gonna go to Ascent. I mean Icebox if ever. Kung napapansin mo, lahat ng mapang itong Oasis tsaka Team Secret, man, they really love large maps. Look at that. They picked Fracture. The other one picked Haven. And the last map is actually Icebox. So napakabilis talaga ng pangyayari dito. I mean, talagang malalaman talaga natin if ever kung sino ba ang sobrang worthy for that third slot para sa ating APAC Challengers. Pero before that, we're gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are cast for the day. My name is Zeal, alongside me is Ray, and hopefully we're gonna start pagkatapos ng short break na ito. See ya.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifting our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet.
Alam kong excited na kayo. Siyempre, mas excited kami ni Vil dahil we are now back here for the second match between Team Secret and Oasis Gaming sa Haven Map. Ako si Riri, sama ko pa rin siya, si Vil. At ngayon, alam kong talagang napakaraming surprises nga ang meron sa atin. But hopefully, as we gonna go here in Haven, will this be a complete total 2-0s for the set of matches that we have right now, or mag-retaliate pa rin ang Team Secret with this almost the same na kanilang agent lineup. Pinagkaiba lang ay Sky sa Oasis Gaming and with that Sova sa side naman ng Team Secret. Pero talagang ma-surprise ka ba tayo or Oasis Gaming still? Along the way talaga maganda yung magiging journey nila ngayong araw.
Yeah, we're gonna see that in a few, and hopefully na talagang makakita tayo ng isang solid na laban dito. And so far sa 13-0 counter, dalawa pa lang naman ang nangyayari sa stage 1 ngayong taon na to, which is apparently TS ito yun, sila Oasis, tama? Oasis kalaban nila, diba? Yeah, Oasis kalaban nila. Na 0-13 ng TS ang Oasis sa split back then. After that, na 0-13 naman ng APH ang Zeal. Yeah, correct me if I'm... Yeah. So, ayun nga, yung mga teams na yun, andito pa rin naman sa tournament natin. Later on, we're gonna see that. If, ano ba ang laban ng Zeal versus SB, isipin mo, no? Pag nanalo dito ang Team Secret, pag nanalo ang SB sa kabila, oh my God, magtatapat na naman sila. El Clasico na pwedeng mangyari dito. Kaya sobrang init talaga na pwedeng mangyari. Yung mga top team, man, oo nga, no? Yung mga top team na last year, Oasis, Zeal, SBE, Team Secret, silang apat nasa lower bracket, nasa pinakababa lahat. So ibig sabihin, yung mga teams na nakasali ngayon dito sa stage na to, lahat sila nag-improve, na mas mataas na sila, na mas malakas na sila dun sa mga top teams last year. Ilang buwan lang yun.
Diba? Sabi ko kasi in just a short amount of time, sobrang laki talaga ng improvement nila. At nakita mo, diba? Nakasali din naman ng VCT mga miyembro ng NAOS together with the guys of APH. When si Georgie nga together with Eman, they're under a different org. Together also with the guys of NAOS. Pero talagang re-roster sila, they went into a different org na sobra talaga yung naging training nila in practice. Sobrang nakakatuwa na ganito yung naging outcome out of it. And they're really showing it to us kung ano talagang meron. But as they're gonna be starting here sa Haven, meron na bang team na magpapaalam or magkakaroon pa rin tayo ng malamig na icebox match between these two, as Oasis Gaming is on the defending side and Team Secret naman ay magsa-start siya sa kanilang attacking side. So Jeremy pa rin with that bridge.
Okay. Nagulat ako, bes. Kasi nalipat ako sa Wild Drip. Shoutout nga pala sa Wild Drip yung nabuksan ko. Gulat ako, may nakitang baron. Pero hindi sa PPGL page, pero this are the players of Team Secret trying to stop the possible win of Oasis Gaming right now. Same goes with Oasis Gaming, and now Marco is gonna go down to the hands of Dispenser. Jeremy and Jesse are doing the job done. Borkum with another one right now. And Vito and my remaining super low on HP, mahirap niyang maklatch ito.
Envy loan HP nga, pero nga lang talagang the post and is up against for Team Secret, and I think this is a good way na nagtatry na rin ngayon yung Team Secret with the possibilities of going into B site, kasi yun din yung naging weakness nila kahapon against SB. Yung SB kasi sobrang ganda ng B plant nila, parati the B push, and this is it. First pistol round pa lang at Team Secret will be able to get that tigisang pickoffs against Oasis Gaming. But on the other side, kapag Oasis Gaming ay naghihintay lang, pag-advantage ng baril, alam nila na pwede naman nilang ma-counter ang Team Secret.
Yeah. They can really counter out everyone if ever na talagang everything went in your side. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng Oasis Gaming, all they need to do is syempre kailangan talaga na mag-adjust dito sa momentum na pwedeng gawin ng Team Secret. Pero yung that is an early pick here for the side of Dubstep right now. Check it out, Marky agad-agad, hindi ina-expect na Marky yun. Sobrang bisa na pangyayari with the gravity well na nabas ni Borkom, but rotations now up dito sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Breach tsaka si Astra is here already, so nagkakaroon pa naman tayo ng 1v1 dito with that Sky and syempre si Jesse Vash. But we're just waiting for the perfect entry, perfect utilities before sila pumasok dito. Hindi naman nila kailangan na pasok. Nagkakaantay na dito, nagkakadamaan lang. Pero yung Jesse Vash only gonna get one, which is Wild Oreo though. Dubstep, delikado siya dito. Hindi siya pwedeng mamatay kasi sayang yung Vandal niya if ever na makuha siya yan. Makuha yan ng mga kalaban niya. Pero kung napapansin mo, sobrang ganda na position ni Ripper if ever. Plus the flash, plus the fault flash. Ripper needs to repossession. Grabbing flash to. My God, pati pamilya mo na flash! Jeremy with a 2K. 35 seconds to the top of the Coco right now. The Dispenser with a flick. Dun lang sa may likod. And yeah, 2-0 already.
Hindi niya siya magpapa-Jose Rizal. Gaya na nakikita natin usually kapag dating kay Dispenser, hindi na sila talagang gagamitin pa yung mga pagkakamali nila before. And looking at this, Team Secret, they won nga yung 2 rounds. They're playing slow and they'll split. pushes are really effective. Pero I love yung counter flashes din at the same time ng Oasis Gaming. Pero maaga pa talaga para sabihin that Team Secret will be able to get this momentum. Dahil Oasis, kayang-kaya pa rin naman nila sabayan on the other side. Marky will be playing aggressive, covered by right now with few of smokes. The timing also when it comes to the stars, it's up there, and Dubstep will be getting that shot and goes for a wall bang si Marky, and this is it. Nakabawas ka na isang duelist ng Team Secret. Minsan talaga nagka-crush upon to sa Team Secret side at nahihirapan na nga sila pag underman sila.
But the other players of TS right now is in a lot of trouble because papunta sila dito. Papunta na Oasis Gaming to get that retake lang din, pero magkaka 1v1 pa dito for sure. Si Borko narinig yung pag-drop ngayon ni Marky, pero ang tanong, magkakakitaan ba sila or not? Diyos ko po, nalikuran yung turret. Hindi wala silang idea at all na mayroon tao dito sa may outside garage. Pero Borkum, magkakalikuran lang sila at oh no, this is gonna be a big pandemonium for sure. Nagkakasipsipan na ka dito. Marky with a dash, with a kill again. Jeremy with another one right now. Pero, Wild Oreo, nakaisa pa nga, so it's all up to Borkum. 1v2, wala na siyang stars though. Last one star, catches one. Wild Oreo, low on HP, pero narinig pa! Oh no, si Borkum, hindi siya gumagalaw dito! Wild Oreo, oh no! Meron ba siyang oras? Meron!
Ay, nahahap sila parati. Pero yun lang, tinuloy-tuloy lang naman ulit ng Oasis Gaming. Pero ganda na sana yun to be honest, yung ginawa ni Borkum dun. Kaso nga lang, di lang nila in-expect dito kagad si Wild Oreo. Tinuloy na nga lang din niya kagad. Expected na din siya. Plus the flash then coming in from Invi, and still Oasis wins this round. But on the other side, Team Secret, sabi niya, not bad para sa ginawa ng kanina. Na damage pa rin naman yung pera ng Oasis Gaming. At nakita mo nga na nag-force pa rin sila ng Spectre plus a lot of utilities.
Still 5v5 here, Coco. Getting some pot shots right now. Ang tingin lang dito sa Oasis Gaming is hindi sila makakapag-fall by if ever kasi nga medyo talaga kulang yung pera nila. But Coco, yeah, okay na naman. Na meron siya spectre together with Envy as well. And if ever matalo ng Team Secret, ito, wala silang pera. I mean, pareho sila walang pera. Pareho silang half buy if ever. Pero hindi naman sila mag-half buy. Siguro sheriff lang din para tuloy-tuloy yung flow ng pera sa kanila. Wala, I mean, economy is a big thing. Yan ang dapat kino-consider. Sa isang bang-bang, 16,000 ng pera dun pero dito, at least dito sa Valorant, 9,000 lang. Madaling basahin yung pera dito. Comparing dun sa isa. But, Dubstep mga kaibigan, pushing in. Eto na ang yanig sa banig. Ripper, tumingin ka sa likod mo, baby boy! Oh no, Ripper! Ripping Dubstep! Agad ka para sa dispenser with a big 3K na rin naman talaga. At least nabawian na yun. 4v3, Wild Oreo and Marky. The only remaining pa rin sa side ng Oasis Gaming mga kaibigan. Marky with a kill onto one. Jeremy with another one right now. Marky, can he get that clutch? Marky nakakuha na isa dito. Pushing ito 1v2. Marky, super low. Marky, nililiko rin lang dito si Jeremy. Up. Borkum will gonna end his life. And we'll get that win.
Kita mo din yung advantage ng Team Secret pagdating sa mga barrel. And that was really big. Sa side ni Dispenser, he got 3 kagad doon. Ready siya sa refrag against Dubstep. Even if he was picked off, time also comes in for that flash. A lot of flawless executions din sa Team Secret. Pero si Marky, di pa pababayaan ni Marky yung mga gantong plays niya. It's gonna stay consistent all throughout. And very effective din yung ginawa ni Jeremy Don with that ultimate. Pero here it is, Envy gets the tap against Dispenser. Pero Marky, as he tries to pick at these here, si Sewers, wala siyang makikita, kundi pwede nga lang din siyang mapitas na naman ni Borcom pag in-expect niya. A lot na dapat, ito yung mga oras na dapat di na pinapabayaan ng Team Secret ngayon ang bahay ng Oasis Gaming and just making a lot of momentum here in Seaside yet once again. Planted for silong na nga sila, tatakbo na lahat ng mga tropa ng Team Secret, but on this retake itself, will it actually go with the Oasis side of those taps or will it be effective na naman on those commitments na ginagawa pa rin naman ng Team Secret dahil nga kanina na half nga na medyo nasayang pero still a win is a big win. Wild Oreo right now together with the teams na ng Oasis after this flash they're gonna play aggressive, nagpapadali na lang ang Team Secret and speaking of Jesse Vash na bawas pero Jeremy's up there and breathing. Coco goes for a defuse and here it is. Reaper still gets it pero si Borcom nagpapadali lang, hindi nila na-expect na dito na siya
1v1 with a great
Borcom still gets it and that is an ROG clutch coming in from Team Secret. It's Borcom time and that clutch is pretty big coming in from him.
But still 1v4 onto this game. Marky really tried to destroy yung mga players na nandun lang sa silong mga kaibigan. And yeah, 1v4, really great start. Talagang sinasabi ng Team Secret na Haven is still ours.
But then, knowing na itong na nga ang Team Secret, nakita natin na kahapon medyo sobrang uncomfortable sila with the playstyles that they have. But I'm really happy to see that it's fun of the day. Nakuha nila yun pero mas nakakagulat si Dubstep. Sisilip lang naman si Coco Martin. Pero biglang na-pick off na, nag-ADS lang, napitikan pa ng Vandal. At natin nyo naman yung Vandal na yan, ay headshot ka talaga sa ulo niyan. But on the other side, after a few noises right now, Dubstep will they be able to tackle against Reaper? Yep, hindi na nag-work ng mga stars. Mag-set up pa lang siya na timing na din kagad siya. Sinamayan pa nga kagad ni Jesse Bash ngayon ng kanyang Hunter's Fury and we only have Envy together with Marky. At least nakabawas siya ngayon. Envy is pretty half on HP together with Marky right now na full na full pa rin naman. But after making a cute race here in Seaside, nilipat na nga sila dahil napakadami pa naman nilang oras. No problemo for them. And as they make a lot of clear here, what will Team Secret do? But knowing the advantage that they have, dapat lang talaga maging careful sila. But we don't know yet dahil si Marky, nandito pa rin siya. Naghihintay sa kanila. 3v2 is what we have. Team Secret, madedelay ba sa ulit sila ngayon? But as Dispenser goes for a plant, this can be a position lang on where they can wait for those angles. Hinarapan na nga kagad ni Borcom. Nag-say hello na nga sila. Meron pa kagad na detect kung nasaan na kagad si Envy. And mukhang on a spree ang Team Secret 5-1. Very flawless executions. Hindi sila nag-full commit sa Seaside. At ang ganda nun, I think that's already a beautiful sign na Team Secret is really reading those good plays. And even if nakabawas kagad si Marky against Jeremy, hindi pa rin sila nagpatigil. They know their advantage. And I think the lurks from Borcom is actually working yet again. We usually see talaga na si Astra ang nagkakaroon ng malaking workable rounds here. And I'm happy to see na usually instead of Dispenser, si Borcom na kagad ang gumagawa nun. So that's pretty big for the rotation side ng Team Secret every time that this is gonna be it. And even if si Borcom mababawas siya on that flank dahil alam na din ng Oasis Gaming kung saan siya nakapwesto, he still got at least one. And alam naman natin that when it comes to trades, very important, especially nasa attacking side ka, parang talaga ma-clear out yung mga magiging problema mo along the way. Pero ngayon sa first round, makita nyo Oasis Gaming, mag-timeout na sila. Kailangan na lang agad pag-usapan dahil hindi na to pwede that they've been losing, 4 consecutive rounds against Team Secret side. But as this goes, what will happen when Oasis Gaming right now gets the timeout, gets the thrifty once again, and Team Secret, you just need to be careful. Pero mukhang yung willpower talaga ng Team Secret eh. Siyempre, ikaw ba naman, pwede mo pa rin naman itong mga panalo. Ayaw mo pa umuwi. You still have that. And Oasis Gaming on the other side, gusto mo na nga din kagad tapusin ito. Pero nasprayan lang ng konti si Marky. Na-counter din kagad si Wild Oreo ngayon with that Blade Storm coming in from Dubstep. Nilabas na kagad ngayon ang mga matutulis na knives. And now that's just gonna push in. He gets the second one. Sino next ang pupunta sa harapan ni Dubstep? Gets the cast, no problema. He has a lot of this refrags as he wants to get the last. Pero hindi na mag-work against Envy.
sumabog yung mukha ni Dubstep dito lang sa may mid, pero Marky super low on HP, 4v3. And kaya pa bang pigilan to ng Oasis Gaming, knowing wala naman talaga silang pera at all. Jesse Vash pushing in.
One enemy remaining.
Borko with another one right now. And 6-1. And talagang pinapakita talaga natin na TS, ito ang mapa namin. Ito ang favorite na map namin. Noong mga first week sa VCT, medyo nagkakaroon sila ng problema. Shaky ang TS dito sa mapa na to. Pero at least, nabawi naman nila lahat yun.
Ang kailangan nilang gawin, bumawi. Keep powerful. Pero in this round, ang daming contestable angles na ginagawa ng Oasis. But I think si Dubstep, nakikita mo naman na Vil na umiinit na din siya. He's been getting at least 1 or 2 frags every time he does his entry. And even if hindi man lang niya magagawa yon, nandun pa rin ang mga katulad ni Dispenser for the 3 frag. And suddenly, Reaper will be getting on by Dubstep. And Borkum sets up the stars for that complete step up. At mga timing ni Dubstep, hindi nila expect na nakapag-agana siya kagad here in Garage. And after playing a lot of time against the members ng Oasis Gaming, Jesse Vash on the other hand will be getting it. And sumunod na rin kagad si Dispenser. What was that? Hindi nalabas din ang kanya kagad ngayon ng kanyang Rolling Thunder. And he gets the third. Pero Jesse Vash denies him with that shock dart. 2v2 is what we have. Borko at Jesse Vash na lang. But Coco right now still alive together with Waldo. Will they be able to get this? 1v1 with the Great One. Magkakamali na nga ba ulit ngayon si Borko? Okay, si Coco hindi na naman nabibitawan to. Oh, he gets the half. And here it goes.
Pero ngayon, Borkum with a second peak. Malilikuran pa nga ata, pero Coco will get that kill instead. 2 to 6 now, and slowly and surely, at least nakakabawi pa rin talaga ang Oasis Gaming since day 1. Kung may Oasis Gaming since day 1, ano ba sa secret?
Baka kasi mali ako eh, kaya mali ako, kaya di ko natin sabihin.
Sige.
Pero alam ko meron eh. Nandito na siya sa akin, pero hindi ko lang sure if ito talaga. Kasi baka ibang brand to eh.
Oo. Mga GG ka pa, no?
Yun. Iba nga. Okay, so tama ako. Hindi ko na nasabi. And dito na tayo sa Team Secret.
Team Secret is on the lead right now, and mukhang magkakaroon pa ata tayo ng game number 3. Pero sabi ng Oasis Gaming, baka hindi mo sure. makamali, pero oh no, timing lang din talaga. Tamang pop flash lang onto Wild Ore, pero hindi na alam na meron siyang katabi dyan, baby boy. Rolling Thunder onto A right now. Coco is revealed already, pero nice save by Wild Ore na nasa likod lang, pero na-chip pa nga yung mga players dito lang sa may supers, mga kaibigan. Individual kill onto one, Borkum with another one right now. Jesse Vash coming from A, naka-isa pa nga Envy. Ito ang sagot, Borkum, nagkasagutan na nga sila dito ng kills dito. Ang dami nangyayari. Diyos ko po, Jeremy, sinisip-sip na lang din talaga. Potla will gonna connect. Marky and si Ripper na nakatitira dito, mga kaibigan. Ripper will kill onto 1v1 with a Great One. Marky versus Jeremy, parehong... Oh my God! Oh my God! Diyos ko! What was that, dude?
Mag-reset pa lang si Jeremy. Sabi ni Marky, nakita ko. Top 2 nga to.
Oh my God, Marky! Are you kidding me? Diyos ko! Basta talaga may E. Marky? Jeremy? Envy? Civil? Pogi? Time!
Grabe naman yun. Winnable pa naman yun sa side na ni Jeremy, but I think those timings talaga are really great. And knowing that it's Marky, di ba? Nandito na siya kasama niya yung mga miyembro niya, kaya no problemo. Pero Team Secret naman on the other side, they can still force this, no problemo. But then, as ready na kagad si Vash with that Hunter's Fury, ready na din kagad ito Cosmic Divide si Borkum. Kasama na nga din ng knockdown ni Dispenser. May mapipitas kaya siya dito sa may mid, or talaga nga itong Oasis na nakakuha ng momentum. It's really one of those things na kailangan mo matakot. And ito na nga, si Dispenser timing. Taglang hinihintay si Coco and he gets him. Nakaputas na ako. This can be a great opportunity and matatrap din kagad ang mga miyembro ng Oasis Gaming ngayon sa Hunter's Fury na nalabas ni Jesse Bash, and the timing is perfect. Nakapag-set up na din kagad ng stars ngayon si Burkomat ngayon. Paano kaya ang next plan ng Oasis Gaming? Knowing na wala sa kanila Nisa, except for Wild Or, if he will be able to get a kill, will be unleashing those ultimates on what they have. But on the post plant itself, their Oasis Gaming tries to clear out everything, pero Jeremy gets it up. Nakaabang na rin kagad kung nasaan sila. He spots out Reaper, he spots out the one, pero what was that? Isa-isang bumagsak. Bash na lang together with Dispenser, but Jesse Bash tries to save the day. Hinahabol na nga nila kagad, but they can just buy a lot of time dahil si Dispenser nasa likod nila. And as Marky goes for a defuse, Dispenser takes him out, and still Team Secret wins this round. At nakikita mo na ang magic ni Dispenser once again with those lurks.
Out of charges.
One enemy remaining.
That is the discipline that they need, ladies and gentlemen.
Deploying drone.
And right now, knowing na si Oasis Gaming, naka-eco lang, talagang Team Secret, they know each advantage na meron sila. And Dispenser is doing it once again. Wild Oreo, mapipitas na naman niya, setting up na kagad siya. A lot of good flashes. The connection between Dubstep is Jeremy and is pretty great. And pretty sure about it. His side it is. While on the other side, Oasis, alam nila na nasa disadvantage sila right now. They can go for the exit frags, maybe. But if Envy will come up with something here sa may heaven side, baka nga aging i-disadvantage din to ng Team Secret minsan. Pero looking at it, medyo complicated unless si Mark, knowing na ready na ang kanyang Blade Storm. He gets one, but Dubstep is in there for the follow-up. Ang ganda ng trade doon. Hahabulin lang niya kaagad yung pag-dash ngayon ni Marky, but as Reaver tries to play it out, Borkum gets him on the other side, and Envy na lang kaagad tries to at least make those frags, but then Dubstep, oh, siya pa nakuha, but Dispenser is up there for the trade, and Team Secret still wins this. Sobrang ganda ng executions nila. It is perfectly fine. I think they went back to the usual strats that they have here in Haven, and I think it's working against Oasis Gaming.
And all to the replay, just a quick sneak peek lang din ulit kung ano ba nangyari sa last round ngayon. Pero here naman, this is gonna be the last round of the first half dito sa ating game number 2, which is Haven.
Here.
Makakahabol pa ba ang Oasis Gaming or Team Secret was gonna finish it all? They're gonna win it all para lang at least dumiretso na tayo sa Icebox, which is apparently 50-50. I have no idea who's gonna win that map. At bahala na si Batman kung sino man. Kung sino lumamang, congrats. But yung mga players ngayon ng TSN nag-iingay lang talaga dito sa mid. Ladies and gentlemen, we're actually waiting for the entry na pwedeng gawin nila Dubstep. Pero before that, kailangan mo na talaga nilang unahin yung mga utilities nila dito. They have the rolling thunder dito to Jeremy. Pwede siya pumasok dito. Dubstep with a double smoke setup. Right na pinagana nasa harapan na, pero Envy gonna shut him down already. Once again si Jeremy, meron siyang rolling thunder, which is he's gonna use it right now. Pero all the way from behind. Oh, Diyos ko po, Ripper. Whiffing that shot, pero Dispenser will gonna be caught off guard as well. Diyos ko po, kamunti ka si Wild Oreo dun. 3v2, Jeremy and Vash only remaining for the side of Team Secret right now. They don't have any ultis left. Jeremy with a kill, Morgan with another one, pushing at that 2v1 situation. Vash on the man remaining, si Tito Vash mga kaibigan. Is this gonna be a win for TS or Oasis Gaming? Jesse Vash, meron isang tao sa may gong mga, catching that shot, pero let's see if ever he's gonna get it. Yes, he does. 1v1 with a great one. Oh, alam ni Coco! Diyos ko po.
Jesse Fash, mga kaibigan. Nakrono. Joke.
Switching sides.
At ngayon, 8-4 na nga. With Team Secret, sayang sana execution nila. Kung di nila nahuli si Dispenser, kung di nahuli ni nalilito ako si Marky ba yun? Si Coco, si Reaper, si... Ayan! Kung di nahuli Wild Oreo, sorry na. Sana yung nagduduel si Wild Oreo. Kung di niya nahuli si Dispenser, siguro iba yon, but I love how actually yung sa last round na yon, aware na din yung Oasis, pero doon lang sila naging aware actually sa pinagagawa ng Dispenser all throughout, and this is a good app onto the side ng Team Secret, knowing na medyo talaga nahihirapan sila sa attacking side nila before, but here as we switch sides, Marky right now gets that upper hand, pero si Dubstep mag-aasim ba? Yep, pero nga lang yung mga miyembro niya sana bumabagsak isa-isa, at ngayon pagkatapos lang ng hindi nating nakitang pangyayari, sure tayo na nakapag-2 frags kaagad si Marky doon.
Yeah. Sure na sure tayo doon, kapatid. Etong mga players na ito, mga kaibigan, is just... Look at Marky, really popping off. They really want to end this game na sila rin talaga yung may lamang, and it's time so base gaming para bumawi. Let's see if ever sobrang magiging solid yung aggression nila dito, or talagang makukuha pa rin talaga ng Team Secret yung titulo nila na one of the best retakers of all time.
At ngayon, Team Secret, humahabol na naman ng Oasis. Anihintay na naman nila magpaka-aggressive na si Marky, and he gets a Jesse Bash. Hindi man na lang pa rin ang mga taga-Oasis Gaming, pero talagang confirmed itong round na to. If they can just take them one by one, shut down Dubstep. Pero looking at it, tatakbo na kagad ng mga miyembro nila papuntang A. Possibility of those retakes, pero nga ng advantage pagdating sa baril dahil nakita na kagad ni Wild Oreo together with Invisible Crew and Dubstep together with that cross. Si Dispenser na lang kagad ang natitira at napakalayo pa niya.
Yeah. Pero itong mga games ito ngayon, medyo talagang delikado ngayon ng TS, man. I mean, lalo na mag-isa ka. Mahirap to, boy.
Hirap yan. Kita mo, makikita nito ako si...
Tapos classic lang ang gamit mo. Kalaban mo, may Vandal Spectre. Naku po, Dispenser. Kaibigang Kevin te. Pero tamang exit frags din talaga. Pero ang tanong, saan ba talaga sila pupunta dito? Probably doon na lang talaga sa sa defender spawn. Pero Coco knows what's up. Nakita na yung ulo ni Dispenser dito. Nagka-killjoyan na nga dito sa mid, mga kaibigan. 6-8. And for Team TS, yeah, they have the advantage because of the ARs na gamit nila. So yeah, let's see if ever talaga makukuha nila to.
At ngayon, the advantage ng meron ng Team Secret nandyan nga, but knowing yung Oasis, Marky and Envy is doing it really something na kailangan na lang i-shutdown. Kailangan na nila gawin to before it gets too late, before this kid's just gonna be pumping up ahead, and this is it. Going na nga sila sa seaside, waiting for up now si Dispenser. Will he be able to get at least 1 or 2? Kasi napaka-importante ng gagawin nila ni Boardcom dito sa CS. Stack like this is probably gonna get Oasis. But after, I think, getting some information, they're gonna be rotating once again sa B, which is a very particular weakness talaga ng Team Secret kapag nakikita natin yung games nila. And after making this one, sobrang slow-paced. But as you take a look at it, agad rin na star set up dito sa may B. So malalaman din kagad ng Team Secret kung matatimingan nga lang din kagad na mga miyembro nila ang ginagawa nila ngayon. But here it is, Boardcom takes out at least 1. Mark is gonna go down. Maraming utilities na tinatapon. Boardcom gets the second. Tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap. And just how it is, Boardcom talaga popping off. And on the other side, ipit na din na naman ang mga miyembro ng Oasis Gaming.
Oh no, mukhang babawi na rin talaga ng Team Secret. Yes, they have the...
30 seconds left.
They have better guns for sure. So, pwede natin sabihin na talagang there's a huge chance na TS sa mga kuha na to. Pero nga ng Envy, alam niya kung nasan ba si Borkum dito, pero hindi niya alam exactly. That's where not gonna connect. Coco catches one. 1v4. This is gonna be really hard for Coco for him to get this. Probably talagang andito na lang siya para guluhin na lang siguro yung economy rin talaga ng Team Secret ngayon. Pero still, si Borkum lang ang nawala. It's actually good na at least si Borkum lang din ang nakuha nila dito. Kasi si Borkum hindi naman niya need humarap eh. Ang kailangan ni Borkum is syempre talagang sobrang layuan pa. Kasi mas kailangan niyang i-control yung mapa kesa mag-peek and kill. Kailangan talaga sa likod si Borkum lang din. Sino ba yung haharap? Of course, andyan si Jeremy, andyan si Dubstep. Yung mga initiators, I mean, Vash, pwede siyang humarap as well. Pero, yung mga players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming is gonna go here in 8 lang din. Mark Miracle onto Dubstep right now. Uy, score pala 6-9. Nice!
Uy, nice.
But, medyo nabuhayan ako dun Pero, onto the players right now, Marky, just gonna push sewers. Pero hindi alam to ng mga players ng Team Secret. Ang alam nila is nasa ilong pa lang sila. Pero yun nga, nagpapakaingay lang sila dito. They need to check A short lang din talaga if ever. Kasi si Wario is pushing it already. Just waiting for the swing, waiting for the push, and Borkum might push as well. Bait and switch na mangyayari dito. Just si Borkum walang idea at all. Si Jesse siya kung makakita dito. Bakit may pero kalo Ripper. With that timing, Borkum catches. But go for the second one, but the Ripper. With a huge trade though, 2v3. Aftershock, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for it to be activated. So it's all up to the players of TS if they can actually retake this or not. Kompleto sa Ricardo's ngayon. Meron tao sa taas, meron tao sa baba. Pero saan muna sila titingin? Jeremy, wala na siyang flash out. It's just that aftershock na meron siya though. Nice smoke coming in from that Astra. Para syempre hindi na makita dito. Oh no, narinig. Hindi ko alam kung parang nakita na dispenser yun though. Pero but still. Oh, turret! Oh my god! That crossfire na ginawa ng players ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, it's just that really good. So, walang pera ang TS.
Ang ganda ng hold lang nila dito. Tapos tinimingan din nila kagad si Jesse Vash after he got that recon. Well, the timing itself, pretty perfect. And si Dubstep na naman, usually ina-expect na talaga siya ng Oasis Gaming dito sa may sewer side, papuntang A side. Kaya talagang naulit-ulit lang yung mga peaks na nagagawa niya. But there it is. Nag-force pa rin kagad ng ibang mga miyembro ng Team Secret. May pera pa rin naman kahit pa paano. But as they want to take this initiative sa Oasis, how will they be able to win this once again? Pero looking at it, ang dami nila pang post plat. At si Marky sinimula na nga kagad. Borkum, there's just gonna be strike 1. 4 na lang kagad ang natitira. Oh, control na nga din kagad. Marky has been creating a lot of spaces for his team. And right now, he's been doing it. But how Team Secret will make a move, knowing na sila 4 na lang, knowing na may walang already, rather, na ultimate, will they be able to survive this once again? Pero yung time is ticking lang eh. Talagang pwede niyong i-save, pwede hindi rin naman. But pipilit pa rin ata talaga ngayon ni Jeremy together with Dispenser as they try to clear up some pretty good angles.
Yanig sa banig dito sa si mga kaibigan. Pero Dubstep just will get that kill onto these players. So 3 versus 4. Vash low in HP. Dubstep will gonna go down. No more kick! Kalo ba kapatid siya pero nga lang hindi. Oh my god! Jesse Vash tried so hard for them to win that game. Pero Oasis Gaming, malapit na sila na matay up yung game by 9. Walang pera ang Team Secret.
Should I play some stars in this reality?
What most likely? Dahil nga ni-risk pa rin na yung buys na that previous round instead of akala natin magsasave pa rin sila. Sabi na may budget pa rin naman, kaya pa rin bumili ng armor, kaya pa rin naman bumili ng Vandal or Phantom kahit paano, but still, it won't work against Oasis once na nabawas na si Borkum, we already know. But how will they be able to make this beautiful place as pwede pa nga maging tayang scoreline ng dalawang to, just like what happened earlier on in Fracture. Pero maraming tinapon na utilities ang Team Secret para lang ma-prevent yung A-long hold, A-long control rather, ng Oasis as they want to get into A side. But as they wanted, oh no, meron ba talaga magtug ngayon si Jesse Bash with the Tatris Fury? May isang nabawas, pero hello, Marky gets stopped up together with Jeremy. And this is pretty big dahil nakapasok din yung kagad si Wild Oro. And this is it. Morcom and Dispenser, ano ba ang mangyayari? Classic and Spectre, but will it be effective against Oasis side?
3v2, nagkakachup-chup pa na nga dito mga kaibigan. Coco is not of trouble right now. Dispenser with that classic ulit. Oh no, mahirap to kapatid. Mukhang magiging tie-up na nga yung series natin ng round, pero Bork will get that kill. It's a 2v1 situation right now, pero Wild Oreo trying to be wild. Rar 9-9 ang pagbangon ng api. Oasis Gaming with a comeback. Mahirap pero gagawin. Look at the reset na ginawa ni Marky doon. Nag-reset siya sa harapan ng kalaban niya, men. Oo, hindi tumatama yung mga spray ko, pero mag-antay lang yung mga half a second. Nag-stop siya ng mga 0.23785 seconds para mag-reset. At napatay na yung isa. Pero dubstep with that operation.
Okay, nakuha pero walang problema, may sustain pa rin ang Oasis at yun ang meron sila, pero Jeremy pitay-pit na nga, pero on the other side we have Dispenser getting that frag. Once again, sinaklolo na nga nila kagad, and here it goes. Medyo trap na nga kagad sa B-side, but all of them are controlling every angle, and Envy gets Dispenser, 3v3 swapping up. Ready na ready ba kagad si Dubstep? Yep, nakuha pa nga na ngayon at Reaper na lang together with Coco ang natitira. After making quite a few noises, nila expect na dito na kasi Bork na nanggagaling sa may garage. And how will Reaper win this? With him very, very low. He gets the timing against Dubstep. Yes, alam na nga rin kung nasaan siya. Pwede pa niya itong laruin, to be honest, with that 40 HP. Pwede pa. Wala may pwedeng angles na i-hold. And knowing that still 45 seconds. Pwede ba?
Borko medyo malayo dito, and they're gonna go settle themselves here in C na lang din talaga kasi 35 seconds in. Pwede ba siyang pumunta ng B, pwede siya pumunta ng C, pero hindi siya pwede pumunta ng A. And mukhang nagkakarinigan na nga itong mga players natin ngayon. Si Jesse Vash papunta sa A, si Borkum naghahanap lang din talaga, probably gonna go here in C instead. Pero walang idea si Ripper sa mga whereabouts ng mga kalaban niya. And Garage is the way to go, which is yan ang pinaka-safe sa lahat na pwede mo mapuntahan. Pwede mo i-cut off ngayon si Jesse Vash if ever na talaga magkakita ako. Pero Jesse Vash maganda ang position niya dito, and he will take down Ripper. And Jesse Vash, kinuha yung operator ni Dubstep. Get up. Yan ang sabi ni Dubstep. Mr. JB.
Walk majestically, my friends.
Beautifully. Team Secret. That's what we've seen there. Pagkatapos ng isang part, tapos si Borkum, he got at least one. Could have been a good clutch kay Reaper, knowing that it's really low. Tapos ina-expected din kagad ni Jesse Bash somehow na meron siya mamimit along the way. That's pretty big. Pero ngayon ang Team Secret, sila ngayon ang mapapa-time out. Dahil kapag natalo pa rin sila dito, I think it gonna be having a big impact sa economy nila, and most probably it's gonna be 11-10 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Pero kasi sa Oasis Gaming, scary thing about this is that kukuha lang sila ng isang orb, it's just gonna be Coco having that lockdown together with the Cosmic Divide. And usually Reaper will be able to get that Cosmic Divide, and Team Secret will be having a hard time na naman once again with those retakes. Talagang Oasis Gaming knows how to make use of those ultimates. But on the other side, knowing naman si Jeremy at saka si Dispenser, may pang-counter naman sila. Wala namang problema to actually destroy that lockdown and still win this round against Oasis Gaming. At dito sa mga Ender, yung nahihirapan talagang Team Secret is to close out a series so far sa performance nila ngayon.
And ang Oasis Gaming, pwede naman nilang tapatan to kasi they have guns lang din naman talaga. Pero kung napapansin mo si Marky, ayun, okay. Nagulat ako, kala ko hindi bibili si Marky. Si Coco, hindi siya bumili ng barrel. Probably there's a chance na dadarapan niya si Marky ng Vandal later. Yeah. Ay, ng Vandal. Ng Operator mamaya. Pwede. Pero yun nga lang, medyo delikado si Coco ngayon. Siya lang walang baril. Kailangan na sa likod lang din talaga. Siya yung magiging bunso. Ang sasabihin niya sa mga kuya niya na may mga Vandal, sige kuya, push mo lang. Tapos pupulot na lang ako ng baril. Yun ang sabi niya. Sabi ni Coco. Nag-PM sa akin kanina.
Ghost pala kay ni Coco.
Oo. Joseph Ash without Aldon spotting out one. Pero kung napapansin mo si Coco nagbabantay lang din talaga na pwede maikutan dito. And just checking all the flanks if ever lang din talaga merong iikot man. Pero oh my god, dubstep just destroying Ripper agad-agad. Joseph Ash getting tagged. Dispenser though. Together with the other players of Oasis Gaming RTS. Pero eto na, dalawang kalampagan ng papag dito sa A, mga kaibigan. Wala na rin ako makita because of the smoke na meron. Pero Marky will get a kill on one. Marky with a 2 kill and Coco catches one off guard. Oh my god, it's all up to Dubs and P. Super low on HP. Really perfect execution na ginawa ng mga Oasis Gaming, men. Are they gonna get that operator? Maybe not. Ang daming pera ni Coco. Diyos ko.
At ngayon, 10 all. Imagine, nag-time out yung Team Secret. Let's come up with something. Dahil nga sobrang importante sana yung gagawin natin eh. Dubs, we got at least one. But after yung Rolling Thunder ni Envy, na-eradicate na kagad yung potential kagad ng Team Secret on that retake itself. Although you got that Cosmic Divide kicking in, coming in from Borkum, didn't work at all. And ito na naman tayo sa 10 stock yung score ng Team Secret. What will happen this time? Knowing na Oasis is doing it, nakahabol na naman ulit sila.
Oh no. Ito lang yung nangyari kanina, Ray. Ganito yun. Isipin mo, mahirap din talaga ang sitwasyon ng TS kasi tatlo ang kalaban nila. Oasis Gaming, yung economy nila, at saka yung mga coach sa comment section. Yun yung kalaban nila, men, tatlo.
Yung mga analyst natin.
Yung mga analyst sa comment section, mga coach dyan. Kayo na lang kaya maglaro. Joke lang. Yan nyo sila, men. Huwag kayo magalala kasi lahat naman sinasabi nyo valid. Pananaw niyan, opinion niyan. So it's fine.
Saan sila masaya?
Oo, saan kayo masaya? pero siya, tandaan mo, hindi na masaya.
Hindi na siya masaya sa'yo, kaya ka iniwan.
Out Spain.
Pighati. Pero ito na nga.
Marky, oh my God! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Jessie? Mas hindi ka naman si Jumo, baby boy! Oh, pero Jeremy lumilipad-lipad lang na, just checking all the corners. Oh my God, Marky! What a perfect entry, boy! And, dinestroy na nga ng mga players sa Oasis Gaming yung lockdown na nilapag, na kinalampag ni Dispenser dito.
Grabe
mahirap to, bes. Meron silang lockdown. Pero okay lang yan, ang sanay ang Pinoy sa lockdown. Ayun, no? Diyos ko po. Ang Pinoy Jumong, mga kaibigan.
Pinoy Jumong. Sorry na tawa ko. Pero, alam mo yun, parati, alam mo usually kapag you Bash will be taking out that recon bolt, I think twice or pangatlo nang nangyari sa kanya so far ngayon. But Oasis gets the perfect timing against sa Marky parate. But let's see how it goes well. Sa Team Secret side. Ngayon, talagang kapag natalo pa sila dito, destroyed din naman ang economy nila once again. It's just gonna be a match point sa Oasis side. But they gotta take this risk. Place talaga, the risky buys, it's what they have against Oasis. But looking at it, ready kagad yung Bladestorm, ready kagad ngayon ang lockdown. What will happen sa Team Secret if they can't eradicate this once again? Pero knowing at it, nakuha na naman kagad ang info si Jesse Bash, pero Marky takes him out. And what will happen sa Team Secret? Bawas na naman sila ng isa.
Lockdown. Okay. Oh my God, Envy is now down though. Jeremy, nag-aantay na siya. Oh my God, Marky with all these taps! 1 taps! Remember, we're gonna take 1 down. 3 versus 2 situation. Borka will gonna go down as well. Ang tanong, Dubstep, kaya mo pa ba? 1v3, what's gonna happen? Ripper with the plan. Walang pera ang Team Secret next round. This tamang mini dash lang, pero Reaper! We're gonna take down Davosep! Oh no! Riri! Walang pera ang TS! Uuwi na ba ang Team Secret? Men, ito nasimulan ng maganda ng Team Secret itong match na to. Anong nangyari? Saan sila nagkulang? This is bad. Pero si Dubstep, hindi. Meron pa silang pera. Okay, meron silang pera pero SMGs lang din to. Winnable to, Ray. Winnable to sa side ng TS. This is not the end. Meron pa silang pera. Pero broken by sila. Nilabas na nga si Doggy dito. And oh no, si Borcom, ladies and gentlemen, wala silang idea. Ito na si Borcom, pero Diyos ko po! Oh no, pre, napakagandang ginawa ni Borcom dito, ladies and gentlemen. Hindi ina-expect yun ng Oasis Gaming na ninja sa Gedli. 2v2, nasa kamay ni Jeremy at saka ni Vasto. Bawal kang magkamali. Ito ang magtatay sa secret, mga kaibigan. Pero ito, tamang jiggle peak lang. Pero saan ba pupunta ang Oasis Gaming, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, Aetis.
Okay,
Aetis.
Si Reaper, meron siyang Cosmic Divide. Si Indy, one frag. And now, actually, meron na siya kagad ngayon for that Rolling Thunder. Pero ngayon, buying time na nga sila kagad at alam na rin nila kung nasaan ang mga miyembro pa ng Team Secret. This is it na ba? Or talagang ayaw pa na sabi ng magtatay ngayon?
Last player standing.
Tingnan natin, mga kaibigan. Oh my God! Oasis Gaming, ladies and gentlemen! Winning game number 2. Ang unang nalaglag ngayong araw na to sa ating playoffs, mga kaibigan. Team Secret.
Nakahinga ang mga miyembro ng Oasis Gaming. Hindi pa tapos ang laban nila. Pero sa side ng Team Secret, sila nga ang unang team ngayon na hindi na mag-head over on towards the next. Wala na tayong next pang LB, kundi talagang Team Secret really did their best all throughout the games that they had. But Oasis Gaming, sabi nga natin, di ba, nakita na natin yung mga konting pagkakamali ng Team Secret, yet they're just able to capitalize on it. A-side it is, yung kilang nila, nabawasan lang na lang ilang miyembro ng Team Secret, it's gonna be favoring them. And what a huge comeback, coming from 8-4, and then winning those consecutive rounds that are really important sa Team Secret. Oasis Gaming got that upper hand.
Yeah. But still, Team Secret really tried so hard, but it's really not that enough for you to take down Oasis Gaming ulit. At least nabawi na Oasis Gaming yung 2-0 kanina sa APH though. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say this, we'll not be able to see and catch Team Secret sa first APAC Challengers, VCT APAC Challengers. Next month. But still, I mean, Ray, sorry, pero they really tried so hard, man. Ever since dun sa stage 1 na group stage, dun pa lang kitang-kita mo na hirap na talaga sila eh. Sila lang yung team na hindi magkakasama, di ba? Yeah. Sila lang yung team na talagang hindi magkakasama dito, pero at least pasok pa rin talaga sila sa playoffs. And hopefully, makabawi sila sa stage 2, which is Q2 ng taon. Kasi Masters April, 'di ba?
Masters
April, May something o April, May something. So ang stage 2 is siguro mga June, ganyan, June. May, June, something like that. So yeah. So meron silang ilang buwan na pahinga, March, April, May, June. 4 na buwan na pahinga men para makabawi. And on that moment, we're gonna see them again. So hopefully makabawi rin talaga sila dito. But still, talaga nakita natin na lahat ng teams dito sa Pilipinas sobrang nag-improve at mas dadami pa ang representative ng Pilipinas.
Talagang dito natin may kita ng current Kings of PH right now, it's gonna be an open book kung sino nga bang mananalo sa mismong VCTPH Stage 1. Team Secret is out and now we still have a lot of teams going in. May next pa na laban between SB at saka Zeal. Pero sa ngayon, let's see if what will be the game changers na gagawin ng Team Secret on this break na meron sila bago mag-start ang Stage 2. But Oasis Gaming, this guys, di pa tapos ang kanilang journey at may kita pa natin sila sa bukas rather, sa mga laban pa nila against the teams na mamimit nila. But hopefully, this time around, nakaka-proud pa rin to say yung naging journey ng Team Secret dito, di ba? And at the same time, yung Oasis din talaga na hindi pa nagpapatinag, gutom na gutom pa rin talaga manalo.
Parang ako. And so we've seen it already. I mean, isipin mo 5:30 pero tatlong series agad yung ano natin. Everything is actually 2-0. So last match, ladies and gentlemen, sino ang mga kalaban ng Oasis Gaming? Is it gonna be SBE or Zeal? Then tomorrow, kung sino ang mananalo doon is syempre makikita natin kung sino ba ang magiging representative nga ang third representative ng Pilipinas para sa APAC Challengers. Pero before that, ito-throw muna natin sa panel. Once again, we are guys for the day. My name is Zeal. Alongside with me is Ray. Thank you very much for watching. Pero punta muna tayo sa panel bago mag-game number 4 rather. See ya.
Oh man, alongside with me to break this game down is Dax and Ilustrado. And I just don't know how to start this off, Dax. What went well for Oasis? What went wrong for Team Secret?
Hello.
Oh, there you go. You finally moved.
I hiccup a little bit, but sometimes I don't even say words. All I gotta do is show you this.
Oh, keep your stats. We prefer magic.
Magic's happened. History has been made, and Oasis Gaming eliminate Team Secret. I have to say this, that was just pretty much the whole effort of the PH scene. It took overtimes, it took a bounce back in that second half on Haven, but Oasis Gaming, everyone was absolutely on point, and they were able to do, well, was been dreamt of by so many in the PH scene.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it was a very close fight, all things considered. Fracture went to overtime. 14-12. We went overtime. Haven, I really thought I was gonna go to the ends of Team Secret there, but it was 12-10. It was as close, not 12-10, but it was still down to the wire there for Team Secret. They had signs of hope. They have signs of hope there. And Ilustrado, what happened there for Team Secret?
Right. Yeah. Apologies. My mic suddenly decided to stop working on me. But yeah. Okay. So here's what I think. I'm gonna go back to what I said pre-panel. I am on the pre-game panel. It's really just a good matchup here. Team Secret against Oasis. I really think Oasis is a good matchup for them, but there's a couple conditions. And that condition is that everybody on Oasis has to be firing on all cylinders. Everybody has to be contributing a lot. And guess what? Lo and behold, they did. They showed up when they needed to the most up against Team Secret in the lower bracket, knocked them out. And guess what? They're going to be dethroning the kings of the Philippines. Amazing stuff from Oasis.
Very amazing stuff, man.
Can't believe it, man. I'm just a little bit still trying to understand how this series really went, but it really feels like for Oasis, beyond them finding the form with Marky, with the Envy in those maps, they also were able to apply the pressure points on Team Secret. When they noticed there was one player on Team Secret not getting the shots that they would connection, they would keep hammering onto those points, find those weaknesses as much as possible, and chip away at the Team Secret lead.
And much like what Ilustrado said, everybody on the side of Oasis was firing on all cylinders. Team Secret wasn't able to manage the octane that Oasis Gaming had. And with that, there is that specific person that came out on top. Our series MVP presented by Republic of Gamers is none other than Envy. 246.9 ACS, 1.9 KDA, 17.8 average kills per game. And I feel like his breach on Fracture and the breach on Haven was really the enabler here for at least for the most of his team to really shine, Dax.
Yeah, it's just another proof that Envy has to be one of the best, if not the best flex player. You can see it right now in the PH scene. He's made his name for himself last year. He's amplified it with his talents this year. And especially, as you mentioned, efforts there on Fracture, really setting things up and knocking it down himself there on Haven. Many a time, I could see that Oasis Gaming able to really navigate around how Envy is able to give them that space. And there's some cheeky plays like from Ripper, from like Wild Oreo, or when, of course, when Marky's playing that entry, all of that, it still boils down to Envy making a play for the team.
Absolutely, Envy. You know, he wasn't the most impactful in terms of the frags, but that's a beautiful thing about Envy. He doesn't have to be. He knows it when he's not, you know, absolutely having a heyday and hitting every single shot. He can still contribute, you know, in the words of Soba, don't worry, if you're not a good shot today, there's other ways you can be useful. Lo and behold, Envy, most of the time he can do both, but even when he can't, he's just an absolutely massive support for his team. A well-deserved win, because at this point in time, I'm looking at the roster, I can't really place it on one single person. Sure, Envy was the MVP, but the way he supported and set up for his team was really the key to success of everybody else.
And with that, Oasis Gaming is moving on further in the lower bracket. They will be continuing their gauntlet, their climb back into the top, but they have to win for their opponent, in which is going to be either Southbuilt Esports or Zeal Esports, which is coming up next, the final best of 3 that we have for day 2 of the playoffs here at Challengers Philippines. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon.
keys, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. For me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go.
Team Secret made their farewell here in the Challengers Philippines, but the main question is who's the second team that's going to be joining them and packing their bags away from this playoffs. I'm Noam, and alongside of me is Dax and Estrado once again to break down the series that we have on hand. It's South Built Esports versus Zeal Esports. But before everything, VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less HD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comments for more information. And you could also, you viewers that's watching right now, can get a chance to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag. All you have to do is follow the mechanics we are showing on the screen. You have to like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers' Facebook and Twitter pages, like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and unleash the legend inside. Make sure it's set to public so that we can see your shares. Lastly, share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs, and we will be drawing 3 winners each for the ROG shirt and the ROG cap. They're all going to be announced on the 28th of February 2022. So you've got until Sunday to keep sharing. But of course, speaking of sharing, I'm just going to share the fact that we do have a Filipino broadcast happening at the same time, simultaneously, all together. There you go. It's Filipino broadcast is on twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, facebook.com/ppglgg, youtube.com/c/ppglgg, and that's also where the English broadcast is. You can also find us at twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 3, on youtube.com/Valorant Esports, and lastly on veraesports.com. That's where the broadcast is at. But what is on hand right now is a series that has been going back and forth for at least for recent history. It's South Built Esports versus Zeal Esports. They've been going at it in third-party circuits. It's a fair 2-2 scoreline for themselves in terms of series wins, but in the group stages, it's a 1-1. It's Zeal Esports coming out with a 2-0 victory against South Built Esports earlier on, and then it's South Built Esports winning against Zeal Esports in the second week of the group stages. And Dax, for for Zeal Esports, we kind of hyped up how Zeal is relatively the same as South Built Esports, but South Built Esports has a little bit more playbooks here, and it completely changed as the group stages went by.
I think it was really interesting how we looked at Zeal Esports at the start of the group stage. We saw them as, okay, these guys weren't really performing up to stuff. They're invited here, but they did make sure that they made a voice be heard. In week number 1, they got the victories that they need. They even beat Southbuild, of all people, just really proving that they were there to play. And in week number 2, it kind of normalized as Southbuild really bounced on back. For teams that were considered at one point the second best team in the PH scene in their respective stages, this is going to be a battle to see who can still survive here. This is elimination time. We saw Team Secret go down already after the defeat there, courtesy of Oasis Gaming. This time, though, it really has to be the step up from both sides. Southbuild, they need to clean up their act a little bit more, try to make sure that their peaks perhaps could be cleaner. Zeal Esports, in the meantime, bounce back from that tough loss against Action PH.
I agree 100% here. I'm not going to dawdle too long on this, though, but I do want to say that this upcoming match, this is going to be the tiebreaker between the two of them. And in what more poetic way could it be than here in the lower brackets? These guys have got to give it their all.
Yeah, they have to give it their all as we introduce the first team that's going to be stepping up on the stage. It's Zeal Esports. Just like what Illustrator just said, what a poetic way to settle the scores here in the playoffs, where the backs are up against the wall, and with a monster like Zeal Esports, with their backs up against the wall, they have nothing left to lose. They will be coming out swinging with this 5-man roster of Tuge Monster, 39 base Craigies, Fire Cyajin, and Senior Carl Dax. Will we finally see the full potential of Zeal's Esports?
You know, that's the thing. They have to be at their full potential. This is a squad that is basically all or nothing right now. If they are feeling the heat, they're getting the shots, they're getting their star players like Fire Cyajin up on the board, then they're gonna be doing great because they can really exemplify their talents and push forward the playstyle they want to run. But on the flip side, Zeal Esports, they're the ones who kind of suffer against the most, I'd say, lopsided losses when they can't get that kind of heat, when their clutch players can't find those targets, when they're unable to move around the map that way that they know how. That's the biggest weakness right now of Zeal Esports, and I feel like coming into the playoffs, they're the team that is most exposed in that area. The other squad's already more well-rounded. That's why they're in their specific spots right now over the bracket. For Zeal Esports, though, they need to make sure that those small chinks in the armors, they need to be polished quickly, or else they're gonna get exposed by a methodological roster like Southbuild.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. Sorry, not Raf Dax.
Let me grow my hair real quick.
Yeah, so just for a year. So here's the thing. I agree with you 100% because, like, one of the biggest things that upsets me a little bit about Zeal is how little they've grown from year 1 to year 2. They have been kind of very much hit or miss, whereas other teams have been finding those weaknesses, talking about NAOS, talking about Action PH, and at this point, they've managed to round it out and really show us elevated game. We're pretty much seeing the standard stuff here from Zeal with sudden bursts of inspiration here and there, but as to whether it's sustainable, that's also a very big question.
Well, speaking of being sustainable, that is Southbuilt Esports. That's what they're trying to do here, as they just suffered a loss earlier on, and we'll go ahead and introduce whoever's going to be playing here. It's Southbuilt Esports up next. and it's the boys that were specifically built in the South to play in esports. They're the last team. This is their last chance to keep their tournament dreams alive and prove they deserve to be in challengers here. We got Aziz, Flippy, Job, Micro, and Pro. They've been popping off here and there against NAOS Esports, but they need to pop off even more here right now, Listrado.
I just didn't see it happening in the previous game they played. Aziz was very much a crucial factor for this team, but he had a quiet game himself. And we look to players like, I'd say him and Pro to really step up, whether it's the shot calling or whether it's just the fragging in general. We saw glimmers of that. We saw, you know, tiny sparks of brilliance from the side of Southbuild. Every now and then, in a couple of rounds, they'd have the most perfect execute, and then they'd follow it up with the flawless anti-eco. But the amount of times that they can keep it consistent, it just was not there. The true difference I'm seeing is from teams like Zeal and Southbuild. What's separating them right now for the likes of NAOS? Guess what? The biggest thing is consistency. NAOS always consistently intelligent with their play and always hitting their shots. In the meantime, teams like Zeal, the reason why I think they're in the lower bracket, given as good as they are, is this they don't find that consistency. They whiff their shots, a lot of strange decision making. We saw it earlier on Haven with Southbuild as well, and it just seems to be this plague where a lot of these teams just can't find that one thing that'll help them hit the mark every single time.
You know, just to add on to that fact, I feel like coming into the series, whoever's gonna win this is either the one who brings out their best play the way they know how to the matchup itself, or the one, and which would be better for the long term, that can actually clean up their act and figure out what is going wrong with their run. And for Southbuild, I know a wise analyst once told me, these guys, seasoned veterans, making rookie mistakes. Sometimes you might ask, maybe it's an EU thing, maybe they're just trying to prove something a bit more in terms of the push, but Southbuild, they have had that history of being great, and I feel like they do want to be part of that greatness. They want to make it past their initial hurdles in VCT. They already beat Team Secret before, and they did get closer against NAOS Esports. The improvements are there right now for Southbuild. There are those small steps, but at the same time, when they make those weaknesses, they're a bit more glaring compared to the other squads. When you analyze the game sometimes, right, there are these movements, you see that, okay, this guy maybe he just wasn't ready for this kind of push or this perfect utility from one side, but for Southbuild it's like, okay, that's a little too ambitious, okay, that may have been too risky, and is that the right agent who's supposed to be in the right angle? Sometimes those are problems right now for Southbuild, and even though this is a squad that I know has that experience, maybe it's just also them trying to regrow their own disciplines based because they've had so many roots already growing and spreading everywhere.
Yeah, and I feel like for Southbuild Esports, it's a little bit more on just finding who they used to be, because if you're looking at Southbuild Esports individually as players, they were really gifted individually, but as a team, as they were struggling earlier on in the first year of VCT and going into this, we see the immaturity as like what the opening video said, like we embrace evolution, and Southbuild Esports, they're evolving, albeit sometimes they're de-evolving at the same time. Now, we got to paint the picture here for the people that are just tuning in the playoffs and haven't really had a go at the group stages. The first week of the group stages, Zeal Esports won a 2-0 against Southbuild Esports, and both matches were as close as it can get. Map 1 on Haven was 13-11. Map 2 on Ascent was 16-14. Still, I'm sorry, that was another one. It was 13-10 and then 13-9, both for Zeal Esports. But for the second week, that was when Southbuild Esports decided to flip the switch and get back to their groove. It was 13-11 on Haven, and on Ascent it was 16-14. But it still was a 2-0, and I feel like today, of all days, is where finally the score, again, just like what we've been talking about for the other teams, the scores will be settled here in this 2-0 potentially matchup, or maybe a 2-1, Dax.
You know, the score lines, they're an amalgamation of both the problem and the solution. I already said it a while ago. We can see how, because of how close these games are, it's some rounds, okay, Southbuild looking good, playing the way they know how. Other rounds, Zeal is the one looking good, knowing the way they play and able to execute. And really, coming into the series, it has to be high time for one of these two teams to understand the weaknesses of the other and exploit that even more. Make sure they can chip on away. Make sure they can keep hammering on to those pressure points, because whoever breaks here first, it will be their demise in the playoffs. And in all honesty, the two teams we see right now, they are fragile, but they're absolutely talented. They're absolutely gifted. All they really need right now is a patch up, a perk up, and another chance to push on forward. But the thing is, only one of these two teams looking for more into the future can move on.
Absolutely. Just my big problem here with this matchup is is anybody's guess as to who's gonna come out on top here. I'm gonna preempt the predictions a little bit, just by a tiny bit here, because I'm going to prelude it by saying your guess is as good as mine. It's just about who's feeling hot that day, and the biggest problem with that is like whether they can hit their shots or not, is because it stops to rely so much about tactics and becomes more and more just sort of like who's feeling it today, who's really not. And this, to me, it's not a very sustainable thing. South Built, they used to not be like that. South Built used to be very consistent every single time. We saw that towards the latter end of the year. Zeal, on the other hand, they've always played like this. They were very live by the Cyajin, die by the Cyajin, and just like they've been just up and down. But the thing is, I do feel like last year they actually had higher peaks, and now we're kind of meeting in the middle in this strange equilibrium where you're seeing South Built on the downfall, and they're kind of meeting in between. And I just really have no idea how this is gonna go, because if you look at both of the trends, right here is where they intersect.
Yeah, and I I fully agree with you. Like, for the longest time, these teams have been resorting to just full-on gunfights, full-on aim duels, and even more so for Zeal Esports. For the longest time, it was Fire Jin. If he's not on fire, the rest of the team is not on fire. Nobody else can pick up the helm from that. There are times where Toge will be able to help out the team. Sometimes we see Senior Carl pick up the pace for Zeal Esports, but then again, at the end of the day, it's still, most of the time, it's not enough. For the flip side, South Built Esports, we got so much potential here on Ja, on Aziz, on Pro even, that they can outduel. But what is dueling if you don't have the tactics to back it up? And I feel like if they don't fix their act, I'm not necessarily fix their act, but if they don't revert to what they were last year, when they were feeling it, when they were beating Team Secret in other third-party tournaments, I feel like South Built Esports may just not drop down, but go on the game that Zeal Esports is dictating here. And Dax, I'm actually wondering if we will definitely see a gunfight here all throughout the entire series.
I don't really think it's gonna happen that consistently, that they're just gonna be going for the brawls like something like Action PH and Zeal was in the first place. Because for South Built, one of the biggest strengths that we see here is, upon those initial parts of the round, they do have a solid playbook. They have an understanding on what needs to be done. They have a structure, and many a time that is where they can get that immediate advantage to cover up a little bit of their weakness later on, which is those mid-round rotations, those mid-round decisions, where sometimes it does kind of get a little bit fuzzy on who's supposed to be doing what. Because I'll just say it, they come for a game where they're all the same kind of character, basically, just have different kind of weapons from time to time in terms of the roles. But this time, the utilities, they're a big deal. They're a part of the system, and there is that tendency that South Built sometimes is a little too eager to try and push forward with whoever comes up with the idea first. On the other hand, for Zeal Esports, I noticed between the group stage, there is something that they have been working on, that tonal shift. Week 1, they're a lot more disciplined compared to whatever seen. In week 2, they can go wild. And at least right now, they built themselves some choices. But I think for Zeal Esports, it's identifying which form will suit them best against their opponent.
Well, I do want to take a little bit of time here just to sort of assess what we're potentially going to see in terms of the maps here. So I was actually looking at the stats while we were kind of having a little bit of a lowdown. We all pretty much know that one of the more comfortable maps that South Built is going to be playing on is probably going to be Breeze. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. This is something that Zeal will happily ban out because Well, there's a chance we might see it, but I feel like Zeal might actually ban it out because they're comfortable on the rest of their map pool. We absolutely won't see Haven, so we absolutely, well, we might see Fracture. I'm gonna say we might see Fracture. I don't think we'll see Icebox again, but I do imagine we will be going to Split. We'll probably, I think Split. Split is a fair certainty, and at the same time, what was the other one I said? Fracture, I think. Split and Fracture, pretty good chances here.
Yeah, the map pool. I have to just chime in here real quick. We actually did see the same map pool between week 1 and week 2. We saw Haven, we saw Ascent, we saw Split for their draft, but we only got to play 2 of them because it was 2-0s on both sides, and I really wouldn't be too surprised to see it come out yet again instead, because they know how close their games can be and have been between these two teams. These are both maps, all of those maps that I mentioned, they're just something they have comforts in the first place. The tendencies to play sometimes with the Rays, sometimes with the extra duelists, and I really feel like between Zeal and Southbuild, even if we do get a redo of the map pool, it's again about those refinements. It's again who's proving themselves to be the better team in the playoffs, because the next step will put them just one match away truly from that third slot to the APAC scene. And if they want to be competitive, this is the best time to really start for these two teams.
I think you make a great point there, Dax. I do, however, think that at least one of these teams will want to change the results from last time. I'm hoping that we get to see Breeze. This is one of the maps here that I think would truly unleash the potential for both of these teams. If we look at the statistics right now, Zeal, they have an 88% win rate on it. Southbuild, fairly similar numbers, 71%. Not too far apart, although Southbuild have played it significantly less. I do want to see Bind. This is where we see a little bit of pretty much the same thing here, 52 to 58% in terms of their win rate. And I really think this is a map that we haven't seen too much of, that might just take us back to our roots. And with teams like this, like Southbuild, who need to go back to fundamentals, same thing with Zeal, who need to go back to fundamentals and, you know, reassess everything. Bind might just be the map that we need to see.
Well, we're gonna see if we're gonna see Bind, if we're gonna see a Haven, or if we're gonna see a completely different map here, because we're gonna be dropping into the map video to figure out what battlefield we're gonna be playing on here. And it's Haven, it's Breeze, and I believe that is Bind.
That's Bind.
You are 100% on the dot there, Illustrato, except for Haven though. That's
I actually
Dax.
didn't think the Haven would come through, because as we know, Haven is a map that is very high win rate for the Southbuild. Well, not very high, but significantly higher than Zeal. Zeal has a 25% win rate on it. It's pretty much automatically a lose here. I just don't favor their odds on it at all.
No, the thing is, that was the whole sentiment coming into week number 1, looking at Haven and be like, okay.
Yeah.
Zeal, are you sure? And then they show up and win it. It's like,
yep.
What? Okay, stats, magic. There you go. Zeal Esports has it. And recently, Zeal Esports has changed up their style on Haven, that they're feeling a lot more comfortable with their pushes. They're not too awkward and too reliant truly on the entries. They do have those plans for rotation, and it's helping him out on that map. But I want to tackle that Breeze map pick that we get here from Zeal Esports. And the thing is, from what I hear backstage, Southbuild doesn't really like the map of Breeze per se, but the stats do not lie and have proven to be one of their better maps, if not really the map that catapulted them to better greatness in the PH scene.
So this is a CS map.
It is. Maybe some stones get cobbled, right? I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's the thing. So this map pool is really just a show of the recent developments of the squads, and from what we see right now, they're gonna be pushing forward all the improvements and trying to tell everyone that they have a style already for the PH scene and beyond.
Well, we've discussed the maps, we've discussed the stats. Let's go ahead and go back to our predictions here. Only one team's gonna make it out, one team's gonna say goodbye, and who's the one that's gonna be moving forward here? I will start it off by saying I'm gonna go with Zeal Esports here. I feel like they've got the fire within them. I feel like they're a beast that's waiting to just burst out of their cage, and I feel like this is it for Zeal Esports.
How about me? I'll go with South Built this time. I really feel like they've unlocked a few more tools right now on the attacking side, especially, which has been one of their bigger weaknesses. And at the very least, when they're put in the situation, they have that history, not just Valorant, but also in prior scenes to bounce on back. So I'll give it to SBE 2-1.
I want people to consider what just happened earlier on when South Built got just absolutely destroyed here. So this is not their day. I think that's going to carry over to this one. I feel like Zeal there is a better chance right now that Zeal will pop off. And we know that when Zeal pops off, they can do it. I think it's going to be Zeal today. I think they're going to run away with this match, both matches 2-0.
Well, there you go. There goes our predictions here for the panel, but it's still, at the end of the day, down to the teams to prove us wrong or prove us right, because this is do or die for Zeal Esports and the South Built Esports. This is game number 1 in this best of 3. Let's go ahead and hop onto it.
Down to the last game para sa araw na to, Ray. Huling series na tayo, and it's gonna be SBE versus Zeals. Napag-usapan na nung ating panelists yung kanilang mga predictions. Pero syempre, bago ang lahat at bago magsimula ang lahat, kami pala ang inyong casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Ray. Girl power casting na naman. Kamusta yung checklist mo, Ray? Ano yung checklist natin?
Okay, checklist natin so far. Una, OT. Pangalawa, technical pause. Pero wala pang game 3. So,
wala pang naging game 3. Hindi pa pasok yung checklist ni Ray. Hindi pa kami satisfied sa araw na to, men.
Ikaw kasama. Tayong dalawa pa naman yung nagsama. So, alam mo na yung pwedeng mangyari dito.
Alam mo na.
Alam mo na.
Expect the expected.
Yeah, kapag ganito din halos nangyari. So, ang dami kayo namang i-expect na sa game na to. Pero I think, expect din natin na tong comp ng mga maps natin right now, very, we can say na sobrang unusual, di ba? Pero sa Breeze, knowing na yung Zeals malakas din naman sila dito, but I think yung SB has the capacity talaga to actually overtake this map unless may mangyayari sa kay Senior Carl tsaka kay Farside Jean. Magiging na sila.
Sabi nung kanina, sabi nung panel, sabi ni Ilu, feeling niya hindi daw araw ng SBE ngayon. Tapos feeling niya magpa-pop off daw yung mga players ng Zeals. Ano masasabi mo doon, Ray?
Sa tingin ko, meron pa rin tong Zeals eh. If they win this first map, sa tingin ko mapupunta tayo ng third map. But if SB sila if SB sila mananalo dito, I just really think kailangan naman ng huge setup. Kasi consistent naman si Jack, consistent naman na ngayon ngayong week si Aziz. But I think yung other nilang teammates kailangan pa talagang mas lalong makakuha ng perfect momentum. Pero we're gonna be seeing a chamber play sa side ng hindi pala magkaiba pala sila ng logo. Sorry, magkakulay kasi patapos na sana ako pero sa Zeals nandun pa rin. But on the side ng SB, okay, I think I like na may Cypher sila ngayon.
Feeling ko si Jana tong nakarina ngayon eh. Kasi kanina, based on the performance of Assist like you were talking about, yes, consistent siya the past week, but today, during the first game that they played a while ago, hindi talaga siya nag-perform at all. So this is gonna be interesting, the double duelist setup na meron ng SBE kung hindi ako nagkakamali. And I think we are gonna see Ja yet again on the Reyna. Kung sakasakali man, malaking bagay yon for SBE. And sa tingin ko kasi, SBE, isa pa rin sila dito sa mga teams na meron talagang structure kapag maglaro. Knowing itong experienced team na to, not only for Valorant, they also played as a team before in CS. The thing is, matagal na silang magkakasama, may experience na sila, and they're going up against these young guns na sina Farside Jean, sina Senior Carl, na may capability silang mag-pop off. Pero yung mga teams kasi na mga ganun, masyadong volatile eh. Masyadong malaki yung risk na parang minsan okay sila, minsan hindi. Kasi nga nagdedepende sila dun sa players na nagpa-pop off. Compared doon sa SBE na kanina kahit si Aziz hindi gumagana or hindi nag-workout yung mga positioning ni Aziz, malapit pa rin yung score. Hindi pa rin binigay ng SBE basta-basta yung mga rounds na yun doon sa kalaban nila kanina. So feeling ko, SBE will finally take this. Natuto na sila. Nagpainit na yung players natin dito. Especially Aziz.
I love yung pwedeng gawin pa ng SBE. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat. Pero on the other side din, I think sa side ng Zeals, yung mga matches nila dito sa ating playoffs, maganda naman. Pero kasi, one of the things na nagulat nga tayo is that yung mga, if I'm not mistaken, tama ba ako? Natalo sila ng APH ng 13-0 sa Ascent. So, yun din yung things na nagulat tayo. We all thought na maybe kapag Zeals nasa Ascent, iba talaga yung magiging firepower nila. But then, on the flip side kasi, kapag na-shutdown pa natin si Farsighten, pag hindi gumana si Senior Carl, pag si Tuge nahihirapan to just make those frags, nag-iiba yung ihip ng hangin ng Zeus. And ngayon sana, in just a short span of time, sana makahabol na sila as we're gonna be flying in to Breeze na mukhang Boracay na medyo buhol.
Boracay na may mga mountains, kumbaga, sa gilid-gilid. But heading towards this map, first game natin para sa ating huling series para sa araw na to. Akalain mo yun, alas 6 pa lang. Farsighten insta-dash in agad para sa kanya. Insta-shutdown din para sa kanyang recon. Aziz on the other hand was able to punish Farsighten. Ito yung kailangan nila. And ito na ang pagbawi ni Aziz to finally get things started para sa side ng SBE. Micro was able to secure 2 kills. Si Papi Chulo naman, linis, cleanup crew ang meron dito para sa side ng SBE. A flawless round even.
We're seeing right now SB getting this soft pistol round against Zeals. Alam na nga nila paano mag-delay. I'm so happy na dito si Micro. May kita na nga muli natin siya. So, sino ang wala? Micro, Papi Chulo nandyan, si Aziz, si Flippy, si Ja, si anim sila eh. Okay. Nalilito ako!
Si Blas. Ay, hindi si Blas. Si Blas
sa NAOS!
Hindi! Sa NAOS yun, men! Si Pro!
Ayun! Si Pro!
Si Pro ang wala, yung kanilang Sova. Pero si Flippy ang sasagot dyan. Siya ang magiging Sova dito. Surprisingly, there is no Sky pick kasi mahilig ang SBE mag-Sky. So they're gonna stick with this composition that they have right now. And as we look into it, si Aziz nga yung may gamit nung Reyna, tapos si Ja yung Jet. Finally, natupad ang pangarap ko. Sabi ko, si Ja, gusto ko mag-Jet.
Sabi na siguro, ni-request kasi ng mga casters natin eh. Sawang-sawa na ako. Hintayin nila ako ngayon mag-Jet, pero ngayon nandito na. So on the other side, maghalaan din matakot ng ESB dahil ang mga takatulad ng Zeus, mayroon silang katulad dito Tuge, naka-Sky. So that's also an interesting thing. They play right now that double initiator. But on the other side, let's see how they'll be able to counter this. Dahil yung advantage ng Barrel, syempre, nasa side ng SBE. And ngayon, super slow paced game na naman ang Zeals.
Oh, medyo delikado tong snake bite dito. Wala silang kaalam-alam. Ultimate punish agad-agad from SBE. Pinasok nila yung smoke, tapos pinasok din nila yung snake bite. Wrong decision coming in from Zeal Esports right there. Especially on an eco round, they don't have any opportunity at all to actually take some shots. Si Beats na lang natitira. He's trying to pinpoint. He's trying to pinch out Aziz. And there you have it. Aziz secures the kill, making this a 2-0. Ito na si Aziz. Gising na. Masyado daw kasi maaga kanina. Di pa siya naka-breakfast.
Di rin ako morning person eh. Morning person ka ba? Ako hindi.
Ngayon, morning person na ako.
Ayo, lahat
Hindi kasi
tayo.
galing akong Germany, di ba? So parang instead na jet lag, naging maayos yung body clock ko.
Ako ngayon, ano pa rin eh, nakaka-feel pa ng ano eh. Kasi ako, tanghali person. Mga 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. yung gising ko. Eto, gising na din ba sila sa inyo? Oh, may lineup. Oh, pa!
Ngayong VCT, Ray, wala ka ng choice kundi maging morning person. Alas 10 na tayo nagsisimula. Wala ka ng choice. Kailangan mo nang gumising ng mga alas 8, alas 9.
At ngayon, si Ja, na early din dito. Like Senior Carl, timing is okay. Cameras from Papi Chulo. Okay.
Pinag yung Sova drone. Baka mamatay yung Sova drone. Pero another tag para sa players dito ng SBE. Papi Chulo was able to secure or rather tag one person on that camera. Si Aziz naman yung kukuha ng kill na yan. But they are still able to actually plant the spike. Dalawang players dito ang nag-tech on site. Alam nila na dalawa ang nag-aabang dito sa likod ng pyramids.
But here it is. Di nila expect si Craig. Yes, it's up there. Pero don't tell me. Okay, Papi Chulo na lang mag-isa. Tell me why. It's nothing but a heartbreak daw. And this wins this third round. Hindi naman kailangan nila eh. Minsan talaga medyo matagal-tagal lang din tong Zeus mag-init. Pero if they get those first frags, maayos naman yung execution. Pwedeng-pwede naman sila makahabol against SPE.
Pero ang dami nilang casualty doon ha. Dalawa lang natira sa kanila. So complete damage pagdating sa economy on the side of Zeal Esports. Also, gusto kong balikan yung ginawa ni Fireside Jin. Unti-unti siyang gumapang sa mid eh. Unti-unti siyang pumasok sa double doors. Tapos pag silip niyang ganun, wala siya makita kalaban. Tapos na-realize niya parang, asan yung mga kalaban dito? Na-shutdown lang siya ng ganun. Kasi kahit mag-dash out ka, yung pagpindot niya ng dash out, mali pa. So, mga ganung maliit na mistakes na definitely can happen. And makakapitalize ng SBE. Itong team na to, based on experience na, yung mga ganung reaction time, kumbaga.
Those reactions, pretty good. Pero Fireside din, sinabayan na nga lang kagad ang mga repolong na lumilipad at kumanta na din kagad ng 2, it's better than 1. And now that we only have Papi Chulo, si Aziz together with Ja, will they actually take this over? Dahil nga ang Zeals nakapagbantay na din. Tignan mo naman, lahat nakatingin na kagad ko sa sila na-expect. And si Senior Carl, alam niya may baril. Ang baril. Aziz, anong mangyayari? Nakatap na headshot na sa ulo. At Papi Chulo na lang together with Ja. I think much better pag sinave mo na lang din kasi hahabulin ka pa ng mga to.
Waiting game. Waiting game na lang din para kay Ja at Papi Chulo. They have to save the operator since malaking investment yan for them. And I think losing this is not worth it at all. Kaso nga lang si Senior Carl, ready to take on the action. Marami siya. Dalawa ang nahuli niya. Caught off guard dito sa side ng SBE. May mga butas pagdating sa depensa ang SBE na kailangan talagang ayusin. And of course, with Papi Chulo, meron pa rin siyang armor. Kaya naman hawakan niya na lang tong Vandal. The thing is, baka sabayan to ng ibang players ng SBE kasi may Vandal na eh. Tingnan natin.
At yun, nakikita mo pa rin ang Zeus. I think right now, Fireside is starting it. And sobrang scary na nga yan. Na siya ngayon, yung nag-jet is much more confident about it. Senior Carl switch into that chamber na pwede mo naman sabihin na parang medyo duelist. But then, knowing na yung SB natalo sila sa full fire round, medyo mahirap to kapag nag-continue lang ang Zeals with how they play this one. Sometimes aggressive and they give so much space kay Fireside.
Ang dami nilang pinasok nila. Yung taas dito, Ray, kung maalala mo, itong Zeal Esports medyo may pagka-aggressive as a team, no? So agad-agad, they are now on a site. They were able to take, of course, the site completely at they will be able to plant the spike. Si Aziz naman, pinatay niya si Fireside Jin at si Flippy, umaariba din pagdating sa mga kills na yan. He was able to take one, but there is the trade coming in from the other side. The 4v1 situation, make it a 3v1. Si Tuge na lang ang naiiwan dito, pero don't be bothered because Tuge can save the day. 1v2 situation. Kapag napatay niya yung dalawa, it's gonna be an ace, but it's not gonna be there. Hindi niya alam yung informasyon kung nasan ba completely itong dalawang natitirang members. He was able to spot one. That is Papi Chulo. Alam naman natin pag si Papi Chulo may nakita, talo niya pa ang duelist.
No. Pero talagang, ano kaya no, minsan, nag-triple duels yung SBE. Kasi isa naka-Yoru, no? Pwede dito sa Breeze. Pero, di nila gagawin yan sa ganong comp. Alam naman nila na it's Papi Chulo we're talking about. He's very particular when it comes to those skills. And the thrifty ng SBE yung Zeal. So, alam mo, Taylor, eto na lang dikit nga talaga yung laban ng SB tsaka Zeal. Siyempre, wala. May gusto bang umuwi? Siyempre, wala pang gustong umuwi ngayon. Wala bang umuwi? Magkakaroon tayo hanggang 4th map. Ibigay na natin
Kung
sa
may
Zeal.
4th map, meron.
Lahat meron na kagad. Lahat ilalabas na nila. Pati yung mga strat nila sa ibang bang-bang. Sa Mirage. Pwede rin.
Iba yun
Iba pala.
This is the Tour de Force in action. Para kay Senior Carl, naghanap siya na pwedeng mapatay at kung meron mang dadaan sa bridge. Kasi kanina, for Zeal Esports, talagang pinapasok nila yung bridge Tapos, tuloy-tuloy lang yung pag-entry nila dito. Nasagot naman ng SBE yan kanina, Ray. The thing is, SBE, mag-aantay lang sila dito They know how to play it out. Farsigen dashes in. Now with the smoke, he is forced out of position dahil sa snake bite na yan. And also si Craig AS, sisilip na rin. Wala silang choice. Kumbaga, kailangan nilang tapatan si Aziz. Although, he is on an Empress right now. Beats was able to secure the kill. Micro for the trade naman. And now with the 3v2 situation, Ray, sino kaya ang magbawagi?
Zeals, kailangan di sila napapanish sa mga gantong moments. Kung kailan ba dapat sila may advantage, dapat just need to get more confident. But to tries to make us a big kill right now. Pero nakita niya na meron si PP. Gets the top. Na-wallbang lang. Time to plant it already. Wala ng oras. Pero nga may makakapag-delay. Wala dahil naka-2 to force. Nakagad si Senior Carl. And it's just gonna be Papi Chulo himself. Alam na nga din nila saan siya magagaling. Magagaling na nga siya dito sa may tana. Lalaro-laro lang na. Hindi siya matatamaan ni Senior Carl. Makakabawi. Pero syempre may healing galing. Kaya tuge na naman gagaling. Binigyan ng Lola Remedios pero di nila alam na si Papi Chulo ay nasa likod na nila. Bumackstab na ayun, nakipaglaro. At he gets the top. Will this be the Papi Chulo clutch that we're waiting for once again? And here it is. Sa iba nakatingin si Senior Carl. Papi Chulo makuha pa rin ang ROG clutch as he goes for this defuse. Grabe naman yung performance. Meron ka na nga panalo, may ROG clutch ka pa.
Nasa lisihan sila doon. 2v1 situation like that, it shouldn't happen at all. They had some angles na talagang bigay na bigay. Una na nga doon, syempre, yung mga kills, Ray, na nahuhuli lagi, yung mga players. Kumbaga yung tipong nguso lang ng baril, yung nakalabas. Pero that information is actually equivalent to the death.
At ngayon, sa sobrang natutuwa talaga kami ni Taylor, wala na kaming masabi. At saka ngayon usually kapag Zeal, sobrang bilis talaga nila maglaro. Diba? Pero nga lang, I think
mapapabagal
it's so easy, no? Ikaw ba naman, may Papi Chulo, ikaw ba, may Ja, tsaka si Aziz na nakatingin sa inyo So talagang medyo complicated talaga to. Pero kay Senior Carl, sisilip lang. Sabi ni Ja, may una na ako ngayong makukuha. But on the other side, kita man yung buy ng Zeals ngayon, medyo struggling kagad sila pagdating sa economy. But Farsigen tries to save a day with that Blade Storm. And even if medyo low ang mga miyembro nila, they can still go for that plant and maybe get some economy kicking.
Pasok na naman sila sa site. Ito na yung recon trying to detect kung meron pang ibang players dito. Magtatago muna si Kuya Mon 39 Beats. But this is the Viper's Pit being prepared by Craigie. Yes, ito na ata ang pagplant ng spike ng Zeal Esports. There we have it. At syempre, meron pa silang Viper's Pit dito na pwedeng gamitin. Talagang kailangan lang nila hawakan yung corners. Hawakan nila na mahigpit. At huwag sila magpapalin lang. Kasi kahit may Viper's Pit ka, hindi ibig sabihin yan nasa iyo ang advantage dahil kaya nilang ikutan ikaw.
Pinaikot-ikot lang. Pero may umiikot
si Sarah G.
Ikot-ikot lang. At sasayaw na nga din kagad sila ng tala. And Papi Chulo gets a 3K.
What a retake.
Grabe. Alam mo yung...
Sabi ko sa'yo, Ray, kahit may Viper's Pit, hindi ibig sabihin nun pabor sa'yo. Kasi kahit nasa loob ka ng Viper's Pit, wala kang impormasyon, hindi mo sila makikita. And the thing is, napakalaki ng mapa kagaya ng Breeze na ang daming pwedeng pasukan ng players. Kasi kaya nilang ikutan yung pyramids, kaya nilang papuntang A main. Diba? So, that Viper's Pit just proved to be, right now, instead of helping them out, it didn't. And of course, lumabas pa yung Viper, lalong nawala yung Viper's Pit na yon. And sayang yung post-plant ng Zeal Esports. SBE was able to take it 5-2 right now. Lamang sila ng 3 rounds dito. They have the operator yet again. Si Ja, ang ganda nung positioning din kanina. Yung angle, una yung angle advantage pagdating sa kanya.
And alam din naman niya, they're quite confident na yung mga bilan ng Zeals will just be, syempre, mas maganda yung sa SB. And ayun yung meron about Viper's ultimate talaga eh. Ayun, nakita yung shoulder ni Farsight. Anong hinihintay mo dyan? Sabi ni Aziz. At ganun
na mag-ingat sa ganun.
Sobrang, alam mo yung mga mistakes na sobrang liit, di ba? Sabi na iba, it's just really trivial, but it's not. Especially when it's Farsight na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. Biruin mo, naglakad lang si Aziz ngayon, tumingin-tingin lang, baka merong mapitas, and he was pretty successful with it. Pero
wala man lang, he died without fighting. Alam mo yun, parang di ko matanggap eh. Kung mamamatay ako sa round na to, at least gusto ko yung lumalaban.
Homs, ayun talaga eh. Dapat lang talaga confident ka. Pero mukhang hindi naging confident si Farsight doon. Medyo may pagka-maliit lang na problema. But let's see. Nakapasok pa rin naman sila ng site. I love yung setup ngayon ni Craigies, and on the other side nga lang, Marker will be able to spot him out. Pero yun din yung meron. Hindi nila na-destroy kagad. Yung mga moments na merong mga cameras ang katulad dito ng mga taga-SBE, and knowing na sila ba yan pa kagad ngayon ng ultimate, Papi Chulo still gets Senior Carl. And that is just a big impact. Na ma-outnumber mo ang mga taga-Zeals, mawala pa si Farsight, wala lang mag-dash in, and wala na rin makakapag-hold ng iba pang mga barrel para sa trades. That's just how SBE leads by 4 rounds against Zeals.
Remember guys, map pick, map selection to ng Zeal Esports. Look at how they detected with the camera, tapos sasabayan mo ng Hunter's Fury. Paano ka pa magkakaroon ng oras para basagin yung camera? Paano ka pa magkakaroon ng oras para silipin kung nasan yung ibang kalaban? Tapos kailangan mo pang umiwas pagdating doon sa Hunter's Fury. SBE, they know how to utilize yung kanilang mga skills, yung kanilang mga utilities. Lalo na yung kanilang mga ultimates. This time around, si Ja may ultimate din na Blade Storm up and online. Kaya naman kung sakasakali, if worst comes to worst, kaya niyang i-pull out yan kahit may operator siya ngayon. Broken bye, Rere. Broken bye for Zeal Esports right now.
They were still taking this broken buys, no? Kasi kanina dapat, for me, nag-eco na lang sila eh, di ba? Parang mas maganda pag makakumpleto pa rin yung utilities natin for the next round. But I guess this is just the thing that Zeus wants to do. Try and never surrender. Kaya nga nasabi sa mga commercial, pero ngayon na pinagsabi ang dalawa para sa mga utilities nila. Looks like it's not gonna connect, and Jar it now with that hold. Takes down Farsight once again. Ito na naman tayo na siya-shutdown si Farsight. What can possibly happen sa Zeal's side? And sa SB, sino mang kailangan natin tanggalan ng momentum? It's Farsight. Kapag kasi talagang nagpaulan na siya kagad ng momentum, isa-isa babagsak ang mga miyembro ng SBE, pero mukhang reheat lang ulit kagad ang next silang option right now. Si Tuge is actually ready with that Seekers, and at the same time ready kagad sa mga opportunities on where they can get it, pero sasabayan na nga din nila kagad, and they still need to tackle Ja. If they get Ja, that's gonna be good, pero nga lang on the other side, we already have the Hunter's Fury kicking in, but it won't work. But the spaces that they've been making, maganda na din kagad to an opportunity sa Zeus to actually get this round.
Space created dahil doon sa ultimate, and napatay ni Craigies yung naglalakad sa may likuran. Now, 7 seconds remaining para ma-plant ang spike. That's more than enough time. And looking at it, this is also the Viper wall, of course, yung toxic screen nakataas na yan. So, kailangan mag-ingat-ingat dito ng players ng SBE, kagaya ni Flippy. He goes down and next in line is Micro na sumisilip dito pero nanalo siya sa engagement na yan. 1v1 with the great one. Another clutch moment, a clutch situation for Papi Chulo. Same movement kung ano pinapakita niya kanina and he sees Senor Carl, but again, the shots did not connect dahil nga tumalon din siya. Now, 6-3 ang score natin. Zeal Esports, they're finding their footing pagdating dito. And also, Senor Carl, getting that operator from SBE. Mag-i-invest na naman sila dito. On the other hand, kulang yung firepower. Hindi pala firepower. Kulang kumbaga yung kapag papasok sila. Kasi nga yung chamber, may iiwan at may iiwan talaga because of the operator. Tignan natin ano gagawin nila dito.
But at least, Senor Carl, nakakuha na rin siya ngayon ng mga plays on where he can out-aim yung mga taga-SBE. But still, since SBE has been winning consecutive rounds, they still have the money. But here it goes, disciplined way. Talagang natuto na sila. Kanina inasim lang ni Aziz yung mga miyembro nila sa may mid-side. And Senor Carl has been really taking care of those flanks. But here it is, Yuos, kapag nabawas nila si Flippy, that's already a sign to burst themselves right in sa A side. But we still have a big problem. That's going to be Papi Chulo naghihintay lang sa may back boxes. But right now, ng mga miyembro ng A side, tara na, nakapag-set kagad ng walls ngayon ang mga katulad ng teammate natin na si Craig Yeres. It is time to just plant it and default place is what we have. But as it is goes, SBE, ready na kagad si Javi at Bladestorm. But what can possibly happen sa kanila dahil yung mga stretch nila medyo malayo-layo pa. And once the toxic screen is gonna go down, baka sila pa ang ma-pick off ng Zeals.
SBE, tignan mo si Flippy, nakahanda lang yung Rico, nag-aantay lang siya ng totoong yung tamang timing. Kumbaga, Sovadrone comes out as well. Information game ang nilalaro dito ng SBE. Farsigen and Craigies was able to shut down 2 players. Isama mo pa with Tuge getting a kill as well. 1 by 1, SBE falls down and ZLS, they finally found their footing. Balik sila sa laro and finally getting those rounds back towards their side. The thing is, may nangyayaring ganito. They are able to take those 2 rounds in back. 2 to 3 rounds. Kaso nga lang, kapag na-shutdown, napapansin mo, once na ma-shutdown si Farsigen sa mga rounds, minsan hindi nila nakukuha. Malaking factor si Farsigen sa group, sa team as well. Because he's supposed to do the entry, he's supposed to make space para sa team, no? Aside from Tuge Monster, of course, taga-flash, taga-pseudo-duelist yan. But still, the biggest factor is Farsigen making space. Siya kasi yung manggugulo dyan eh. Siya yung papasok, siya yung magda-dash in, siya yung magsa-smoke off. At kung i-imagine, kung iisipin mo, actually, ang smoke lang nila dito, Viper eh. Pa-time out na ang SB.
Sabi nila, uy. Pero yun nga, di ba? Sabi ko, even laki ng ginawa ng SB, don't you just give the site first? But once yung lineup ni Craigies mawawala, it's just an open battle between SB and Zeals with those aims. But then, hindi nga nag-work na naman sa SB. Once again, hinintay pa nga nila kagad si Flippy with that Recon Bolt. But it's quite effective. But I think the timing itself, it favored yung Zeals once again. Pero ngayon, nag-usap ng SB, pre, bili na lang muna tayo kasi pwede pa rin naman natin manalo. May panalo siguro yung next round.
Hero ba?
But knowing dito sa Zeals, ano pa nila palalayain ng mga sarili nila. Pero si Ja, he's just gonna be aggressive. Pwede naman, walang problema. Nakakuha pa kagad ang Phantom. Nakapag-ROI kagad. Kahit nag-risk sila on those hero buys, effective. Walang problema.
Nakuha nga ni Ja yung baril, sabay tapon, papunta kay Micro. This time around, imbes na sila yung lugi, finally, sila na yung may capability pagdating sa mga baril and also when it comes to manpower. Lamang na sila dito with a 5v3 situation and still, Senor Carl, wala siyang mahanap dito na baril. So kailangan talaga gawan niya ng paraan itong operator na to. Kailangan niya makakuha ng kills. O kaya naman, if hindi talaga, this is gonna be probably a save kung sakaling mamatay yung ibang players dito. Ayun, meron siyang nakita sa may likuran. Oh my God, Ja was able to secure that kill on Craigie as the smoke will definitely come down. Mapipilitan yung ZLS pumasok dito. Bear, para kang pumunta dito sa loob. Nag-beach ka. Naked beach.
Kasama nila si Nicki Minaj. Let's go to the beach.
Wala, kasi wala eh. Bare. They're going in bare right here. They don't have the smoke. They don't have the utilities para hindi sila makita. So wala silang choice kung hindi sagutin itong 5 players na nag-aabang. Lahat sila nandito na eh. Wala nang oras para mag-rotate.
Hirap pa.
350.
350
Last round
pesos.
before the
Yun
switch.
ang ano tawag doon? Yun ang kapital ng SBE. 350.
Pang-business kagad, 7-4 pa nga. At ngayon, let's take a closer look at what happened there. Si Ja, kasama lang niya si Oasis on that part. At paka-aggressive. And they took the risk eh. Kasi wala namang mawawala. You have the thrifty. Why not risk it? And pagkapatay nila kagad kay Craigies, nakita na nga niya kagad yung buhok ni Viper. It is already the time. Plus wala pa kagad silang counter flash upon that. So that's a very particular way to end this. But on the other side, looks like si Micro will be protecting already ang B with that Viper spit. So wala talagang choice ngayon, kind of, ang Zeals, kundi talaga mag-take ng risk going into A side. But the camera setup ni Papi Chulo is something dangerous also. And ngayon, hindi niya na binibigay yung site. Hindi na siya pumupunta ng backside. Ngayon, iko-contest niya mismo sa mga pyramid.
We built it in a solid top. Siyempre, kailangan kong ituloy.
Si Songers
Nandito
kami.
na rin tayo. Ituloy ko na rin. Pero mukhang ito na ang Seekers mula sa side ng ZLS. This is an entry following up to that ultimate coming in from the sky right here. Nagpa-plant na nga ng spike si Craigies. And on the other hand, rotations coming in from SBE. This is also the Viper Spit being set out. Meron na ulit Viper Spit dito na pwedeng gamitin. And this time around, tignan natin kung ano ba ang mangyayari sa Viper Spit ng ZLS. Kanina hindi nag-workout, Ray.
Ngayon ba, makakapag-buy sila ng maraming time? Yes, si Tuget, they're doing it. Pero si Ja, nahuli na si Craigies. And then this is it. Ano kayang mangyayari? But time is ticking. And they can just really go for that lineup. Pero tututok pa kagad hindi tumama si Senior Carl. Papi Chulo is doing it. They're just gonna be buying their time to get na lang kagad ang natitira. And sabi niya, cover me, my friend. It's just a go for the defuse. And Papi Chulo, what a good cover coming in from him. And
Human
still,
shield.
SB84.
Switching sides.
Human shield, mga kaibigan. Na-realize nila na, sisilipin at sisilipin ka, baka mapatay ka pa. And of course, umaandar ang oras pagdating doon sa spike. This one, hindi ko maintindihan ba't hindi nakuha ni Craigies yung kill na yon. He had the advantage of seeing actually. But si Ja, mas mabilis. Mabilis talaga matay, Ja.
Pakabilis. Hindi Ja talaga mag-deny. And yung mga covers ng SB dito talaga sa Breeze, I love it talaga. Super particular sila sa trades. Plus, okay naman yung plano ng Zeals dun eh. Kaso kasi naging problema is that wala naman talagang choice ang SB kundi i-push sila. And I think it caught them really off guard. But as we go in towards the second half, what will happen? Makakabawi ba ang Zeals ngayong pistol round? Or talagang aggressiveness coming in from sa mga tito natin na katulad nila dyan ay makakabawi pa rin kahit pa paano. Alam na nga nila kung nasa si Craigies together with another one. But seems like si Tuget definitely shuts down si Aziz. At si Ja, uy, nakita pa niya. Nakita ko. Sabi
Ja,
siguro ni Ja,
2, Craigies 0. Mga kaibigan, una na siya. Alam niya na yung informasyon. Isipin mo, naririnig niya na si Ja na naglalakad doon. Pero nakuha pa rin ni Ja yung kill na yan. Now, 4v4 situation. The spike is planted. Si Tuge nakakuha ng isang kill. That is Papi Chulo out. At malaking factor to. What? A geometry coming in from Beats right there on that shock dart. The kill from Fireside Jin. It's all up to Ja. And that is just a flick clean as ZLS takes this pistol round. Ganda ng flick shots ni Fireside Jin doon. Gising na si FSJ.
kung may FPJ, may FSJ. Pa-reveal na lang po ng sense tsaka ng DPI. Maraming salamat. Kung paano kaya yun, no? Pag ganyan yung mga moments na mag-flick ka ng actually naugapan na ng onti. Pero yung mga flick na, kunwari yung 360. Mabilisan. Meron akong kilala na tamaan yung kanyang tamaan yung
Lumipad yung mouse.
Lumipad eh. Nasira eh. Napalitan eh.
Sino yan? Pangalanan na natin yan.
Pangalanan natin yan kay Yana. Kay Yana Cosplay. Uy, yun. Shoutout nga pala sa Lodi Kicks ko. Uy! At
Dalawang anong gamit nila dito, Ray sa ZLS ha. Dalawang Marshall. And malaking factor tong dalawang Marshall na to. Kasi long range battle pagdating sa Breeze talaga. Parang icebox to eh.
Yun guy, buti nga na alam ng Zeals na medyo nakakatakot pag nag-icebox kaya sa Breeze. Mag-Breeze na
Sa
lang
Breeze
tayo.
na lang. Ayoko, malamig masyado doon. Dito ako sanay sa tag-init.
Mas maraming magandang beach sa may...
May tumawid. Hindi napansin ni Beats. This can be deadly for the side of ZLS dahil walang information na yan, but they actually got it back with Ja in his own flick. Not a problem at all. Give him that 2K. Hello, hello. Yan ang sabi ni Ja dito and welcome to B-Site, mga kaibigan.
Ay, sabi mo nga, di ba, napakalaking yun na hindi nila nakita na tumawid na pala kagad si Ja galing sa mid. At ngayon, baka ang mga katulad pa ng Zeus ang mag-aalangan knowing that they have that, double Marshall. Will it actually work? And Ja is actually hitting those shots. Not bad from him. And right now, he will be taking it once again. Pero si Kigas nangunguna na kagad. At ito nga paglalaroan nila mga Sheriff Higit sa third. Makakapag-ace pa nga kagad ang mga katulad ba ni Ja right now. Higit sa fourth. Walang problema sa mga bala na nagagamit niya. KGS na lang ang natitira. 69 HP and a dream. Mapapanice nga ba talaga siya to kasi finishes out one. And Ja gets the ace. Tikisa kita. Hindi nag-reload yan. Yan ang meron kapag si Ja ang usapan ngayon.
Si Ja, men, isipin mo, ilan ang bala ng isang sheriff sa isang magazine. Walang reload. Lahat one tap to the head. Cleared out the entire freaking site, man. Look at this kid. Not a kid anymore. Look at this guy. Grabe, wala nang ano dito, man. Hindi na niya kailangan yung ilang bala na yan. 5 lang ang kailangan niya. What an ace.
Grabe naman si Jan, napakainit. Alam mo, ganito talaga, pag may bebe buff ka sa stream, chini-cheer siya ni Madam. Di ko alam nickname ni Madam, ba mali ako ng pagsabi. Pero at the same time,
nababasa ko lagi pero hindi ko na memorize.
hindi ko alam kung paano ako bigkasin. Pero yan, binuwi mo, nagko-comment yung mga kay Papi Chulo, kay Aziz, saka kay Ja. So yan talaga yung bebe buff. Pero alam ko, yung girlfriend ni Flippy, pangalanan na lang siyang Hana. Nanonood din daw ngayon habang nag-go-homework. Gano'n lang pagmamahal. Bebe buff.
Baka mamaya hindi pala si Hana yung...
Baka iba pala.
Mamaya, hindi pala Hana pangalan. Patay ka dyan, Ray. Sinasabi ko sa'yo, delikado yan. Mamaya, nag-claim lang, self-proclaim. Tapos nasabi mo, tapos narinig ng tunay. Ay, may teddy bear sa loob nun.
Akala ko si Sadako ang mapupunta dyan. Ang cute. Ayan. Sana magkaroon ng official merch ng ganyan yung Riot, no?
Sabi mo, ubus na nga yung pera mo sa skin, uubusin pa pagdating sa merch. Tama na, Ray.
Sorry akin. Pero ito na nga, 9-5 na counter ng SB. Ang si Demon lang nag-reload si Ja. Pero yun is the beats are getting 1, 2, you count it! 1, 2, 3. 39 beats na lang. Si Senior Carl ang natitira kagad. Beats and Beats gets 1. Pero nga lang, the aggressive Ja is here. And we only have si Senior Carl na nanggaling pa saan? Sa dulo ng walang hanggan.
Alam mo, yung isang laro, yung pwede kang mag-set na headshot only, tapos pistol lang yung lalabanan mo pagdating sa DM. Diyos ko, ginawa ganun ni Ja tong match na to. Wala siyang nakikita kundi ulo lang. Look at this. Senor Carl is the only man remaining for ZLS. On the other hand, SBE, a very strong post plant that they have right now. And Ja, yet again, with another headshot. pinning down Senor Carl. 10-5 ang score natin, Ray. SBE, they just have the complete strategy book. They have read ZLS as well, and they are just really good in getting those default kills as well. Aside from that, may mga aggressiveness na kagaya nito na butas pagdating sa ZLS, pero pinapasok pa rin nila. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Ray. They have players that pop off. Yes, ito yung chance nila para makakuha ng mga kills na yan, para makuha yung match natin. Pero paano kapag hindi makapatay itong mga star player nila? Anong mangyayari? On the other hand, SBE, they have that. Kahit si Aziz, kahit hindi siya mag-perform, yung SBE, pasok na pasok pa rin. Papi Chulo will step up on the gas pedal and Ja will step up too. But right now, Aziz is alive. So malaking problema to for ZLS.
Bear, yun yung sinasabi din ng ating panel kanina, di ba? Kapag na-shutdown si Farside Jean and somehow si Senor Carl nahihirapan, mukhang di babalik nga ang dati. Pero, okay na for that first frag. But Ja is gonna be seeing already Senor Carl. He gets the second tap once again. Ano bang ininom ngayon ni Ja? Malamang tubig na napakarami. 1 litro para talagang mag-fuel ang kanyang action as he takes on those frags. Pero alam nyo ba na meron katulad ni Tugen na hinihintay kayo, pero nga lang nadyan lang si Aziz para sa refrag na yan, at si Craigies na lang together with 39 bits ang natitira sa isang iglap. Bilis ng take. Ja, skip, kill mo na. Pagkatapos mag gumawa ng space sa atin, we're gonna go to a site. Then it's just gonna be them overtaking us, but then undermanned na sila. Beats na lang si Aziz, finishes him out. 11-5, 6 rounds ang kailangan habulin ng Zeals ngayon.
Here you go. Aziz is up and online. He's working. Trabaho lang para kay Aziz at kay Ja, ang dalawang duelist dito ng SBE. Talaga naman pagdating sa kills, 21-11 for Aziz right there and 19 kills naman para kay Ja. They're just getting targets after targets. Look at that precision. Precise gunplay. Yan ang hawak dito ng dalawang duelists at malaking factor yan into having SBE win those rounds at least, dahil nga itong mga duelists na to ang nag-open up sa site. So Ja getting those kills, Aziz getting those kills, ibig sabihin yan, free site.
Talagang ngayon, Air, ano bang balak ngayon gawing ng Zeals? Kapag bumili sila ngayon, kahit half buy, I think it's not gonna work. So mukhang mas may kita mo na binase na lang nila sa iba na lang utilities. So they're gonna be risking it maybe into a match point or maybe after this timeout. May kita nga natin yung magiging possibility about this. Pero it's just gonna be risking. Kung nirisk nila to, natalo sila, wala din sila halos pera sa next round. Kung sinave nga nila to, kailangan pa nila kagad abangan ang mangyayari after that match point na meron ng SBE. So it's really putting a toll towards Zeals right now, especially na si Aziz ay ready na din kagad with that Empress. But at the same time, Farside is ready with that Blade Storm together with Craigies. So we can definitely say something na meron silang pocket strategy na baka ma-pick off nilang SBE.
Pero minsan, wala ka na talagang ma-figure out eh. Kumbaga, pero ito na ang entry ni Kuya mo, Ja. There's 2 smokes right now being deployed. And of course, Ja, iti-take advantage na yan habang busy at nakatingin sa B-main itong si Craigies. On the other hand, 3 players na lang natitira dito to defend the site, and this is Farside just charging in. Bear, again! Why do they keep doing this?
They're so confident. Diba? Parang sabi ng iba, hindi nila araw ngayon. Pero sa tingin ko sa performance ni Ja, sa performance na ginagawa ng SBE, they're on point.
Patay ka. Yan ang sabi ni Ja dito. Sabi ko sa'yo, ulo lang tinitignan ni Ja, lahat headshot na eh.
Kung nakikita mo lang, medyo taas yan eh. Alam mo yung pwestuhan kagad ng mga taga-gambit? Ganon yung ginagawa ni Ja. Yung nakatinga lang mismo sa may monitor. But on the other side talaga, makakapag-ikip na naman ata ng Blade Storm ngayon ng mga katulad ni Ja. But then, this is the performance.
Si Ja ba talaga naglalaro o robot?
Feel ko ito ata yung mga nakakalaban nating bot sa deathmatch.
Maraming nainom na buko juice to.
Marami to.
Si Madam N nagko-comment eh. Pinapainom niya lagi ng buko juice si Ja.
Ayun talaga. Napaka tamis ng pag-ibig. Pero 4v4, may pag-asa pa ata. Si Aziz naman ang next. Baka magkaroon ang susunod na Jordan pag nanalo. Pero nga lang na-deny ni Farside ulit ultimate ni Flippy, pero mukhang kayang-kaya pa. Pero on the other side, nagpakita na naman si Papi Chulo, nag-hello, it's me, kumanta ng Adele song, and si K-Guess na lang, be good together with Fireside Gene.
Mag-aantay ng ano dito, Ray. Mag-aantay sila ng charge pagdating doon sa toxic screen. Saka lalabas ulit si Micro. At dalawang players dito ng ZLS kailangan nila makapag-retake. That is Fireside Gene and Craigie. Yes, si Fireside Gene, hawak niya, operator. Para siya lalaban dito. Maliban na lang kung sobrang galing mo talaga. Ito na, lalabas na si Fireside Gene. Oh! Magaling.
Magaling, may sound effects. Talaga maniniwala ako dyan. Pero nga lang, he tries to take on those covers. Pero kay Gies, sabi niya, hindi ako bibitaw, hindi ko marunong bumitaw dyan. Papi Chulo against kay Gies. Pero nga lang, may oras pa ba? He gets the fourth. Will he be able to get the snap? Kasi nandiyan na si Micro. Wala na rin halos oras. Fireside is gonna denied. When SBE actually gets this round 13-5 against Zeal sa Breeze mismo.
Well. Southbuilt Esports takes game number 1 in this best of 3 series. At nanonood lang si Tito Mo Pro sa likuran. At sabi niya, good job, Ja. Parang robot maglaro si Ja dito. Grabe, what a play, what a round, what a game coming in from SBE. You could definitely see whatever, kung ano yung mistakes na meron sila during games a while ago, doon sa una nilang match, completely diminish on this round. On the other hand, ZLS, there are bare entries coming in from the team of ZLS. Fireside Gene minsan pumapasok, wala, dry peak. Pati yung ibang players, dry peak din. Dalawang Viper Spit ni Craig GS, nasalisihan lang sila ng SBE. Look at the stats right now. It's just a complete slump compared sa ZLS.
And remember, yung ACS ni Aziz together with Ja, ilang numbers lang ang pagkakalayo? 4 lang ang pagkakalayo. So, ibig sabihin, Terror, sobrang nag-pop off talaga sila ngayon. And buti na lang nakapag-reset sila coming in from that defeat earlier against NAOS. And yun, take a look at it. Grabe talaga yung pag-pop off sa first half. Pero nga lang yung 8-4, natalo pa sila kagad sa pistol. It became different already. Ang daming playstyle na ginawa yung SPE dito. At hindi lang isa, kundi yung mga clutch potential na ginagawa nila. But I really do think, and we need to accept, na lahat sila ay nagpa-pop off. Nagiging superstar team talaga sila pag nakakuha sila ng momentum na ipasa na nga ni Ja, na ipasa na din kagad ni Aziz sa kanilang mga teammates, and that's just it.
Ano tong headshot rate ni Ja? Gusto kong malaman. 100% success rate ba? 45% headshot rate pagdating kay Ja? 40? Hindi pala. Timer pala yon mga kaibigan. Akala ko sinasabi sa akin yung stats na. Sorry amin. Pero feeling ko 100% success rate tong headshot ni Ja eh. It just connects in each and every round that we are looking at. Each time na nakatapat dito sa taong to, yung camera, makikita mo talaga. Ang daming chances for the side of Zeal Esports. But, Ray, the thing is, kulang eh. Kita mo talaga lamang sa experience ang SBE.
Talagang, gaya nga sinabi mo, yung experience nila coming in from their previous games. And right now that they're here, even if you got defeated earlier by a strong team also, ngayon, iba ng goal natin. Manalo lang, di ba? Do your best, try our best. And sa tingin ko, they're really on point. But let's see on how Zeals will be able to stand up from this. Kanina talaga complete shutdown. Ganda na ng momentum si Net ni Fireside Gene. Nakita mo na eh, yung hope meron na sa kanilang mga actions. But then, yung nag-switch tayo ng sides, tingin ko mas lalo silang mahirapan to deny those to deny Ja, to deny Aziz. Kasi kapag na-deny mo na yung mga duelist ng SPE, I think that could have a different turnaround pa. Tapos they can just actually eradicate lang si Senior Carl. But we'll talk more about that dahil may kita na nga natin sila sa next map. Kung meron na bang isang team na uwi or talagang hahabol pa sila papuntang third map. Kami ang yung shoutcasters. Ako si Raynet, kasama si Taylor. And see you guys right after the break.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go.
Climb, I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Good evening, everyone! Nandito pa rin kayo sa laban ng SB between the Zeals here in the lower bracket. Kami yung shoutcasters ng Girl Power. Ako si Rere at kasama ko dito si
Hindi ko kayang gawin yan. Isipin mo, gawin ko yung ginawa mo, Rere. Mawawala yung yung pagkatakot ng mga tao sa akin.
naging Powerpuff Girls, pero ito nga, Powerpuff Buff ang meron ngayon sa SBE dahil nga 13-5. Di naman, medyo one-sided talaga yung nakita natin sa performance nila. Wala talaga ngayong makapag-stop kaya this together with Ja. But on the flip side, ano kaya mangyayari sa second map between these two? Babawi na kaya ang Zeals or yung momentum talaga nila ay na-take na ng SBE para maging power nila ngayon? Maging boom-boom pow at tapusin na kagad ang series na to.
Mapapasagot talaga sa'yo. Mapapareply talaga sa'yo, Ray, ang Black Eyed Peas, no? At the same time, I just want to talk about na map selection, yung Breeze, map selection siya actually ng ZLS. So, anong gagawin ngayon when it comes to the second map that we have right here? And knowing what is capable or what are the capabilities of SBE as well. Nakita mo naman si Ja. Chill lang. Cool. Cool na cool. Relax lang dito mga players ng SBE. They have that upper hand when it comes to the best of 3 series, syempre. At isa sa mga malalaking factors dito is of course those two duelists that they have. Si Aziz kanina during game na kinasko and I was saying na sa totoo lang, it is the truth. And it is the fact na si Aziz hindi nag-perform kaya rin sila nahirapan during that first game that they had a while ago. But this time, nagpe-perform na siya. You see what is SBE or what SBE is capable of this time around.
Gaya nga na sinabi mo, ano ba ang magiging capabilities pa ng SPE? Diba? Baka talaga baka kailangan silang teams ang magkaroon ng 2 series sa isang araw. Dahil kanina, kahit natalo sila, ngayon, the mental reset is there. Para tayo para tayo nakita lang ng SBE na naglalaro lang ng isang series sa isang araw. And they're just here dominating all over, still wants and try to get that seat papuntang APAC nga, which is they're really dreaming of.
Nag-aantay na yung dalawa eh. Yung NAOS, tsaka yung APH.
City na lang eh,
na
nagano.
yun. At nag-aantay na lang, kumbaga, ito na yung chance nila para magpamasahe muna, mag-relax muna. Kasi pasok na sila for Asia Pacific eh. Yung medyo delikado dito is syempre yung mga nandito sa lower bracket at yung mga naglalaban-laban ngayon kasi tanggalan portion na talaga pagdating sa mga teams na meron tayo dito. At isa na nga, at una na natanggal dito is Team Secret. So, wala na ang Team Secret. They're not gonna have that chance to go to Asia Pacific. But they still have a chance for Stage 2. Di nga lang natin sila makikita this time around, which is unexpected para sa lahat ng nanonood at para sa lahat ng fans. Aside from that, not only the fans, but also the panel, the casters, lahat tayo, ina-expect natin makakapasok yung Team Secret. Maybe not at the top, papunta doon sa Asia Pacific, but they will be one of the teams. Kaso nga lang, that's a completely different story. And I'm actually happy about it. Dahil ibig sabihin lang yan, tumataas o lumalakas yung ibang mga Filipino teams natin na nandito at naglalaro for VCTPH.
And at the same time, sa mga nanonood dyan, if you're actually quite active pagdating talaga sa Valorant scene dito sa SEA, ang daming teams na hindi mo na-expect. Ngayon, ang isa sa representative ay Onyx naman, on the other side, di ba? So may kita mo yung mga teams na nag-struggle last time, may iba sa kanila consistent, pero yung mga malalakas mismay sila din ngayon ay nagiging open book na para sa lahat. And it's really a thing here na talagang nag-step up lahat ng competitive scene here in Valorant. And of course, specifically dito sa Pilipinas mismo. And I hope talaga guys na lahat ng PH teams ay susuportahan nyo pa rin. Manalo man or matalo, di ba? And hopefully sa next stage, makita na ba tayo ng iba pang teams? Kasi di ba marami din nag-root of course sa pagbabalik siguro ng Team Secret together with Migba Galaxy nga din na nakita nga natin last time. But right now, we're gonna be focusing between these two teams. Zeal, kailangan na lang mag-snap. Kailangan na lang ngayon magising talaga para lang matalo ang SBE sa susunod na mapa na pinik ng SBE, which is really quite scary. Dahil pagdating talaga dito, di ba? They mentioned na itong mga maps, they're kind of SBE-sided. Dahil kapag pumunta tayo sa bind, it's everybody's game now.
Oy, alam na natin yung mga bind na yan, yung mga mapa na kagaya ng ganyan ay isa talaga sa mga bagay o isa sa mga mapa na nag-iiba pagdating sa mga factors dito sa mga Filipino teams na meron tayo, no? On the other hand, of course, knowing na itong dalawang teams na naglalaban ngayon, laglaga na talaga, they are supposed to be at their top. They are supposed to be at their top level play. Kumbaga, at 100% ang dapat nila ibigay dito for the next match dahil it will dictate if ZLS will actually be out of the game already, out of VCTPH. Will SBE take the 2-0 or pupunta tayo sa Game 3 at pupunta tayo sa mapa ng bind? As far as I know, kung tama ang naalala ko, Haven ata yung susunod nating mapa, no? Correct natin yan. Malalaman naman natin yan once the agent selection comes up then as well. And of course, malungkot ang mga Team Secret fans ngayon. Ako, Team Secret fan din ako eh. Kaso wala talaga eh. Ito naman, bigyan natin ng highlight yung mga teams ngayon nakasali. That is APH. Look how dominating they were a while ago. You also have Oasis Gaming. Look how clean this team plays this time around compared to last year that we've seen them. And we have the final team na waiting pa tayo kung sino pa yung magiging representative natin for Asia Pacific. It's looking really good, guys. Ang ganda ng future ng Valorant Esports pagdating sa Pilipinas.
And also a team na talagang one of, we can say, na-mention ni Asher na ito ay isang underdog or a dark horse team, and that's going to be NAOS. Diba? Sila kakarot. Nung nakipaglaban sila sa VCT, usually sila parati na pick offs ng quarters pa lang dahil nga single elimination dati sa VCT Stage 1, last year rather. Tapos, he's going with those agents na hindi natin usually nakikita. Like, he played this Yorio in Ascent. He played Sky nung di pa siya meta last time nung nakita nga natin. So, talagang nag-iiba yung ihip ng hangin ngayon. And doon mo lang makikita yung mga players, sa mga professional players, ang mananalo talaga dito ay yung gustong-gusto manalo. Yung sure na aabot sila sa mga pangarap nila. And that's really something from the players. When they feel like it, when they are in the momentum, and they're really really in focus. Aside from the people that has been supporting them, kailangan talaga nila tulungan yung mga sarili na, and look at how far they've achieved so far. They waited for this, di ba? Ever since natapos yung stage 3, it's over already for some of them, and maybe in just 5 months, ganito na kagad yung maging growth ng mga players, kahit ba nakita natin sila sa ibang tournaments, kahit ba may mga strategies sila na pinapakita doon, but through scrims, through a lot of individual plays, through the grind, they're now here. I'm so happy na different faces naman yung nakikita natin ngayon, at yung stories nila talagang kaiba-iba, and so happy to tell it to everyone talaga that PH teams right now have improved, and maybe they can be one of the best regions na naman here in SEA.
Also, if you think about it, kung babalikan natin, no, statistics-wise, pag dinignan natin yung head-to-head ng dalawang teams na to, Zeal Esports at saka Southbuilt Esports, nagkatapat na sila. Of course, they are on the same group. Kaya naman, yung stats natin dito, from the last time that they met during February 17, 2-0 ang Southbuilt Esports towards Zeal Esports. But also, noong February 10, nagkita din sila. Zeal Esports was able to take that 2-0 against SBE. Kaso nga lang, yung iba pang mga previews, bago tayo pumunta dito sa VCTPH, natalo pa rin ng SBE itong Zeal Esports into 2-0s din as well. So, hindi halos nakakakita ng tatlong mapa kapag itong dalawang teams yung nag-head-to-head. Ang mga mapa na pinaglalaroan nila, or rather yung nilaroan nila, is also Haven, Ascent. So, ito yung mga mapa na yan specifically. And of course, with the map Haven, alam natin, last time that they've met, SBE yung nakakuha ng map na yan. And also, looking at it, Split and Haven naman, they still have that chance pagdating sa Zeal Esports. Talagang ang problema talaga nila dito is if hindi magpa-pop off o talagang mapapunish yung kanilang mga star player. Kasi parang minsan nagiging Farsight, Senor Carl and friends talaga eh. Sorry to say, but it is the truth.
And sobrang particular map lang yung makita mo na si Tuge nagpa-pop off. Minsan he hits, minsan din talaga he misses. And ito pa, fun fact lang sa mga nanonood, kapag ang Zeals natalo dito against SBE, yung dalawang invited teams natin, na mention nga last time na sinabi, may natanggal. So, talagang kakaiba yung mga pangyayaring yun. Nag-iiba talaga ang ihip ng hangin. And tatandaan nyo, every time that there are empires who rise, they also fall talaga. Nakita nga din yun last time, experience pa lang sa Masters, experience pa lang natin noong Champions. Makakatulad ng Sentinels. Ano ba nangyari sa kanila? Talo sila ng crew. So, di ba? Naganoon talaga yung growth ng mga teams right now. Pero I'm so happy pa rin na ganito yung performance na ganito yung magiging representatives natin. Imagine, makakalaban ng mga teams natin ngayon. Siguro pag may mga nakapasok na coming from the Thai regions, Indonesia, MYSG, baka meron na talaga ulit tayong kakalaban kila sa previous na mga players ng VRX.
Other region, Ray, yung X10 na disqualify, na-disqualify sila sa sa VCT because of also the communication abuse na ginamit nila, kasi nga bawal naman talaga kausapin ng coach aside from doon sa technical or tactical timeout na tinatawag natin. So may mga unauthorized use of comms kumbaga pagdating sa coach. Kaya ang X10 na-disqualify sila at tinanggal nila yung coach nila officially. Kaso, if you think about it as well, kapag sinilip mo talaga yung news ng mas maayos, X10 against Sersia, kung tama yung pagkakapronounce ko, pero XERXIA din yung pangalan ng team, nandoon yung players ng dating X10. Doon sila na-ban. Doon sa match na yon against sa lumang players ng X10. So itong bagong X10 lineup, completely disqualified. And probably makikita pa rin natin sina Crows, sina Fox. Ayan, maliit na news lang naman sa inyo guys habang nag-aantay tayo ng next match natin. Para sa mga Valorant Esports fans talaga na nanonood simula si Challengers.
Ako, big fan ako ni Foxes Siyempre, ano yan Opa yan Opa.
Si Opa.
Pero, si Opa. Pero syempre wala pa rin tatalo sa mga katulad syempre ng mga paborito nating River dyan. Pero on the other side naman, Habang nagsistall pa kami ni Taylor dito, mayroong mga nagko-comment dito, playlist reveal daw para sa PPGL. O nga naman, gaganda na mga idol, napapasoundtrip din tayo dito
yung playlist ni Riot yan, guys, kung di ako nagkakamali. O playlist ni Direk ng dati nating director. Pero ang ganda nung playlist natin. Parang yung iba naririnig ko ata sa TikTok actually. Yung wala pa. So playlist natin to, guys. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung playlist nila pero PPGL, kung nandyan ka man, pakigalawang baso. Ano ba ang playlist natin? I-share nyo naman sa atin, guys. But while we are still talking about it and while we are still at it anyway, gusto ko lang ipaalala, pagdating sa playoffs, iba yung ano nila dito, iba yung pinaglalabanan nilang prize pool. So we have the prize pool from the group stage, tapos na yun. This time around, first place will take home 10,000 USD. And the second place, kung di ako nagkakamali, 7,500 USD. So malaking difference din yan para sa mga teams na meron tayo. And as we move forward, makikita natin kung sino nga ba ang talagang mananalo at kung sino nga ba ang tatapak dyan sa first place na yan.
Excited ako Alam mo, may mga nagtanong saan, sino daw yung sa tingin ko nga magiging mananalo dito sa stage 1 ng PH. Sa tingin ko, I think di ko pa kaya sabihin kasi it's everybody's game right now. And based on their performance, yung gantong team natatalo si gantong team. Then on the other side, yung si Team 2 naman natatalo yung Team 3 na di kayang talunin ni Team 3 yung Team 1. So, alam mo yun, marami talagang connecting the dots for this teams right now. Pero we can just only say so far is that iba talaga yung performance ng NAOS together with APAC. So they're two of teams na kailangan nyo i-take care of dahil kakaiba talaga. Minsan hindi magpa-pop off yung katulad ni Kakarot, pero meron naman tayong other guys playing like katulad ni Kevs, diba? Yung mga initiators so ngayon ay talagang mga Sova. Mga Sova nyo ay Battle Sova na hindi na Battle Sage ngayon. Iba na ang uso sa meta
Battle
ngayon.
Sova na. Wala nang Battle Sage. Battle Sage, gumagamit pa ba ng Sage? Minsan na lang lumalabas yan Sova is the key. Sky is the key. Yan yung mga natin, mga agent pick natin ngayon, yung mga agent selection natin. On the other hand din naman, gusto ko lang din pag-usapan dito when it comes to teams like NAOS. Ray, isipin mo, first time lang nila sa VCT. Wala yung NAOS Esports nung last year as an organization. But this time around, nag-all-out support talaga sila sa players and it definitely paid off. Tignan mo naman kung nasan yung NAOS ngayon. Literally at the top because they have those 2-0s. Kailan ba sila natalo simula group stage? Sa LFO lang. Walang LFO dito sa playoffs natin. So, actually, nakausap ko si Kakarot from PPGL Cooldown. Sabi niya, nahirapan daw talaga sila sa LFO. Parang yun yung naging kryptonite nila. So, parang kung tutuusin, wala LFO dito, no kryptonite, wala unstoppable force ang NAOS.
Talagang nakakatakot yung NAOS. They come up with unorthodox type of agents talaga, di ba? You have that Neon, played in Ascent, KO, Chamber, Sage lineup. Sobrang hindi talaga ma-predict ng ibang teams on how they play it, but I love how they come up with creativity and trust along the process. So, ibig sabihin talaga yung coach nila, si Backstab has been really helping his team talaga to grow more. And at the same time, sinabi nga din ni Kakarot last time nung interview nila, tinanong siya, how come you pick si Neon? Sabi niya, first is to trust really, di ba? Yung sarili mo, your team into this type of agent composition, and now you just need to win those rounds. So sobrang nakaka-inspire kahit talaga si Kakarot. Alam niyo naman, very creative ang kanyang mga answer, di ba? Pang showbiz.
Parang kala mo si Boy Abunda yung nag-i-interview sa kanya lagi. Laging showbiz yung kasagutan ni Kakarot pag sumasagot sa interview.
Last time, pag-glass-glass pa nung kausap niya si Donut gumaganon-ganon pa yung glass niya dito, tapos yung mga kasama niya sa likod nakatingin din sa kanya.
Panalo, interviewin yan si Kakarot Shoutouts to you, Kakarot, kung nanonood ka man dito sa Filipino broadcast ngayon at kung nanonood man ng NAOS na nag-chill lang at nagre-relax lang dyan sa ating winner side o nag-aabang lang ng kanilang susunod na match at nanonood dito sa VCTPH. Live tayo, guys. sa Twitch, sa YouTube, at also sa Facebook Live para sa Tagalog broadcast. Kung naghahanap kayo ng English broadcast, we also do have the English broadcast. It's also right here. We're doing an English right now. Meron talaga tayong English broadcast sa Valorant Esports 3. Tapos i-check nyo rin yung YouTube ng PPGL. Tsaka na rin Facebook, wala. So, sa Twitch and YouTube, makikita nyo yan at veraesports.com kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Talagang, guys, support. Thank you so much sa mga support nyo.
Checklist mo talaga. Ito na.
7 p.m. Second map pa lang to. Hindi ba tayo sure kung last na ba to or hindi ha? Ito na nga.
Ito na, Ray.
Checklist talaga. The Ray curse. Hindi lang to Ray lang talaga. But once again, guys, babalik kami after this short break. Ako si Ray, kasama ko si Taylor at magkikita-kita tayo sa second map.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad
How great it is na mag-share ng laugh.
Great!
Kasama si Taylor. Dahil magsisimula na nga kagad ngayon ang match 2 between ang SBE together with Zeal. Gamit kasi usapan namin kasi nag-iisip na proud kasi kami ng army. So talagang big fan kami ng BTS. Ayan. Proud purple here. Kaya talagang nakakatawa ang nakikita natin dito.
Baka mamaya. Ito. Ayun na. Uy! Finally! Kala ko, kailangan na natin silang kwentuhan kung saan tayo nanggaling sa buong mundo. Tsaka, Kailangan natin sila sabihan ang German word of the day. Mamaya, guys, sasabihin ko sa inyo ang German word of the day. Baka hindi ko pa nasasabi buong araw eh. Pag may tech post na.
Maraming, alam mo, habang nag-break, guys, pinag-usapan na namin yung Aaron, yung mga gagawin namin para ngayon. Kaya,
hinanda na namin yung kwento ng buhay namin. Ready kami, guys. Pumasok talaga kami para sa technical post eh. Yan yung pinag-researchan namin, pinaghandaan namin para sa tech post. Pero hindi, ito, seryoso na tayo dahil we are looking at the agent selection of the following teams. Haven is the map. Tama nga ang aking nasambit kanina. Napakalalim ng aking Tagalog. Looking at it, we have the Sky, Astra, Sova, Jet, at kung di ako nagkakamali, may Killjoy. On the other side naman, at para naman sa kabilang team, hindi ko pa nasilip, makikita naman natin yan. Pero this is the typical agent selection na nakikita natin. Wala namang bago. Mirror match daw.
Oh,
dami talaga nating nalalamang impormasyon pagdating kay Direct, no? Maliban dun sa 40 seconds kanina.
Balita ko yung yung Direct natin ay magaling
mag-drums.
Valorant. At saka mag-drums. Ang mga drummer daw ay mga
Tigil-tigilan mo kami, Ray. Si Bill drummer yan. Ako, naging drummer din ako ng Letran. Letranista kasi ako dati eh. Scholarship ko yun. Drummer ako ng Letran dati. Tapos, si Direk, drummer din yan. Kaya, ayusin mo, you're walking on thin ice.
Hindi, basta ako basta mga drummer. Creative.
Parang last time, iba yung mga drummer para sa'yo
Dadagdagan ko, creative to come up with excuses. Charot. Ay! Joke lang. Siyempre, iba naman yan. Sila Taylor kasi, saka sila Vil, mga shoutcasters. Yung mga drummers, next time na natin pag-usapan. Pero ngayon na nga, mirror matchup, hindi natin usually nakikita to na meron talagang in particular, siguro 39 bits hindi, kasi tinitignan ko, totoo nga mirror, kasi gusto ko para sa Zeals mag-breach sila X-Sky eh. So yun talagang gusto kong makita sa kanila. Pero if they're gonna be sticking with Sova, then maybe they really want to face off nga itong SP pagdating sa strats nila dito sa Haven.
Well, makikita natin, no? Like we said, it is a mirror match right now for ZLS at tsaka SBE. At kung sisilipin natin, alam natin na baka si Jack yung maging maging Astra. Di ko sure kasi si Aziz, kahit si Aziz, kahit siya yung mag-jet ngayon, at least mainit na siya, no? Nakapagbigay na siya kanina doon sa first game natin, heading towards the second game, especially on a map like Haven. Kanina, problemado yung SBE dito sa mapa na to. But looking at it right now, for this time around, baka mag-iba yung story natin.
Talagang pwede nga mag-iba, pero nga lang, momentum na yung SB, and if they get really aggressive, then it might be something, di ba? Nahinihintay natin sa kanila. Pero I really do think na kapag si Ja ay naging controller na naman dito sa Haven, sobrang hirap talaga pasukin ng site na siya yung nagbabantay. Just in case you guys want to know na maganda din naman performance ni Ja talaga pagdating sa duels. There's no denying that. Kanina nga, pinakita niya, diba? Palong-palong. Ace, di man nang nag-reload. Puro headshot sa ulo. One tap is enough to kill the guys of Zeals. But on the other side, he is also a good controller. Definitely one of the people na kailangan nating abangan. But how will Zeal, syempre, mag-climb up in this situation against SBE, knowing talaga na they lost momentum all throughout, and if it's not gonna work for them sa first half ulit sa Zeals, I really do think na kailangan na talaga nilang bigay ang kanilang kaya para lang talagang magkaroon ng map 3, which is bind na pwede pang maipanalo ng Zeals kung sakasakali.
Well, we are still waiting. Mukhang hindi pa tapos ang Ray Rakers pagdating dito sa agent selection. Sipin mo, agent pick na. Nagkaroon pa rin. Nag-aantay pa rin sila. Actually, nag-aambahan lang sila dito sa BGC Tondo, guys. So, easy lang kayo. Relax lang kayo dyan. Habang nag-aantay tayo, syempre, ito na yung oras kasi 7:30 na dyan sa Pilipinas, di ba? Ito na yung oras para kumuha ng dinner. Ito na yung oras para kumuha ng snacks. Dahil mukhang it's gonna be a really, really good game. Kanina, nakita mo si Ja, parang robot maglaro. Talagang lahat ng headshot nagko-connect. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, tinitignan ko yung stream ngayon eh. Si Ja nga yung mag-Astra and si Aziz yung magiging ano nila dito, duelist nila.
So, very excited to see talaga itong mga composition ng parehas sa teams. Pero bisa talaga, yung mga pagiging really flexible type of player talaga pagdating sa mga position, pagdating sa mga agents. Maganda din talaga yon. But it takes you a lot nga lang of time to actually master a certain agent. Pero when you get comfortable with it, it's gonna be awesome also to see na ganito nga yung nagiging style nila. Katulad ni Kakarot, very flexible. Katulad nga ng mga roster ng SB din, pag nakita mo, and Oasis Gaming. I think talaga they come up with new parts like si Marky. Akala natin it's just gonna be that duelist, pero pinakitaan niya tayo na Sky is a fracture, which is very effective also. Si Envy nga dati siyang duelist usually, pero nag-switch na nga siya kagad to an initiator. And sometimes he switches into other things. Pero I think overall, isa din talaga siya sa flexible players na nakikita natin. And that's also nice to see na ganito yung mga ginagawa ng teams, so that kapag oras na kailangan nyo talagang mag-switch and you need to go out of your comfort zone, ready ka pa rin na mag-take ng full mastery on that certain agent.
Well, we are looking at these two teams as well. And gaya nga na sabi mo, mastery when it comes to the agents that they have, no? And I really think that SBE has that complete mastery of those agents that they have.
At ngayon, yung mastery nga yung kailangan nila eh. At the same time, nakikita mo rin na si Flippy, di ba? Sobrang pseudo-duelist. But when we take a look at it, makikita na nga natin ang start dito sa Haven. Parang walang nagbintis na puro Haven yung ikakas ko talaga. All throughout.
Wala!
Ano yan?
Complete attendance, kumbaga.
Chinatown kasi to eh. Di ba, mayroon tayong Chinatown sa may Binondo. So, dito din meron. Kamukha eh. May ito may mga food trip. Food trip sa Binondo, Taylor. Nako, napakasarap ng mga siopaw doon. Ang lalaki pa.
Gusto ko ng siomay. Actually, umu-order na ako ngayon eh. Siomay ang nais ko para sa araw na ito. Oh, 13 HP na lang agad, Senyor Carl. Mapapa-atras ka na lang talaga. Mukhang si Fire Hygiene ang may hawak ngayon ng Sky this time around. Nag-iba sila or nagpalit sila dito ng kanilang mga roles. Pero si Tuge, siya pa rin ang mag-a-Astra for the team. Now, merong bawas na and actually very low on HP na dito si Senyor Carl. Walang healing capability si Fire Hygiene kasi hindi naman siya bumili. This is now the Astro Stars. Just a little pop-off from time to time. Pero nakasetup na rin yung mga Astra Stars dito ni Jack. Pero once na sumilip ka, patay ka. And that is Aziz taking the first kill. Senyor Carl is out.
Revealing area.
Bilis nang ginagawa na naman ng SBE. Mukhang naka-fuel for adventure ngayon ng mga katulad kagad ng SBE. But here it is. Si Aziz talaga, napabilis. Far Hygiene is gonna go down. 39 bits together with Tuge na lang natitira. Pero pagdating kay Tuge, kahit ba controller yan, nagiging active yung controller natin. Si gets the 3, he gets the 4th one. And si Jan na lang agad. Ano ba yan? Wala man lang nangyari. Hindi man lang na trade-off na yun. Si Tuge. At kahit ba di nag-pop off Senyor Carl, si Fire Hygiene, may third key pa ngayon ng mga taga-Zeals. And that's just gonna be Tuge himself. And he gets the ace. Woo!
Zeal, ito na ang pagbangon ng api? Question mark pa ngayon so far para sa kanila, no? But Tuge, It is such a good start. Madami siyang pera na ipon doon. And also, on the other hand, if Tuge is actually up and online as well, malaking bagay to for the side of Zeal Esports. Look at those shots popping in. Insakto lang talaga lahat para sa kanya. No? It just so happens that in each and every angle, he was able to take on the shots completely at wala man lang laban ang mga players dito ng SBE. But going back to the game, first round pa lang naman yan, Ray. And of course, knowing SBE, they were able to settle down a while ago, especially on the second round. No, minsan natitrifty nila yung ZLS dito. So they have to be really careful in playing this out. This is their buy round.
And onto that, use Ghost parate. So pag-astra ka, use. Pero on the other side, always check your corner. Dahil nga nakabawas si Papi Chula, mag-audition, nakahigat sa 3. Kaliwat kanan nga nangyayari ngayon. Pero still, we have Bits who are still alive with those shots. And will they be able to still win this? Napakalaki na nga agad ginawa ni Papi Chulo. But the advantage pagdating sa barrel, we all know that Zeals has it. Pero not bad kapag talagang nabawas pa na lang isang miyembro ng Zeals this time around. But will they actually expect PP to get with Pro? Knowing na nandito na nga kagad siya, he's just gonna be going up against them and Beats finally finishing the other two. And Zeal still wins this round. Pero not bad for this second round sa SBE.
Right there.
Well, ito na naman sila, no? The thing is, ZLS, nakukuha nila yung mga kills na yan. Naalala mo nung kanina din, nung match nila doon sa Breeze. Nakakuha din nila yung round number 2 kung di ako nagkakamali. Kaso ang daming casualty for their side. And this time around, marami din, no? But on the other hand, the round is a round para sa kanila. They're gonna stick to these guns. And syempre, yung ibang players, kagaya ni Tuge at kagaya ni Senior Carl, mag-upgrade na sila papunta sa Phantom. So, kailangan nilang sabayan to. They have to be really careful about this round because, of course, this is the buy round finally for the side of SBE. Ang daming tinanggap ni Jadon. Lahat na ng utilities, pati yung Trailblazer, pati yung bala na Senior Carl, tinanggap niya. But if Senior Carl swings out, this is gonna be a possible kill for the side of SBE. Mukhang mag-aantay lang talaga sila dito. And they're gonna play out in this Cosmic Divide.
Hirap na. Kung ako sa SB, sa save ko na lang yan. It's hard to risk knowing that the guys of Zeals are still alive. And when you take a look at it there, yep, natalo nga sila kanina, pero yung iba sa kanila bumili na lang din kagad para kayang-kaya makipagtapatan sa mga baril din na binili ngayon ng mga taga-SBE. Pero si Beats matatimingan kaya ni Flippy ngayon, pero yung oras talaga, I think wala na at all. Go for the exit frags para lang makakuha ng extra money is what they have. And Flippy, kita mo nga, diba, hinaharangan na lang kanya kagad para talagang sumama lahat sa hukay ang mga miyembro ng Zeals. Wala na nga rin din siya kagad. And that's just it. Zeals winning this 0-3 at ngayon nga baka agad natin ni-expect na kahit mapik to ng SBE makakabawi ang Zeals or ang SBE, they will just go again with that slow progress.
Well, the thing is, yung mga slow progress na yan, kapag ito talaga, yung consistency kasi yung nagkukulang for the side of ZLS. So if they are able to be consistent this time around, talagang malaki yung possibility na magtutuloy-tuloy to. Talagang magsusnowball yung mga rounds towards ZLS. Remember, yung kanina na si Ja na duelist, hindi na siya duelist dito. Siya na yung controller natin. Siya na yung nagko-control ng buong mapa. At the same time, it's all up to Aziz pagdating na sa mga entry later on. Pero still, this is the defense on the side of SBE. And seems like Zeal Esports nahahanap nila kung saan sila pwedeng makalusot dito. Si Ja nag-aantay sa gilid. Ito, delikado to para sa kanila. They didn't check that corner at all. And that is complete punishment coming in from Ja right there. Senior Carl on the other hand, nandito pa rin sa loob ng site. Alam nila na si Ja ay nandun na sa corner and this operator will be down as well. Senior Carl securing that triple kill. It's now up to Flippy to actually do a retake himself o kaya naman do some exit frags.
Will it actually work once again? Is this one?
Oh my God!
What is the possible clutch as he goes for a defuse? Yep! It's gonna be once again what we're expecting out of Flippy on ROG clutch. Grabe ka naman, Flippy. Hindi ko in-expect that he'll be able to win that ROG clutch. Makikita ka na natin dito sa replay. okay, di kayo nagbabantay. Baka meron pa talagang sumisilip sa inyo. And that is just it. Senior Carl, he got it. Pero on the other side, DJ check na nandiyan pala si Flippy na magugulat. 1, 2, 3. Di sila nag-audition nagpakita, sumilip.
Na-miss yung shot, tinry kumuha or tinry actually i-punish nung nasa kabila. It just so happens that during that time, Flippy was just more prepared to take on the battle. Kasi nahuling lumabas si Tuge dun eh. Lumabas pa siya. Yun yung malungkot dun. Actually, all they have to do was hold that post plant. Nawala na yung isa, nawala na yung pangalawa, sumunod pa yung pangatlo. Yun yung naging problema doon ng ZLS. Ito yung sinasabi ko when it comes to inconsistencies, Ray. Kasi sometimes, it is obvious for the side of ZLS that sometimes they're going for those highlight plays, they're going for those kills. Nakakalimutan nila yung objective.
And yung mga swings, sometimes you just don't expect, I think. And di ba, sinabi na din to last time, that when it's Flippy, we all know na ganoon din talaga kalaki yung mga moments na kaya niyang ipanalo. And Zeal, you just need to rise up from this. Kamunti ka na lang maput on a stop ng SBE. But SBE after that, the miraculous play is up ahead. Pero mukhang bitik ngayon. Pero Jack, makakapagkatas kagad siya na isa. And look at every corner. Pero puto nila Craig, yes, is really prepared for that trade. As they take out one. Pero nga lang mangyayari dito sa Senior Carl. Wala na rin kagad ngayon pag-asa. Yun, lilipad-lipad lang. Parang ibon. But he's actually low on HP at ngayon yung heal ay nawala nga kagad sa isang iglap. Delayed na nga ang mga oras para sa Zeal. Naglabas pa kagad ngayon ng lockdown si Papi Chulo dahil sabi ni Vil, sanay nga talaga mga Pinoy pagdating sa lockdown pero nagta-timing lang dito para kay Aziz. But Senior Carl gets also the flank. Flippy na naman versus 2 guys. Pero wala na ata silang oras para makuha pa to.
Wala na silang oras dito para kunin. Not really a clutch, but of course, wala na silang time para i-plant yung spike. Kunin yung spike at i-plant, and the thing is, wala ka na magagawa sa ganung posisyon eh. They put down the lockdown, you are delayed crazily, and you have no choice.
Talagang pinadali lang sila ni Papi Chulo eh. I think yung sumakto yung frag ni Papi Chulo sa spike carrier. We all know na delayed na naman yung oras ng Zeal. And this is their problem usually. Pagdating sa even a lot of teams on their attacking side, this is the usual problem talaga. Wala nang oras. Parang SBE din minsan sa kanilang attacking. But how will they actually overcome this take? We have at least just one left for Fireside together with Craig to actually pop off that ultimate. But on the other side, SBE already knows their setups.
SBE, they have the operator. May operation sila dito. Nandito din yung vandalism nila, man. ZLS. Although they are still trying to find an opening kung saan sila makakapasok, no? And maybe they're trying to find an opening on garage and wanna take this garage. But on the other hand, B site is also a choice for ZLS. Kaso nga lang, yung ibang players ay nandito sa silong. Ang nasa silong nga lang is actually the operator. Once they know that information, narinig nila na pumutok yung operator, they all rotated and heading towards A short and A long. Ganitong kabilis ang decision making ng mga teams na meron tayo, and that's how fast ZLS is deciding to go on A site now. Seekers out para sa kanila. Papi Chulo was able to secure 1 kill. May indirect trade na nangyari. And now, ZLS is planting the spike. Binagsak din nila dito, actually, yung kanilang sariling lockdown para ma-delay. Pero si Craig tumatalon-talon doon. Ba't hindi pa sideway? Patalikod lang?
But napa-sideway, pero kumukha lang ko madedetain yung dalawang miyembro ng SB. Tumalon-talon lang kagad. But the counter right now pagdating sa ginagawa nila ngayon with that Cosmic Divide, when it actually paved in, dahil si Farsight is doing it once again. Kitang-kita na kagad ang last guy ng Zeal. That's just gonna be Ja himself. And yun yung advantage ni Farsight. Kung ako sa inyo minsan in those moments na si Farsight, yep, he's good with that jet. But I think they should also try him giving that sky kasi sobrang effective talaga. He pops off that flash. Talagang pinipik niya na walang kinakatakutan si Farsight.
Tignan nyo.
No. Bam!
The double flash was there. The perfect timing from FSJ. definitely there. They take the round 4-2. SBE stuck on an eco. Ano lang ang puhunan dito? Itong knives ni Aziz, pero wala silang makita with a certain aggression that they're seeing right now on C long. Ito naman certain aggression na nakikita natin on B main. Merong mga lumilipad ng mga shock dart dito pero hindi nagko-connect sa mga players natin on the side of ZLS. Si Flippy na lang ang natitira, and si Flippy na nag-iisa with the Sheriff, can he make something out of this?
Oh, hindi pala. Yep, you have the Sheriff, but I think when the angle of yes, and here it is. Yes, they're on form already as compared sa breeze that tinake nilang malaki. They're on form already as compared sa breeze that tinake nilang malaki. Lahat ng team sobrang balance. You just don't know sometimes how you'll be able to get those plays. But so far, knowing na sobrang iba. But so far, knowing na sobrang iba rin talaga yung dito ng SBE. Setups, iniiwasan nila si Papi Chulo at hindi rin makapagkaltas. Setups, iniiwasan nila si Papi Chulo at hindi rin makapagkaltas at all. But the C-Tick here it is, will he be able to get that good teamwork? Ay, pero meron siya ngayong smoke. Pero mapapunch ba siya through the smoke? Nope. Instead, si Papi Chulo ngayon with that Hunter's Fury.
Oh my God, ang daming dumadaan sa crosshair ni Ja. Hindi siya nagpi-pre-fire dito at all. Dahil makita kung saan nanggagaling yung bullet trails na yan. And that is Ja going down without even fighting anyone. Pure exactly what they need kung gusto nilang gawing game number 3. Itong last map or last doble ang curse natin. May terror curse dati eh.
Akala ko matatapos na eh. Ang mga TPH casters na nagtatawag sa akin. Kundi ang mga, sayang nun. Kundi ang mga katulad ni Ilustrado at ni Black and Blue. So, chinat na din nila ako, Ray, bakit ganito? Hindi ko din alam.
Ikaw na rin yung pinupuntahan ng mga English talent. Oh, this is a timeout, hopefully. Mahirap
call it.
Ano na naman to? Tech Pulse podcast na naman. Kaya tignan
feel ko
natin.
Tech Pulse. Nakakaramdam ako
Hindi. Feeling ko time out kasi lahat sila tumigil eh.
Okay. Good call for SB. You lose na already yung dalawang ecos and dalawang buy round. Kaya na mag-time out. Reset na tayo, guys. This has been pretty bad for us after all. And how will he be able to stand up?
Pampakaba lang daw.
Wala pa tayong, mamaya yung mga topic namin ni Ter na hinahanda natin. Kanina nga kumakanta kami. Ang kanta nun ay When I Grow Up. Ayan.
Kanta pala yun. Hindi ko nasasabihin.
When I grow up, I wanna be famous, I wanna be a star, I wanna be in movies.
Gusto diba mo malaman yung German word of the day? Maiksi lang naman, Ray.
Ay, wala pa. Nandyan na eh. Tapos na yung tagot.
Mabilis lang. Ang German word of the day natin ay was? So, V-A-S, pero W-A-S. Vas? Ibig sabihin yan, what? Kaya kapag nagulat ka, vas? Ganun yung sasabihin mo, men. May natutunan ka na naman. Ang spelling niyan, W-A-S. Yun lang yun.
Ako nga to. Was is happening.
Yan, was is happening. Was is das? Ibig sabihin nun, what is that?
Was is das.
Ayan, malapit ka na maging German, Ray. Let's go.
Gamit na maging German Shepherd, pero ito na nga, si Pro. He gets in your car. Ayan, sinasabi ko yung guardian niya, malapit na, nangagat niya, at sisimula na nga din kagad ni Farside Jin. Kasama ngayon ang kanyang Husky. Meron akong Pomeranian Husky pangalan, si Mika na nandito na naman sa likod ko na tumalon. Pero si KGS nakapasok pa rin kagad at last dito sa season. Sinamahan pa nga kagad ng Cosmic Divide na color purple kasi proud army nga kami ni Terror. And 2 months goes for a plan. But how will this retake goes? Knowing na nakakuha nga si Aziz together with Pro ng kanilang mga barel. But then medyo complicated dahil pagpunta mo, pagpasok mo dyan, kita-kita na kagad kung nasaan kayo at sinamahan na nga kayo ng lockdown.
Labanan ng Angry Birds ang nangyari dito sa garage. Pero this is the lockdown coming in from the defenders. Farside Jin was able to take that kill. Pero the 2-1 trade mula kay Aziz nandito na rin. Kumuha pa siya ng isa at isama mo na rin sa hukay ang yung huling natitirang player, which is the Beats. And this is a round for SBE. 350 ang puhunan. 50 round for them. SBE takes this away from them. Mukhang gana yung time out, Ray.
Mana, sinabi ni coach. Nakahinga yung Vas! Yon. Dahil talaga sa word of the day yan eh. Pero ngayon, gamit na gamit yung lock. Kasi usually mga teams dito, if they know na they're gonna be losing a round because of that 50 buy, di nila ni-risk yun. Pero that was a great risk coming in from SB. It's perfect. But as for now, si Aziz talaga magpapaka-aggressive. Tinapatan si Senior Carl ngayon. Kahit party people with Jet. But on the other side, kabawas na nga sila ng isa. Anong magiging next decision ng Zeus? Bigla silang nagulat. Naku po, walang space si Fireside Jean na gagawin para sa A-site sana.
It is what it is. Itong sitwasyon ng ZLS ngayon, one man down, and that is Senior Carl. Pero this seems like a C take for them. So Drone is heading out already and looking for players. Nakita nila si Ja actually. Alam nila yung positioning ni Ja dito. On the other hand, may shock dart pa na pwedeng gamitin, and once this connects, nako, this is gonna be a problem for Ja. This is the recon, and it detects some of the players or none at all. Actually, with Papi Chulo securing the kill, but not getting the second one. Palipat-lipat tayo ng saglit dito, kaya medyo nahihilo ako, pero okay lang yan. Pero this is Flippy right now, not using any guiding light at all, just bare. Talagang pasok kung pasok lang para sa kanya. 1-to-1 trade for them. Attacker is on the Killjoy lockdown already para ma-delay yung ibang players dito. Si Pro, tinimingan ni Kuya Tuge Monsta. And this is Aziz taking another kill. Trades after trades. Pero time is ticking. SBE, kailangan nilang i-defuse to. Kailangan pumasok ni Aziz. Kailangan niyang patayin si Craigie S.
Marami pang oras. Pero nga lang, pressured medyo.
Oh, alam na na! He sees it! But, natap niya na yung spike. Medyo may konting delay yan sa pagtanggal mo sa pagde-defuse ng spike. Kaya naman, he was able to capitalize on it. Zeal Esports lamang na lamang dito on the first half with a 7-3 scoreline.
Grabe. Although may drift around, nananalo pala sa thrifty ang mga katulad ng SBE, pero pagdating sa mga full rounds, doon talaga sila hindi nakakasakto. And I think yung pagkatalon ni Aziz nakita niya na meron katulad ni Kriege, sabi niya, wala na akong no choice dito and it's gonna be 3-7. What will happen, SBE? And how will you be able to get this at least 2 rounds lang ang pagkakaiba against Zeals?
7-3 pa rin score natin, and alam naman natin, no, kapag yung mga 8-4 scoreline, o kaya naman pwede pa tayong maging 7-5, pwede tayong, o kaya naman pwede talagang lumala na 9-3 curse, mga ganun, diba? Depende na lang yan sa mga teams na meron tayo dito, pero tinangke ni Fireside Jin ng kaunti yung Nano Swarm on Garage, and it hurt them quite a bit. Walang healing capability syempre para sa sarili niya, kundi para sa teammates lang. Now, the decision coming in from ZLS, 5 sila dito na gustong pumuntang A-site. Isa lang ang mag-aabang sa flank. This is a Seekers out para sa kanila. But, of course, isa-shutdown lang yan ni SBE Pro. Tapos sabay atras at sabay rotate para sa ibang players ng SBE. The rotations coming in, pero Tuge Monster was able to take 1 kill. SBE is stopping them completely on their toes as Ja was able to secure that 2K. 3v1, and that is up to Craigie S.
30 seconds left.
Maka-clutch nga ba ito ni Craiges? Nope, nandyan ka agad si Jara, nakatingin sa inyo.
Ang bilis ng rotation.
Yeah.
Last round in the half.
Buti na lang, kasi kanina, I think that became one of the problems din ng SB, diba? Hindi sila nakakapag-rotate usually. Pitas na si Flippy kagad, and it's pretty hard for them to get that retaliation, to get those stops against Zeals. And natanda natin that dapat hindi nila binibigyan ng momentum yung Zeals, and looks like they just really want to work it out. 4-7 is the score. Isa na lang, then it's just gonna be 2. They win the pistol next half, it's gonna be it's gonna be a tie most likely. But looking at that, ready na din kagad ngayon si Ja. Pero on the other side, ready din si Senior Carl. Sagutan ang mga knives na pwedeng ipakita niya against SBE. But the setup is up here once again. Maganda to. Flippy right now is at the garage, and if this is gonna be the way ng Zeus gusto puntahan, tas baka counter niya kasama yung mga iba na lumilipad, sobrang madedenay ni Flippy at least isa or dalawang member ng Zeals.
Senor Carl with the Blade Storm up and online right now. And as well as the Cosmic Divide na nagmumula dito sa ZLS, this is gonna be a clear as they be take para sa kanila. Inside the site already, at mukhang matinding bakbakan to, Ray. Once na merong makasilip, once na merong lumabas, once na merong masaksak, ang daming posibilidad na mangyayari, lalo na with the Cosmic Divide. Pero ang pinaka sure tayo dito is the retake potential ng SBE because still, this is a 5-man retake for them. Si Aziz though, umiikot dito yung dalawang players, si Pro tsaka si Aziz, kung sisilipin nyo sa minimap, umiikot sila at nagpa-flank, and this is Ja securing the kill on Senor Carl. Muntik pa, ma-shorty, pero okay lang yan. Ja saves the day para sa team ng SBE right now. Isa na lang ang natitira, and that is Cracky. Yes, shut down completely ang players dito ng ZLS on all angles, Ray. Lahat meron silang nakita, lahat meron silang napatay.
Talagang tinik na lang ng risk yung, ng Zeals yun eh. Kasi alam nila na kapag magka-Cosmic Divide and mapupush out sila out of B, they will never hear kung ano man yung tap na mangyayari. And that's just a big risk play. Pero pagdating sa aim duels, kailangan i-make sure ng SBE na may ipapanalo nga nila. And that's just how it happened so quickly. But at least Zeals, for the first half, leading lang naman sila by 2 against SBE. Pero mas maimportante daw, Zeals wins this, it's gonna be a big momentum sa kanila. Kaso nga lang, mag-iinit pa ang katulad ni Aziz. Makikita ba natin si Ja kagad with those refrags? Kasi kapag hindi, baka ang Zeals pa rin on their mighty Farside Jin ang makakapag-deny sa kanila.
Tignan natin kung anong klaseng binaya lang kayang gawin nila dito with Senor Carl denying Flippy already of the opportunity of the kill. Pero low on HP, 40 HP for him, and Aziz was able to spot him out. Ito na nga ang 1-to-1 trade lang para sa kanila. And 7-5 yung score natin on the first half, Ray, no? Ang bilis lang nito mahabol kung sakali SBE takes this pistol round specifically.
Pero si Aziz right now, nakita, pero di pa nalalam na meron ng dalawa kagad sa A-site. Pero magiging call pa rin ba nila to actually commit here with Farside Jin, denying them? Ang ganda ng flash na yun. Talagang naputa na stop na sila. Wala na silang choice ngayon, kundi just gonna be committing here in A. And still, Zeal wins this round against SBE.
Higher percentage win rate for the side of SBE when it comes to this map. 25% lang ata ang ZLS kung di ako nagkakamali. But it seems like right now there are players who pops off. That is to get Farside Jin and the squad. Senor Carl. Ayan yung tatlo eh. Yan lagi yung tatlong kapag off and online talagang mahirap i-shutdown. Now going back to it though, SBE, they had that opportunity. Senor Carl right now with the Marshall taking this time to actually try and pinpoint the enemy. Si Flippy very low on HP na nga. Si Aziz naman tinanggap, and with this gravity well, mahihirapan pumwesto si Senor Carl ng maayos. Papi Chulo was able to secure that kill. That is a 1-man down para sa side ng ZLS, but this is still a 4v3 situation. Tatlong players pa ng SBE ang kailangan nilang patayin. Ginawa nilang parehas. Now a 3v3. Akala mo parang hindi naka-specters itong mga players ng ZLS. Hindi nakita si Ja. Ayun.
Nakikita na. Kaso, aasimin? Aasimin ba ngayon ni 39 beats? Mukhang hindi. Kasaman, mag-regroup na lang sila. Marami pa naman silang oras eh. They pick up one here sa mid, then that's gonna be different. Pero mukha nga sabi ng Zeals, let's stick together. We know our advantage. But this is really dangerous kay Craigie. Yes, if mapipick off siya, then that's just it. Rush in na sila sa seaside. And how will the guys of Zeals actually retake this when that happens? Ako, alam na rin kagad ko nasaan siya. Pero nga naman na ni Craigie yes ngayon. Saktong-sakto pa yung ginawang sup ngayon sa mga miyembro ng SBE. What a play! And what a pull from 2-game on-stop. 5-9 talaga.
That is such a good connection and communication from the team. Isa sa MVP doon is yung turret. Once nakaspot, the slow comes in. Ito yung una nilang kailangan patayin. Aside from that, there is that pull from 2-game Monster the perfect pull. Ito yung isang kagandahan ng having an Astra, especially in a map like Haven. Kahit nasa ang site ka pa, once nasabihin ng kakampi mo, pull, ayun na. Sabay-sabay sila. But Papi Chulo was able to secure the first kill, and that is Tuge being hyper-aggressive. Wala nang pull ngayon. Wala nang smoke for the side of ZLS.
Grabe naman si Papi Chulo, ang ganda. Yan yung bagong bundle yung hawak-hawak niya. Pero, SBE, makakahabol pa ba sila ngayon? Or talagang gusto nila pumunta sa bayan? Tara, let's go! Go! The location right now, they all know where one of the members is from Zeals are. Pero nga lang,
wala daw kasi game 3 ngayon eh.
Ay, wala daw game 3. Kaya gusto nang habulin, gusto nang tapusin. Pero si Pro, yabangan nyo naman si Pro. Bakit biglang nagpakita si Beats together with Craigie sa isang iglap at makakapag-opportunity pa nga sila ngayon to get the frags, but they send your call actually aware na meron pakisad na meron sa mga likod nila.
Nagdash sa mukha! Isipin mo yun, nagdashin ka pag tingin mo, kamukha mo.
Uy!
Boom, kamukha! Ganun na naman sasabi mo eh. Boom, kamukha!
Na doppelganger.
Oh well, Farsigen is the only man remaining. Ang maganda naman dito is, hindi pala siya yung attackers. Akala ko siya may hawak ng spike. Sasabihin ko sana ang maganda dito, hawak niya yung spike. Kaso nga lang, defender pala siya. And that is Flippy, spotting him out on a lobby and securing the kill. 6-9 ang ating score. Nice.
Yan ang mga magandang
pangitain.
Scoreline at pangitain. Pero kasi, mahilig kasi yung SB talaga humabol. Ayun. Hilig sila dyan, kaya nangyari nice score. Tapos, on the other side naman, anong nangyayari sa Zeals? Dahil, ngayon, ready si Farsigen with that Seekers at usually ginagawa niya, sinasabayan niya yan para makapag-asim siya. Is he quite ready about it? Nope. He would just be denying them. Take care of that Marshall. Effective yan. Minsan, mas ma-1-0 pa kagad ang operator. Nope, it's not gonna work. Mas okay daw ang bundle. Sabi ni Ja, balita daw na fake news lang daw yung Marshall. But here it is, Farsigen still waiting for them. Halika dito, sabay-sabay tayo. Itaas ang kamay. But will he actually get that good star setup against Farsigen? Pero baka hindi kasi nila makita kung nasaan talaga siya. So mas maganda na mag-back off na lang sa may isip dahil 3 miyembro na kagad ng Zeals ang nakaabang dyan.
Si Jan, nag-aabang lang din dito sa kabilang gilid at mukhang angle advantage yung mangyayari dito. Si Farsigen hindi nakatingin. The trigger discipline is there for Ja. Waiting game lang para sa kanya. Just making sure na wala nang kasunod. At the thing is, kaya mong tignan yung corner eh. Yun eh. That's the thing. It's disappointing for the side of ZLS. But those kinds of little mistakes can be capitalized for SBE. And exactly like that, isang mabilisang setup from Tuge. Pero wala nang delay dito. Na-plant na yung spike. Papi Chulo was able to secure the kill. 4v2 situation. Si 39 bits at si Craigie S na lang ang natitira. And of course, with Craigie S securing the kill on Pro, si Beats ang napatay. And on the other hand, waiting for the next possible enemy. Ang gagawin lang dito ng SBE, mag-aantay. That is the power of SBE. Pagdating sa mga post-plan situation, alam nila kung kailan sila sisilip at alam nila kung kailan sila hindi. Ito yung pagkakamali sa side ng ZLS Ray. Dahil minsan, nung first half, yung mga post-plan situation nila, sinisilip pa rin nila at sinisilip nila.
Mahirap talaga pag kinatake mo yung ganitong mga plays. I think yung di mo in-expect si Ja. Then he got also the first frag ng gustong sumilip sa kanya senior Carl. That's pretty big. So ibig sabihin, Taylor, may possibility pa to na maging tie. Dahil ngayon, eco round ang Zeals. Dapat hindi na pakawalan na naman to ng SBE. The usual mistakes nga na nangyayari. Katulad sa SBE tsaka Team Secret. Ito mga rounds sa 350. Nati 350 sila ang kanila mga kalaban. Especially here in Haven. So what can they do kaya right now is to just play it passively, wait for that aggression. But on the other side, you need to be aware that there's just someone like Farsigen na gusto talaga kayong tignan at gusto talaga kayong makaltasan.
minsan kasi kapag nasa eco round ka ng kagaya ng mga ganito, mas okay, mas magaling kapag, o mas maganda rather for the team kapag nagiging hyper-aggressive ka. Kasi kapag nakuha mo yung pitas, makakakuha ka ng barel, pwede kang umatras. And nandito yung mentality ng mga players na hindi sila takot sumilip. Kasi ano ba naman mawawala sa kanila? Sheriff lang naman din. So, ito yung lakas na meron pagdating sa mga eco rounds dahil nga hindi natatakot yung mga teams na sumugod at pumunta talaga at maging hyper-aggressive. Ito, si Farsight mukhang naspata na siya ni Papi Chulo. That angle is definitely not gonna help him out. And Farsight is out. Ayun na nga lang ang problema kapag naging hyper-aggressive ka. Kapag wala kang nakuha kahit isang kill. Yes, there is that information, but still, the manpower is on the side of SBE right now as ASUS was able to punish 2 players as they come in on site. Isa na lang ang natitira, and that is Tuge with, of course, his sheriff, his own sheriff. Can he get a kill? Even on ASUS. Okay na yan. Isang casualty. Kahit ilang casualty, okay na yan.
Pero nga lang, nakaabang na sa kanya yung mga member ng SPE. Exit frags can be a thing. Pero alam mo yun, after taking si Farsight, alam na ng SPE saan sila magko-commit eh. Especially hindi na nakatama kagad with that Blade Storm kagad si Senior Carl. That's already a sign na talagang gustong magabol ng SB at gusto na lang manalo against Zeal. And every time, nakakalamang yung mga teams sa kanila. Usually, they have that 9-6 scoreline in favor of na nga nakakalaban nila. Pero bigla silang magkakaroon ng malaking fuel. Then all of a sudden, they play aggressive, they hit the shots. And right now, it's working pretty well sa side ng SBE, and looking at that, diba? Mapapa-time out na eh.
Mapapa-time out ka talaga ng matindi. Why? They have to actually plan out, map out kung anong gusto nilang gawin dito as a team. Because those aggressive plays that they are showing, yung aggressive angles na tinitignan natin kanina from an eco, ginagawa rin nila yun even on a round basis na nakabili sila ng kanilang mga Vandals and Phantoms. Sometimes, hindi nagpe-pay off. And of course, with a team like SBE na talagang kayang mag-snowball nung mga rounds na yan, kayang maka-comeback. Delikado yung posisyon ngayon ng ZLS. This is gonna be a broken... Is it gonna be a broken ba? Hindi. Makakabili dito si Craigies. Pero nga lang, half armor ang dalawang players, si 39 beats at si Craigie S dito. Habang sa kabilang side naman, nag-iipon lang sila sa kaban ng bayan. RK, ang mga natin ngayon, mga taga-south.
May ROI pa yan. Manager ata ang mga miyembro ng SB ngayon. Pero mas malaking tanong is ito na nga yung sign. Kung gusto mo magkaroon ng 1-round lead, they win this, it's gonna be 9-all. Iko na naman ng Zeals, pwede na lang may panalo, pero maghihintay ata si Senior Carl! Get it! Oh! Naku po, timing! At si Farsight na lockdown, na-detain, hindi na gumalaw ang baso.
Laging ginagawa dito ng ZLS, pinapalagan nila, ini-engage nila yung team ng SBE. Ang problema, kapag in-engage mo ng ganon, kapag talo ka, asa na yung ibang teammates mo? Dalawa na lang yung natitira. Paano kayo makakapag-retake? On the other hand, ganitong klaseng team yung SBE. They would rather play for retakes. They would rather give up the site completely kapag alam nilang hindi nila kaya. Pero itong mga players ng ZLS, they really want those kills eh.
And it's really common mistake here talaga there. Yung mga swings na ganon. I think that's what exactly happened sa Team Secret kanina. Si Jeremy, si Vash, di ba? Sa A side, they pick along sewers, or if not sa A long, parati sila napipick off. Hindi talaga siya magiging maganda, especially ngayon na you're stuck in a pinch against SB, and SB is just gonna keep on winning, and they're gonna be becoming a team talaga na gusto nang manalo. And looking at it, after that 3-round difference, after na bumili ng full buy ang SBE, tas na thrifty din nila kanina ang Zeals, ngayon ay tayo ng kanilang score, 9-all in favor of both of the teams.
We are seeing them right now 9-all nga, gaya ng sabi mo, Ray. Just a quick replay on what happened. Look at this. Sinabayan nila yung lockdown ng Killjoy. Hindi ka talaga lubos maintindihan kung bakit kailangan labanan ng ZLS yung ganong mga engagements. Lalo na kapag may mga nilalapag na mga lockdown, no? But of course, as a team, if they feel confident in aiming and if they feel confident na kaya na talaga nilang tapatan yung engagement na yun, tatapatan nila. Ganyan ang playstyle ng ZLS eh. But sometimes, instead of having something, nawawala pa lalo para sa kanila. 1-to-1 disadvantage na para sa dalawang team. Pantay pa rin ang laban dito with of course the ultimates for the side of SBE up and online. Si Aziz may knives, si Pro meron ding ultimate na pwedeng gamitin pagdating sa post plant para ma-deny kung merong gustong mag-defuse. Andiyan din si Ja para sa Cosmic Divide na yan. So maraming utilities na pwedeng gamitin ng SBE to take on sites.
At this is it. Malaki nga lang ang factor na wala na si Flippy dito, pero not bad if sa Zeal style, importante yung trades. But then, yung A side heavily acted right now.
Wala silang smoke. Paano kung gusto nilang mag-retake? Diba? Wala si Tugay Monster eh. Napatay na nila eh. Nauna na nilang na-pick off dito. At mukhang susunod na ata sa hukay si Aziz. Si Craigie S is very cracked on that shot, but it's not gonna be enough. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. They get the kill. The dash in sa mukha. Nasaktuhan si Papi Chulo. This is now Senor Carl going down, making this a 10-9 the scoreline. Good try para sa ZLS. Despite that, around is around.
At ngayon, yung pera medyo talagang masalimuot ngayon. Gumastos pa sila kagad after that Seekers, pero hindi naging worth it sa side ng Zeals. And right now, they lose this 11-9. Mapapa-eco talaga sila. Most probably, or if they go with a half-buy still, half-buy pa rin sila kapag natalo sila. And let's see what will happen right now. Dahil si Ja together with Pro, ready na actually 4 out of 5 members ng SBE makakuha ng full advantage against Zeals unless meron ngayon kay together that Cosmic Divide will be able to come up with something. B is quite open. Can be a sign that SBE might go there. But with the discipline from Aziz, together with Flippy can be also that factor na si SB gusto na tapusin kagad, gusto na mag-closure here in Haven.
Senyor Carl, may operator siya na hawak dito. Malaking investment coming in from ZLS. Meron bang mapipitas? Meron bang makukuha? Meron ng ulti. Ang Seekers, actually, nilabas na ni Flippy dito. The Trailblazer was able to spot someone from A-Long. They know that they are throwing in those utilities papuntang A site. So there are certain rotations coming in. Kagaya na lang ni Tugay na malapit na sa link. But there's still no major movements mula dito sa ZLS. Talagang standing still pagdating kay Senyor Carl on C-Long and protecting C-Long. And itong si 39 Beats talagang aantayin niya lang itong garage. So there's no movements. Hindi sila nagpapatinag despite those utilities being thrown at them. And of course, with that recon and that smoke, it is quite possible that they will push out immediately already. Ja was able to secure that 2K. At talagang naghahanap pa siya ng pwedeng mapatay dito. Flippy now finally planting the spike. This is now the Cosmic Divide coming up and online. Mukhang hindi nilapag ni Kuya Ja ngayon dahil medyo lamang pa para sa kanila. And now, with the Cosmic Divide heading up, na-timingan na naman si Tugi!
Oh no! Parati nila tinatimingan. Terror. Si Tugi. At ito pa. Si Ja. Wait lang akala ko ba controller to? Ba't parang nagiging 2x na?
Wala kasi si Ja, the thing is, kontrolado niya literal yung mapa. So kaya niyang mag-pull, kaya niya, may mga utility siya, kaya niyang i-block off yung mapa. And of course, if you are the controller agent, you are very well aware of the map and how it's being played out. Alam mo kung nasan yung mga kalaban at alam mo rin kung ano yung mga nasumukan mo na, mga na-pull mo na, kung ilan yung information na nag-gather mo na. So, ang laking control na meron dito si Ja. Tapos, samahan mo ng firepower capability. Hirap talaga.
The timings also. He gets those calls now, guys. I-set up ko na kagad. Let's go to A. I have nothing to be afraid of. And at the same time, sobrang sayang lang talaga kagad yung opportunity din para kay Tuge on that part. Pero sabi mo nga, timing is still timing. And once again, ang ginagawa na talaga ng Zeals ngayon is to really play it aggressive. Farsighting on the other side. Kapag-push na nga siya kagad ngayon, papuntang garden, meron na kagad makakaramdam ko nasaan siya si Aziz. Inaabangan siya, pero uy, nandiyan siya sa may Gedli. Will he be able to pick off si Farsighting ngayon? Or talagang hindi pa naman dahil after making some few noises, that could be a big game changer ngayon. Pick out si Aziz. At baka ang Zeals pa ang manalo sa round na to. They pop up that flash, discipline pa rin. But then, si Papi Chulo ngayon, gumagawa na rin kaagad ng holes para lang makapasok sila sa
Naku, yung Trailblazer!
Oh, nakagat!
Huli ka!
That's just it!
Ang ganda talaga ng play ng SBE. Alam mo yung kahit nag-guiding light sila doon, kahit walang sumigaw na blinded, nakuha pa rin nila. Alam nila na dapat nilang linisin. Alam nila na dapat nilang i-clear yung each and every corners. This is the one of the advantage of SBE compared to ZLS. Nakikita natin kanina na cut off guard tong ZLS dun sa mga corner eh. Pero itong SBE, walang ganun. Malinis lahat. What? Vas?
Vas! Mapapasigaw ka talaga doon, Taylor. Pero ito na nga din ang inaabangan natin. 7-5, nanalo pa ng pistol, nanalo pa ng bonus round ang mga taga-Zeals. Pero pagkatapos noon, pumitik ang mga miyembro ng SBE. And this time around, we've seen si Ja, nag-shine siya sa breeze. Pero ngayon, it's not just about Ja anymore. It's about si Aziz, si Papi Chulo, si Pro, at saka si Flippy who has been working. All of it, all together. And si Aziz talaga, he makes those good entries also. Okay, this is it. 1 round left. Meron na ba tayong team na mananalo na 2-0 or makakahabol pa rin ng Zeals as they just really want to deny this?
First 2-0 sa 4 na series sa isang araw? Gaano ka kaswerte as a caster? My God! Pangarap ng lahat ng caster yun.
Eto, ano ba,
Taylor? Mo, 4 na series sa isang araw, matatapos ka ng alas 8? OMG!
Tayo nga,
ano to? Panaginip ba to, guys?
Tayo nga, 2 series lang kapot. 10 PM na natapos
diba? Ang layo, ang iba-iba. Pero ito, this is the most crucial round for ZLS. It's either a make or break situation for them. It's already the final round for SBE. Series point na nila to. Match point na nila to. Aziz is already on B side. Pasok na sila sa B. They have that alarm bot. This is gonna be a problem dahil vulnerable na si Kuya Pro. At aside from that, meron ding Hunter's Fury nilabas. Pero still not enough to delay actually the entire freaking team. They were able to plant the spike at ito na nga yung lockdown na nagbumula for the side of ZLS. They just wanna go for the kills. Why not go for that retake? Why do you keep peeking?
Pero may pag-asa pa ata, 39 bits kasama na nga si Tuge. Pero may mga lineups coming from the stars between. May mga ningning plus nasya-shock dart sila all together. Pero si Papi Chulo gusto laruin pero kalang bits kay support. At si John na lang kagad. Will he be able to get that RG catch? Nope! Dahil si Tuge sasagot pa nga kagad. And he has a lot of time to defuse it. Ayaw pa rin umuwi ng Zeals. Yan ang meron pa rin sa kanilang puso. 12-10 at hindi pa kagad gagalawang baso ngayon.
Yung akala mo sa ZLS, akala mo sa SBE na. Hindi pa rin tapos ang laban. Ladies and gentlemen, Zeal Esports, ang ganda ng plano nila doon sa paglabas ng Cosmic Divide. Nakuha nila ng sabay yung dalawang nag-aabang na players. Kung hindi nila nakuha yon, it's gonna be a GG completely for their side. Kaya naman, another day to live. Pero medyo delikado yung ginawa nila doon, Rere. I'm not a fan of actually doing engagements nang hindi sabay-sabay yung team.
Na-desync muna sila doon.
Na-desyncing. Tapos sabay nag-sync ulit. Oh! The right kick to the face! To the body! Tuge is already out! Oh my God, the swing from Flippy as well was able to secure a kill on Craigie S. Plant na ng spike, Ray. Palapit na matapos. 2 na lang ang natitira for the retake. Ito na naman sila. Pasok lang ng pasok. Kill lang ng kill.
Is this it, Pansit? Senior Carl, di pa pala tapos? Sige pa, mag-audition kayo ngayon knives. Hindi yan bread knife, napakatalas nan. Pero si 39 bits na lang going up against 3. Needs to come up with something. Time is ticking, time is gone. Pero wala, baka ma-shockdown siya. 19 HP. Do you need to breathe at all? No, dahil si Ja will be finishing. Ang mga taga-Zeal sa SBE ay tutungtong pa rin sa next nilang steps right now as they need to face up Oasis Gaming tomorrow. But Taylor, looks like tama nga kagad ang nasabi natin kanina pa lang na baka talagang dalawang invited teams natin ang malalaglag kagad dito sa playoffs, and this day marks nakatulad ng Team Secret, nakatulad ng Zeals, they've grown up so much, pero looks like sasama na rin ng Zeals ngayon sa mga teams na malalaglag.
2-0 para sa lahat ng matches para sa araw na to. Maaga tayong matatapos for today despite having 4 series. But at the same time, I just wanna say, reiterate again and again, hindi talaga ako fan nung pag-retake ng ZLS. Makalat talaga. They have that opportunity to do a 4-man retake kung hindi ako nagkakamali. And they didn't do that. Ang ginawa nila dito yung dalawa nakikipag-engage agad tapos aasa na naman sila at aasa ulit doon sa natitirang players to do those clutch plays. And sinuwerte sila actually doon sa unang match point na nung SBE, tapos na-clutch pa nung natitirang player ni Tugay Monsta yung time na yon. Sinuwerte lang sila doon, Riri, sa totoo lang.
At ito pa, ang naging problem din ng Zeals. Alam mo, yun, nakabawas ka ng dalawa. And napaka-importante pa nun, you lose to Tugay. It's gonna be big. Diba? Wala na mag-detonate with those stars. But then, let's focus also on the other side sa SB. Tugay has done so much at 2.7 KD is really big. Pero nga lang, si Flippy, si Ja, si Aziz, si Pro, at of course si Papi Chulo. Paano ba natin sila madedin? Lahat sila. Walang kinakatakutan. Even if the first half was pretty draining, even if the first 2 rounds sa second half was pretty draining, akala natin maybe ito na yung chance na may possibility pa to goal to bind. Sasabihin ng SBE, nope. And this was the exact problem ng Team Secret kagabi nung kinalaban nila ang SBE sa Haven. Nung nag-switch ng sides, when they went into the attacking, they became so crazy. At ngayon na nga natin nakikita, asan ba yung consistency ni Aziz? Nandito na yung consistency ni Aziz. At ngayon talagang sobrang confident siya na nasa momentum siya. Siguro dala na nga din kagad nung particular gameplays na ginawa nila ni Ja kagad sa Breeze.
Gusto ko lang din sabihin na despite Ja having that Astra, hindi nga despite Ja is on the Astra, and then Astra agent can do so much in the entirety of the map. You control each and every angle of the map when it comes to pop smokes, pati itong mga cosmic divide, pati yung mga retakes na yan. And Ja did a particularly amazing job on doing so. Aside from that, gusto ko lang din sabihin at i-highlight na Aziz is definitely up and online on this series. Ang ganda ng performance ni Aziz dito, simula doon sa Breeze na nakita natin na map selection ng Zeal Esports. It is just obvious that SBE, they're not kidding around. Hindi sila dito pumunta sa VCT para lang matalo. Pumunta sila dito sa VCT Playoffs para makarating sa Asia Pacific Stage na matagal na nilang inaabangan sa buong entirety ng kanilang liga or sa entirety nitong team na to simula last year.
The dream is unti-unti na nagmamanifest, pero kailangan pa nilang maglakad ngayon sa mga asin para lang talagang makita kung makakakaroon ba sila ng magandang setup against the teams in APAC. Pero the journey is still on towards the guys from the lower bracket. Pero sana talaga marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Once again, guys, this has been a clean 2-0 for all of the series, and thank you so much for joining us, with us. Pero tomorrow, magkikita-kita muli tayo. Ako si Rayleigh, kasama ko si Ter, kami ang Girl Power, and see you tomorrow, guys. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala dahil yung panel, syempre, may sasabihin pa after the break.
can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Well, it seems as though as the boys from the South, Zeal Esports, got outplayed completely by the boys from the South that was built specifically for esports. It was a 2-0 fashion. The second game was so close. I really thought it was going into a game 3, but it is what it is. Zeal Esports is going to bid farewell in our turn. Welcome back here to the panel. I'm Nomad together with Dax and Ilustrado, and that was a completely different South built esports off of that NAOS esports loss, Dax.
Yeah, that's the thing. It felt like it was more scrappy than I expected. But South built, they found the clutch in them. They kept going at Zeal Esports. And in the end, that experience that they had beforehand, helping them close out that second game just to get that 2-0 fashion.
Honestly, for me, it was really Zeal being kept alive by the efforts of, Tuge. Everybody else, I feel like, sure, there was some contribution here and there, but I wanted a little bit more from the rest. It just was a non-starter of a series here. Just when you think they were about to pull off game number 2, it suddenly slips away. And South built, they come up with the finesse when they need it the most.
Yeah, and they lost on Breeze, a questionable pick from themselves, but it is what it is. And man, we just got to give it props to South Built Esports. They just completely woke up after that NAOS Esports playstyle. But we have to give props to our Republic of Gamers Series MVP, and it is none other than the man himself, the game MVP, the series MVP. It is ASUS with a 233.1 ACS, KDA 1.3, an 18.4 average kills per game, and he popped off on that Reyna on Breeze, and he popped off on Jet on that Haven, Ilu.
This is just one example of why this is so crucial for the South built roster. Back in his previous game, before they, headed out here to the lower bracket, ASUS was pretty much just non-existent on the map. A very quiet game from him, but it shows just when he pops off, the rest of his team is able to follow suit. He's one of the true key players in the South built roster that you need to absolutely keep an eye on, because a lot of it revolves around him and his fragging potential. When he can get those kills, when he's supported by his teammates, you get results like this. Very proud to, very much results that you can be proud of.
Yeah, he can change the fate of South built on the dime. You remember back in NAOS, he only got 4 kills on that second map. Here, he top frag for both. And just to add on to what Ila said a while ago about Zeal Esports, there were a few contributions here and there, but for South built, there was always that golden star in front. You would see ASUS there light up the scoreboard round after round, give him the moment, he would shine. And within those 2 maps, he was just that consistent effort that gave South built some foundation to work on to continue on into the bracket.
And ASUS definitely assisted the South Built Esports in pushing forward into the brackets. And speaking of which, let's have a look at the updated brackets after the eliminations of Team Secret and Zeal Esports. On the lower bracket, it's South Built Esports going up against Oasis Gaming. And then lastly, it's Action PH and NAOS Esports in the upper bracket finals. The loser of which will drop down to the lower bracket and face off against whoever wins against South Built Esports and Oasis Gaming. And all of that is going to be happening tomorrow. We're down to our last 4 teams from the original 32 teams that we've had. We're down to the top 4, and we only need 3 to represent the Philippines in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Let's have a look at the schedule, what we can expect tomorrow for us here at Challengers on the 3rd day of playoffs. Match of the day, Action PH and NAOS Esports. We're gonna take care of that upper bracket finals first before we head on over to the lower brackets onto Oasis and South Built Esports. And again, whoever loses Action PH and NAOS is going to face whoever wins Oasis against Oasis and South Built Esports. And that's all going to be played out in a best of 3. And that's all going to be played out tomorrow. Now, with all said and done, we have to bid you guys farewell, but before that, we need to thank our sponsors, because VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in the slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And lastly, this is a giveaway that has been starting since the start of the playoffs up until the very end on Sunday on the grand finals. You can get a chance to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag, thanks courtesy of course ASUS ROG. And all you have to do is like and follow the Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages, like and follow PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages, share the live stream on your timeline, must be set to public with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, unleash the legend inside. Lastly, share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challengers Playoffs. We'll be drawing the winners on the 28th of February 2022. We'll get 3 winners each for the ROG shirt and the ROG cap. On behalf of everybody here on the English broadcast, as well as the Filipino broadcast that is simultaneously broadcasting with us, as well as the production crew behind Challengers Philippines, I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Dax and Ilustrado. We bid you all good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more here on Challengers Philippines.
Player standing.
No charges left. Run!
win.